Why is this happening to me? I think. Don't know when to start. The world has changed. Wormholes appear one after another everywhere. Various otherworldly creatures crawled out from inside. The human world is on the verge of collapse. In this desperate situation, they appeared, engaged in a desperate battle with ferocious creatures from another world. Their appearance allowed this planet that was on the verge of extinction to survive, and the surviving humans have also ushered in the craze of exploring other worlds. They all have a particularly innovative name, Hunter. His name is Ching Xiuyu. Have an ordinary appearance. After graduating from high school, he, no special skills, choose to be a hunter as a part-time job. What's different from others is, he didn't become a hunter because he liked it, but to get some Hunters Association subsidies, barely supporting her mother's high hospitalization expenses. E-level dungeons are the weakest dungeons in the world. Most people can clear the level unscathed by just brushing without having to bring a nanny, and Ching Xiaoyu was scarred every time in this vice. Therefore, he got the resounding title of Hunter, humanity's weakest weapon. A construction site in S City. The door to a different world creaked in the construction site. The hunters came in response after receiving the news of the expedition. Ching Xiaoyu is no exception. Today is still a day of humble living. He who is the weakest is more likely to be remembered by others. To him, participating in team fights can make up for your own shortcomings to the greatest extent. It's also a quick way to earn money. And the people who participated in this crusade mission, and Xiaoxi, the B-level and mother who usually has a good relationship with him. In the crowd, Lao Song volunteered and directly raised the banner for the person with the highest level present. Naturally, everyone had no objections. All expressed their approval. That's all. A D-level alien world crusade team composed of 17 hunters was formed and completed. Before approaching, an older uncle said to Ching Xiaoyu, "Just follow behind. Don't get hurt." Then everyone entered the light curtain one after another. Ching Xiaoyu took a long breath before entering. "Be sure to do a good job today." Sparks suddenly started flying in the dungeon. Soldiers meet each other. Various skills, various weapons. There is an endless stream of people in this underground city. And no surprise, Ching Xiaoyu was injured again. As a good Xiaoxi, I feel distressed and helpless. She doesn't understand. Why does Ching Xiaoyu have to be a hunter when he is so weak? Ching Xiaoyu felt bitter for a while, watching everyone easily defeat the monsters one by one. Compare yourself to the scarred self. He understands very well. I am not suitable for this profession. But he had no choice. Only the mother who persists and is lying in the hospital can be saved. Monsters will drop props after being killed, and the uncle holds the luminous gem in his hand. Although it is only a C-level magic crystal, the price is over 60,000. For Ching Xiaoyu, C-level monsters are out of reach for him. Even though he was scarred, he only got the lowest level E-level magic crystal. At this time a player shouted, "Look, there is another entrance here." Up here in front of players is another dungeon within a dungeon. That is, double dungeon. Unexpected. Does the legendary double dungeon really exist? The uncle releases sizzling energy, hit into the cave. Only the cave is too deep to see the bottom. The experienced Lao Song had a premonition that there would be the ultimate boss inside. Originally, this situation had to be reported to the association. But in this case, the ultimate boss may be snatched away by other hunters, taking into account the danger to life. As the captain, Lao Song proposed to let the 17 hunters present to vote. The vote was 8 to 8. The key vote fell on Ching Xiaoyu. His hand holding the low-level crystal trembled slightly. "For my sister who is still in school, for my mother lying in the hospital." He voted resolutely in favor. Everyone slowly approached this bottomless passage. At the end of the passage are 2 doors. The tall and majestic buildings made the players shudder. Lao Song slowly opened the giant door. "Tell everyone, there may be danger next. If you're afraid, go back." A strong person takes the lead. That guy, if it weren't for him. Naturally, everyone is new to the world and is not afraid of tigers. Following Lao Song opened the door. What comes into view is a huge palace. Burning torch. The Titan soldier holding a weapon. Goddess holding musical instruments. The most special thing is the stone statue of the king sitting in the middle of the venue. And next to these stone statues, there is a stone tablet explaining the rules of this dungeon. The laws of the Katanan. First, worship God. Second, praise God. Third, prove your faith. And if you violate the rules, you won't be able to leave here alive. Ching Xiaoyu suddenly felt that something was wrong with this temple. Surprisingly quiet around. Suddenly, the door behind me closes in the wind. Shocked everyone. A grumpy boy scolded. He's had enough of this dark place. He was about to push open the giant door. At this time, one of the statue's hands rose and fell. Let this blasphemous person be punished on the spot. Everyone panicked. The stone statue H. This is just a D-level dungeon. You must know that grumpy guy is D-level at least in terms of strength. Just like that, I was hit by the guard little b in seconds. And there are countless such C-force fields. At this time, Ching Xiaoyu remembered what Xiaoxi had just said. He looked back with fear on his face. The originally unbeatable Stone King. Her pupils suddenly glowed and she looked at him. Ching Xiaoyu's eyes were suddenly full of fear. He, who is often in a row of raw materials, knew it all at once. These amazing eyes. It is about to bring about a devastating disaster. He violently yelled at everyone. "All get down!" The words just fell. The stone statue's eyes emit a strange light, accompanied by a sizzling sound. A plasma laser swept across the hall. Those who had no time to escape disappeared instantly. Fortunately, Qing Xiaoyu's loud voice. Most people survived, although Lao Song survived. This was the first time in his life that he felt such fear. He has participated in several raids in B-level dungeons. There is no monster there that can give one more hit. This place is far scarier than a Class B dungeon. He estimated that the Stone King in front of him was grade A, maybe still S-class, and then they remembered the temple law. First, worship God, and this God. Perhaps. That's it. Is it too late to regret now? Them. Is there still salvation? I thought. This is just an ordinary D-level temple, but an S-class god appeared. The light from his eyes is enough to destroy all living things. As the highest-ranking person present, Lao Song lost his left arm in this laser attack. Now there's something confusing them. I originally thought it was just a D-level dungeon. I only brought 3 wet nurses to form a team. Everyone was hit by laser. Not even the naked body was left behind. One was frightened out of his wits. Even Xiaoxi, a B-level nanny, couldn't help but hold her head and tremble. At this moment, the King's Stone statue has also opened its eyes. The shining eyes of the god monitor all players present. At this moment, they can only stay where they are and dare not move rashly. There are always some guys who are not afraid of S. As AC guessed, he seems to be very confident in his speed. He took a deep breath. The muscle veins on the legs are popping out, rushing towards the giant door at lightning speed. Coming soon. At this time, the giant pupils of the statue made a sound. In the shocked expressions of everyone, the world has evaporated. Everyone's heart collapsed. These monsters are ridiculously strong. As long as they want, this group of players can be wiped out without any effort. What makes Qing Xiaoyu feel strange is that they didn't do that. Can S but not S. And once you get close to the door, the gatekeeper statue will attack 9 times. If you move the statue, it will emit times light. Their attacks seem to follow rules. So that's it. The laws of the Katanan. Article 1. Think of this. Qing Xiaoyu stood up slowly. The uncle thought he was, but look at his firm eyes. It doesn't look like I'm going to S. Qing Xiaoyu's news quickly attracted the attention of the statue. Its eyes glow brightly, and Qing Xiaoyu quickly rubbed down. The light turned into wisps of smoke and slowly disappeared. Qing Xiaoyu understood the meaning of the first law. He hurriedly shouted to everyone. Everyone saluted the statue. Everyone thought he was crazy. He actually asked them to worship this blind god. But look at Qing Xiaoyu's firm eyes. It seems he knows something, and there is no better way before to save one's life. Everyone reluctantly offered their knees to God X. Like disciples, they wait for the Lord's approval, and the originally glowing eyes of the Stone King, it also dimmed. The scene suddenly fell into a general silence. A moment later, the stone statue opens its mouth, showing a weird smile. This temple is full of weirdness. When everyone breaks in, it has already been marked as an I-grade product. X blasphemous person will be judged by God. The only way to rescue may be the inscription full of words. They interpreted the first question. Kneel down and worship God. Everyone knelt down to this despised God. Seeing everyone kneeling in front of me, X-God is very proud. Show a bright smile. The strange expression made everyone feel creepy, but seems to work. The attack stopped. Thought nothing happened. An uncle stood up first. Seeing that he was not doing anything, everyone slowly stood up, but the next second, Qianlong's voice sounded. The stone statue that was originally untouchable stood up slowly. When one foot landed, the whole ground collapsed. When the stone statue stood up, standing in front of everyone, it looks like a tall mountain. The protagonist is still the protagonist. At the critical moment, he remembered the second rule of the temple law again. Praise God. A Christian stood up for the choir. He is very good at using the language to praise students. He took out the S cross on his chest and silently recited the praise. But he doesn't know. He praised its other gods. Snap. Trampled directly into pulp. Everyone panicked. Crazy escape room. People are like ants, being mercilessly trampled by the giants. An old man in green clothes ran to the corner, thinking it would be safer here. From his back, a giant god soldier's hand rises and falls. Just divide him into 9 parts symmetrically. The scene exploded immediately. There is a barefoot immortal in front of me. Later, there was a magic weapon who drew the sword. Just get close to them and they'll hit you 9 times. In panic, Qing Xiaoyu noticed. Only the stone statue holding a musical instrument cannot hit 9. He was busy telling everyone, move quickly to the stone statue holding the musical instrument. Really, when Lao Song approached a stone statue holding a trumpet, the stone statue is activated. Blow his trumpet. More and more players are finding stone statues holding musical instruments. When he was safe, his eyes were full of fear. The next second, I broke down and cried. Qing Xiaoyu and Xiaoxi are still desperately looking for the stone statue. They came to a stone statue holding a drum. The stone statue showed no reaction. It seems that only when you are alone, only stone statues can play music. Qing Xiaoyu left the drum god to Xiaoxi without hesitation. Run quickly to find the next stone statue by yourself. But then the stone statue king noticed. Soon Qing Xiaoyu discovered A. At this time, the giant feet have reached the head. With a snap, he stepped directly towards Qing Xiao. Fortunately, Qing Xiaoyu slipped and avoided T, but when he picked up his head, he discovered he regards the shield as a musical instrument. The divine soldier raised his shield without hesitation. Oh, it hit Qing Xiaoyu directly with a sound, but he, who has a strong will to survive, is unwilling to, struggling to crawl forward. He often rubs shoulders with Goddess. Always hold on to the thread that hangs by a thread, and this time, he caught it again. The sound of praise slowly floats in this temple. The movement of the stone statue also stopped. Xiao Shiyueji ran over. The scene before her eyes made her cover her mouth and cry. Although Qing Xiaoyu survived by luck, but lost his legs. Z from Tanchuang Temple is very productive. The original team of 17 people. After a while, there were only 6 people left. 2 more were seriously injured. It extends its claws. A stone platform slowly rises from the ground. Look at this look. It seems to be a forum. It reflects the 3rd law of the temple. This is probably the final test. After hearing this, Lao Wang slowly drew out his sword. Since goods are needed, it can only be done by him as the captain, and Lao Song did not shirk. He takes all the responsibilities slowly towards the eye altar. When he stepped into the altar, a burning flame suddenly appeared behind him. But Lao Song do not know what is happening. Qing Xiaoyu had no choice but to ask others to carry him to the altar for inspection. 3 more flames appeared. They understand. People seem to be the opportunity to activate the flame. When everyone stands on the altar, a small flame turns into a raging fire. Waves of sizzling energy follow the grooves on the ground, sliding like a blue flame on the edge. With all the energy flowing into the blue flame, the giant door behind opened, and the white strange fire slowly disappeared. Those giant warriors, all are activated, moved, slowly approached the altar, and they found. Just look at them. They will stop moving. Sight from them. They will move forward. It's the same principle as the games we played when we were kids. And this breathtaking look at each other, it often makes people with fragile hearts collapse. A girl shouts crazily, out of the sacrifice, and a ball of red flame suddenly went out on the altar. The weird thing is, she actually ran out safely. Cheng Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. What exactly is going on? Every once in a while, one of the blue flames will extinguish. And when the flame on the altar leaves a person, it extinguishes it. Every time a door is turned off, it closes a little. The law of the 3rd temple. Prove your faith. Just under fear and threat, face the sweet temptation. You can still prove your faith. So, this open door is a trap. All I see is false hope. But even so, under the temptation of fear and sweetness, people prefer this naked sweet trap. After Fatty said sorry to Qing Xiaoyu, there is no need for Qing Xiaoyu to run away. Qing Xiaoyu was very anxious. Don't move. Don't fall into this H phenomenon. If the number of fires decreases further, there will be a blind spot. We all want neighbors. We just keep looking at those stone statues until all the blue flames are extinguished. Through Qing Xiaoyu's performance these few times, Lao Wan already looked down upon Qing Xiaoyu. Thanks to Qing Xiaoyu for solving the mystery, he agreed with Qing Xiaoyu's guess. But he is more afraid that the door will be closed as time goes by. He's just an ordinary person. He also has a family he did not want. After he said sorry to Qing Xiaoyu, left the altar, completely ignoring Qing Xiaoyu's heartbreaking roar. The altar lost another life. The Titan soldier, who lost his surveillance, slowly walked towards the altar, and Lao Wang's departure will kill those who stay. When faced with the choice between life and what would you choose? Is to implement your beliefs, or run towards the open door? More people may be like them. Their hearts have long been filled with fear. Ignore the rules and rush to the open door. And the worst thing is the people who stay. Lao Song now understood the meaning of the law. If there is, that door won't cultivate music and thinking. But Lao Song firmly left the opportunity to the 2 young people. And Qing Xiaoyu has lost both legs and cannot move around. Lao Song had no choice but to entrust Qing Xiaoyu to Xiaoxi. But Xiaoxi's feet were limp and she sat on the ground, unable to move. In order to treat Qing Xiaoyu, all her mana was consumed. Qing Xiaoyu didn't say much. Let Lao Song take Xiaoxi away. Stay by yourself. Even though it's very cheesy. But the only one who can move at this time is Lao Song, and he can only take one away. Qing Xiaoyu palms the E-grade gem he worked so hard to get. Tell Xiaoxi, I said I wanted to treat you to dinner, right? Take this and eat it first. Wait until you get out of here. I'll go to you first to get the rest of the money. Xiaoxi just wanted to speak, being slapped on the back of the head by the uncle, directly on the body. Time is too tight. Don't allow them to think. He glanced at Qing Tong after he said his final farewell. Left resolutely. Qing Xiaoyu sent them away. Watched them walk out of the temple gate. Only then did he feel relieved. The Titan soldiers slowly leaned in with weapons in their hands. He is Qing Xiaoyu. Even if it is it also needs to be done vigorously. He picked up the weapon and pointed it at person D. He took a deep breath. Be prepared to go to S. One of the Titan soldiers waved its long sword, directly penetrated Qing Xiaoyu's body. The powerful pain directly made him vomit X. Not over yet. The sharpshooter even took hold of his long butt. It was so fierce that it provoked Qing Yu. He fell heavily on the eye altar with a loud bang. Severe trauma left him unable to move. He left tears of dissatisfaction. He doesn't want to be like this. 3. How could it be okay? I'm not a saint. Others have families. But he also has. He carries too much. He doesn't want to leave this world like this. Can you give him another chance? Just when the knife was about to fall on Qing Xiaoyu, pop-up window pops up. You have a secret mission. Completion conditions for courage of the weak. Tenglongzhong. Qing Xiaoyu found that time seemed to have stopped. All around, the figures of the divine soldiers seemed to be frozen. What's going on with this text? Where did the sound come from? You have obtained player status. Whether to accept? What's the meaning? There is not much time left for you. If you refuse to accept, your heart will stop beating in 0.02 seconds. Whether to accept? Look at the options before you. Qing Xiaobao knows that he has no choice now. He spent his last breath. Welcome to become a player. However, Qing Xiaoyu's body flashed, emit dazzling light, under the gaze of King X, under the gaze of the gods, disappeared. Why is this happening to me? I think. He woke up, he gasped, joyful as a dream, but the pain of breathlessness, but so real. He looked out the window. Where is this? Two men in black entered the room uninvited. He gave Qing Xiaoyu a business card. The business card clearly says Hunter Association Supervisor Section COO. Learn from men in black. Qing Xiaoyu has been sleeping for 3 whole days. Lao Song survived, but without an arm, he might not be able to be a hunter. Xiaoxi suffered huge psychological trauma after she came out. The man in black just wanted to continue talking about other people. Qing Xiaoyu interrupted him. For those who abandon their teammates to survive, he felt very chilled. The appearance of a double dungeon this time can be said to have resulted in heavy casualties. There are only 6 people left in the team of 17 people. After receiving reports from survivors, people from the supervisory department, and Mr. Bai who rushed to the scene quickly, only to find that everything has disappeared. Only Qing Jin-Woo, who was lying unconscious on the altar, was left. If the survivor's statement is even slightly incoherent, or no remains of the victim were found at the scene, they can't believe this fact either, and Qing Xiaoyu's miraculous survival made them suspicious. Qing Xiaoyu completed his second awakening. Hunters' ability values are already determined when their abilities are awakened, but there are also a very small number of hunters. An awakening will occur again. There are also limits beyond one's own. Upgrade from C level to A level. Upgrading from B level to S level. They took out the M-Force measuring machine, asked Qing Xiaoyu to put his hand up. DD. However, the test results make people dumbfounded. Even the lowest E-Class Z fighting equipment is similar? But Qing Yu is a scumbag. It was found out that Qing Xiaoyu is just an ordinary person. The man in black just took the bag and left. Cheng Xiao, who was left with a passionate look on his face, was left behind. I thought I had really awakened my superpowers, but he was curious. Why don't those people care about this pop-up window in front of them? Can't they see it? He found that the leg that was broken by K was intact. The heart that was hit by C before S did not leave any scars. He even doubted whether he was in reality or a dream now. He clicked on the pop-up window. 3 notifications popped up immediately. There is one more unconfirmed message, but when Qing Xiaoyu said the confirmation, the news unfolded before him. Daily tasks preparation to become a strong person. Failure to complete daily tasks will result in corresponding penalties. See this full list of exercise tasks. Qing Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. What kind of international joke is this? I'm a patient. How can I have the strength to do this? Let's get some sleep first. And time waits for no one. While Qing Xiaoyu was sleeping, time passes quickly, and when time is over, the system directly sent him a notification. You have not completed your daily task. Will be moved to the penalty area. In Qing Xiaoyu's sleepy state, the position is shaken. Hand holding ground, turned into sand. A while, he actually teleported to the desert. And at this time, there was a commotion behind me. Qing Xiaoyu turned around with fear on his face. Pop-up window pops up. Punishment bar, 4 hours, 3 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Survive within the stipulated time. Allotted time 4 hours. What kind of magical system is this? There are so many daily tasks. There is also a time limit, and failed to complete the task within the specified time will face systematic punishment. The male protagonist was snoring and sleeping in a comfortable bed just a second ago. The next second, I was transported to this ragged desert. Behind him was a giant amusement park, and further forward, the more giant pine trees there are, and such devil's punishment. It actually took 4 hours. Fortunately, when about to be raped alive by the giant mouth of the abyss, the system notifies the punishment task to complete. With a snap, Qing Jin-Woo returned from hell to heaven. He gasped for air. This punishment mission. Scared. It's not too late to get the reward for completing the mission. He collapsed for a while, fell asleep. After waking up, the first thing he did was do the task. Do the task desperately. After the last punishment, he knew that the thing in front of him was not an illusion, only in accordance with its requirements. To make life easier, every time you complete a task, you will receive a corresponding reward. Rewards will also directly increase your own strength. Except this, there are also items such as ability points and random boxes that can improve your status. Status, skills, items, item list, etc. It's like really playing a game. And this time, the key to quickly enter the dungeon. Follow the prompts. He came to the subway. Key is activated, exuding light. Then an entrance to the dungeon appears. Enter the light curtain. It's a world of another dimension. He can see people in another dimension, and people from another dimension can't see him. He panicked for a moment. The last time he entered the dungeon by mistake left an unforgettable shadow on him. He wants to escape, but can't escape. The system told him, you must defeat the final boss before you can leave. Qing Xiaoyu is so miserable. He can't even deal with E-Class monsters. Jingran asked him to destroy the ultimate boss. Just brush it alone without end, Mom. Looking at the gloomy passage, he was sweating profusely. But now, even in a wolf's den and a tiger's den, you have to break into a pavilion. Soon, he was in danger. A monster opened its huge mouth and came towards me. Qing Xiaoyu hid in a hurry. He doesn't know if he can beat him, but finally survived from ex-god. No matter what, you have to try hard. Lang ran towards him quickly. Qing Xiaoyu turned over and dodged. He was a little shocked. Own body became so light. It seems that I am indeed a little bit stronger. His fist gathered strength. With a loud bang, He hammered directly at the giant wolf, instantly beat the giant wolf away. Even the iron gate was smashed and deformed. Qing Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. I have such power, but didn't cause much damage to the giant wolf. Normal attacks cannot cause fatal damage to monsters. In a hurry, he remembered the device. The weapon stands out in the empty inventory. Qing Xiaoyu drew his weapon. Be the first to face the wolf. Successfully defeated the werewolf. It's a weapon worth 15,000 yuan. The lethality is so great. With the weapon, his confidence instantly increased. Even if two come at the same time, he raised his weapon. In an instant, all the pawns were chopped off. To him, these little monsters in front of me, compared with those guys in the temple, simply too weak. Just in the first few levels, Qing Xiaoyu is still a scumbag who can't even beat E-level monsters. 2 E-level mobs appear at the same time. He also has a chance. By hitting mobs, he moved up a level. All attribute values are increased by 1, but although the strength is only increased to 20, he gradually becomes aware of the so-called system and growth. He gradually became aware of the so-called keep doing daily tasks, continuously fight monsters and upgrade. He can really become stronger. He remembered that monsters would drop crystals when they died. He walked into the giant wolf's body to view. It's different from previous dungeons. What's missing from the port is an item. He also discovered the system store. He wants to go in, but was told by the system that the level was insufficient. Items can only be sold. Wolf teeth for sale. He received 20 gold coins. I just don't know if this gold coin is needed. Isn't it all available? While he was researching these strange system stores, a giant wolf slowly walked out of the darkness. Then countless pairs of eyes appeared. Out of countless giant wolves, and in Qing Xiaoyu's eyes, no more fear. After all, he is a person who has experienced S once. He charged at the wolves fearlessly with his knife. 1 knife and 10 giant wolves. Suddenly a giant wolf bit him from behind. He slashed behind him with his sword, but the wolves soon surrounded him. His eyes changed. Sparks and light all the way. Killed the ferocious wolves one by one. He didn't know if he could survive. He doesn't know, but he knows he can survive. If you give up here, his S will be meaningless. Only become stronger. Only in this way can he protect the one he loves. As several giant wolves were shot, his level increased rapidly. The wolf pack that originally relied on Qing's number of people. At this moment, I actually flinched a little. Ignore the injuries on my body and my gradually declining physical strength. Qing Xiaoyu slowly approached the remaining wolves with his sword in hand. Hold the handle of the knife tightly in your hand. Rushing towards the ruthless group again. Another fierce fight. He successfully defeated these giant wolves. He was panting heavily from exhaustion, unable to hold the hand. Let it scrape on the ground. He came to another area. He came to conquer an area. Another dense pile of giant wolves. He took a deep breath. Grate your teeth. Looks like another fierce battle. After a fight, he once again defeated a wave of giant wolves. The long sword's blade was broken due to overuse, but he had expected it. Even the most expensive weapons, if you use it a few times, it will look like this. I was so cruel that I bought a dagger worth over 3,000 yuan. It went smoothly when I started hunting mobs. When I encountered the final boss day, it was instantly ruined. And the most valuable item is the Qi-level magic crystal. Lost my trouser pocket. Therefore, Qing Xiaoyu also chose to deal with one monster and one monster with his bare hands. Through TS countless giant wolf, he got the title, Wolf Dweller. When dealing with beast-type monsters, all ability values will be increased by 40%. This is a huge advantage to Qing Xiaoyu. Besides, he also received 34 wolf fangs, 2 short swords, traveler clothing. Also got the return stone. He was thinking, since the return is also obtained, I have gained a lot today, go back first. And this thought just flashed through his mind. And every time this thought flashes past Jianhai, no, we can't go back like this. It was hard to find a place where I could fight monsters and upgrade. I don't know when we will meet again. Can't go back like this. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely stuffed the return stone back into his inventory, slowly walking towards this unknown territory. By hitting mobs, Qing Xiaoyu gets the item and returns the stone. This will end this difficult solo mission, but you may never encounter a place where you can fight monsters and upgrade like this again. But I may not return to the place where I can defeat monsters and upgrade in detail. He resolutely put the return stone back into his inventory, dragging his tired body slowly into the passage. The monsters you encounter become stronger the further you go down. With the constant CS Warcraft, Qing Xiaoyu is also upgrading little by little. After every upgrade, fighting with monsters, it will become easier. He can gradually feel that his body is getting stronger. Qing Yu also discovered, this place is different from ordinary dungeons. Monsters can constantly regenerate, make him feel less like he is interacting with a living being, more like fighting monsters in some game mode. Just figure out their fixed door pattern. You can guess where they will come from. Monkey falls from above. A cat will rush out from both sides. After predicting the attack method of person D, you can easily hit people. Facing the recurring person D, Qing Xiaoyu only had calmness in his eyes. Hands rise and fall. Then the M-beast can be easily solved. Qing Xiaoyu also discovered, on the head of every monster will have corresponding names and colors. Moru with white name is relatively weak. Orange is equal to or stronger than him. Red is a very strong person, and the giant wolf he encountered at the beginning changed from original orange to white. It can be seen that Qing Xiaoyu is getting stronger as visible to the naked eye, although he has become stronger. But the chill coming from below still makes Qing Xiaoyu shudder. He can clearly feel it. Is there something terrifying down there? He was lost in thought. Hit S. The mobs can no longer level up. Hit S. Xiaoyu is meaninglessly leveling up. Only that company can choose. That's facing fear. Qing Xiaoyu slowly walked down the stairs. The stairs he was used to walking now felt much longer than usual. Go to the next level. It's a swamp. Dilapidated building. Overgrown. Gusty wind. There was a rustle from the darkness. Before Qing Xiaoyu could react, something moved on the ground as fast as lightning. Qing Xiaoyu hasn't seen what it is yet. Then he reluctantly appeared in front of him. He hurriedly blocked it with the long sword in his hand. The powerful force ejected him and hit him against the wall. Instantly squirted a mouthful of fresh X, falling to the ground and coughing. Worse, his 50,000 sword. Being hit like that just now. A big part of it is gone. Still not drinking. The pieces are falling. He rubbed hard. A wry smile. I thought my level was already much higher. Unexpectedly, a blow from an orange monster. The giant snake opens its mouth, showing 2 big steel teeth, still spitting out letters. It seems that he is determined to win the prey in front of him. Qing Xiaoyu gasped for air, mentally alert. Recommended Yvonne. Change into the posture of holding a dagger. Unexpected. First time playing boss alone. Only then did I take a picture. The long sword of 15,000 instantly turned into a dagger. Look at this guy's scales. You may not be able to capture it even with a W device. Use W to say that it can be used. I haven't told you how to take the test yet. The giant snake opened its huge mouth and rushed towards me. Qing Xiaoyu used his broken sword to scratch the snake's body, but it's like scraping it. Not only did it not cause any harm, and succeeded in irritating it, it swung around to see its huge body bumping around. Unwillingly, a section of the snake's body was thrown in front of Qing Xiaoyu's eye. He hurriedly blocked it with a broken knife. Then it used its snake body to quickly surround Qing Xiaoyu. Soon he was surrounded by water. The scope is getting smaller and smaller. He was quickly restrained. The strong squeeze left Qing Xiaoyu breathless, struggling to squeeze out, striding on the ground and gasping for air. Why have you upgraded so many levels? At least a little more durable. Still need to become stronger. Only then can we get rid of this feeling of powerlessness. The title of humanity's weakest weapon. He used his broken knife to resist the snake's attack. Make a harsh clicking sound. Bounce the snake's head away with a sound of rinsing one. Take the broken knife and rush forward bravely towards the giant snake. A tremendous strength. Only overwhelming power. Only then can they bow their heads and say see. Make them surrender. Hypocrisy is not difficult to protect yourself. No matter what the opponent's strategy is, they are all vulnerable in the face of strength. In the face of fear, everything will be vulnerable, because it's too weak. Was once looked down upon. No matter how much you know, be wise again, even if they thank you for it. In the face of absolute power, or will he be betrayed easily? Only you are strong enough. Only then will you get real respect. Qing Xiaoyu was thrown away by the giant snake. Slap it with the snake's tail. It smashed directly into the wall, struggling to get up from the ground, hands shaking slightly, but he was extremely excited because of this strange thing in front of me. Not strong enough, compared to that guy. Still too far gone, compared with the fear at that time. There is nothing to be afraid of. Qing Xiaoyu jumped up. The broken knife passed over the giant snake. Snake eyes 1. Reach out the snake head and bite. Qing Xiaoyu leaned back to avoid. Then he rushed forward and hugged the snake's neck. Hug hard. Pinch hard with your fingers. For a moment, the invulnerable snake Lin was dented. The giant snake let out a heart-rending roar. Drag and watched Sung Jin-Woo bumping around. Qing Xiaoyu used all his strength. Go to S. The giant snake's hard scales kept making cracking sounds. Follow along to see how many levels you can upgrade in a row. He finally successfully hunted the boss. Also get items dropped by boss. W device. Kasaka's D-teeth. Just a few days ago. He can't even defeat an E-level monster. He can't even beat an electric aldehyde. He choked the ultimate boss with his bare hands. However, if the enemy has 1,000, the self-loss will be 800. The other world is full of rust and bruises. The 15,000 long sword turned into a short sword. Fortunately, he got better weapons. A short sword made of giant snake teeth. The attack power is twice that of the long sword. It also has the effect of paralyzing and incapacitating enemies. He also got a D-gland of a sex snake that he didn't know if it was useful or not. Pop-up window pops up. The final boss has been eliminated. The interior of the dungeon will be restored to its original state. The ceiling fell like a mosaic. The entire parallel space quickly disappeared. Back to the subway station in the real world. He came to the ground. The weird thing is, empty nearby. Suddenly a soldier with an AK came over. Blamed Qing Xiaoyu. What happened to you? Didn't you hear the broadcast? Qing Xiaoyu's face looks aroused. Asked the soldier what happened. My Da Bing looks serious. I just wanted to use this boy, but it caught the broken D in his hand, and tattered clothes. Only then did I discover that this boy turned out to be a human. Immediately he was in awe of Qing Xiaoyu. Let Qing Xiaoyu lead the way. On the road, Qing Xiaoyu saw broken cars everywhere. The monster's body that is scattered horizontally and vertically. Tai Bing told him. A teleportation port suddenly appeared nearby. Monsters have come to this world. Most of the surrounding monsters have been destroyed. Now only. I don't know if it's because of the level issue. Qing Xiaoyu clearly sensed. That guy in the distance is the ultimate boss. Calm road. 1 foot step down. the whole ground collapsed. At its feet, hunters of various professions are attacking it. There was also a group of melon-eating people surrounding the area. What are these hunters doing? When will the fight last? This loss is getting bigger and bigger. What should I do if the land price drops? They also took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. And the hunters are actually working very hard to kill monsters. Their crazy output. But the boss's physical defense is too high. There are not many magic hunters among them. Maybe he'll be wiped out by the group. Ching Xiaoyu has arrived at the scene. Watch the hunters' chaotic battles. He was a little speechless. Waiting is enough. The human shield is struggling to resist damage. There are 2 wet nurses, 2 class Ds, and he is very familiar with this B level. It's his best friend Xiaoxi. As a B class, she looked very flustered during this battle. She hasn't forgotten that terrifying existence. It's been a week. She still hasn't overcome it. But Ching Xiaoyu was not surprised. Even he hasn't completely overcome it yet. He raised the broken sword in his hand. Stand firm. This ultimate boss is D level, far below the final boss just now. Just make that guy lose his defense. You can defeat it. A strong blow is needed. Ching Xiaoyu's veins appeared on his hand. Throw it towards the boss with all your strength. At this moment, the hunters are already in disarray. Without advanced hunter support, they will break through soon. At this time, oh ding, boss loses defense, falls slowly. Seeing this, the hunters took advantage of the victory and pursued it. They all looked at boss for a brainless output. Finally defeated the boss. The hunters felt strange. The attack on it just now was of no use at all. Why was he suddenly knocked down? It doesn't exist at all, no. It was not attacked by us at all. What flew over just now? Was that the thing that knocked down the monster? What on earth is shot through this guy's head? Is that it? The ultimate monster that even a dozen hunters can't deal with. To be defeated by such a broken sword? Who is it? He asked the soldiers outside the field. Did you see who threw this sword? Looking at the broken sword on the ground. Soldier 1. Isn't this the hunter's weapon just now? Where are people? I was obviously still here just now. This force. Is he an advanced hunter? Ching Xiaoyu, who left the scene. Even he was a little surprised. I didn't expect that I would knock down BOS dollar with just one blow. It seems that I have really become stronger. Looking at the bustling crowd, I thought I saw Ching Xiaoyu just now. This muscular young man. Not long ago I was a frail boy. Through constant exercise, my body has also grown a lot taller. Before I found out, I only added strength to the position attribute points. If you keep adding more, you might become a muscular man. If you add more, you will definitely become a meat man. But if you can't hit the enemy with damage, everything is in vain. Strength and agility can complement each other. Of course, the higher the physical strength, the better. He allocated most of his assignable attribute points to agility. Is it just a matter of quantity for matching? Then a phone call came over. Ching Xiaoyu promised that the landlord would transfer him soon. Ching Xiaoyu promised to transfer the call after. I should be able to earn this rent very quickly, right? He will soon become a senior hunter. Hunters make money by catching monsters. Follow the accumulation of experience. Tired of following the grade? The price of magic crystals obtained from Warcraft will also become higher and higher. If you want to hunt high-level monsters, you have to go to a higher-level portal. He is currently only level D, and there are a lot of these 2 low-level hunters, and these 2 low-level ones are extremely strong, and there are a lot of them. So, not only do E-class hunters not have unions to accept, so it's a bit difficult to get to the higher level. Just go to the guild and take the inspection level again. But I saw it on the news. The Third Awakening event is the focus of most attention now. If you upgrade quickly, you will be noticed. If you guys notice because of your seniority, it would be even more troublesome if we were attacked by some strange forces. So, before self-improvement. So for now, you can only find a private team to join. He found it quickly. Ching Xiaoyu came to a construction site. Many hunters have come to the scene. Among them there was a tough old man waving to him. They introduced themselves to each other. They say good things never come out. Bad things spread in Qianli. When I heard it was Ching Xiao, I burst into laughter. It turns out that the weakest weapon on the surface is here. The reason why I teamed up with him. This is because entering a C-level dungeon requires at least 10 people to enter. That's why they asked Ching Xiaoyu, who is an E-class person, to help with the number of people. As a reward, they will pay 12,000 cash. Ching Xiaoyu glanced at 5 C-level hunters, 4 below D grade. It seems that I am indeed here to gather people. And another group of people. He's a D-level hunter. This guy, wearing a sparkling outfit. Proper ammonia player. The work Ching Xiaoyu has to do is worth it. Just follow them. Help them with their luggage. He suddenly thought. There is a lack of nanny in the team. Uncle told him. Private attack teams like them. It's hard to recruit hunters from the political system. We often do this. Nothing to do. Ching Xiaoyu sighed. The attack team only has human shields and damage output. What a mess. And the contract says in black and white that any accident that happens in the underground city, take all responsibility. That's why Ching Xiaoyu felt a little worried. The rich second generation patted Ching Xiaoyu with his titanium ally hand. Tell him not to worry. As long as he is here, there will be no surprises. Ching Xiaoyu was speechless. Don't know whether to cry or laugh. After getting ready to go, everyone is heading towards the C-level dungeon. Is this how Big Brother Kim appears? If there is no comparison, there will be no harm. Ching Xiaoyu just entered the dungeon and didn't even have a weapon. When he first entered the dungeon, he He was covered in titanium alloy equipment. Ching Xiaoyu enters the underground city in order to survive, and he became a hunter purely out of interest. Look at this team again. Everyone is fully dressed. It seems that the team that can enter the sea-level dungeon is really unusual. It's so different from the previous D-class and E-class. Everyone walks into the portal. It's dark inside. The mage releases a ball of light. Appear in front of you. It's a complicated cave. The weird thing is, there is not a single monster. The rich second generation asked Ching Xiaoyu curiously. Are there any dungeons without Warcraft? Ching Xiaoyu asked him to stop talking. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully. There is a rustling sound coming from the cave. Listen to this sound. It's an insect-type monster. Everyone panicked when they heard this. Did you say it was a bug? Isn't this an ant nest? But why didn't Dongshi see any of them? Ching Xiaoyu yelled. On top. After hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked up. After a while, densely packed monsters emerge from the cave at the top. The mage activates his skills to bombard the ants. The human shield activates the taunting skill. Ants crawled towards him one after another. Output quickly while the ant is attracting attention. ZS ant. See this orderly queue. Ching Xiaoyu sighed. A team worthy of sea-level hunters. It works really well together. This kind of tacit understanding takes a long time to develop. If he cooperates to this level, it's okay without a wet nurse. But it is precisely because there is no wet nurse. They look very reckless. Rich second generation too. His titanium alloy equipment helped him cover up his lack of strength and experience. But Ching Xiaoyu always felt that something was wrong. Soon everyone cleared away the ants at the entrance. Captain, let everyone collect the loot. Recover your physical strength by the way. He came to Ching Xiaoyu. How did you thank him for the reminder just now? How does Ching Xiaoyu, who is E-level, know the types and attack methods of Warcraft? Of course, Ching Xiaoyu can't say it's because of the added sensory value. So I told the uncle that it was just based on feeling. The uncle smiled evilly. Say to Ching Xiaoyu. Fortunately, everything was solved perfectly. I'll be counting on you later too. However, I hope you won't put your feelings aside. Used where it shouldn't be used. Ching Xiaoyu just wanted to speak. They were interrupted by the magician's cry. Only the ants are seen on the body. There are a lot of strange wounds. Right, it's not the players. It's like being bitten by something. Before fighting a player, the ant was seriously injured. There are also territorial disputes among Warcraft. This indicates that there are monsters here that are more powerful than ants. Maybe it's the ultimate boss. It smells like Golden 9. See the greedy eyes of the hunters. Ching Xiaoyu felt uneasy. He asked the rich second generation. Your sword and shield are expensive, right? The rich second generation said to him. Yes, because this is the first time we form a group. So his dad gave him 100 million points of good equipment. He was very confused as to why Ching Xiaoyu suddenly asked this, and Ching Xiaoyu couldn't explain why not. But it's better to be careful. This ominous premonition make him feel that something will happen. Since joining this team, Ching Xiaoyu always feels something is wrong, especially looking at the greedy eyes of the hunters. It made his inner uneasiness even stronger. Dungeons vary in size regardless of level. According to different situations, some require several days to figure out the internal structure. Some may take less than a few hours to reach the final boss room. This time the dungeon, as intricate as a maze. Although there are no monsters to fight, but it also took a lot of time on the road. Ching Xiaoyu's job is to carry luggage. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he doesn't need to join the Z fight. You can get G without fighting monsters. It's not a bad life. I don't know why. Watch out for lizards. This warning suddenly popped into my head. He didn't know why he thought of this sentence, but he knows. His ominous premonitions never missed. They walked a long way, but I didn't even see a monster with sound limbs. Either it's the S body of Warcraft, or it's a one-breath monster. Captain Moran stopped. Let the mage illuminate this area. The mage releases a ball of light. Slowly illuminate this area. Appear in front of you. It's all kinds of intricate spider webs. All kinds of monsters are wrapped into and this bottomless passage. Naturally it's the ultimate boss room, and they just walked in. He was attracted by the mountains of mana stones piled up in the cave. Although this thing is not as high as the M crystal price of 9, but such a large amount, you can actually sell a lot of G. A rough estimate is more than 600 W. And Alangzi happily said to the captain, Captain, so many questions. Your brother must be very fond of you, right? The magician hurriedly interrupted him. The more times like this, the less likely he is to mention his younger brother. Look at the sparkling mana stone. The captain smiled happily, thinking in mind, brother, did you see it? You may not always be right. As a hunter, if your level is higher, you will look down on others, blindfolded by that little money, even behind the country. You enjoy VIP treatment there. You still can't afford me now, can you? But I'm not someone who just depends on my brother to get by. Take this opportunity. My attack team will also become stronger. The subordinates also couldn't contain their inner joy. I've already figured out how to divide these giant Ks, even if divided into 9 parts. Each person also has 60 W. Hear their conversation. The rich second generation asked Ching Xiaoyu to take out the agreement. After reading it, he took the agreement and said to the hunters, This is Ching Xiaoyu's agreement. It's approved. No mention is made of the distribution of other items. But your mana stone should be divided into 9 parts. Isn't this unfair to Ching Xiaoyu? The captain's face suddenly turned gloomy, but he quickly changed his face and said to them that he was a good old man. Of course it must be distributed fairly. I know, but before that, there's still something to solve. We need to get rid of this annoying boss. As we all know, once the boss is hunted, the dungeon will be closed. So before hunting S spiders, all mana stones must be moved out first. Fortunately, The spider had already eaten and drank enough to sleep. Now is a good time to transport the mana stones. The captain turned and asked his subordinates, "Have you brought your equipment?" His subordinates responded skillfully, "No. Who would have thought there would be mana stones in a sea-level dungeon? All the mining equipment was in the car and I didn't take it over." Qing Xiaoyu was speechless for a while. "I will just watch your performance quietly." Really, after playing a duo, they asked Qing Xiaoyu and the rich second generation to stay in guard. They went back to the car to get their equipment. The rich second generation suddenly panicked. "You give us a D-class and an E-class guard C-class boss. Isn't this funny?" the uncle said to them with a harmless expression on his face. "Is this your first time in a sea-level dungeon? Just believe me. Do you know, the loud noise didn't even wake us up. If something happens, people say. And I also have something to talk to the team members. Let's go outside and have a cigarette together, and then come back." As he talked, he and his men walked out of the spider cave skillfully, watching the hunter's leaving figure. Qing Xiaoyu recalled what the captain said to him. "They often do this. That means they often go in and out of sea-level portals. Then there is no need to find someone to fill those 2 vacancies." After leaving the cave, the captain showed an evil smile. "Master Panfu blocks the entrance to the final boss room." The mage also showed a smile. In the frightened expression of the rich second generation, a loud roar, a huge rockfall fell at the entrance of Spider Cave. Qing Xiaoyu's ominous premonition was verified again. These hunters, really, it's a lizard in the dungeon. Being a hunter is a very popular job, but it's also a very dangerous job. Sometimes the most dangerous thing is not the monster, but the human heart, because in the underground city, unsupervised by law, even if there is an accident, the outside world won't know what's going on inside. Therefore, sea crime incidents often occur in underground cities. There is a kind of hunter called lizard. Once they notice that the team is tired or hindering them, they will abandon you like a lizard cutting off its tail to survive. And Qing Xiaoyu's keen sense, the ominous premonition that came after joining this team, he actually encountered a group of lizards. They locked Qing Jin-Woo and the rich second generation in the boss room. And Qing Xiaoyu also understood what the captain said. "I hope you won't use this feeling where it shouldn't be used." That's what it meant. He touched the boulder blocking the cave. It seems that the mage's blockade is quite tight. But this level is not enough to block Qing Xiaoyu. Just make up your mind. Going out is not a problem. The problem is where the loud noise just occurred. Woke up the spider boss. The hunters came out of the portal. The subordinate asked the captain in confusion, "Is it necessary to make it so complicated? Why don't you just drop them directly inside?" The captain said angrily, "What if I woke up the spider while doing it there? Where do we have time to move the mana stones?" An E-class hunter who is known as the weakest weapon, and a D-level gold hunter with no group experience, even if they try their best, can't wait for the ultimate boss. He fell asleep after the spider dropped his 2 Cs. Let's take another chance to dig for mana stones. If this doesn't work, then you can only kill the ultimate boss through S. But have you seen the equipment on the rich second generation? The sword and shield alone are worth dozens of W. Even if you can't take all the mana stones, it's quite a bargain to take away that guy's stuff. In the final boss room, the spider monster opens its huge mouth, looking at the 2 prey in front of me with salivation. Although the rich second generation is so scared that, but he still stood upright in front of Qing Xiaoyu, sizzling. Qing Jin-Woo took out his dagger, calmly said to the rich second generation, "This guy is mine." In the shocked expression of the rich second generation, slowly approaching the big spider, the rich second generation thought Qing Xiaoyu was crazy, a C-level boss that even a B-level hunter might not be able to defeat. He is a top hunter. How dare you? Might as well find a way to escape. And the rich second generation is right. Even if there is a second awakening, Qing Xiaoyu is still very weak at the moment. This spider is much stronger than the 2 bosses he encountered before. But, so what? This spider monster in front of me, it didn't give him the slightest sense of fear. A smile appeared on his lips. The body is gaining strength. In the stunned expression of the rich second generation, holding its Kasaka D, its teeth were so fierce that it scraped against the giant spider. The severe pain radiated from the body made the spider hiss and roar. Qing Xiaoyu's attack worked. After all, it's a weapon made of boss's fangs. Qing Xiaoyu's body landed steadily, stood up. "Hold the dagger in your hand tightly." His eyes turned sharp, sober, hunting S moment. "Rush up to the boss and deal a brainless attack." The rich second representative expressed surprise, shocked. Is this an E-class hunter? In the dungeon there is a hunter called a lizard. Out of interest considerations, they often abandon Lezen as the tail. For the sake of independence LQSS the mana stone in the room. The hunters locked Qing Xiaoyu and the rich second generation in the boss room to wait. Cheng Xiao was originally the one who carried equipment in the team. "I have to take on the responsibility of hunting boss. This guy's skin is tough, no less than Kasaka's snake Lin. If you want to use a short sword to cause damage to it, you have to get as close to it as possible. But it has 8 legs, no blind spots, sharp giant pliers, possessing destructive power that can easily destroy the ground and rocks. It's really not easy for ordinary people to approach it easily. But Qing Xiao Yuha is not an ordinary person." The eyes of the rich second generation are full of disbelief. "Who is he? It's impossible for an E-class hunter to have such skills. But the one registered in the association is obviously Class E. Could it be? He is the author, in the underground city. There are very few hunters who can control the power of M, as long as they deliberately hide it, can pass the association's determination of combat power, thereby obtaining a lower-level title. Such hunters are often called hunters. The key is, most of the perpetrators are perverts who take pleasure in killing people. And Qing Xiaoyu. Maybe it will turn into a T-person. Looking at Qing Xiaoyu's agile skills, horror expression, the rich second generation is weak. Kneel down on the ground with a plop. What a bad start. Is it already over before it even begins? Qing Xiaoyu is in dire straits at the moment, completely unaware that he is being treated as a slut. He fought with Spider Boss Yi Jing for some time, and so far, he hasn't caused any decent damage to the spider, and his physical strength is slowly declining. As viewing fatigue increases, the speed will become slower and slower. Can't delay any more time. There is only one way to win. Just use the special ability of the dagger. Put it inside the guy. 9. Attacking weak points is the basis of surprise attack. The biggest weakness of living things is the head. The most vulnerable part is the eyes, and this monster with them eyes. At this moment, green liquid is leaking from the mouth. Haven't had time to be surprised. The spider's cum pours down. The ground was instantly corroded. It seems like this guy also has hidden tricks. To get close to it, we need to go faster than now. Come and get closer to it. Qing Xiaoyu's feet gathered strength for a while. Activate skills. Run quickly. Already rushed towards the spider at lightning speed. Suddenly he rushed into its blind spot. Quickly inflict multiple injuries to the spider. Activation effect. Paralysis against force resistance. The effect is great, but the spider's resistance is too strong. The effect was quickly removed. At this time, Qing Xiaoyu's fatigue value has reached 61. He gritted his teeth. Must be faster. Rapid exercise caused his physical strength to decline rapidly. He must get rid of the boss as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will lose due to lack of physical strength. He jumped up. I want to give the spider a blow. But he was hit by a spider head-on. The movements of his hands were instantly fixed. He was also beaten by a spider with giant pincers. It flew several meters away with a shattering sound, fell heavily to the ground. The spider took the opportunity to extend its giant pincers towards Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu blinked fiercely. The opportunity has come. Take advantage of the enemy's relaxation. Qing Xiaoyu opened the system bar. Use daily mission rewards. Recovered strength instantly. Running towards the spider at lightning speed. In the spider's frightened expression, push the dagger into the spider's eye, squirting out golden yellow liquid. Activation effect. Paralysis. Activate effect 8. The enemy's physical strength is consumed by 1% per second. After a sudden brainless output, spider times bar exhaustion. With a smashing sound, the bag blossoms. The owner of the dungeon has been destroyed. Pop-up window pops up. Qing Xiaoyu has been promoted several levels in a row. He took a long breath. Fortunately, I didn't use the reward I got today. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The rich second generation was stunned. It's incredible. He really defeated the ultimate boss by himself. Sure enough, this person. It's the author. Witty him, hurrying to pick up the team's luggage. One word, big brother. He also handed Qing Xiaoyu water to drink. He also volunteered to pick up a shovel and dig the stone into stone. Show Qing Xiaoyu. What happened to this guy suddenly? But soon he found an explainable reason. The second generation of rich people probably regard him as their savior. And at this time, the entrance exploded with a loud bang. Lizards appeared. These heartwarming hunters, for the unique mana stone, leave the two temporarily recruited members of the team in the boss room to wait. But when they come back again, was surprised to find both people are alive. The ultimate boss says, how is this going? Isn't that spider bigger than that? Not very powerful. But look at the equipment of that rich second generation. It is possible to catch the C-level boss. That E-Class 1 can't possibly help. The boss can only be solved by him alone. Maybe his top-grade titanium alloy equipment has some special effects. If with him as D, maybe it will be troublesome. I found on my cell phone that this guy is the son of a famous local rich man. After much consideration, the captain gave the F second generation a chance to survive. But the premise is that Qing Xiaoyu, as long as you Qing Xiaoyu, the rich second generation is our collective. In this way, even if the rich second generation escapes alive, they still have the bee in the hands of the lizard. If you don't follow, then they both have to be here, facing this group of hunters who once wanted to put him in S. The rich second generation's face darkened, resolutely picked up the weapon and united with Qing Xiaoyu. Look at the rich man who eats the soft stuff and is not afraid of the tough stuff. The hunter's faces darkened. Pick up the weapon and slowly approach Qing Xiaoyu and the rich second generation. A pop-up window pops up. An urgent task occurs. There are people around who have evil intentions towards players. All these people need to be killed to ensure your own safety. If you don't follow instructions, appropriate punishment will be given. Qing Xiaoyu was still wondering about the system tasks that appeared in Renran. The mage said nothing. Directly throw a skill at Qing Xiaoyu. A loud cracking sound. Qing Xiaoyu was knocked back several meters and hit the wall. Tamiya looked at these hunters angrily. You bunch of criminals. Qing Xiaoyu fell among the rocks. System tasks keep changing and flashing. He smiled self-deprecatingly. How come? I've been in a state of paralysis all this time. Obviously countless times. In the dungeon, escape from S. After recovery, entering the dungeon again. But I mistakenly thought it was safe here. But I was wrong. As long as there are D people, there is no so-called safety. If you don't want to, you have to kill them. This is no accident. not out of good intentions. It's just what the system needs. It's not about making me stronger, but it requires a strong me. That's great. The system takes advantage of me. I use the system. The hunter is still laughing at his teammates. Are you a mage? When did you become so weak? It's really enough to throw away and give it all at once. But they don't know. That blow just now. The mage has used all his strength, and Qing Xiaoyu can still stand up. Did it miss? Qing Xiaoyu exudes a black aura. Say it to those hunters who don't know what to do. You guys are making fun of Person M. You should be ready, right? And the hunters haven't felt the danger has come yet. Still laughing at Qing Xiaoyu for not overestimating his abilities, Qing Yu's eyes turned sharp. I'm asking, you as hunters, are you ready to be hunted? And Erlangzi, who didn't know how to live, came out. Putting his hand on Qing Xiaoyu's shoulder, he said to him, Boy, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. And Qing Xiaoyu is too lazy to say another word to such a person. Picked up his dagger, knife falling from hand. He took someone in quickly. System shows. Number of D people eliminated. The hunters began to panic. Since when did this kid have a knife? Even if they are careless sometimes. But that hunter just now was a D-level hunter. How could he be killed by an E-Class 1? These hunters are greedy. But activated Qing Xiaoyu's S-person mission. All people present with evil intentions must be wiped out. Otherwise you will be punished by the system. He only uses one blow. So I killed a D-level trash fish in seconds. And he fucked someone. There's no way out. After all, he is not a human being. He is the one with S. A prehistoric power broke out in his body. Become an emotionless hunting machine. And the mage who inspired his human system doesn't know how to live. Still want to do the same trick again? A blow of energy hits Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu, a 9 flash, came to him in an instant. Swing the dagger quickly like a fruit ninja. The mage opened L in front of his companions. The hunters panicked. Can't beat singles, then come to the group. A warrior with a long sword leads the way. He picked up the knife and slashed the loneliness. Haven't had time to be surprised. Qing Xiaoyu had already flashed in front of him. 2. Call out. 3. The hunters panicked. Too fast. Can't hit him at all. My body can't move yet. This guy can still do M? This guy, compared to the dungeon boss, even more powerful, after a while. So I cleaned up all the small trash fish. The captain panicked. Just after a while, all his men are crazy. It turns out this guy has been hiding his strength. It seems that the dungeon boss belongs to him too. But he is a C-level adherent after all. Even if he meets a hunter of the same level, he will show no signs of weakness. He activates strengthening skills, plus a defense and shield. At this moment he is Benki, in the face of absolute defense. Any speed is useless in front of him. But what he doesn't know, Qing Xiaoyu, not just fast. The power is also terrifying, and he, always upgrading. The captain lying on the ground couldn't believe it. Defense that I am proud of. It was actually disintegrated by an E-class blow. As he didn't realize until the end. How terrifying is Qing Xiaoyu's power. It is even very possible that he is the author in people's mouth. There are also those here. I don't think I can beat them. Please ask Qing Xiaoyu to go around him. He will give Q. And all the mana stones and M crystals here belong to Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu looked at him indifferently. 3 times. You wanted to S me 3 times. Are you begging me for mercy now? The captain was so frightened that his eyes popped out. You thought you did this kind of thing. Can you still escape intact? Are you talking about what happened in the underground city? Will no one know? You guy, do you know who my brother is? The captain hasn't finished speaking yet. And this miserable life RZ. Accompanying the success of watching the last manhunts, the system prompts that delete D people has been completed. Get mission rewards. Restore status. Ability points plus 10. S gas. The greedy hunter has an S heart. The player system that inspired Qing Xiaoyu for survival. Qing Xiaoyu. The hunters were destroyed. The news quickly spread to the Hunters Association. A subordinate took the report to Section Chief Wu. The content states that there are 8 people in the C-level dungeon. Only D and E-class hunters survived. The section chief seemed indifferent, because it is common for hunters to escape in dungeons. The subordinate told him they didn't run away. Instead, he also eliminated the ultimate boss of the dungeon. That D-level fire hunter named Lu Chunhao has high equipment. It is also possible to solve the C-level boss. The key is that the first day is that this time the boss belongs to the giant spider type, not a threat to experienced teams. It's really strange that I killed 8 team members. It's really strange. Come and see me. There is something in my words. If you are the section chief, ask him to tell you directly. Don't beat around the bush. The subordinate told him. That E-class survivor. It's the hunter Sung Jin-Woo in the double dungeon incident. I heard this name. The section chief is a little strange. But before, Qing Xiaoyu was a scumbag when measuring his power. He felt there was no need to waste time on Qing Xiaoyu again. And when he heard that one of the perpetrators was Huang Dongshu's brother, he frowned. After all, Huang Dongshu is one of the few S-class hunters. Qing Xiaoyu returned home after coming out of the dungeon. Always a picky guy. He even bought fried chicken and beer to entertain himself. He picked up the beer and drank it. But the system-enabled passive solution A. Even the chance to get drunk is gone. This passive skill is Qing Xiaoyu. Rewards for waking up for the first time after becoming a player. Secret mission. The courage of the weak. Immune to all diseases B and D drugs. It's also because of him. Qing Xiaoyu's lost leg was restored. He suddenly remembered. D-gland before getting Kasaka. Reduce damage by 20%. But it will also reduce strength by 35 points. And Qing Xiaoyu's immune medicine just took effect. Think. He opened his D-gland and put it directly into his mouth, after a while, and successfully relieved the side effects caused by D-gland. At this time, the rich second generation called him. They met in a coffee shop. For the rich second generation who once worked together, Ching Xiaoyu still has a good impression of him. After they walked out of the dungeon, the rich second generation gave all the M crystals to Ching Xiaoyu and kept it a secret for him. Only then can he live a peaceful life. The rich second generation thinks Ching Xiaoyu is the perpetrator, SRM who takes pleasure in S people, but he wants to form a private 9-hit team. Before he finished speaking, Cheng interrupted and refused. He has no interest in playing hunter games with a rich young man. The rich second generation is anxious. Say to Cheng Xiaoyu, just team up with him 19 times. Cheng Xiaoyu will be given generous rewards. Cheng Xiaoyu warned him, dungeon is not a game. Hunters can not only S Warcraft, also can S people. I saw such a terrible scene last time. Even so, do you still want to form a 9-hit team? Have you not? Want to become a guild leader? The eyes of the rich second generation are full of determination. To join the guild leader, you need to form 20 groups, and he only needs to participate in the remaining 19 times. You can get the qualification by taking the written test again, and his desire to become the leader of the guild has something to do with his company. His father really wanted to establish, although the underground city is dangerous, but there are many hidden things. Magic crystals and mana stones are just some of them. The S body of Warcraft can also be used as a material. Therefore, everything in the dungeon is useful. Naturally, big companies also want to get involved, and the rich second generation who becomes the leader of the guild can form a team of professional hunters. His father wants to hire an S-class hunter as a leader. Let his brother be the deputy leader. Run your guild like a company. Although his brother is very capable, but he is not an awakener, so I can't take the position of leader. Friction between the chief and deputy chiefs. There will inevitably be friction. The rich second generation wants to convince his father by accumulating practical experience. For the rich second generation, Cheng Xiaoyu is the best candidate to form a team, just because he can take down a level boss and C-level hunter without any damage. The grade is at least B grade, or even higher, although it looks cold and heartless on the outside. But he saved him from Spider Boss and Huang Dongshi hunter. Form a group with a high-level hunter and successfully complete the group with an E-level hunter. The latter brings more benefits, and Cheng Xiaoyu wants to hide his strength while committing suicide, so he just needs a strike team. The rich second generation promised Jingyu the team. He will keep his hidden strength a secret for a lifetime. Besides, the rich second generation handed Cheng Xiaoyu a stack of documents. Jingyu picked up the document and took a look. This rich second generation is really generous. To recruit hunter teammates, he actually offered a sky-high price of 2Y. The condition is that Cheng Xiaoyu joins him for 19 C-level tours. Not long ago, Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't even afford a weapon to go to the dungeon. This sky-high price is tantamount to a huge sum of money for him, although he is a special case in the Second Awakening. Sooner or later, I will be able to upgrade to S level, or one upgrade higher than S level. When the time comes, the two will not be together at all. But the current two is still quite tempting to him. You can also defeat monsters and upgrade without any worries. No matter how you calculate it, it's a good deal. He made a condition to the rich second generation. Only 2 of them can enter. The rich second generation was trembling with fear. Even a C-level team is a bit difficult to fight in dungeons, and Cheng Xiaoyu actually planned to go there together. However, the guild stipulates that at least 10 team members are required to enter C-level teleportation. Just the 2 of them can't go. Cheng Xiaoyu suggested using Huang Dongshi's method. As long as you come and gather people, you can get paid. The rich second generation still thinks it's inappropriate. It's too dangerous to just rely on 2 people for 9 grams in a C-level dungeon. Cheng Xiaoyu sighed. It seems you still don't fully understand. In other words, as long as the 2 of us are fine, no one will get hurt. If you start by forming a 9-hit team, complete 19 team fights safely. This will help you prove your strength to your father. Hearing this, Fugong Daimao was suddenly enlightened. The 2 parties reached an agreement on this. Let the rich second generation recruit the remaining team members. Cheng Xiaoyu thought and ran, completely unaware that the daily tasks have been completed. More than 1 kilometer, and the motion system beyond will also record. This made Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly curious. He stretches his body and moves again. I found that after doubling the amount of exercise, the system value no longer increased. If that's the case, let's double the running time as well. Country M, City W. The matter of my brother getting pregnant in the dungeon. It reached the ears of S-class hunter Huang Dongshu. He angrily crushed the phone in his hand. On the first day of the year, he understood that incompetent brother. I will definitely not risk my life for the weak. What's more, those 2 people are not their team members. He must have been harmed by the trap set by those 2 people. He asked his assistant to help him free up his schedule. He wants to go back to the H Congress to meet with these 2 S people. The assistant told him that he still had a lot of work to do. It will take 2 months at the earliest before I have free time. He tore the information in his hand, showing a struggling face. North Hope 2 months later. These 2 guys haven't fucked yet. D-level hunter Lu Chenhao and E-level hunter Cheng Xiaoyu. After Cheng Xiaoyu doubled his daily tasks and completed, hidden tasks enabled, get 3 rewards. Only the 3rd reward can only be chosen from 2 options. In a dilemma, He chose the random box, obtained S-level items, the key to the evil domain. He came to the designated place to open the door. I took the key and inserted it in. The door to the S-level dungeon slowly opens. He walked in. It's a natural place. Fires are burning everywhere. He can predict that his survival rate here is almost zero, but he still wanted to come in and find out where his fighting power lies. In case of real life-threatening situations, just use the return stone to go back immediately. Just left not long ago. I met the first monster in the S-level dungeon. Still a red name, Hell's three-headed guard dog. Qing Xiaoyu looked solemn. This is the first time he has encountered a monster with a red name. If you are not careful, you may end up here. How scary is the S-level dungeon? There once was an island. After the big explosion occurred, the entire island has become a place unfit for human habitation. S-class portal. Even if S-class hunters form a team, they may not be able to succeed with the strength of the hunters that can now be mobilized. Even the G family cannot control the S-class teleportation port. They could not predict the danger of S-class Mmon and Qing Xiaoyu go to an S-class dungeon alone, because he really wants to know. This kind of body has an indestructible body, the power of one hit. Did his blow have any effect? Shabu shabu shabu. Qing Xiaoyu rushed forward and quickly waved his dagger, causing multiple injuries to the monster. Also activated one passive. Activate running skills. Activate murderous skills. One operation is as fierce as a tiger's. Not only did it not cause any harm, and succeeded in irritating it, the three-headed dog dragged its huge body and rushed towards Qing Xiaoyu quickly. Qing Xiaoyu quickly jumped on its head and stabbed its eyes with a dagger. The system prompts that the monster cannot feel pain. The monster opens its huge mouth, backhand to Qing Xiaoyu and bite him. The powerful impact knocked him into the wall, falling in ruins and struggling, and the physical strength shows a constant decrease. The system will pass through constant warnings. Help players try not to fall out in danger. If Qing Xiaoyu is the only player, if he is going to die, the system will probably have a hard time handling it, and Qing Xiaoyu simply took advantage of his plan. Since the system uses him, reward 1, he will devour the system. Recovery status. Use reward 1 recovery status. A burst of light blinded the dog's eyes. By the time it came to its senses, Qing Xiaoyu had already grabbed its fangs. Each one rotates 360 degrees. It directly twisted one of the dog's heads. Then he jumped up and quickly inserted the dagger into the heads of the other two dogs. He roared loudly. After a sudden brainless output, he successfully eliminated the guard dog, upgraded several levels in a row. Get the key to open the city gate, a piece of A-grade gear and a guard dog tooth. After passing this station, the city gate is. Qing Xiaoyu also knew the strength of S-level dungeons. Even a janitor made him so miserable. With his current strength, it would be free to enter. Just wait until he gets stronger. Only then are you qualified to open this door. Hunter J. Kaika building. An old man with a face full of vicissitudes of life. He heard that no matter what happens in the underground city, no one will know. So he found this young man. Throw 1,000 W cash on the table. H slightly he helped S alone. S it's not a big deal for young people to get rid of those bedbugs. But the only people who entered the dungeon together were those bedbugs. There may be other hunters around. So young people at the original price. 500 W added. In this world, if you can become a B-level hunter, you are considered an advanced hunter. Can receive invitations from many large guilds. But as a B-level hunter, he chose to hunt in Chaco. Earn a humble salary. That is because killing people is much more interesting to him than killing monsters. I don't know if it's intentional or accidental. We once went through life and death together, another team. Now we are gathered together again because of the call of the association. The reborn Qing Xiaoyu. The old Song dynasty who broke his arm came in handy. Gentle and timid and Ma Xiaoxi. Besides, Lao Wang, who lives his life and abandons the team. Seeing Qing Xiaoyu Xiaoxi burst into tears. Can't believe he actually survived from. Appearance has changed dramatically. Even the lost legs grew back. What happened in the meantime? Before Qing Yu could explain, a voice interrupted them. I saw a car in the distance. A few people wearing gloves came down. They laughed at Qing Xiaoyu's touching reunion without knowing it. At this time, a man with an aura appeared behind him and interrupted person F. He looked at this group of people with dumb eyes. The appearance of the man immediately made him restrained. The assistant in charge of this task is here, Niu Shan. He told Qing Xiaoyu and everyone. This operation will be organized together with the people. These were all hunters before. We can reduce the time by moving bricks in groups. The reason why we need your help is to go to the city. It's because the danger level of what the hunter is doing is too high. As a result, fewer and fewer people are engaged in the hunter profession. There's nothing we can do about it. And in order to monitor their activities, Tian Association, Chaco will be accompanied by a higher-ranking staff member, because all F people are C-level hunters. So the person in charge of monitoring this time is B-level hunter Jiang Haotian. Want to beat B-level hunters? Xiao Cheng and Xiaoyu's face became solemn. Jiang Haotian's appearance gave him an unknown premonition. He asked Xiaoxi to withdraw from this group C, and she finally met Qing Xiaoyu. Don't want to lose him again. Determined to accompany him in team fights. Lao Song stood aside like a 10W light bulb. Jiang Haotian helped them open their mobile phones. Come to Lao Song, reassure them. Indicates that he will treat Jay well, and asked who would be the captain this time. Lao Song was not discouraged because of his last failure. Resolutely carried the banner of captain, but he still turned around and asked Qing Xiaoyu for his opinion. Qing Xiaoyu agreed without hesitation. Lao Song gave him a 90-degree cum shot. He thanked Qing Xiaoyu for giving him this opportunity. After all, it was because of his wrong decision at that time. I am most responsible for the students of the 11 team members. Thanks to Qing Xiaoyu's quick wit, only the remaining 6 people survived. He turned around and asked Lao Wang with a look of disdain, "I'm the captain. Do you have any objection?" Lao Wang turned his head proudly. "As you like." In this way, the team formed 3 groups, a duo that abandons players at critical moments. The 3 of them were in a group with the viewer Jiang Haotian, Lao Song and Qing Xiaoyu Xiaoxi. They slowly walked into the mysterious dungeon. The gears of fate turn again. What's the situation? The association actually arranged for someone to form a team with the hunter. Look at the way they fight monsters. That's called an Area C. For a while, Lao Song couldn't tell which people were beasts. A goblin wants to attack Lao Song. He backhanded me with a flame, although he lost an arm, but it doesn't affect his explosive power at all. I still have time to complain about Lao Wang's unchanging swordsmanship. Lao Wang replied that he was afraid that his love of being the captain was still the same as before. What surprised Lao Song the most was Qing Xiaoyu. He changes from the inside out. He was confused before. Now I look like I'm at ease. Instead, it was Xiaoxi. Disappear day by day. Will be afraid of the green devil. It seems that she hasn't come out of the shadows yet, although it is regrettable. But if it continues like this, it will cast a shadow. She may not be able to continue being a hunter. After clearing the mobs at the entrance, they found that there were 3 paths. The supervisor suggested that the troops should be divided into 3 groups. Reduce the time spent fighting monsters. He takes F person to the right. If anyone else discovers the final boss room, just come and find him. And Qing Xiaoyu discovered. Jiang Haotian suddenly showed that weird smile, intensifying his ominous premonition. Qing Xiaoyu can feel it. The ultimate boss is just at the end of the road I'm on. As the green devil can no longer increase his experience points. You can only gain experience by dropping the ultimate boss S. But what Qing Xiaoyu cares more about is this unfathomable Jiang Haotian. Jiang Haotian stayed in a passage with 3 people. The monster inside was rinsed a few times, and then cleaned up by the prisoners. Look at the ugly green devil's body. He felt sick. There is no difference between humans and monsters. They are all bugs in the heart. He asked F person. Even if you are a child, you can do it, right? F people looked disgusted. I feel like his question is quite boring. Jiang Haotian continued to ask questions. From now on, you'll meet 100 kids here. The children are very hungry. I will keep you alive. Can you seduce them? This time they all answered in unison. Sure. Jiang Haotian's expression changed. Show 9 strange smile and say to people, out of the dungeon, I can tell the Hunters Association. You met 100 green devils here. Another channel. Lao Wang and the others also encountered the green devil. They hope nothing happens this time. Wait for Group C to end. They sincerely apologized to Qing Xiaoyu. The last time they escaped, they both lived in shame. Take this opportunity to say goodbye to him. Even if he doesn't accept the payment, does not matter. That's all. They move on. Found another hole. They went in. The next second, I was so scared that I was speechless. Jiang Haotian is performing secret sex on person F. In the dungeon. Being a hunter is a very popular job, but it's also a job full of dangers, because in the underground city, if you do anything illegal, it will not be known to the outside world. A hunter like Wu Haotian who enjoys S. I really like this dark dungeon. Just as he killed 3 people with his bare hands, but they were bumped into by Lao Wang who was passing by. He used his left hand to draw out the dagger hidden in his waist. Finished on the right hand. On another channel, Qing Xiaoyu and everyone heard the screams coming from the passage next to them. Qing Xiaoyu felt a strong sexual energy. They quickly ran towards the place where the sound came from. Just about to run out of the cave, Qing Xiaoyu was so excited, caught Jiang Haotian who suddenly attacked. Jiang Haotian is a little strange, actually saw through his actions. His hands trembled. He broke free and Qing Xiaoyu grabbed his hand. Looking at Qing Xiaoyu in disbelief, he was actually able to stop the surprise attack that he was so proud of. What a sharp guy. Jiang Haotian originally planned to get rid of the nanny first, but suddenly, Qing Xiaoyu ruined his plan. But it doesn't matter to him. Anyway, S will be in his hands in the end. Just like Lao Wang on the ground. Lao Wang who saw the silkworm taking a breath. Qing Xiaoyu hurriedly called Xiaoxi to treat him, but it's no use. Lao Wang has been injured too seriously. Why even Jesus can't save him? Qing Yu was very anxious. You have to live. Didn't you say that day that you wanted to live for your family? Persevere until the end. How can I hate you? But Lao Wang originally wanted to bow his head sincerely and say thank you. But now if he lowers his head, will die soon. He used his last bit of strength. Shout out the 3 words hidden in my heart. Sorry. Then he lowered his head, left this world. Qing Xiaoyu was stunned. This is what he has been waiting for a long time. I didn't expect to receive it under such circumstances. I'm so angry that I want to settle the score with Jiang Haotian. Lao Song stopped him, although Qing Xiaoyu has improved now. But I don't want him to take the risk either. The opponent is a B-level hunter. Even C-level skills may not be able to defeat him. Still dark S-shaped. The speed is also far higher than that of Lao Song, although he is a C-level magician. But actually what I'm better at is the sword. Even S-class hunters worship him as their master to learn swordsmanship. After practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, he awakened and became a mage. That was why he once asked the dungeon mage as a mage. So he picked up Lao Wang's sword and went dungeon. He walked towards Jiang Haotian. He even asked his wet nurse to add a buff to him. With B-level buff, he is full of strength. Jiang Haotian laughed at Lao Song. Just a mage, the magic that strengthens the body. It's a useless bonus skill for a magician, a now bonus skill for magicians. He is now known as Master Jin. He is an excellent swordsman. He manipulates people by nature, but he awakened and became a mage. Now in order to survive, he once again picked up the weapon in his hand. And Jiang Haotian didn't know Lao Song's swordsmanship. I even thought that Lao Song was doing a stiletto piercing, so he was light-hearted. Lao Song flicked away Jiang Haotian's sword. Just cut him in half. Jiang Haotian quickly dodged before being hit, even if it's just a moment. But Lao Song is about to catch up with that guy. But I just want to go faster. Maybe I can keep up with that guy's speed. Even Jiang Haotian had to accept it. It seems that he underestimated Lao Song's swordsmanship. It seems to be Wen Kuai's swordsmanship, but it's still inferior compared to a B-level dark assassin like him. I took the first drop times. Fortunately, Lao Song has a nanny to support him. It's such a pity that there is such a huge disparity in strength, even if there is a nanny to recover from behind. But he couldn't beat Jiang Haotian's continuous output. Lao Song, who was stabbed several times, screamed in pain. Xiaoxi hurriedly ran up. Lao Song waved her hand not to come over. Jiang Haotian thought he had given up treatment. Jiang Hao walked up to him and waved the medicine. Lao Song suddenly raised his eyes. The old man slapped the ground with his hand. Measure the spark in an instant. With a huge roar, huge sparks swept across Jiang Haotian. This is Lao Song's last resort. But Jiang Haotian still opened it. He raised his head expressionlessly. When he was about to stab him, he was blocked by a short sword. Qing Xiaoyu blocked 9 strikes from Jiang Haotian. Jiang Haotian's hand holding the head was shaking in anticipation. Jiang Haotian is shaking when he holds Jiang Tianuzzi. Ginger, it's you again. Who are you? What level is it? Qing Xiaoyu told him expressionlessly. I am Qing Xiaoyu, E-class hunter. Jiang Haotian naturally didn't believe it. If it were a powerful E-class, it might be possible to use such power. But look at Qing Jinyu's reaction speed to attack. Not a powerful type, and he blocked 2 of his attacks. Could it be that he is a dark type hunter like him? But which department is not the point. The point is that Qing Yu has been hiding his strength, and Qing Yu can't be a cheater. Cheaters are not stupid enough to save witnesses. There is only one answer. I heard that Qing Xiaoyu is an awakened person. Lao Song and Xiao Shi were stunned. Through their reactions, Jiang Haotian, I know that Qing Xiaoyu has only recently awakened. I knew Qing Xiao would wake up no matter what. As a hunter, Qing Xiaoyu still has too little experience. Qing Xiao and Jiang Hao are too few in the world, but he's an old man. Qing Xiaoyu looked angry. He asked Jiang Haotian why he would do such a thing. Jiang Haotian told him. A boss approached him. Let him help one person. That's why he accepted this secret commission. So he told Qing Xiaoyu's commission, as long as they can keep today's events a secret, spare their lives and protect them. Qing Xiaoyu naturally didn't believe it. Jiang Haotian's happy expression was beyond words when he said this. The deputy can't wait to fuck Qing Xiaoyu, and Qing Xiaoyu didn't believe this person from the beginning. And this is a rare assassin whose story is straight out of the box. They started fighting whenever they disagreed. The experienced Jiang Haotian is slightly faster. However, Xiao Yu has a nanny who is better than the 3 experienced ones. Added buff stepmother. They were fighting at about the same speed, and Jiang Haotian from Baida hit and threw a dagger. The self-mark is Xiaoxi who is filling in the N on the side. But Lao Song reluctantly appeared and blocked the attack. Taking advantage of Qing Xiaoyu's distraction, he quickly appeared next to Qing Zi. The speed caused multiple injuries to Qing Xiaoyu, but it didn't cause any big damage, but activated Qing Xiaoyu's system. This is a mature system. Whenever someone has a crush on Qing Xiaoyu, the system will start without authorization. Demand that those with S-minded intentions be eliminated. If not obeyed, the heart will stop beating, and Qing Xiaoyu was grateful for this broken setting for the first time. It's okay, there's an extra S on the cross, the reason for dropping Wu Haotian. Nothing happened, and the reason why he disappeared on the spot with a cry flashed in front of Wu Shoutian's eyes. This is the first time he has encountered an opponent with a special skill. Even the speed is still faster than him, so fast that he can't keep up. Got scratched by Qing Xiaoyu. It also has the effect of paralysis and loss of consciousness. But because his resistance is too high, the passive effect only stays on him for a while and then disappears. The breaking effect only lasts suddenly. Under the watchful eyes of Qing Xiaoyu, Wu Haotian's body gradually disappeared. Wu finally turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Completely disappeared from Qing Xiaoyu's sight, but can still hit Qing Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Qing Xiaoyu's perception is relatively strong. Even if you can't see it, you can feel it. This is Wu Haotian's invisibility skill. You can erase your appearance, voice, and smell. Only a very small number of dark hunters have this rare skill, and no one has ever known that Wu Haotian has this skill, because everyone who has seen this skill is convinced that it can. A sound of rinsing. Wu Haotian rode towards Qing Xiaoyu. I cut off all my hamstrings, and the nanny is too far away from Qing Xiaoyu. She wants to run over. She was so scared that she stayed where she was and didn't dare to move. Ding Haotian showed a pleasant smile. Wu Wei is sure of victory. Qing Xiaoyu has no self-medication. Wu Haotian was dumbfounded. I thought Qing Xiaoyu was a dark S hunter like myself, but can use healing magic. Are there really hunters with healing skills? Or is it just a bluff? He continued to hang around Qing Yu, waiting for opportunities. He moves when he thinks the right moment has arisen. As if anticipating his movements, Qing Xiaoyu slashed at him with his dagger. If we take one step forward, he had his neck knocked off by him. It seems that Qing Xiaoyu can indeed feel his breath. Not only was he not afraid, even extremely excited. Getting rid of bed bugs will make him feel happy, and losing strong people can make him feel excited. He decided to go all out to meet Z. He used his palm as fast as he could to meet Z. Take the strongest internal measure. Finally, Qing Xiaoyu, like a prophet, know his ji well. And Wu Haotian also understood, although chemically invisible. But I can hide my anger. Once his anger is exposed, Qing Xiaoyu will soon notice it. It must be faster than Qing Yu, only by breaking this balance. When Mei Haotian is approaching, when Qing Yu's eyes were still, use skills. In an instant, Wu Haotian's whole body froze. It's like something is grabbing at your feet. He raised his head, stunned with fright. Those giant eyes in the dark, looking straight at him. His body twitched unbearably. Qing Yu's dagger has penetrated into his body. If Jin-Woo loses, he will get S's body. That's the rule. That's the way it should be. But he still wanted to know before S. Who is Qing Xiaoyu? He has never seen, can use healing magic, even the community of debuff magic. Qing Xiaoyu told him expressionlessly, if I tell you, every time I fight, I will become stronger. Wu Haotian saw Qing Xiaoyu's shadow. Qing became a good eldest son, so long that it blends into the darkness behind it. Fly, and he will become one, as powerful as that darkness. Just a few days ago, he can't even defeat an E-level monster, and now, he is a B-level professional S player. Every fight makes him stronger. Whenever you become stronger, something inside him is also collapsing little by little. Xiaoxi and Lao Kai were rescued again because of Qing Xiao. Lao Song suggested to go outside directly. Report this matter to the association, but Qing Xiaoyu said to close the entrance to the dungeon first. He wants to take down the final boss Guan Gong alone. Old Song Gang has already seen Qing Xiaoyu's strength. The ultimate boss is more than enough for him. He said nothing more. Take Xiaoxi out first and contact people from the association. Qing Xiaoyu pulled out the dagger on Wu Haotian. A blue light flashed on his chest. System notification. Get the invisibility stone. Just break this stone. Absorb skills. This is a huge treasure for Qing Xiaoyu. He walked towards F person's naked body. Say to one of them, I know you are still alive. Come on. This person got up and stood up. Wu Haotian didn't have a single move to kill him. Wu Hao can break his throat and jui him. Even if he screams, he won't be able to scream. I can only go away slowly in pain. Qing Xiaoyu pulled him up. He thought Qing Xiaoyu wanted to save him, but I found that he was not pulling towards the door. Instead, pull it towards the final boss. The moment I opened the door, my eyes were full of fear. Open the large green devil fear, and a bunch of little green goblins looking straight at him. Qing Xiaoyu leaned on the door and said to him expressionlessly, Can you still think of those who have been hurt by you? Can you still claim that you are more rubbish than Wu Haotian? How could I possibly take someone like you out? F. The person suddenly trembled all over and went out. The green devil looks at F man showing his saliva. They swarm up and bite people. Qing Xiaoyu successfully solved the dungeon's owner Big 9 Green Devil. Cheng Xiao, Song Jigui and Xiao Shi, who left the dungeon first, recorded the devil. Informed Jay Chaiko's staff about the situation inside. Employees who will realize that a major accident has occurred immediately reported the matter to the superior. The superiors who received the report quickly rushed over. Coincidentally, the person responsible for handling this incident happened to be the chief of Section 1. Coincidentally, there was something in the department in charge that puzzled him. It was Section Chief Kaiko. Then there will definitely be traces of body left at that scene. But they closed the dungeon door. That means they must be trying to hide something. That means he rushed to the scene. What? I saw Qing Xiaoyu. The change in appearance made the section chief almost unrecognizable. And Qing Xiaoyu also remembers this person. He is the person from J. Kaiko. I didn't notice it when I experienced it. No, this is very harmful. The kind of power that radiates from your body. It also exudes A-level power. With Qing Xiaoyu's current strength, he is no match for him. He apologized to Qing Xiaoyu and the others for the employee's misfortune. At the same time, he asked them straight to the point. Who did it? B-level hunter Wu Haotian. Qing Xiaoyu felt that the second awakening could no longer be concealed. But I have to give up the agreement with Dai. But what he wants is already real, because of low-level hunting ability. But Lao Song stood up. He said he fucked Wu Haotian. The section chief was very disbelieving. How does Jian level SSB level hunter? Lao Song pointed at Xiaoxi behind him and said, I have a grade B wet nurse. The section chief was dubious. If you had good support, it is indeed possible to beat Wu Haotian. But that guy can't figure it out even himself. But sooner or later the truth will come to light if we investigate this kind of thing. He asked Lao Song to go back and help them complete the investigation report. Before leaving, Qing Xiaoyu called to Lao Song. I wonder why he helped him hide. Lao Song gave him a smile. Just think of it as returning a favor to you. The section chief said to Qing Xiaoyu. I don't think you, as an E-level hunter, can defeat B-level hunter Wu Haotian. Because I don't think there is any need to doubt whether you are a second awakener. I think Wu, but I still have to remind you equals includes those who have awakened for the second time. But I'll be careful with you. to live longer. Qing Xiaoyu didn't understand what he meant. The section chief told him, the last attack on Huang Dongshu. The only ones left alive are you and a D-class hunter. Hunter Huang Dongshu might have fallen in love with you. It's not important that Huang Dong's truth is like a child. What matters is that you survived. Even the law cannot restrain and sanction S-class hunters. Their existence is both a miracle and a difficulty. You'd better be careful. It's also difficult. Maybe that monster that even monsters are afraid of, already obsessed with you, in the dungeon. What kind of terrifying existence is an S-class hunter? Even the law cannot restrain and sanction. Theirs is also a miracle. Qing Xiaoyu was forced to kill sea-level hunter Huang Dongshu. The news was spread to the ears of Huang Dongshu, the hunter in episode S of Country M, Zun. Angry, he plans to return to the National Assembly in 2 months to have a meeting with SS brother's hand. Angry, he hit him. After coming out of the sea-level dungeon, his brother's hand. Xiaoxi asked Qing Xiaoyu out. She lamented that Qing Xiaoyu had changed a lot, but she hasn't changed at all. Come alive from that god. She tried to overcome this fear of membranes. She is a B-class. The group activities that should be participated in A-level activities are at least C-level. It should have been 1, but she chose D and E-level groups Z-C level. It is precisely because of this that she can often meet Qing Xiaoyu, give him treatment, and think you are the one. I remember when I first met Qing Xiaoyu. He keeps getting hurt. She's even a little annoyed. I think he is an idiot, but Cheng Zi can survive every time. One those eyes full of life. It seems to be saying that we must survive to say bad things. It's like I'm alive now. She can no longer follow Qing Xiaoyu's eye. God, she is so red that she can't take out the magic crystal. This was the agreement they made under the critical situation at that time. Now the agreement is fulfilled. The rest can be returned to the parties involved. And Xiaoxi, planning to start retiring, go back to my hometown. She also asked Qing Xiaoyu to go to her place to play in the future. Just treat him to sashimi. Qing Shangyu accepted the magic crystal. I also made a promise with her again. Yi Xiaoxi smiled at him and made up her mind. Then he waved goodbye to Qing Xiaoyu. Looking at Xiaoxi's leaving figure, Qing Xiaoyu clenched the magic crystal in his hand. He has a reason to be stronger. We must hurry up before the S-class hunter and I arrive. Become stronger than him. Meet as planned. He and the rich second generation came to the entrance of the sea-level dungeon. There were many various team members recruited by the rich second generation standing at the scene. Patient, drunkard. There are children, although they all have hunter qualification certificates. But because of personal reasons, no one can work as a hunter. But it doesn't matter. Qing Xiaoyu just asked them to stay outside. The rich second generation told them, because Law F stipulates that a sea-level portal requires at least 10 hunters to enter. Because of the F law, we asked everyone to come over and count the pass before they could enter. And just wait outside for him to finish the dungeon. Everyone can get a reward of 30,000 blocks. The condition is that what you see and hear here cannot be leaked. Otherwise, you will have to pay 10 times the penalty. What makes Qing Xiaoyu puzzled is that the second generation of rich people wrap themselves up tightly. He specially spent a lot of money to hire craftsmen from countrywide to make a complete set of reinforced K-armor. He specifically pointed out that Qing Xiaoyu just used his fingers to gently poke Hua Kei's armor. Qing Xiao fell to pieces and ate shit. Don't talk about going to fight monsters. Can't even move. At the request of Qing Xiaoyu, he took off his armor. Only a helmet remains. The team members immediately started talking about it. These 2 people don't look very powerful. Just 2 people go to sea-level dungeons. What should I do if I'm in 1S? But it's none of our business. No matter what, I can guarantee that I will do it. And one of them knew Qing Xiaoyu. After all, the weakest weapon on the Earth's surface is not covered. The drunkard sighs. So young and frivolous. The whims of young people can harm a group of people. After a while, the rich second generation ran out in a panic. I wish I could escape. I'm so lucky. I'm lucky to be able to escape and be discovered by someone. The portal is slowly closing. It is said that they are not an escape group. Instead, S dropped the ultimate boss, and they have to continue to the next dungeon. Today we have to explore a total of dungeons. His teammates widened their eyes in disbelief. I just finished playing a sea-level dungeon. Want to form a group again? Are these 2 guys so physically strong? Who are they? A subordinate is reporting to the section chief. Someone spent 150 W to buy the license for Raider's sea-level teleportation. And every time a sea-level teleport appears recently, it will be bought immediately. In the end, all the hunters in their guild had no group to form and go up. Originally you could buy it for about 40 W. They have mentioned 150 W. Section Chief Ma. The section chief is Lu Jianhao. A student from a construction group uses the companies. Even if it's just interest, it's a bit too much. There is also Qing Xiaoyu. He was so smart that he immediately remembered the double dungeon incident that happened 2 or 3 months ago. And one of the survivors is Qing Xiaoyu. Then this matter is a bit interesting. He hurriedly stood up and shouted to everyone in the office. Stop some work. Check the information of these 2 people for me immediately. Accidents occasionally occur in the dungeon. You are lucky if you survive an accident. He survived 3 accidents in a row. The first time was a double dungeon event. The second time was the Huang Dong-suk 9 attack incident. The third time is the recent Association Ikaika Hunter secret dollar incident. Cheng Yu and the rich second generation met in the first incident. The most noteworthy thing about the rich second generation is Lu Qingjian. One, I heard that Chairman Huang is planning to establish a guild morning construction, looking for capable hunters looking for. This can explain the current behavior of the rich second generation, Li, and he is recruiting capable hunters for. E-level hunter Qing Xiaoyu quickly plundered the sea-level portal. A series of events. That means Qing Xiaoyu is very capable of being a second awakener. This is the only way to explain why he can be silent. Only one accident survived safely, although the first incident recorded was a sea-level mage. Team up with B-level nannies to shoot B-level dark hunter coins. But even the smartest people know that. There are too many doubts about this matter. The Dark S system may not be as strong as other systems in defeating monsters. The Dark S system is the most dominant, and as a hunter price common sense. Before doing anything you must first have common sense about wet nurses. Even a fool knows this. To put it bluntly, this decision is, as a C-level hunter, Lao Song has no chance of winning. At that time, there were only C-level hunters and B-level grandmothers living there. There is only E-level hunter Qing Jin-Woo. All doubts point to him. Second awakenings are extremely rare people. The first one to get the information is definitely the breaking news. For this reason, the section chief couldn't wait to find this new person. For this reason, the section chief forced this newcomer to the sea-level dungeon. Several monsters are trembling, because the D person in front of me will be invisible, disappear in front of them in an instant. And when Qing Xiaoyu appeared again, it's the monster's death. The rich second generation is digging cave from the sidelines. It feels like Qing Xiaoyu hides a lot of secrets that he doesn't know about. It feels like I can feel him getting stronger every time. Product seems to be passed by hitting S monster. Qing Xiaoyu has improved a lot. There are many more interesting skills. Especially where did you get the stealth skills from Jiang Haotian? Although I dislike it a bit. But this skill, so fragrant, better than its skill effects. The only flaw is that the power connection duration is too short. This potion will be replenished by 500 but consumes MP too quickly. Yuan Jia doesn't intend to increase his intelligence. Seeds must also be added to increase MP value. He also gets a vital hit skill value. He also gets to activate the skill damage skill. You can quickly find the weaknesses of monsters. You can quickly use the fewest tricks. You can kill the monster. At this time the system prompts, reach the specified level. Job transfer task has been achieved. Cheng Beiyu was a little surprised. There is such a thing. The section chief who rushed to the scene. The scene before him left him puzzled. Only in front of the teleportation port. Yellow lines are drawn around. The hunters were having a leisurely picnic. The hunters just wanted to go in and had a picnic. A younger hunter lived with them. The section chief told the child to go somewhere else. The section chief told me to go to a fake place. It's easy to know how to have a baby by phone. They are all members of the battalion team. The only people who entered the first level Diba city were Qing Xiaozi and the rich second generation. And the C-level section chief showed a pleasant smile. The rich second generation too. Pretty much what he judged. Qing Xiaoyu is indeed the rare chosen one. At this time, Qing Xiaoyu happened to be the son of 9 people who had completed the dungeon raid. Came out of the teleportation port. He asked the rich second generation what the itinerary of the group C would be tomorrow. He asked Fu Er what he wanted to do. Need to free up time. Fu has already made an appointment with you. If there is an emergency, just cancel. Once you make a reservation, if you don't go into the teleportation port within 2 days, it will disappear. Qing Xiaoyu feels that canceling is a waste of money and will also disappear. Let the rich second generation keep it first. The section chief came up. Say hello to Qing Xiaoyu. White Tiger Guild, one of the top guilds in the country. Cheng Xiaoyu was invited to the White Tiger Guild building. The section chief gets straight to the point. Offered to hire Qing Xiaoyu by doubling Lu Qingjian's commission. L asked and said that if he felt it was not enough, he could add Qing Xiaofeng. The section chief feels that the victory is within his grasp. After all, this condition is enough to prove. Qing Xiaoyu, who was E-class 2 months ago, was flattered, and the price mentioned by Qing Xiaoyu. It makes the section chiefs who have seen the world break out in cold sweat. The section chief of the White Tiger Guild wants to poach Qing Xiaoyu at twice the price. The section chief of the White Tiger Guild didn't know how to poach Qing Xiaoyu. Even if the whole Zihu building is sold, it's not enough to hire Qing Yujuan, because the rich second generation offered him a sky-high price of 2. The section chief was not calm when he heard the price. Hear how powerful he is. Only then would Lu Qin Construction be allowed to offer such a price. Confirmation or without re-accepting the grade assessment, or even without looking at the section chief's suspicions. Qing Xiaoyu told the section chief that if he was too lenient, he was bluffing. You can confirm it for him now. Saying that, he took out his mobile phone. The section chief hurriedly called. He was sweating profusely. Doesn't seem like a bluff. Such a large amount is beyond his authority. I need to discuss it with the guild's senior management. I can't make a decision even if I see the section chief. Cheng Xiaoyu stood up and prepared to leave. Why does the section chief know his hidden identity? It seems like someone is secretly investigating him behind his back. See him disappear in an instant. He lowered his head for just a second, and it was also on the section chief's face. Suddenly a scar appeared. Fresh X flows from cheeks. The section chief suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He finally understood. Second awakening plus invisibility ability. It is indeed worth the amazing conditions offered by Lu Qin Construction. I didn't mean to tease you behind your back. It's because the sea-level dungeons in the guild area were looted too quickly. It's because the public was forced to investigate too quickly due to the need for guild operations. And you survived 3 major S stories. And you are in San. although there is no evidence, but I'm sure it was through the second awakening that he reached the level of an advanced hunter and was able to escape safely. And Lu Qing gave his father the strength to recruit people in the guild. Only then will I hire you as I am now. That's why I want to hire you so much. Everything makes sense. That's why I came to you. Qing Xiaoyu asked the section chief, who else knows about him besides him. In addition to his interests, the section chief told Qing Xiaoyu that previously only he and one of his subordinates knew. Only then did Qing Xiaoyu know. It seems that I and multiple portals. It seems that this is why I attracted attention to the Ridgeo teleportation port. So Tashvi, Ko, I don't want anyone to know about me anymore. If I hear rumors about me, if that's definitely your responsibility, it's rumored. According to regulations, the section chief should report to the president of the guild. According to the regulations, but he doesn't want to. He promised Qing Xiao that he would just thank you. We'll help him keep this secret. Qing Xiaoyu randomly teleported and appeared on the chair. Looks like we keep raiding sea-level dungeons. I saw Li Qing of the Tiger Club. The impact is only very unfortunate. We have no plans to stop anytime soon. This will cause trouble in the short term. Stop. We don't have any portals where we can train new hunters. We teach that we can't let them go to the advanced portal. Qing Xiaoyu calmly made suggestions again. You can make a deal with me. What deal? I can resell you the inch raid license for 3 Class C portals. I can resell you a limited license. There is no such shop after passing this village. The section chief knew that Qing Xiaoyu was making fun of him. But it's not just this place that has a sea-level teleportation port. The guild can also let newcomers go to other places for training. But that might cause friction with other major guilds. After weighing the pros and cons, he took the deal. Asked Qing Xiaoyu for a price. Qing Xiaoyu blurted out, 200 W each. Even if the sea-level teleportation port can raise mana stones and magic crystals. Even if it's sea-level, it's worth 1.2 million at most. Stone and magic crystal. 200 W. He simply lost a lot of money. He asked Qing Xiaoyu to take a step back. Smile happily. 3 sea-level transmission ports total 360 W. Make a deal. It was so easy to compromise and choose the section chief. I was dumbfounded. Qing Xiao asked the section chief to open his mouth. The section chief was shocked to see that the wound was healing quickly. Then Qing Xiaoyu turned and left. The subordinates ran over in panic. Asked the section chief what's going on. The section chief still looked shocked. He said to his subordinates, "It seems we met someone more powerful than we imagined." The rich second generation called. Tell Qing Xiaoshu that he received a 360 W transfer from Shujing. He was surprised to which big rabbit Qing Xiaoyu sold to. He was very surprised. 2. He was taken advantage of by the management office. The section chief is completely stupid. His subordinates told him that there are many sea-level portals in the company area, and the price is about 6 W yuan. Specially delivered to the door. The rich second generation didn't make a reservation at any place. The section chief suddenly realized, this time, I lost my wife and lost my wife again. Not only did they not find Qing Xiaoyu, must be very angry. Isn't Qing Xiaoyu afraid that the fish net will be broken if he does this? He received a text message from an unknown number. He received a text message with a lifetime facial code. I am Qing Xiaoyu. You're investigating me behind my back. You've now wiped the slate clean. The section chief was taught a lesson by this young man. Although I didn't win him over this time, I even gave him a thumbs up, but I still got his number. It's nothing to the White Tiger Guild. Yes, although I will be covered by the president. Qing Xiaoyu found a hidden place. Qing Xiao cut off Ban's wrist. This is the reason why I asked for leave from the rich second generation this time. This time, Xiang Fu opens the door to career change. The land is for work. Qing Xiaoyu is looking forward to it. What kind of monsters could exist here? Now this game, it's finally about to officially begin. Everyone has played job switching in games, but have you ever seen a really big version of job transfer? I believe everyone who has played dungeons knows this. I believe you will know it when you reach the specified level. The system will prompt you to perform job transfer tasks. The system is just a full-time task for our men. It will also usher in his job change. Just entered the portal position. He saw a knight holding a long sword running toward him. Go straight to Qing Xiaoyu. Li Pala caused many blows to. Yuli did not cause any damage. Fortunately, this guy didn't suffer too much. It's only because the armor is too thick that it's bad. You can't hurt him with D. Not powerful enough. The only thing you can use is your defense power. It's waving a lot. Looks full of loopholes. How to deal with such invulnerable people? Qing Xiuzi has already met him D times before he became a child. Twist his head, only to realize that this monster only has armor. It's empty inside. This place is just like an ordinary dungeon. You must solve the final boss before you can get out. The difference is that no recovery water can be used here. This is very embarrassing. Qing Xiaoyu's invisibility is easier to use. It takes a lot of force to hit the vital points. Unknown level. Cannot restore status. It seems that this job transfer task is not to be taken lightly. Today's daily tasks have not been completed yet. I thought the job transfer mission would be over soon. I thought it would be over if I left the car until night. It's hard to say what's happening now. If you pass 12 o'clock like last time, you will have to accept the system's punishment. You must quickly complete the job transfer task and leave this place. Qing Pian punched over, knocked down several in an instant. Then he jumped up. Make a splash. Take away a knight RT. The remaining one is strangled with his hands. The remaining month is squeezed hard and strangled. Perfectly eliminate D people nearby. From knight's body. Dropped a lot of nice items. Qing Xiaoyu picked up the breastplate equipment of a senior knight and put it on. Qing Xiao and the breastplate were put on in sequence on his body. He held up the purse again and looked at the 3W gold coins. I picked up the money bag that I was just about to open and take a look at. Suddenly he became excited. Pick up the short knife and stab it behind you, revealing a knight who wants to stealth and attack. Not enough time to surprise. A ball of fire hit Qing Xiaoyu from behind. He turned around and looked. A magician holding a scepter is sizzling in his hand. Qing Xiaoyu is no stranger to these two skills. They are all skills possessed by those hunters in 2 accidents. It all feels like reliving the previous art fights. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly felt that this dungeon was more difficult than imagined. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly found that there are many types of monsters and they seem to be even more difficult. Each monster corresponds to an attribute. Knight is strength. Assassin is feeling. The magician is physical. The attributes of my body are relatively low. It will be more difficult to deal with monsters. Qing Xiaoyu's lowest attribute is intelligence. But now we can only try to save mana. Only when you go to the final boss can you fight. And now there is another troublesome thing. Watch the passage of time. The fatigue value is gradually increasing. Qing Xiaoyu must end the fight quickly. The longer it takes, the worse it will be for him. He was sitting and an arrow suddenly shot towards him. Fortunately, Qing Xiaoyu caught it quickly with his quick eyes and hands. Don't give him any time to rest at all. After a brief spanking, he once again eliminated nearby mobs. And this time luckily he got the kettle. 1 bite. His tired body was relieved by hitting countless mobs. Also obtained practical equipment for raising young children. But even if he improves a lot, but I still can't feel the level. The strength of the guy behind the door. He gently pushed open the door to the ultimate boss's room. He let out a slight chill from inside the door. Make Qing Xiaoyu shudder. The torch will burn spontaneously if it is not lit. The entire hall was illuminated by torches. A solemn chair was placed at the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, he found Yan's chair. Then the eyes appeared. Ear. All the senses. Everybody remembers this feeling. The same feeling as in the double dungeon. Just like the breathtaking atmosphere here, slowly blooming from the body of this bright red armored knight. How strong is the new boss? The pressure coming from the light. It's already chilling. And its name, Xianghong with his shadow. The aldehyde with a red name means that the strength is far superior to Qing Xiaoyu. And programmer, you must ride on the one who keeps the throne. And Qing Xiao is the knight qualified to sit on that chair. It rushed over with a long golden D. It strokes forward. Suddenly the world collapsed behind me. They are not on the same level as those bastards. This guy's one stab is terrifying. Qing Xiaoyu gave it a hard blow with his short eye. Sure enough, it can't be exposed. And the Red Knight continues to wield his golden sword. The Red Knight slammed Qing Yu's golden sword. Suddenly the sky was filled with smoke. From the smoke came a golden flash. A long sword emerged from a string of smoke. If Qing Xiaoyu hadn't reacted quickly, it was exposed directly. Qing Xiaoyu Tan was breathing heavily on the ground. This guy is literally a hexagonal zigzag. Speed, fire and defense are all against thieves. Knows that a dagger is of no use to it. Qing Xiaoyu simply put it away. This kind of monster can only be defeated with brute force. Watch Qing Xiaoyu put away the device. The Red Knight thrust his sword into the ground. Red, take off your cloak. Throw it on the ground. Take out the dagger behind you, also thrown on the ground. Loosen your hand bones. Like Qing Jin-Woo, only his hands are left. Qing looked at Qing Xiaoyu's hands. I can't believe this guy is so chivalrous. I can't tell. It seems I've been underestimated. Chivalry. The light Red Knight ran towards him quickly. Qing Jin-Woo rushed over before he could react. He was already choked by Red Knight 9. Just grab the hat and hold it around your neck. Fell forward violently. The powerful impact dented the wall. Not buffered yet. The Red Knight swung his fist and punched him. Red cavalry feels good. Come back and punch it again. Suddenly there was a loud sound. Qing Xiaoyu escaped from being beaten. Qing felt pain all over his body, although wearing full body armor. Or did he lose 500 points of stamina? It's better to ask for it. If you don't have any armor, what should you do? The consequences could be disastrous. This guy. It's still so powerful without using W. How to defeat such a guy? As long as it's fast enough, the Red Knight can't catch him. Red Rider after a sprint, Qing Xiaoyu appears in front of the Red Knight. Qing Xiaoyu never expected that in front of him. The Red Knight saw through Qing Jinyu's actions. It stretched out its elbow and hit Qing Xiaoyu hard on the head. Qing Xiaoyu hurriedly blocked it with his hand. Bounced by Red Knight. He stretched out his steel hand to hammer Qing Xiaoyu again. The two people transformed into the sound of G. Fight each other with fists at extremely fast speeds. Only, people make mistakes. The machine won't. In Qing Xiaoyu's case, the error was only 0.01 seconds, 1 second after being seized by the Red Knight. With a snap, Qing Xiaoyu rolled on the spot. Fortunately, when his physical strength drops below 30%, when the passive skill is triggered, the damage received is reduced by 50%. Qing Xiaoyu immediately regained some confidence. Kicked Xian Qijin in the face, but untouchable. Its eyes flashed. Reach out and grab Qing Jinyu's feet. Stretch out your other hand and pump your fist. Hit Qing Xiaoyu with a bang. Hit the wall. Fell down. Just falls on the main seat. Is this the strength of a job-changing boss? So scary. Even without a W device. Speed. The power is also far superior to Qing Xiaoyu. Ching Xiaoyu was punched hard. Wolf fell to the wall, just sitting down on the king's chair. The red knight came to him. Extend your palm. The sword stuck in the ground is summoned. It flew into its hand. It caught the sword. Straight Ching Jin-Woo neck P. Ching Xiaoyu directly took the sword with his bare hands. Right hand sizzles. Summons his dagger. Fiercely towards the knight's eyes. And this move can cause damage to Honkyu. It looks up to the sky and roars. Ching Xiaoyu takes advantage of the victory to pursue, rushing towards his body and hugging him. Push it against the wall behind you. The knight drew his dagger from his eyes. White light shines from its eyes, and Ching Xiaoyu recalled the dagger in the red knight's hand, and then call it out again. Stab the red knight in the chin, but not deep enough. He activates the skill. Hit the vital point. Roar. He pushed in with all his strength until the red knight's white light disappears. Eyes gone. Sitting on the ground with a plop. Ching Xiaoyu gasped for air. Finally hit it. This guy is no less powerful than an A-level hunter. On ability, technology, reading experience, nothing can compare to Ching Xiaoyu. Defeating it was just a matter of luck, and the power of the protagonist in him. After each hit monster, the most exciting thing is to get the trophies, the items dropped by the boss. Picking up makes people excited easily. Red Knight drops 4 items. Good every time. The most basic Q bag has doubled. There is also 150W, directly double Ching Xiaoyu's deposit into gold coins. What's rare is that there is also S-level equipment. Red Knight helmet. This is the first S-level equipment Ching Xiaoyu has obtained. The increase in ability value is not at the same level as the previous equipment. There is also a rune stone with unknown skills. The witness was puzzled by this. Obviously the S-boss has been defeated. Why would you give me a return stone? Isn't the mission over yet? What appeared before my eyes was a strange color. Wrap around the portal to see multiple purple lightning bolts. Surrounded by more than one portal. More and more strange portals appear. Pop-up window pops up. Job transfer mission starts now. What? I thought it would be over if I hit S and boss. It turns out it's just the beginning. The system prompts unlimited. How long does the player last? You can accumulate as many likes as you need to change jobs. Good luck. Timing begins. Many steel knights walked out of the portal. After a while, the entire temple is already filled with D people. How difficult is this job transfer task? I thought that the final boss would be over. I didn't expect that it just started. Ching Xiaoyu has to survive among the D people on the street. Ching Xiaoyu has to survive the longer he persists. You can accumulate more points needed to change jobs. Ching Xiaoyu only has 390 mana points left. Using the stealth skill will consume 200 points. In addition, staying in the country for 1 second will consume 1 point and 1 mana. In other words, he can survive for 3 more minutes. The Iron Knight looked affectionate at Ching Xiaoyu, who suddenly disappeared. Iron Knight looks affectionate towards Che Dong and Zhang Shi, but it's not that good. There is also a mage present in the venue. The mage reaches out to double cast skills. Exploring Eye. From its head, a giant eye of light appears. The invisible Ching Xiaoyu also exposed his position. Seeing Ching Xiaoyu appear again, the cavalry also reacted quickly. They wielded weapons and slashed at Ching Xiaoyu, and Ching Xiaoyu quickly flashed behind it, and Ching Xiaoyu quickly grabbed Jia and inserted it behind her, so fierce that he threw himself towards the sky. The nearby cavalrymen heard the sound and overtook them. Ching Xiaoyu turned around and glared. Come here. Turn on the gas. The entire body of the cavalryman froze in an instant, and he can only use this skill once. At this time, he needs a few more S. The knights are as happy as moths to the flame. The speed at which they are destroyed is far less than the speed at which they come out of the teleportation port. The luck of destroying them is very fast. Cheng Jinyu is outnumbered. The speed of everyone's speech comes out. Soon I got a knife. Less than 1/3 of the number X is left. If you continue like this, you will be hanging here soon. Now it seems that the only way to get there is by returning to the stone. Using it means giving up the task. J. He turned around and looked. Only 5 minutes have passed, although I don't care. But he has no chance of winning if he stays here. But he just wanted to go out. Being hit in the face by a cavalryman with a hammer, I was thrown to the ground and got a blow from him. The return stone is also gone. The iron cavalry is approaching and flying step by step. Ching Xiaoyu suddenly exploded. Ching struggled to stand up. His eyes were full of determination. But it can't end like this. It's not easy to get through it now, even if I have the last drop of anger left. Gotta squeeze it dry too. He used Yujia and continued to hit. Look at the iron cavalry. But in the end, we were outnumbered. The final knight seized the opportunity. Being hit hard by him, the hammer hit him, and he was thrown heavily to the ground by it. He once again felt that God was approaching him step by step. In his memory, he also saw his own figure. It's too early to give up now. You haven't become stronger yet. You haven't protected your family yet. Just when the knight was waving his weapon to see that it was about to be cut down, time stopped suddenly. It seems exactly the same as then. If luck is a kind of strength, then Ching Jinyu is the one with incredible luck. People who burst out in critical moments. 1-bedroom system daily tasks pop-up 001. Warn him for failing to complete the task on time. About to be punished. Is there any time for the kiss? 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 8 seconds, seconds. Notify. Move to penalty area. Iron cavalry to the point of facial expression. This is breaking Chi-Chi's loneliness. He's here again. This scorching sun is in the sky. Hot dog desert. There is a kind of luck called the power of horns. Yes, whenever it's fast, something can always happen to save your life. And Qing Xiaoyu, he is also the protagonist. Same scene, different luck. Because the daily task timed out, he was forced to teleport to the punishment area. He was left with less than enough physical strength to reach the punishment area. Fatigue is also higher than ever. Boda opens the item shop. Hi, I bought the most expensive water. Clear away all fatigue. But the physical strength has not recovered. In case of serious injury, even water cannot save you. We can only wait for it to recover naturally on its own. Fortunately, you can restore your physical strength by upgrading in the punishment area. Although Qing Xiaoyu only has a little physical strength left, but after clearing away his fatigue, he was in better shape than ever. I just don't know if the Warcraft here can be upgraded enough. I just don't know if the Yanshashasha beast is enough to upgrade. Multiple entertainment sperms were strung out from the ground. They looked at the huge mouth of the abyss rushing toward Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu doesn't have to do the same thing as last time and can only watch and run. He jumped up and jumped on Yusong's head. Use your dagger to cut into its head. Punishment mission timer starts. These are the monsters of dreams. At this moment, in Qing Xiaoyu, this is Rinquan's business. At this moment, Fuqing was punching after a fight. He shot all the cockroaches. His attack streak increased several levels. Physical strength and mana are also restored to full status. At this time, there are still 3 minutes and 19 seconds left in the penalty time. Just give me some time to prepare. Kasaka's teeth alone cannot penetrate the cavalry's defense. Just rely on he needs more powerful defense weapons. He needs him to open the ware storeware. Choose a short sword called Knight's Hand. I bought it for 280W game currency. I bought it for 280W even though it was expensive. The bonus is considerable. Killing a heavy tank opponent will cause an additional 25% damage. He also bought a bandage to tie his hand and vagina tightly. This way it won't fall out of your hand like a returned stone. This companion does not fall out of your hands as soon as the equipment is purchased. He took out the rune stone dropped by the Red Rider. The rune stone Wu Haoqian got from the last S was dropped, and he learned to be invisible. This time sure made him learn to be invisible. He gains the skill, Hand of the Dominator. Also gain access to active skills. No need to use mana. No direct contact required. Can have a physical impact on things. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly remembered. Isn't this the Red Knights? He suddenly felt like he had found a treasure. He stretched out his hand towards the giant pine body in the distance and sucked it. Facing Wu Xiuhe, he sucked it with his low hand skillfully. At this time, the system reminds you that the punishment time is about to end. At this time, the system is about to return to the starting point and end. Qing Xiaoyu made all the preparations he could do. The rest can only be left to so-called luck. Return to the job transfer temple. It's only been a few hours. The temple is already crowded with cavalry. Seeing people appear and cavalry swarm them. Dagger with 280W added. He successfully tore apart the cavalry. The knight's hand is indeed very powerful. Much more efficient than using bare hands. The weird thing is, Qing Xiaoyu obviously killed a lot of cavalry, but I don't feel any improvement in experience value. The magician behind him kept chanting, "No attacks have been launched. If not, just say attack." As time goes by, knights will appear continuously from teleportation, and they don't have the initiative. Hit them like empty shells. There will be no experience gain whatsoever. It's all about you. The experience value increases. Summoning magician. He jumped up, crossed the cavalry and throw the W weapon directly at the magician. Watch the magician array W. I was summoned, but it wasn't over yet and I fell down. We have to find the remaining magicians. Enable skill, invisibility. Immediately draws out 5 probing eyes. Although Qing Xiaoyu's exposed position, but it also let him know the location of the magician. How difficult are summoning monsters to deal with, not long ago. Then he summoned the cavalry that filled the hall. They just need to hide behind the cavalry and secretly wipe people. No fancy magic can escape their eyes. Any Wallagu. Although Qing Xiaoyu's position was exposed to the sky, but it also allowed him to discover the location of the magician. Fata's skill, Hand of the Dominator. He used the hand that summoned the dagger back, jumped straight in front of a magician, rinse it a few times and knock it out. For left. He hit him head on, hit all the cavalry in the way. With Knight's Hand in hand, immediately the iron was cut like clay on one's hand. Purely new skills. The hand of the ruler can also be used with ease. With a snapping sound, a cavalryman's head was pinched through the air. Head in the air for a while. The bodies that fell at his feet were already scattered all over the place. Suddenly, a knight stabbed him in the back. As soon as he turned around, his head was split in half. Endure the pain. Pulled out the penis inserted into the body. Looking at the magician behind the cavalry. How long are you going to hide in the back? Suddenly he appeared in front of the magician. Just use a knife to cut it gently before destroying it. The 3 remaining magicians feel that something is wrong. They changed. Slap the ground with both hands. Summons a huge magic car. The body under Qing Xiaoyu's feet suddenly started to tremble. Blend like mud. After a while, they were newly combined into a large cavalry. Yes, and although this iron cavalry is a powerful iron cavalry, and when you move your fist, the earth will shake and the mountains will shake. The speed is very cumbersome. Qing Xiaoyu acts quickly, rinse it for a few times, and then jump on his head. Enable skill, give MA blow. The giant iron cavalry was wiped out in an instant. Thanks to these magicians for making it happen. Chen Xiaoyuzi found the 5 magicians who stabbed him. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly rushed to the 3 magicians. Instantly kill 3 magicians in seconds. With their death, the cavalry in the field fell apart like puppets with their strings cut off. The cavalry statue in the field was broken, and the system prompted that the idols were falling apart one after another. All monsters in the test room have been destroyed. Job transfer task ended. Based on the upgrade points you earn, player actions will be analyzed. Give players appropriate careers. Fu Qingyu has a bit of a different career. Qing Xiao gives some differences. Didn't you choose it yourself? However, he feels that the main additions to the status attributes are strength and agility. But he believed it. So he was either a Z warrior with strong 9-hit power, or a dark slayer with high agility. Or the system may judge that the physical strength value is high. Choose a T-gram for him. What Qingxiao hopes most is the secret agent. But either one is better than now. But it will be stronger now after a while. System judgment appears, where the player stays, always filled with the aura of goddess, accumulated information about the total paths traveled by players. In addition, players desire to have strong power, but does not rely on companions, but rely on your own strength to open the way. But the thirst for strength leads to a straight path, enough to summon the W spirits, who are lining up copper and Saibiat. It's enough for these W spirits who are obedient to you. This one will not rely on any W spirit, just rely on people to work for you. Cheng Xiaoyu stayed. He Fang did not expect. This is actually such a profession. W spirit mage, never imagined. He has no added intelligence at all. The result obtained by the system through analysis is actually W ling mage. According to the system, W spirit mage can summon powerful people. And what a terrifying existence it is to have a powerful W spirit man. And there is the existence of, but what does this have to do with Cheng Xiaoyu? 2. The weapon he uses is the dagger used by dark warriors. The skills acquired are also similar to those of the dark one. The magician profession will not make you stronger, become stronger. Those skills and status attributes used for fighting may be useless. Those used to hit compulsory functions are useless. The system still gave Cheng Zi the right to accept or reject. The system, Cheng Xiaoyu, chose to refuse the right without even thinking about it. Cheng Xiaoyu's system prompted him to refuse. W spirit mages. W, are you sure you want to reject? This made Cheng Xiaoyu hesitate. There are not many opportunities to hide your career. The leader of the White Tiger Guild is rumored to be S-class hunter by Lu Hao. Possessed the ability to transform into a monster, holding the admirable privilege. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at the body of W Ling mage on the ground. Although these S-warriors are a bit weak in their original form, but the summoned cavalry almost made him hang here. Compared with them, Cheng Xiaoyu also has Z fighting strength and skills, a magician with excellent fighting ability. Maybe one person can master B level and above advanced dungeons. Never forget that 0 people are in the high level dungeon above the dungeon. Abilities are affected by skill level and status. Ability summoning will also have an upgrade effect, and calling means. Cheng Xiaoyu is not the only one who is upgrading. It's a team that's upgrading. The more Cheng Xiaoyu thought about it, the more excited he became. Choosing to accept a career. The system executes the confirmation command. Calculate survival time and convert into upgrade points. Estimated rinsing time has exceeded 0.1. Exceeded expected survival time. Jichao gives additional points time. Instant return stone without use. Give additional points. Remaining physical strength exceeds 50%. Give additional points. All D people have been eliminated. Give additional points. The total number of upgrade points exceeds the achievement limit. Change job from W Spirit Mage to Shadow King. A dark breath quickly came from all directions. A darkness comes from all directions towards Qing Jinyu, wrapped around his whole body. Acquired career-specific skills. Earn bonus points. Earn the title winner in adversity. Get the title of winner in the dungeon. Reaching a certain level will give you the opportunity to transform into the final form. The final form of the Z warrior is the Zealot warrior. A magician is a magician, and Qing Zhao's W Spirit Mage is the Shadow King. Some people even spend a lifetime improving. Since Qing Xiaoyu reached the level of improvement in less than 1 day, he can feel it. There were painful screams all around. On the cavalry's body, a system prompt appears. Can extract the opponent's shadow. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly understood the profession of calligraphy. This is the ability of the spiritual master. Extract the shadow of the letter from the body as your own person. Extract the host system prompt from the S body as your own P person. Please specify a command for the skill to extract shadows. Please give Qing Xiaoyu a password. After hesitating for a moment, Cheng shouted to the cavalry, "Stand up and shout." The cavalry reacted after receiving the order. A dark hand protruded from the body, climbed out slowly, appear in front of you. It's a figure covered in pitch black. How sweet is it to be a Shadow Lord? All you need is to stand up, so that the lost war can be reborn. Regenerate Shadow Warriors who obey orders unconditionally. Reborn as a warrior at Qing Jinyu's current level. Can extract 30 pieces at one time, and only 20 can be saved. That is to say, he's going to get rid of 11. Only then can a space be made available for the Red Knight behind him. The lifted shadow will be sent back to the Void World. The lifted shadow cannot be summoned again without a world. This made Qing Xiaoyu feel very ashamed. Then he walked towards the Red Knight. The Immortal issued the summoning command before. Stand up. A shadow slowly emerged from his body. Then a strong coercion came over. System hint. Shadow extraction failed. Whether the shadow can be extracted is determined by the opponent's ability and death time. The Red Knight is a boss-level monster. S's death time also exceeded 4 hours. It's not easy to make this kind of monster pervert you. It's easy to get through him with only 3 chances. After failing 3 times, he will have no chance with this undead. Qing Xiaoyu tried the second summons, but failed again. Only 1 chance left. Qing Xiaoyu looked at the empty throne. He made an invitation gesture and said to the Red Knight, "Everyone has left. Why are you still guarding that empty throne? How about you come and protect me standing in front of you? Stand up, my warrior. Release endless darkness from it." They leave the darkness of the bright red body, condensed into a new body. Ygritte Black Knight. It solemnly knelt in front of the new monarch Qing Xiaoyu with the etiquette of a knight. In other shadows, people knelt down like soldiers of the emperor. Under the other shadows, Qing Xiao came out of the teleported soldiers and knelt down in unison. It's now the next morning's product. I found him going home to catch up on his sleep. Was woken up by a phone call. My sister called. Remind him that he has to go to her school at 5 o'clock for a super session. Remind him. Only then did he remember a trip to sex school. I have an appointment today to go to the school for a home visit. Get up in a hurry and clean yourself up. I thought it was the first time I went there as a parent. Thinking about it, I still need to dress decently. He came to the bank to withdraw some money. The lady at the counter was shocked when she saw his balance. The counter has a deposit of 8.6 million yuan at a young age. Hunters actually make so much money. It seems that this young man is of a high level. Then he skillfully picked up the investment products and promoted them. After dressing up, he came to school. My sister almost didn't recognize her when she saw her. With a haircut and a formal suit, he looked completely different from before. After getting a haircut, even the students can't bear the silicone coming out. It's like 2 people. The students came out to see who this was. Graduate? There's no way I wouldn't be impressed by such a handsome student. Is he so handsome, the new teacher? Come to the parent meeting room. The teacher was very surprised. I thought all hunters would be rough men. I didn't expect this guy to be quite handsome. She asked Qing Xiaoyu to sit down. Tell me not to worry. Your sister not only does well in school, your sister also has good grades. Her goal is to go to medical school. I did very well on this mock exam. Usually my grades are also very good. There should be no problem with the medical university. Let Qing Xiaoyu not put too much pressure on her. Qing Xiao then changed the subject. Asked Qing Xiaoyu, I heard you are a hunter. If Xiaoya is sentenced to be an awakened person, will you let her be a hunter? Cheng Zaiwei, Sui Dian said categorically. I won't say it for sure later. The teacher immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. After hearing this, she told Qing Xiaozi in one breath. There was a student in school recently. After being judged as an awakened person, he wanted to drop out of school. Now I don't even go to school at all. If she continues to miss school, the school can only take measures against her. The teacher doesn't know much about hunters. She just felt it was a pity to give up her studies to become a hunter. She just felt it was a pity that things would be better after she graduated and got a certificate. At least it would be better if Mr. Qing Yujian went there. What is the awakened level of that student? The student's teacher told him what his grade was. I heard it is the lowest level. Qing Xiaoyu had a bad feeling in his heart. E-class hunters won't survive long in the dungeon. E-level hunter, the teacher told him. This student is your sister's friend, called Han Songi. Don't know people. The name is very familiar. She is the young kid in the rich second-generation attack team. She is the rich second child. This world is so young. Qing Xiaoyu met her as soon as he walked out of school. Han Songi looked at Qing Xiaoyu in shock and asked, Why are you here? You. Qing Xiaoyu said nothing. Show her the photo with your sister. Han Songi immediately knew why Qing Xiaoyu came. You have this heart, right? I don't want to give up hunting either. Who knew that Qing Xiao would not play according to the routine? Not only did I not persuade her to give up, don't worry. He also said that he would help her become an excellent hunter. Qing Xiaoyu understands this kind of child very well. If you don't experience the cruel and cold facts firsthand, she won't understand. After many years, he once again stepped into the country he had abandoned. He once again leveled up the country of Catfire and Yellow Tree. How scary are S-class hunters. Not even Jia Jia can restrain them. Lian Jijia and Huang Dongshu hunted them. Because of my brothers, I specially returned from country M to country H after a long absence. Do not hesitate to violate 9 international laws and H country. I also want to checkmate S's brother's times hand with C. For a monster of this level, country H doesn't dare to be careless. Their every move must be monitored by Chaco 24 hours a day. The person they were sent here was controlled by the A-level hunting section chief. This time, Huang Dongshu obviously knew the section chief. Make fun of him. The section chief doesn't want to communicate too much with this monster. The section chief does not get straight to the point and communicates too much. He told Huang Dongshu, Can you, who has already gone to country M, return to the boxman you threw? I'm here for E-level hunter Qing Xiaoyu and D-level hunter Lu Qinhao. I'm here for the supercharged hunter Qing Xiaoli and the dance hunter Lu Qinhao. This is not a place for outsiders to stay away from one. Huang Dongshu's eyes flashed with red light. Huang Dongshu's eyes are worthy of the light of Kai Keys. Very well informed. But you, country H, look down on me too much. Just you? Fuck me. Want to stop me too? The section chief was not intimidated. He smiled faintly. How will you know if you don't try it? Seeing the courage of the section chief in the face of danger, Huang Dong admired it very much. Want to accuse him of going to the scavenger guild in country M. Jing promised to give him better treatment than now, and promised that the township section chief would not be moved by unreasonable treatment. I am even very disgusted with Huang Dongshu's character. He was even disgusted with Huang Min before this. His brother Huang Dongshu has received many reports of suspected lizard suicides. In the future, due to Huang Dongshu's interests, he has not been able to launch the investigation smoothly. This Wang Dongshu is just like his brother. It's rubbish that S knows. No one has the slightest sense of guilt. Qing Xiaoyu takes Han Songi, came to a rotten W village. He contacted the section chief of the White Tiger Guild. I want to visit the rookie training ground. I was very impressed by my opponent Qing Xiaoyu's initiative to contact the section chief. Do Chong was very concerned about Qing Xiaoyu's promise. They even brought their assistants to the scene to greet them, show Qing Xiaoyu their excellent training system. This is more likely to make him feel good. He is like a tour guide. Carefully introduced Cheng Zi. The houses here are all quilted. There are no streets around here, so it is suitable. It happens to be a suitable place to visit and learn about the opening of the sea-level portal. At this time, a tall and armored man interrupted them. He was very unhappy about Qing Xiaoyu's sudden arrival. Which boss do you think Qing Xiaoyu is? Came here to play in the dungeon. The person talking is called Wang Zhe. This attack team consists of 1A level, composed of 7B level and 4C level. Cheng Yu had some objections. Isn't this lineup a bit exaggerated? It's just a C-level teleportation faction. Class C transmission. The section chief disagrees. In their guild, no matter how high the level is, you still have to start with the easy ones first. Familiarize yourself with company rules and accumulate experience in dungeons. Familiar with the company Qing Yu's dungeon experience. If it is too easy to fight in a group, the effect will be greatly reduced. I'm sorry, but this is a huge discount. On the contrary, it can make Han Songi understand the gap between her and other hunters. Know how powerless E-class hunters are in dungeons. The assistant whispered to Qing Xiaoyu, "This is too easy for you. Today you can just watch from the sideline." Han Songi can't wait. Watching Han Songi enter the store, Qing Xiaoyu also followed in. When I put my head into the sky, he was still there. A feeling of restlessness arises spontaneously. Mingyu Dojang and his assistant saw it from outside. Something is changing at the teleportation port. From the original pure blue to 9 strange reds. Qingyu can feel it. Dimensions are fluctuating. It feels different from the portals I passed through before. It's different from before when all the cells in his body were resisting. He bluntly told him that he resisted. It's dangerous here. Gotta leave quickly. It's too late. The powerful energy sucked him in. The powerful one entered the moment before entering. He squeezed out with all his strength. He used the moon to yell at the section chief. Call the main attack team immediately. After saying that, he was sucked into the red abyss. The section chief was panicked like never before. This is no longer something that can be solved by calling the main attack team. Contact the president directly. He slapped the table in shock and stood up. Why does a red teleport appear in the sea-level teleport? Sea-level biography. If what you say is true, exclusive delivery? Then I have to go see it myself. What happened this year that alerted the presidents of large guilds? Arrived to the scene for rescue in person. But even he can't do anything. He frowned. Have you contacted the association? And the section chief said he had contacted. But they said this is the C-class teleportation port. But there are always stupid level teleporters there. The president immediately gritted his teeth. I cursed these bastards in my heart, but as an S-class hunter, there was nothing he could do. Normally red portals will only appear in advanced dungeons. After the portal is another world. It is impossible to interfere with the world outside the teleportation cluster. You can only open the teleportation group yourself. From the perspective of energy density, this teleportation is at least B level. If you're not lucky, maybe a grade or higher. If you're not lucky enough, you won't be at least S level. The emergence of the S-class teleportation port will put the entire 9 families into W machine. But even if it's an A-level portal, there is basically no way for them to survive. If you're lucky, only 2 or 3 high-level hunters may be able to escape, except for my own people inside. 2 other people also went in. Among them, 1 hunter is special, the president said with a surprised look on his face. There are not many people that the section chief can pay attention to. He asked the section chief what the hunter's level was. A or B? Which grade is more? The section chief shook his head. Is it S-class? The section chief said to him seriously. It's E-class. Hunters entering the dungeon arrive at the place where Jinchi is surrounded by ice and snow. They don't know how dangerous it is here yet. I just feel like this place is not a dungeon. The teleportation port disappeared for some reason. Teleport. Qing Xiaoyu looked around. No abnormalities found. Could it be a portal to another world? He is thinking. Tu Chuanyun flew straight over. When about to shoot Han Songyi, Qing Xiaoyu grabbed it. On the other hand, Qing Jiao doesn't have that kind of luck. In addition, the sound of banging hit the forehead directly. When the people around saw this, they panicked and shouted, surrounded by people shouting. On the tree. It's those guys. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly realized. It turns out to be this kind of monster. Such a long distance. No wonder I can't feel their presence. People who have never seen them call them ice elves, but hunters who have dealt with them will call them another way. But the wonderful name of the communion elf is different from calling them. Another name stands for our incredible hunt. Another thing is the hunting that I love, and these monsters are quite intelligent, and specialize in picking soft persimmons. If it were 2 months ago, then Qing Xiaobao will also become one of their first targets. Seeing my secret being caught, the white ghost looked at Qing Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. He crushed the ice arrow in his hand. I will definitely catch you with my own hands, the A-class captain said to everyone with a serious face. I don't know if you have noticed, we are now in the red portal, or catch the ultimate boss, or all S here, or wait for the dungeon to get out of control and open the teleportation port. And before that, the teleportation port will not be opened. In other words, now I can only rely on myself to fight alone. Class A hunter as driver. Huang Dongshu sat leisurely in the back seat. The section chief asked him if he needed to go to the hall to see his brother. Ke asked, he said expressionlessly. I'm not interested in someone who's already fucked. On the contrary, I am more interested in those bastards who fucked my brother. Through powerful information technology, he found out that Qing Xiaojiang had entered the underground city. He found that his eyes were full of anger. Asked the section chief to take him to the underground city where Qing Xiaoyu is. Asked the section chief to take him into the dungeon where he told the section chief, the rules in the dungeon are different from the rules in this world, so the people inside me are different. You can't control it anymore, right? Section chief Wu Jinja, red portal, generally only appears in high-level dungeons. Unexpectedly, he appeared in this ordinary sea-level dungeon. The pigs who didn't enter can only fight alone inside. Once inside, it is impossible to contact the rescue forces in the outside world. The helpless leader stood up and called for help. He solemnly introduced himself to everyone, and tell everyone that I will take responsibility for everyone's lives. But he can't guarantee that everyone can go back alive. It takes months to wait for the dungeon to spiral out of control. If there is no guarantee, it's hard to say that everyone can survive. The difficulty of the red portal is at least B level. The red teleportation place is full of dangers and is B level. It's so difficult that it's too strenuous to lead so many people. It's so strenuous to lead like this. He plans to form another group of people who will act with him. He tried his best to form another group to stay here and take action, or be frozen or be killed by those guys. He asked everyone, who wants to join him? The strong take the lead. Naturally, followers are inevitable. What's more, we don't know the danger level in this dungeon. It's always right to keep people with higher levels together. Everyone in the congregation joined in to discuss it, right? Except those with lower rank. He doesn't want to take anyone with him. If the worst happens here, they may be here for months. In this case, he doesn't want to take these likes with him. He told the burdens, let them not be too sad. If they can survive until they defeat the final boss, you can also leave here safely. A good-looking young lady interrupted their conversation. In front of the captain, he proposed to go to Qing Jinyu's team. The team in front of the captain's inner thoughts. What's going on with this woman? Overflowing compassion? Thing. Instead of going with the A-level ones, I have to go with them? But on the surface, he acts like he doesn't care. Tell a woman you are free. Then he said to the tired likes, there is another place here. Those who were rejected just now. I immediately stood up and grabbed my seat. Although the strong ones all went to the prefects, but Qing Xiaoyu was worried about them. Just when the ice arrow flew over. Just now, even the captain didn't notice it, but the sharp-eyed young lady discovered it. But her eyes and intuition told her, it will be safer if you follow Qing Xiaoyu. So she came to the team. Qing Xiaoyu was a little surprised by the young lady. Qing Xiaoyu's new surprise. Faced with such emergencies, she looked extra calm in front of her. Her little sister told him, Jing, the first education the White Tiger Guild provides to newcomers is, anything can happen in a dungeon. Calm down and find every way to break through. Newcomers like this, senior hunters like Wang Zhe also received other special education. He is the one who wants to join the White Tiger Guild's elite G attack team. The young lady curiously asked what level Qing Xiaoyu was. Hello, little sister. Qing Yu didn't answer anything. Even he himself doesn't know. What level do you think you are now? And the young lady guessed the level. This man is at least a grade. Maybe. The other side. Wang Zhe is still unhappy about the young lady leaving the team. She couldn't understand that there were still people who were stupid enough not to team up with him, who was a strong man. And most of them are C-level hunting teams over there. The highest friends are only B-level. Suddenly he felt strange. Why would I take it for granted that E-class Qing Jinyu is the captain over there? But so what? It's just a person who lost S. He raised the giant in his hand. Looking forward to everyone. Z fight begins. Section Chief V. President, in order to gain the trust of Hunter Qing Xiaoyu, because I have to help him hide his secret. He should be a second awakener. He is just a guesser after all. He didn't dare to break. Instead of pinning your hopes on an unknown person, the president believes even more in Wang Zhe, who is an A-level. The section chief murmured in his heart. If the president could see Qing Xiaoyu in person, that will definitely make sense. At this time, the head of the first management section introduced their conversation. Renju will be fine. His training results are not excellent. Compared with the members of the White Tiger Guild's elite 9-hit team, their Z-fighting ability is not inferior. On the contrary, you are talking about Qing Xiaoyu, a high-level hunter. Compared with that kind of unidentified hunter, is our Wang Zhe more reliable? The head of the second management section gave Bui a look. This guy is usually very competitive in the company. Now I am trying to destroy his ambition and make my own prestige. Now I'm so focused on who's right and who's wrong to gain my own prestige. We'll know when the results come out. Suddenly a big Mercedes stopped at the scene. Huang Dongshu and Section Chief Cheiko got out of the car. Huang Dongshu and the doctor saw Huang Dongshu walking down. The president's expression suddenly turned serious. The two section chiefs were even more stunned. This person is S-class hunter Huang Dongshu of the Scavenger Guild. Huang Dongshu looked at the president with a big smile and said, Bai Lu Hao? Who Huang Dong hadn't seen for a long time said. Bai Lu Hao looked solemn. The body rustles. A yellow hair suddenly turned into white hair. He asked Huang Dongshu, you should be in country M. Should reply to you. Come to the territory of the White Tiger Guild. What is this going to do? I still want to ask you, what exactly do you think? Actually want to recruit that guy into the White Tiger Guild. Bai Luhao has a passionate look on his face. Who are you talking about? Huang Dongshu told him. I'm talking about that level of garbage Qing Xiaoyu. Bai Luhao looked strange. What happened? How come even Huang Dongshu knows about him? Who is Qing Xiaoyu? Can an S-class hunter who carries the P family come here specifically to find him? Due to the mutation of the C-class transmission port, hunters who enter C-level dungeons are forced to struggle alone inside. Enter C-level land. Gather higher-level players in the team into a team. The lower-level team was left to fend for themselves. He led the team just into the territory of the white bear. A white bear bared its green face and fangs and rushed towards it, stretching out its claws and slapping the captain. Reached out but hit the shield captain. It was so painful that it screamed. The captain removed his shield and used his axe. The team instantly hunted the white bear. Almost all the team members exclaimed, "So much Bai Chang, worthy of being an A-level hunter. It's really reliable. It doesn't matter if he is here at the red portal." Very satisfied with the team members flattering captain, there was a look of joy on his face. He shouted at the team members seriously, "Until you leave here, we can't let go. Cut off the flesh of these giant bears and use them as food. With luck, we have to fight for a long time." He felt proud. Thanks to me I can beat these bears. Those guys are probably in the bear's belly by now. The other side, Qing Xiaoyu and the others came to another forest. "Miss, please go ahead and stop. This is Zi Xiong's territory. We must return immediately before the monsters surround us." Cheng Yu had to disagree with her. Qing Yiran chose to enter the forest to rebel. The young lady is very puzzled. "I feel that Qing Xiaoyu is looking for his own way." Qing Xiaoyu told her, "If the forest is bear territory, then you only have to worry about bears in the forest. That's the same thing as being a spirit with rational control, compared with hug or bear." The young lady is so happy and affectionate. "This means that there are no monsters in the woods that can kill S white bear." Roy explains that in the woods, that is to say, the white bear's monster, there is no need to worry about monsters more powerful than the white bear appearing inside. Inside, Qing Xiaoyu saw the little sister appearing in thin clothes. He opens the inventory. "I took out the sweater and gave it to her." The young lady was shocked. "Is this Warp Demon 1? And it's one for each person. Even if it is a subspace magic card, it can only summon 2 low-level items. But he summoned so many at once." "Who is he?" "So many. Even a beginner like Han Songi knows about dungeons. The subspace magic is not owned by just any player." He asked Qing Xiaoyu what the player owned. "Uncle, where are you from?" Qing Xiaoyu touched her head and said. Qing Xiao called my head and said, "So I will protect you. So my condition is to protect you. Don't ask anything. Don't ask me any questions. Don't ask me for anything either." At this time, a bear came over, eyes full of anger, heading towards this group of people who entered G. Everyone was frightened by the pressure of the white bear. "Although I just need to worry about the white bears. But this guy is a monster from a high-level dungeon. It's just a bad way to deal with K based on their level alone." "Miss Sister Station, want to stop Zixiong?" Qing Xiaoyu pulled her back. Qing Xiaoyu told everyone to come back. "I told you in advance. I will catch the monsters alone. After all, the experience delivered to your door cannot be wasted." He walked straight towards the giant bear. Alternate title, Wolf. Giant bear stretches out its claws, smashed down with a snap. But it was discovered that the enemy Xiaji was already on top of its head. But he found that Qing Xiaoyu stretched out his fist to hit the top of its head. The bear's head was smashed and deformed. Oh, it hit the ground with a crash. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fist knocked out a high-level monster with just one punch? Night. They sat around the campfire to keep themselves warm and leisurely ate grilled meat. After Qing Xiaoyu cleaned up all the white bears nearby, Qing Jing did not dare to approach this eye. "Tell the team member that he has to go exercise. If you don't exercise, you will be punished." Movement in the portal. What a strange person. Although Qing Xiaoyu no longer has to be afraid of the monsters in the punishment area. But when you go inside, there is no one to protect your teammate. Finished exercising. He is jumping in the woods. "I picked a place full of white bears. Come out." Unleashing endless darkness from his body. From darkness, shadows emerge. More than this opportunity, Qing Xiaoyu wants to see how strong these shadow warriors are. He gave orders like a king. "Go, shadows. Come out. Shadows." This is the first time Qing Xiaoyu has summoned them to fight. This is still a battle between Qing Xiao and the high-level monster White Bear. Who can be better? Qing Xiaoyu is looking forward to it. Step B. Rush forward first. Give the giant bear a beating. Even if hit by a white bear, they can also regenerate themselves. The mage is singing magic in the background. Burn it to the giant bear. Step B. To be able to regenerate quickly. White bear was completely crushed unilaterally. Qing Xiaozi, who was watching on the sidelines, was very satisfied. "It's just that the mana consumption is a bit fierce and I'm satisfied with it. It's just that FA is a bit fierce right now." A giant bear with a scarred face appears. Look at this posture. The bear is coming out. It must be a big bear. One slap will scatter the shadows, although it can give birth to C. But Qing Xiaoyu's mana was quickly consumed, and Qing Xiaoyu still has a trump card that hasn't appeared yet. He said something to the Black Knight beside him. "Go ahead, Ygritte." Order received. The Black Knight stands out bravely. Draw out his sword. With a hiss, Xiongda stretched out his claws and slapped the Black Knight, but missed the shot. With a tinkling sound, he slid it onto its shoulder. The white bear screamed in pain. The Black Knight flashes behind the giant bear. The Black Knight surpasses his unnoticed backside. see into its other arm. Come in, cut it with the other hand, go around it again. I also gave 2 feet a scratch. In Cheng Xiaoyu's shocked expression, the giant bear has been covered with wounds. Lose the fighting strength. I can only look up to the sky and scream. Use the long sword to scratch Mrs. Xiong. Cut it off instantly. In an instant, he brought up the big bear's tea. Go straight to Cheng Xiaoyu. Put the bear in front of Cheng Xiaoyu. Perform the courtesy of a knight, and kneel solemnly in front of Cheng Xiaoyu. Xingqi, this flowing movement in front of me. Cheng Xiaoyu was stunned, reminiscing about super-class qualifications greater than or equal to. If he had been using a sword then, Cheng Xiaoyu will have no chance of winning. Even at Cheng Xiaoyu's current level, Cheng Xiaoyu didn't have the confidence to beat him either. He patted the knight on the shoulder. I told him thank you for your hard work. Then he said something to the white bear's body, then stood up towards Boo-hoo-hoo. From Xiong Da's body, crawling out a black bear. There are also black bear monsters around. Look at Cheng Yu showing a happy smile. Cheng Xiaoyu showed a pleasant smile. You have chosen the right profession as a spiritual mage. Compared with Cheng Yu's success, Wang Zhe looks very wolfish here. All that's left of the giant axe in his hand is the handle. The most proud defensive shield was also shattered on the ground. Standing in front of him was a huge snow monster. He is holding a hunter by one hand, torn in front of him. The team uniform calls out to him for help. He turned a blind eye. He had a strong self-esteem and fell into anxiety. He can't accept this fact. He is the one who wants to become the elite of the White Tiger Guild. He wants to become an elite. He even received special education. Why did it fail? He is not convinced. What went wrong? Is it food? It must be a food problem. As long as there is enough food. Suddenly, an ice arrow shot straight at the teammate next to him. Jia by 9 watch. What happened? How come Self-Ji appears on the snowman's territory? Teammates called him for help again by 9. A D-diameter stick was thrust into him. A white man holding a sharp knife smiled at his gums and teeth. Behind it, a giant man riding a white horse looked straight at him. He who has always been a master of people never expected that. I am a hunter who is about to become the elite of the White Tiger Guild. Failed here. The W device failed. The shield is also broken. It's just the little monsters that make him so miserable. What's more, the unfathomable by 9 behind him. He was frightened. Take steps and run away. The time inside the red portal is different from that outside. 3 days have passed inside. The outer painting layer only passed 3 hours. Outside, they are the only ones predicting 3 hours. All page hunting plans below B level are gone. Not only do you have to face the harsh environment inside, we also need to solve the food problem overseas. I want to eat the bodies of those high-end M beasts. Impossible for low-level hunters. Huang Dongshu was already impatient with waiting. I finally came here, but I can only wait here. Just about to leave. Cheng Xiaoyu is not a member of Yinghu Guild. Section Chief Yi and his assistant suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Section Chief, he told Huang Dongshu that DC. I've known him for a long time. He wants to participate in C-level team fights where the income is decent. He wants to participate in a C-level team fight that requires my help. I had no choice but to introduce this place. Huang Dongshu turned around. He flashed up to the section chief and crossed his neck. He's not stupid. He can still see through such lies. Section Chief Lijiao's hand became tighter and tighter. The president held Huang Dongshu's hand, eyes filled with anger and right hands, staring at Huang Dongshu and asking him to take his hands away, glaring at Huang Dongshu and smiling evilly. Are you ordering me? You have no right to order me. Seeing Huang Dongshu not appreciative, the president's domineering voice leaked out. He stared at Huang Dongshu. Huang Dongshu comes back to you. Stay with me to the end. The section chief has a bad feeling. We'll trigger a fight between S-class hunters. Bai Luhao made a sizzling sound with his hand. Huang's 2 hands collided together. Suddenly Mars the earth explode a powerful impact. Gods fight and mortals suffer. The section chiefs who were far away were shaken by this force. After the smoke clears. But I found that section chief Kai Ke was between the 2 of them. But I found that Huang Dongshu was a bit strange among other people. He actually blocked the attacks of 2 S-class hunters. Not easy, Hunter 9 hits. The section chief's hands were trembling, and he immediately stopped. He rubbed his joints and laughed at himself until he stopped. If you 2 didn't stop immediately, I'm afraid my arm is broken, he told Huang Dongshu. I was the first person to suspect that Cheng Xiaoyu had undergone a second awakening. I was the first person to be pregnant but woke up a second time before 2 gold was spent. I used high-grade magic crystal to remeasure his M strength value. I used superior demon, and he is still a new level to measure the M strength value. Although I also pity Huang Dongshu Hunter's S. But Cheng Xiaoyu doesn't have the ability to eliminate an entire 9-hit team. Huang Dongshu threw away the sunglasses in his hand. He soothed the section chief. I know, even if it's a trap. F-person is also the son of Lu Qin Construction Company. Just an excuse. After hearing this, the section chief immediately felt relieved and sick. Hearing this, his brother's behavior makes him sick. Huang Dongshu felt very disappointed. He shook his face and left. Before leaving, he even killed the president's subordinates. Before leaving the community, how to get rid of the president's subordinates. Have you ever seen an S-class hunter fight? Regarding the remarks of the chief of the supervision section, the section chief of the White Tiger Guild disagrees. He is the only one here who knows Cheng Xiaoyu's strength best. He also believed that Cheng Xiaoyu would definitely come back alive. The defeated Wang Zhe was walking in the forest. #defeated. He walked around cold and hungry. There was a murmur in my heart. It's all because of the cold, and I've been hungry for so many days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been beaten like this. Otherwise, he would soon find out like this. It's not that there is no White Bear, but all of them are S. Did those guys seduce White Bear? No, impossible. They don't have the strength. They are so powerful. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Hurry up and run away. Those hunters he looked down upon. At this time, I was sitting in front of the fire, eating barbecue and chatting leisurely, wearing a big sweater, covered with blanket, covered with tent, and various supplies. He suddenly became furious. These guys. It turns out that I secretly hid so many resources for my own use. Blame them for hiding so many resources. And his team was completely destroyed due to lack of food and equipment. And his team members were suddenly too frightened to speak and all them. The team members didn't say anything when they saw everyone. He simply interrogated them like interrogators. Dean Yo Crispy statue, who hid these? I don't think you are all in common. If you can expose this person, I won't pursue the remaining people. Who has monopolized the equipment and put his companions in the S position? Who is the only one with 3 numbers? The partner is placed in S. If you don't explain within 3 seconds, I will regard you all as. Although Wang Zhi is pressing questions, but he already has someone in mind. The person who offered to leave the team. Make a plan in mind from the beginning, because I don't have the confidence to survive alone. To ensure there is enough food, I just went to the side with fewer people. If the person is you, put your hand on his head, slap him to the ground and eat 5. And ate all the way. Qing Xiaoyu looked at him with a confused expression. I have put my companions in the wrong place. But here the evildoer is the first to complain. It also caused so much trouble. His teammates looked at him in horror. What trouble? Qing Xiaoyu looked ahead. Although the enemy is invisible, Q, who is riding a white horse, is simply not invisible. Riding white, slowly revealing one's body without being invisible. Behind him, followed closely by a group of white 9 men, a bit unexpected, can actually see through his invisibility. Qing Xiaoyu doesn't like to hear this. He asked the king, the rubbish you are talking about doesn't mean us, right? Ji Wan looked shocked. How do you know our language? Why can I talk to them? Is it 1 because of the system? 3. King 9 pointed at by 9 behind him and said, it's better to be able to have a conversation. I want to introduce you to a friend. Have you seen it before? It was it that told me that there is a powerful person among human beings. It wants to fight you and, not finished yet. Qing Xiaoyu has already held the white man down. He asked King Ji, is there anything else you want to say? Ji King was immediately speechless. Then he showed a charming smile. What a funny guy. How scary are advanced dungeons. Just a little monster fire. Then he defeated the team of senior hunters. Captain Zhe, the highest ranking officer, was left alive to escape. Not to mention the owner of this dungeon. They have the same IQ as humans, can communicate in their own words. The strange thing is that as a human, Qing Shangyu actually understands. She saw his men being hit by Qing Xiuzi instantly. Understand. Seeing the self-ghost king without a trace of sadness 3S. The ghost looked happy instead. Qing Xiaoyu stabbed the ghost king with a dagger, but was easily blocked. It seems that an evil event is inevitable. The ghost king holds the dagger in Jia's hand. The origin of the ghost dance. From the perspective of Qing Xiuzi, it's also a good condition for you. Before that I have a question to ask you. Before this, you were not in category 1. Question for you. Why stay with humans? I think Qing Xiaoyu is so excited about this question. The ghost king laughs. It seems you don't even know it yourself. In my head, a voice keeps echoing. S drops humans. But facing you, I heard that voice. Is it similar to a system command? Is it because I have become a player in the system? The Ghost King continued. There is no need for you and me to fight. We don't want to be hurt unnecessarily either. I just want to leave the group of people behind me. I will spare your life. How about this proposal? Qing Xiaoyu didn't reply to him. Instead, he asked the Ghost King 3 times. But who are you? 2 questions. Never? Why as humans? I just wanted to answer for the Ghost King. It repeated what it just said as if the rewind button had been pressed. Make Qing Xiaoyu confused. What's going on? Here, don't want to answer my question. The system still won't let you say 3. After the Ghost King finished his proposal again, Qing Xiaoyu simply chose to refuse this time. The Ghost King's face is grim. So you are planning to fight with me in ours? Deng, do you think you can make up for the disadvantage in numbers? Do you think you are at a disadvantage? Who do you think is disadvantaged? Only saw his behind. I don't know when it was already dark everywhere. His Shadow Z soldiers crawled out one after another. What? Scared his teammates till their faces turned blue. Free Shadow Man B and Shadow Bear. What's going on today? Why are there D people everywhere? But this movie doesn't seem to interest me. But I feel like someone is interested. It feels like its head is spinning. Immediately, my teammates were so frightened that their hair was tied up. The Ghost King disapproved. Ridiculing Qing Xiaoyu is just a little trick. Ridiculing Cheng He? Qing Xiaoyu sneered. Is it really just a little trick? The two of them started fighting if they disagreed. Xiongde opens the way. Step B subsequently. Queen of the Mage. Sparks flew all of a sudden. This is a fight between gods. This is far from the shelf. Soon Qing Xiaoyu agreed with the Ghost King's words. It is indeed qualified to say that these are little tricks. Although Qing Xiaoyu's shadow warriors have a numerical advantage. Although his M power can't support much. Even if Shirbi can be reborn again and again. If you continue to be chopped off, it will become less and less. But the most critical issue is the Ghost King. This looks like he is a higher level than him. It's also hard to beat Yoshi. Ordinary shadow warriors are not enough to tickle him. Ordinary shadow, unless it's not enough to tickle him, can extract another advanced shadow. Can he step on a sword under his feet? The body bounced out with a shattering sound, and after the sword rolled on the ground a few times, falling steadily beside Wang Zhe. Qing Xiaoyu jumped straight to the Ghost King. he struck at the Ghost King. The Ghost King avoided the situation with a strong body. Want to step on Jia Qingjinyu's dagger. I want the dagger to disappear like a sizzle. Flashed onto one of Qing Xiaoyunan's hands. Flash a straight C towards the Ghost King's head. The Ghost King remained calm and blocked it with the weapon in his hand. Ghost Qing Xiaoyu changed the weapon to his left hand again. Enter 9 again. Still, he was calmly blocked by the Ghost King. The Ghost King took turns kicking Qing Xiaoyu with his knees, bounced him out with a bang. Smile happily. I haven't been this excited for a long time. It's been a long time, but now I'm overcoming it. A strange light shines on its head. It hit the Ghost King's spoon directly. There was a huge roar, and this artistic bombshell was arranged by Qing Xiaoyu, the work of a shadow magician who is good at sneak attacks from behind. I just want to delay it for a while. By the way, I will wake up those who are sleeping. By the way, I woke up Zhuzhe after he woke up. I clearly remember that the last slap in the face was from Qing Xiaoyu. I clearly remember that the long sword he held next to his body was from Qing Xiaoyu. He held it to the sword without hesitation. Qing Xiaoyu didn't expect this move to beat Ghost King. He shouted to the mushroom cloud in front of him. Come out quickly. Stop being so mysterious. This little bit of harm can't hurt you. The ghost figure slowly emerged from the sea of fire. Not only was he unscathed, but his face was filled with joy, sending pleasure directly towards Qing Xiaoyu. He flew towards Li at that time. Wang Zhe woke up and his eyes were full of anger. Holding that long-range weapon, Jin-Woo attacks. This made the Ghost King very happy. It seems that there are still people with the same Japanese mark as it, but he doesn't know. This is a trap specially set up by Qing Xiaoyu for Wang Zhe. He summoned Ygritte, who had been lying in wait for a long time. A mouthful of fresh X gushes out. He didn't know until just before S. Beginning of the road. Qing Xiaoyu guessed it. Shout out that familiar slogan, minus that stand-up slogan. This A-level hunter didn't understand until S. Every step you take. It has long been planned by Qing Xiaoyu. He was glorious during his lifetime. After S, the body will still be used. Stand up. Qing Xiaoyu's summoning command, making his body cry out in pain. Make the shadows come out from his body and scream. Transformed into a huge shadow, Master Z knelt in front of Qing Xiaoyu. It turned into a car, and it looked like it was much bigger. You stood in front of him. The system prompts, please give a name to Mr. B. The name of the person in front of you is Wang Zhe. At first glance, he sounds like a king. Qing Xiaoyu named him as soon as he appears. Then use the meat shield's best skill of picking fresh food, worthy of being the companion of an A-class sea warrior. The Ghost Master was immediately attracted to his heart. Redirect 9 hit target to Aline. Aline raised his shield to block 9 of the Ghost King's attacks. Then he removed the shield and struck the Ghost King with the axe in his hand. The muscular Ghost King dodged easily. Even at such a slow pace, you want to beat me? There is no such thing as this. Beat me. Qing Xiaoyu and the Black Knight appeared next to the human shield. What about the top 3? Han Songyi, who entered the dungeon for the first time, didn't quite understand. I thought this was a normal fight between hunters, and hunters who have stayed in the dungeon for a long time will not know that. This kind of scene can be called a fight between gods. It's a scenery they haven't been able to see even after living in the dungeon for many years. It's a scene that they wouldn't have seen after hanging out with Jiabukan. The Ghost King's original advantage turned into a disadvantage. The Black Cavalry rushed towards the Ghost King at extremely fast speeds. The Ghost King dodged the thrust of the Black Knight ahead, but he was stabbed in the back by Qing Xiaoyu behind him. X. Activate effect. Paralysis. Activate effect. However, this blow did not cause fatal damage to the Ghost King. Because his level was too high, he instantly eliminated the negative effects on his body. The Ghost King was furious. He has killed countless people, and this is the first time he has suffered such a loss. He who killed countless people told Qing Dongyu that he was so sorry. No matter how much rubbish there is, it's just rubbish. After all, I still have to use all the S here. Qing Xiaoyu sneered, joking at the Ghost King. Take a good look around you. Rubbish in your eyes. The Ghost King was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It rushed straight towards Qing Xiaoyu. To capture the thief, capture the king first. As long as Qing Xiaoyu, the monarch, is killed, just cut it, and it's over. Qing Xiaoyu waved his right hand. Throw the dagger in your hand towards the Ghost King. Put the Ghost King in your hand and smile at the Ghost King. Don't you want a W device? 3. Soon it slaps you in the face. Qing Xiaoyu exerts force with his right hand. Activate the hand of the Dominator skill. Dagger in flight. After receiving the power of dominance, the speed increases as if equipped with a turbocharger. Directly smash the Ghost King's weapon. Ganenren appeared behind the king. Stretch out your hands to lock the thin Ghost King. An oversized mushroom cloud hits the Ghost King. After all the super heavy fog cleared, it hit the Ghost King. I only saw Ein Jelly standing there. The Ghost King escaped at some point. Only the clothes were burned away. People are still alive. Ein's shadow behind him suffered a fatal blow and fell apart. Behind him, Ein's shadow fell apart after running away in anger. I want S, you can cover it. Fresh X spurts out from its body. Qing Xiaoyu, who turned on the stealth skill, inserted the dagger into its body. The process is over. The Ghost King grabbed Qing Jinyu's hand, roaring, who do you think you are? Don't you dare mention it to me. But it doesn't know. After recovering, Ein is holding the giant axe behind him and looking straight at it. After recovering, Ai Yangxing looked directly at Gaiyu. Although the speed is slow, The knife is very powerful. The Ghost King lay on the snow, unable to move. System hint. The dungeon master has been eliminated. Underground level up. Level up. Cheng Xiaoyu sighed. It's over. But the moaning didn't stop. Hein raised his giant axe and struck the Ghost King's body again and again. Cheng Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, pointing at the big guy. You give me enough is enough. There was a whisper in my heart. Even if it becomes a shadow, it's still the same guy. I'm already starting to worry. I'm already very puzzled by Hein. Master, what's going on? It looked back at the Black Knight for answers. Black Knight sighed, then turned and left. It turned around and looked at the two little bees. Small beeling, due to Hein's level. I can only become an actor, Cheng Xiaoyu said to the team members. Sheng, let's go back and talk. The team members are still immersed in the battle just now and are still in shock. Ask Cheng Xiaoyu where to go back. Empty snow ground. A ball of light slowly appeared with a sizzling sound. A moment later, a portal to reality and the dungeon is opened. Cheng Xiaoyu pointed to the transmission port. The team members only realized it later. The ultimate boss is alive. The teleport is open. You can go home now. They danced happily, so now go out and dance. Cheng Xiaoyu still has something important to do. Cheng Xiaodai. Look at the Ghost King's naked body. Shout the command. Stand up. 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Although the Ghost King is extremely powerful, however, he died heroically under the siege of Cheng Xiaoyu and 2 shadow soldiers. But after Cheng Xiaoyu and Wang were eliminated, they captured Xinglia times Xing. The portal is reopened. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning outside the teleportation port. But a week has passed inside the teleportation port. I feel like waiting like this is not an option. The section chief asked the president to go back first. He is responsible for guarding here. The men are trapped inside. As the president, he cannot ignore it. And at this time, the transmission port sizzles. The red portal slowly opens. The figure of Erdeo appears in the teleportation port. The president shouted happily. It's Wang Zhe. He did it. Paddle. The trio came out first. Cheng Xiaoyu and Han Songyi followed behind. The section chief made a victory gesture. Oh yeah, that's it. I got it right. Teleported back and disappeared. When the president looked confused. Wang Zhe is confused. Wang Jinjin told the president with a frustrated look on her face. Wang, everyone else is inside X sacrifice for a long time. Others have grown up and died. Senior hunter is all S. Only low-level hunters survive? What happened here? After all, he is not from the White Tiger Guild. Qingyu is ready to leave if there is no benefit. President Qing Xiao held his shoulders and opened the door. The president asked him to wait for a moment. Let's talk first. Qing Xiaoyu slapped the general's hand away. He told the president to slap his hands away. I'm very tired now. If you have any questions, ask your guild members. The president was stunned. This guy is crazy. He didn't even give me face. He pressed again, and harder. He told Qing Xiao, I am Bai Lu Hao, the leader of the White Tiger Guild. This is not a request. In other words, it is a threat. We lost 9 guild members this time. As the president, I still have the right to ask you a few questions, right? Even if it's an S-level president. I can't scare Cheng Xiaoyu at this moment. He stared at the president impatiently and said, So what? I saved 3 people in you. Since you are the president, should you thank me first? After a wave of eye contact, the president loosened his hand on Cheng Xiaoyu's shoulder. The president will tell Cheng Xiaoyu that he is sorry. I'm too sensitive. You're right. After seeing Cheng Xiaoyu leave, the president asked Zhu Junjun, What is going on with this person? Why do I feel like I have lower pressure all over my body? Wang Jinjun also looked affectionate. He told the president that after catching the ultimate boss, Cheng Xiaoyu, he told the boss that he would shout in front of him if he hit him. Then he had this expression. The section chief quickly put in a good word for Cheng Xiaoyu. The section chief urged him to say something nice to the president. Cheng Xiaoyu is usually very nice. Maybe it's because I'm too tired this time. This time? The president told him. That's not a problem. The question is why haven't you recruited him yet? Face me. He was not afraid at all. He must be recruited at all costs. Just saying it is not enough. I will provide you with all the help in the future. We have no choice but to let him into our guild. This president never thought of it. This thought in the face of his threat. Not only did Cheng Xiaoyu not have any courage, he even acted like he wasn't convinced. At that time, Cheng Xiaoyu was angry. He failed to extract the Ghost King's shadow 3 times, which made him very depressed. It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. Fortunately, I got some consolation prize. Fortunately, the Ghost King's W Organ Sense Award, Baruka Dagger. Cheng Xiaoyu sent Han Songyi home. Han Songyi expressed her gratitude to Cheng Xiaoyu. Han Song and told him to see you later. Cheng Xiaoyu first list. After looking at the time, I realized. I fought inside for a week but only spent 1 night outside. But today, it's absolutely time to turn around and fight in a team battle. Arrive at the agreed place. A steel helmet. A few chicken feathers. This is how Ling Tian, the 3rd generation of the rich, dressed up. Cheng Xiaoyu was speechless. Before departure, Cheng Xiaoyu asked the rich 2nd generation to pick up Han Songyi first. This makes the rich 2nd generation very affectionate. Songyi, it's only been a few days since I last saw you. Are Cheng Xiaoyu and Han Songyi so good? He even went to pick her up specially. His sensible brother asked Cheng Xiaoyu, Am I going to call Han Songyi's sister-in-law from now on? I gave Cheng Xiaoyu a hard time. She hurriedly explained that she was just her sister's friend. Yu Han and Songyi stepped out in casual clothes, a completely different person compared to before. She said hello to the rich 2nd generation. Then he sat next to Qing Jinyu and chatted happily. The next conversation made the rich 2nd generation completely think wrong. Did you sleep well after going back? Didn't you sleep well at all when you got back? The rich second generation suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Has it progressed to this level? Has he reminded Qing Xiaoyu in a low voice? Han Song is still a adult. Qing Xiaoyu looked at him with a passionate look on his face. So, look at him. He was so frightened that he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Driving silently. Brother's world is not something he can understand. Back to the sea-level dungeon. Just one blow. The monster falls apart. Refreshing Food Eye's understanding once again. The monsters in sea-level dungeons are too low-level for Qing Xiaoyu. He didn't even bother to talk about how low-level Jing Taita was. Just let the shadow servants clean it up. But he rehabilitated the rich second generation. These guys can not only help him fight monsters, he even took away the rich second generation's daily work. Leave him with no work to do. He felt his position was taken away. A little angry, made Qing Xiaoyu laugh. The rich second generation took over the magic crystal dug by Shadow Z with tears in his eyes. Eastern part of Country M. In a certain A-level dungeon, A-level hunter James is looking frightened. This old man with hair knocked all his teammates down. He felt strange from the moment he entered this dungeon. I didn't even see the shadow of a monster. Unexpectedly, the final boss suddenly appeared in form. The magic power emitted by fire has surpassed the level of A-level dungeons. How can this be? How strong is this monster? And the monster noticed him, turned around, walked towards him slowly. James screamed in fright. Back off again and again. Touched his head. He told James, just fainted. It's just not the devil. You attacked me as soon as you came up, so I had no choice but to fight back. But because of the language barrier, you have to say the opposite. James thought they were words to kill him. He was so frightened that he covered his ears and shivered. Scion changed his British accent. I'm not a native. I want to go. How generous are the rich people. The first move is too wise. The condition is to let Qing Dangxue form sea-level dungeons with him 19 times. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened during these 19 team formations. Fortunately, De One passed the level easily. Is it any surprise? They found a barbecue restaurant to celebrate. I also drank some wine to toast. Although wine is no different from water to Qing Xiaoyu, the rich second generation told Qing Xiaoyu. Next, he plans to take a written examination at the association. After getting the leader qualification certificate, go make a deal with his father. Qing Xiaoyu took out the key to the demon realm that he had never dared to explore before. Qing Xiaoyu took out the dangerous key to the evil Mo realm, and then held it tightly. What has to be faced always has to be faced. Drinking for 3 rounds. The rich second generation said some truth to Qing Xiaoyu. On behalf of others, I told him some truths. Compared to that brother who is related by fate, Qing Xiaoyu is more like his brother. Not only saved his life, still helping him. Qing Xiaoyu paused. Then he said to the rich second generation with a gentle smile, if you consider me your brother, then I will treat you as my brother. It moved Tomadai to tears. At this time, the news is broadcast live on the overhead TV. The Red Portal mutation incident has spread a lot. Reporters from all walks of life flock to the White Tiger Guild for interviews. Senior Hunter All-S Death Lion interview. Only low-level hunters come back alive. Is it real? There are rumors that someone helped the survivors in the dungeon. What do you think? The president of the White Tiger Guild only replied a few words. The association has completed the investigation of Bai's matter. It's a fact that an accident happened, but there is no one to help. Qing Xiaoyu knows. The person who helped was referring to him. I just don't know why the president would hide his eyes for him. After the interview, the president hurriedly returned to his office. Avoid those annoying reporters. At this time his friend Min Shijun called. At this time, I sued the president for a big event phone call. A week ago, Country R secretly contacted him and the association. After past investigations, we found that the problem was more serious than imagined. This made the president very curious. What a big deal. Allow R to contact the Hunter Association in Country H. The next sentence made the president, who was originally absent-minded, tense up instantly. That is the Chizhou Island teleport incident. He approached the phone and asked Min Shijun to speak more carefully. He approached Min Shijun and told him to be more careful. The S-class portal on Chizhou Island 4 years ago. We raided 3 secondary portals. All ended in failure. In the end, even the Z government gave up on Chizhou Island. 4 years later today, the swarm of ants started to move around again because of those guys. The president was also one of the members of the team that year. He's a little scared now thinking about that dream he had. Min Shijun's next words frightened the president. Min 1, these terrifying demons are mutating. They, flying across the sea. Get off that island. There are already people on the beach near the sea. The body of an ant with wings was discovered. These guys. The degree of evolution is astounding. Guard Hell Dog. I almost slapped Qing Xiao with an S. Qing Xiaoyu upgrades by constantly fighting monsters, now making a comeback. The moment the teleportation port is opened, the warm and beautiful scenery suddenly turned into a scene of human suffering. Remember the last time I killed the 3-headed hellhound? He was only level 20. Now the level has tripled. Not very confident now. This time it will be much easier than before. He came to the door he didn't dare to enter last time. Go to the door where you took out the key last time. Open that moment. A chill came out. Go in and see it out. It's a long and narrow aisle. There are many demon statues on both sides of the aisle. Chilling. This is the task window that pops up. Collect demon spirits in all items. -2. Reward points will complete the task if you catch 10,000 animals. After completing the task, you can get corresponding rewards. Qing Xiaoyu's heart-beating reward after completing the mission. Not only bonus attribute points, you can also get a device for more than 100 Y. It's okay. but he also knows the W device. The rewards are often more generous. The difficulty of the task becomes higher. The weird thing is, I didn't meet a single monster in the passage. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. I didn't expect it to be a real-life dungeon. This is turning the entire S-city into an underground city. This is the entire dungeon that cannot be conquered. Thousands of monsters appeared. The system prompts that a low-level demon appears. Each time one is destroyed, one soul will be obtained. Because he was afraid that his sister would be worried, he found an excuse to travel for 1 week. According to this situation, we may not be able to get it done in a week. He put down his travel bag, disappeared in place with a whoosh, reappeared already in front of the monster, used the dagger to quickly shuttle among the monsters. The monster has not yet had time to release the skill shuttle. The strange S is in Qing Xiaoyu's sword power. System prompts that low-level demons times 3 have been solved. Gain experience value 100 by 3. Obtain demon soul x3. Even the experience required to upgrade the level is marked. From now on it's a race against time. In a Korean restaurant, sitting with his father, the rich second generation, Lu Chin construction chairman. The rich generation showed his father the hunter leader qualification certificate he obtained. The rich second generation also proposed to hand over the position of leader of the guild to him. The reason is that leaving full power to outsiders is extremely risky. The head boy interrupted him. He also said that before that, I should introduce him to someone. The door opens. Walk into an unattractive old man. He is one of the survivors of the White Tiger Guild's Red Letter. The Red Generation is very confusing. How come the survivors that the media is desperately looking for appear here? The media chairman asked Gao Mingheng to tell us about the situation at that time. Here, Gao Mingheng talked about his experience at that time. Gao Ming's experience of helping people in media rumors. She is a huntress who looks like a high school student, and Qing Xiaoyu hunter. The rich second generation was stunned when they heard this name. I didn't expect Brother Jian to be the protagonist of this big incident. The female high school hunter is naturally Hani. No wonder the relationship between Shoji and him suddenly became so good when they met. It's hard, but the rich second generation knows what's going to happen next without having to listen to it. He knows and understands his elder brother's strength best. The problem now is that big brother's secret is no longer a secret. This will lead to negotiations that may be more harmful than X. After Gao Mingheng said Qing Xiaoyu, the head boy interrupted him. Take out a stack of documents from behind your back. Create a guild from. He needs to recruit capable hunters. There are rumors of helpers in this red portal incident. He specially sent people to investigate the helpers. Then I dug up the team information of Qing Xiaoyu and the rich second generation. But the rich second generation coming to negotiate with him at this time is tantamount to throwing themselves into a trap. He can get the guild leader qualification certificate. He can get the qualification certificate by Qing Xiao. The rich second generation feels cold. Father already knows everything. It means he lost his advantage. As you wish, even with this advantage, he still said to his father firmly, leave Guild Lucheng to me. I thought my father would refuse. Surprisingly, his father agreed. Unexpectedly, the rich second generation agreed. Where did this fight come from? The chairman slowly stood up, show a kind smile and say to the rich second generation, it's really too risky to leave the guild to outsiders. Why take that risk again? That hunter named Qing Jin-Woo. Can you recruit him into the Lujian guild? The rich second generation told him firmly. I will work hard. The chief child felt proud in his heart. Sure enough, the tiger father has no dog son. In order to establish Lucheng Guild, he came into contact with two S-class hunters, Cha Hui from the Hunters Guild and Min Shijun, who has retired. Although the hunter Che Hui is called the ultimate weapon, but those in Huizhong can only be deputy vocal leaders. Chief Tong takes the position of leader of the well-funded Lucheng Guild. The chairman invited her to join the leadership position as a condition. Must be very attractive to her. Min Shijun's star attraction for her. It was because of the failure of the teleportation port on Chizhou Island in the 9th strategy 3 times that I decided to retire. This time, and bodies were discovered in Country R. If you want to use the Chizhou Island teleportation port for the 4th time. After all, it was he who found Min Shijun first. It was his son who recruited Qing Xiaoyu first. This is a battle of time and experience. Demon Realm Dungeon. Qing Xiaoyu stands on the mountain of demon S bodies. He can feel it. The further down you go, the higher the level of the monster is. What terrifying existence will be waiting for him later? How fast does a second awakening player level up? The guard dog almost beat him up when he woke up not long ago. There is one in the south and now I almost beat him S. Low-level demons are like novice monsters in front of him. The low-E devil is catching a lot of new ones, although the highest level of monsters on this level is only D. But compared to ordinary dungeons, the experience points gained are much more. To upgrade an ordinary dungeon by 1 level, you need to complete 9 C-level dungeons. And now it only takes 4 hours. With the improvement of level, the more experience points you need, the more experience you need to become stronger. It is necessary to speed up the upgrade. Qing Xiaoyu felt that the last time he met Bai Luhao, own strength, still not up to S-class level, so it needs to be faster. He took out the items dropped by the monsters. Demon Realm's 2nd floor license bar. It seems that there is an interlayer moving magic circle there. It seems that if you want to upgrade quickly, the magic will drop. Can't stop here. Such a majestic look, like a heavy truck. Qing Xiaoyu jumped on Xiongda's shoulders. A few roadblocks are blocking the way. Before Qing Xiaoyu could issue an order, whoosh, Xiongda couldn't wait to hit the devil. Already watched Qing Dumping's rampage on the road. And National Game Bureau. Several managers are standing outside the protective window. Look at that uncle who looks like a super scion. Looking at the uncle who learned after interrogation. This uncle is a hunter from Country H. 10 years ago. He's trapped in the portal. Open your eyes again quietly. The stone is already in Country M. The director is very depressed. Not only does the level transfer port come out, the judge wiped out the G-Strike team composed of A-level hunters. If this person is a monster with human memories, without the intervention of S-class hunters, Warcraft, the entire W city will be in danger. They contacted the Scavengers Guild. However, there is only one S-class hunter who can speak H language. That is Huang Dongshu, the main hunter of the Scavenger Guild. He at this time, on the way back to Country M, on the way to being very angry, came all the way here to vent to S personally. I didn't expect that garbage to be in the teleportation port. I didn't expect that. What a coincidence. They planned to wait for Huang Dongshu to come back and let him interrogate this mysterious man. H country hunter Qing Rihan, in the Devil's Realm. Permit to enter the second floor of Demon Realm. Can only be used to move the magic circle between floors 1. Monsters with access passes appear randomly on the back floor. Only by obtaining the access pass can you use the interfloor magic circle to enter other floors. Each floor of the Demon Realm is composed of different worlds. If there are 100 floors here, then there are 100 worlds. As time goes by, Qing Xiaoyu is moving at an alarming speed. He has already started to encounter intermediate demons, even though it's only C grade. But I can feel that it is not on the same level as a D-level monster. The higher you climb, the level of monsters will also increase rapidly, just like the unbridgeable gap between A-level and S-level hunters. When people started coming in, Qing Xiaoyu was worried whether there would be all S-class monsters here. I didn't expect that my strength is not as good as that guard dog. His nervousness gradually disappeared as time passed. His nervousness didn't even bother to show off his lust and strangeness. Directly summoned the shadow hand to fight. Just like this, Jinglu reaches 47 and goes out to 48. Just as 49.150 floors 48. He met the ruler of the lower class. He met the greedy Vulcan matchmaker. There are still dense guards standing around. It seems that someone more powerful has finally arrived. Otherwise, Qing Xiaoyu would have fallen asleep. He stretched out his hand to indicate. 3 fireballs passed over the head of the pin. The 3 went straight to ask the Vulcan guards to pass by. In an instant, the sense of urgency for keeping males is heightened. Qing Xiaoyu handed over the guard to King Ayin and Black Knight Ygritte. Qing Xiaoyu guarded the guard and turned on his invisibility. The battle between A-level shadows and Vulcan guards. Although the guards are strong, but Qing Xiaoyu led the shadow warriors all the way to upgrade. But Cheng's actually is better ready to upgrade. Then cut the guard in half. Just like Qing Xiaoyu's self-importance. It's the Vulcan boss on the throne. It's that one. It looks so fat. You boss. It shouldn't be difficult to conquer. Just use invisibility magic to sneak past it and make it S. But he didn't expect. This seemingly bulky body disappeared under his eyes in an instant. Instantly disappeared in the present moment. Already in front of the shadow man. Before waving the sledgehammer in his hand. When Ayin saw this, he immediately raised his shield to block it. When Ayin saw Vulcan's attack, he was going to block it with his card. There was a huge odang sound. The smoke cleared. Ayin is lying on the ground. The shadows on the body gradually dissipate. It seems that even the strongest human shield cannot withstand its casual blow. Vulcan swings his sledgehammer again. With a loud sound, he struck Ygritte next to him. Just kill it. Chen-Zi runs quickly. Jump on the head of Vulcan. The fists are raised on the head of God. Eyes full of rage. Eyes angry at the god of fire. You guy, are you too brave? How dare you bully my men? This boss is as fat as a pig. Speed and strength cannot be underestimated. In one glance, he appeared in front of the shadow warrior. Even Qing Xiaoyu's proud human shield couldn't withstand its blow. Even with Cheng Pi's hand, he defeated his 2 powerful hands. Qing Xiaolun was so angry that he punched it to give it a head start. They were so angry that they knocked down several buildings with Li Pala. Qing Xiaoyu was a little surprised. Ning just punched in anger. Why did it fly so far? Punch. It seems it is right to add skill points to strength, but this punch did not cause fatal damage to Vulcan. Also angered it. It's also systematic. Vulcan activates skills. All abilities increased by 50%. Just like the skills of guard dogs at that time. It was just like spring back then. The pain is reduced. Speed becomes faster. Joyful as a raging bull. Qing Xiaoyu felt that this blow would be very painful. Can hide but can hide. He hurriedly turned around and shouted to King Ayin. Ayin's first list after just recovering from health. But soon the great god will. Raise your shield. Use all your strength to throw electricity. The shield passed through the B group and floated towards Qing Jin-Woo. Qing Xiaoyu grabbed the shield. The god of fire roared angrily. Throw out a sledgehammer and hit Qing Xiaoyu's shield. Suddenly the earth collapsed. See if it can be broken with one blow. Vulcan hit him a few more times in a row. Fortunately, Qing Xiaoyu has high strength and Ayin's shield. I can barely stop it. But if you try to get it right, it's hard to say. If you have to attack continuously, I have to find a weak spot and counterattack D. When Vulcan raised the sledgehammer again. When the fire comes and lifts up, Qing Xiaoyu threw away his shield and jumped up. Used the dagger to draw towards the boss. But he didn't expect. Vulcan stopped the G-thumping action. Dodged 9 hits from Qing Jin-Woo. This smart guy predicted Qing Xiaoyu's prediction. This big machine once again showed Xiaoyu's prediction. Mid-air is the worst position to defend. This attack is in a position where we cannot defend ourselves, unless this can be avoided, he suddenly thought. Can use the hand of the Dominator skill, although it can't stop Vulcan's actions, but the reaction force can be used. Bounce yourself away. When the sledgehammer is about to hit me, he successfully bounced away. He had a near miss. If I take this blow that even I can't stop, I guess this blow will make you feel cold. Qing Xiaoyu didn't expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. Qing Xiaozi is not only fast but so difficult to do. The power is greater than one's own. We must first find a way to control it. He saw the crumbling buildings in the distance. Suddenly I had a plan in mind. He ran away quickly in front of the god of fire. Vulcan saw this. Crazy pursuit. Cheng Swishy. That's it. They chased me all the way. Come to this building. Qing Xiaoyu used the running skill to speed up. The fussing Vulcan senses something is wrong. Part 1. But it's too late. Qing Xiaoyu has already run to the broken building. When Vulcan is about to crash into the building, Qing Xiaoyu took a fierce step. In the frightened eyes of Vulcan, there was a loud sound and it was scratched straight from his shoulder. A stream of black blood spurted out from its body. Black-blooded people are spewing out in the community. White Tiger Guild section chief and B-level hunter Wang Jinjin are looking for Qing Xiaoyu. But even the neighbors haven't seen him near him for many days. Wang Jinjin contacted Han Songi and learned that Qing Xiaoyu and Ping Fa have to travel extra weeks. Qing Yu and Zhang felt very surprised to take a week off. Just going to travel. Not good enough to have a record of going abroad. There are no bank withdrawal records or credit card swiping records. No, and it is recorded according to the association's positioning record. He was last seen in the city center. Wang Jinjin's face became solemn. Could it be that he was kidnapped? The section chief laughed. He told Wang Jinjin, "You have to use Kanana Godbuyu. Only a special force composed of high-level hunters. His strength. You've seen it with your own eyes. Most clearly." But the section chief is still curious about where Qing Xiaoyu went. How could he disappear under his eyes? And he couldn't possibly know where Qing Xiaoyu would go. After all, this is a place where only awakened players are qualified to come. Realistic dungeon demon realm. M is 1 foot high. The road is 1 foot high. Facing the god of fire whose speed and strength are superior to his own. Faced with the speed of Qing Xiaoyu, he used a small plan to defeat the Vulcan. So I gave this 50th level boss to ZS. So I gave this 5 from my body to ZS. Drop 4 shiny pieces of equipment. Fragments of the world tree equipment. Materials for making top magic props. Sounds very advanced. I just don't know where to use it. Evil Lord Day Evil Lord's earrings. Clicking on other Demon series equipment and wearing them at the same time will have a set effect. Isn't that the Abyss set? Qing Xiaoyu couldn't wait to pick it up and put it on. And magic props. Pearl of Greed. Doubles magic damage. It's a pity that Qing Xiaoyu is not a magic hunter. Otherwise, these beads would be too practical. Otherwise, this beautiful country would be useless. Yeglet's Black Knight has successfully defeated all the guards CS. Ygritte's palm is dedicated to the monarch. Qing Xiaoyu felt moved and helpless. It's okay for Qing Xiao to do this because of the Black Knight. I'll let An learn how to do it too. Really. The big guy came over dragging Wishen's naked body. Show Qing Xiaoyu. That guy is obviously his S. If you think you are mine, you are stealing the spotlight. It's just my own shield. Shield, he suddenly thought. The shield that I lent him when he blocked Vulcan's G-attack. Isn't it like lending magic to someone else? He called over the magician who was flattering Ein. Give it the Pearl of Greed. Let it launch towards the distant building. Master's hand seal. A ball of fire slowly formed. Soon a super large fireball was formed. It was completely beyond Qing Xiaoyu's expectation. Is this twice the magic damage? Is this horror so sad? And there is nothing written in the ear not to forward it to others. And inside, he felt proud and gave it to him. Looks like we can put this crazy bead to good use. M Country W City Hunter Management Building. Huang Dongshu was called here as soon as he returned to China. Let him interrogate the mysterious person who appeared at the A-level portal. You'd better cooperate with me and tell him. Are you a human or a monster? It all depends on my word. Facing the power of Huang Dongshu, the uncle just smiled calmly. Huang Dongshu asked the uncle 3 questions in succession like a judge. Have you ever been in a dungeon once? These 10 years. How did you survive in the dungeon? How did you survive? Huang Dongshu continued to ask. As he is also in the dungeon, it's possible to live and speak like you, he thought. As long as he lives, he can see his brother again. But Uncle Tian firmly confirmed his idea. People cannot give birth. The uncle asked Huang Dongshu about teleportation ports and Warcraft. How much do you know? Dungeon, teleportation, World of Warcraft. They are just the prelude to the battle. The force that will cause huge disasters has awakened not long ago. It will cause a huge disaster, and I will come back this time. The king awakened not long ago, just to stop that. As for what is difficult, I can't say. Huang Dongshu thought it was very funny. Since it's a big problem, it's difficult, but we don't say what it is. There is strength in numbers. It's better than your Tianjin fighting alone, right? Numbers are too small compared to that amount. Countless birds and birds gathered together. They will only be attacked and exploited. You are quite a powerful person. You should also know very well, right? These words stunned Huang Dongshu. With his strength, he said it was just fair. He was very unhappy being looked down upon. Only one of you can see his uncle named Qing Kanwane, excluding the stray hairs on the head. It looks similar to the photo. What's strange is that I haven't aged after 10 years in the dungeon. My experience as a hunter was brilliant, and has not changed. If I put it aside now, I could make a lot of money, if ranked according to level. Reach Huang Dongshu's strength. The G earned is enough to feed and drink for 3 generations. My wife's name is Lin Jinghui. When I saw the name Huan Shu, I was roasted. He asked Cheng Rihan, "Do you still remember your son's name? Do you still remember Cheng Rihan blurting out his name? My son's name is Cheng Xia." Huang Dongshu laughed when he heard the name. Cheng Rihan suddenly felt something was wrong. Cheng Ri feels satisfied from Huang Dongshu. I feel a strong S-energy. Cheng Rihan is not afraid either. The golden aura released from the body confronts. Huang Dongshu presses the color button on the table. He told the deputy director, "This man is M. He's about to start hitting 9. He immediately asked you to dodge the attack quickly." Then he said to Cheng Rihan, "I just came back from country H, so I know very well what's going on with your son. Your son is already S." Cheng Rihanjia was so happy after hearing the news. Looking at Cheng Rihan, he said, "You have to tell him your last words in person." This man was trapped in a dungeon for 10 years. When Jing Jing opened his eyes again, he had already been in country M for years. What a coincidence, Zaiha happened to meet him. Huang Dongshu, who wants to SS his son to avenge his brother, wanted to SS him. He thought Qing Xiaoyu had sedated Huang Dongji. He had no choice but to ask his father for Z. A battle between top hunters is about to break out. Demon Realm. Qing Shou came to the 5th floor. This is a living place. The owner here is helpless. Densely packed W spirits. They all responded to the call of Master W Ling. They all walked towards Qing Zhao's word call. Qing Xiaoyu called out his 2 capable men, Yigrit and King Ein. "Give orders. Open circuit." Order received. The Shadow Warrior rushed towards the mighty living room without hesitation. National People's Congress. The Shadow Warriors are followed closely by the Shadow Furs. National People's Congress. Time after death I will meet you. Sparks fly. Ion wields a giant axe. Yigrit waved his sword. I made Boss W Ling look stupid. Is my life as NPCI being crushed like this? What's even more terrifying is that figure standing before the bright moon. Master of Shadow Z Warrior, looking straight at it. As a monster I think Qing Xiao is a real monster. I feel like Qing Xiao hasn't started to be a real monster yet. It's over. Cheng Xiaoyu appeared in a flash. Then he chopped Master W Ling into pieces. Then he smashed the great Master W Ling back to pieces. The living figures were shattered on the ground like puppets with their strings cut off. Qing Xiaoyu wants to extract the shadow of this lost mage. However, the system informed the opponent that his mana had been contaminated. Unable to extract shadow, he picked up the dropped super equipment, Chain of Evilware, activated Layer 1 suit effect. Add 5 to all attribute points. All good guys at 5. This is equivalent to leveling up by 5 levels. If I get the last piece of the Demon King's equipment, I don't know if there will be any more amazing bonuses, although I really want to get it now. But the mission of collecting demon souls has been completed. My physical strength has reached its limit. What I'm looking forward to now is the rewards from missions. Reward 1 is the item shop. You can choose any one from the following item. Qing Xiaoyu originally wanted to choose the most expensive device, but I think that every time I conquer a dungeon, I can get equipment. The higher the level of the dungeon, the better the equipment you will get. After weighing it again and again, he chose the cursed random box again. He finished again because of the second choice box. Only then can you enter this demonic realm. Not only can you quickly upgrade your level, I also got a lot of precious items. Qing Xiaoyu is looking forward to seeing something more surprising this time. Qing Xiaoyu was looking forward to the moment he opened it and baked something unexpectedly. It's a completely black key. The strange thing is that the property column is full of question marks. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. This is still a situation where he has no information, but gold always shines. Qing Xiaoyu put it into the inventory. Qing Xiao receives reward 2 no product column. Add 20 points to allocable points. After becoming the Shadow Lord, Qing Xiaoyu's mana consumption is visible to the naked eye. Qing Jian this time he simply increased his intelligence to gain speed. Finally, there is the undisclosed reward 3. Having already chosen the reward twice, he doesn't have much expectations at this moment. Reward obtained. Sheng Divine Water Production Book. Obtain reward M Country W Bring Water Production Book. The whole city is full of firefighters are working hard to put out the fire. The whole city has been changed to fire. This is the 2 fight between S-class fire hunters. It will turn everything around into rubbish. Although I had expected it a long time ago. But I didn't expect that the reality was more complicated than expected. What the director did not expect was that Huang Dongshu Hunter being beaten ended in complete defeat. Qing Xiaoyu came out of the demon realm. Qing Xiao came out of the hospital, visiting my bedridden mother. He took out the undisclosed reward 3, Water of Life Crafting Scroll. The mysterious water that can cure all diseases. As long as he has his mysterious water, maybe his mother can wake up. Making raw M water requires 3 items. The fragments of the world tree are obtained after defeating the ruler Vulcan on the S50 floor. The spring water in Echo Forest can be obtained by killing the undead Archmage on the 75th floor. The remaining water in Echo Forest can be obtained by hitting the spirit Archmage at the end. Purified Demon X. Intuition tells him X. This thing is in the hands of the ultimate boss at the top of the demon realm. This thing is there. That is to say, as long as G omits the demon domain, you can get all the materials to make raw water. In this way, Mother can wake up. Is this a Z fight between S-class hunters? Gods fight. City suffers. Burning losses everywhere. The prosperous city turned into ruins in an instant times. The entire country M has been affected. The news quickly spread to various countries. Because I'm afraid it will have too much impact. The deputy director of country M changed this incident to terrorist bombings reported globally. But anyone who is a hunter knows that such a devastating big explosion. It takes 2 buckets to create. Needless to say, a guest came to the door at this time. The director took a look. He's an unknown hunter. He quietly said to the assistant next to him. Sometimes there is this. A hunter who is not satisfied with the status quo and wants to make a comeback is here. No need to struggle with him for too long. Tell him that he needs to bear the cost himself. I'll probably just give it a test. But he stopped when he saw the name. He hurriedly called Bai Lu Hao, the president of the White Tiger Guild. Tell him that the person he asked to pay attention to has appeared. Bai Lu Hao stopped what he was doing, asked anxiously. People are on your side now. Test reception hall. Ching Xiaoyu sat outside waiting. I have mixed feelings in my heart. Everything here remains the same. And in just a few months, he went from being the immature child becomes a mature young man. He is looking forward to it. The last test was the weakest level. After this period of upgrades, at which stage will the level be positioned? An uncle waiting for identification next to him said to Ching Xiaoyu, don't be too nervous. Although there are people who turn their lives around because of changes in class. But that's only a small part. He pointed towards the waiting hall and said, even if it's degrade, they will also be favored by the salesmen over there. Groups and small guilds are not only dangerous, the hunter's mortality rate is also very high. Ching Xiaoyu was deeply touched. The positioning of small guilds is indeed embarrassing. There are often those with low levels who are not satisfied with. Hunters in low-level dungeons go to 9 slightly higher-level dungeons, but he paid a heavy price for his lack of strength. However, at that time, Ching Xiaoyu didn't even have the chance to take a liking to him in the small guild. The test door opens at this time. A young man walked out with a sad look on his face. The young lady shouted to the waiting people, this is the uncle in line. He told Ching Xiao with an indifferent expression. As long as there are no expectations, you won't be so nervous. As long as it's not level, it's no problem to eat as much as possible. Ching Yu noticed, the uncle next to me has been shaking from the beginning. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to this evaluation. Because of a but. The test level must be level C or above. Only then can he enter a large guild and get the contract debt repaid. Then he and his family can resume their normal life before. Level can change the lives of countless people. Just like whether a hunter is strong or not is entirely determined by his level. No matter how you practice swordsmanship, strengthen your body. The difference is determined by level. Not that easy to make up for. Therefore, the gap in grade level is ridiculously large. In the end, there was still no gap to catch up with B-level Jiang Haotian, although Ching Xiaoyu had several years of experience in group formation, but still can't get rid of the lock of E-class. But that's all in the past. The uncle who just entered walked out as if he had lost his soul. He never expected. I thought I was still a D grade no matter how bad I was. I didn't expect it to be the worst giant. Under his influence, the fat man who was already nervous. The uncle was even more nervous at the moment, and couldn't move. He said to Ching Xiaoyu, I'm so nervous. How about you go first? Ching Xiaoyu walked into the room, standing in front of a big ball and waiting. The lady looked at the information. It has been judged as an E-level awakener. She asked Ching Xiaoyu, is it necessary to conduct a second measurement? After getting Ching Xiaoyu's confirmation, she started the machine. There was a whisper in my heart. Most of the people who apply for secondary measurement are E-level hunters. I applied twice and ended up being an E-level hunter. Confession for wasting money on testing. But soon she was slapped in the face. When Ching Xiaoyu puts his hand on the test ball, the computer crashed when the ball was on. This has never happened to me after working for so long. At this time, the director came over. He is a little curious. The person who can make Bai Lu Hao of the White Tiger Guild so interested. What is so special about this person? You don't know if you don't see it. Shocked at first sight. This happened to Che Hui during her test 2 years ago. Finally determined to be an S-class hunter. And there has never been another S-class hunter after her. What machine failure? It's the machine here. Unable to test the magic value of S-class hunters. His face suddenly turned pale. I understand why Bai Lu Hao cares so much. He hates himself for being so blind. Such a heavyweight is here, in front of me. I am so careless. I'm sure I won't get promoted if this keeps up. He looks forward to his little assistant. Report to your superiors immediately. H country's 10th S-class hunter. Born. What a terrifying existence S-class hunters are. The fight between 2 S-class hunters paralyzed the entire G family. 2 S-class lions give birth to an S-class hunter. No matter how difficult it is, it still gets stuck. It is a level that ordinary hunters cannot reach even in their lifetime. There are less than 10 S-class hunters left in the entire H country. No wonder the director of the monitoring team is livid. The last machine failure was 2 years ago. That is, the birth of the 9th S-class hunter Cha Hui. And this time Ching Xiaoyu also caused the machine to behave like this. But this time Ching is going to have something big happen. The second awakener is labeled as an S-level hunter. It's enough to drive the whole family crazy in a short period of time. Section Chief Wu Junzhou was talking to Liang. a man in a pink suit. Wu Zhenzi, he is very curious. Hunter Huang Dongshu, who suddenly returned to China. Is it related to the Red Portal incident? The section chief told him. He was not the one behind the rumor. That's because he was also present at that time, and kept a close eye on the yellow tree the whole time to prevent him from messing around. Although I didn't stay at the end. But he has already made up his mind. But that person is Qing Xiaoyu. Just haven't seen it with my own eyes. It's not easy for him to say it directly. Seeing the section chief being so cautious, the man in the pink suit did not continue to ask questions. Change the topic. Asked the section chief about the recent incident of winged ants being discovered on coastal beaches. Asked the section chief about the recent ant incident that the section chief told him very seriously. This time only the S body was discovered. If those monsters can really fly out of Chizhou Island alive. If you are with Cheiko, you must issue a convening order to all guilds. The man in the pink suit stretched out his hand covered with gold rings and told the section chief, our hunter division will provide full assistance when the time comes. He noticed. The inspection building in Building B is unusually busy today. The section chief thought it might be the awakened people who were being tested who were causing trouble. The section chief thought he might want to go over and check that the awakened people were causing trouble. The man in a suit put out the cigarette butt in his hand. He thinks this matter is not as simple as that. He wants to go and look at the order with the section chief. The section chief's eyes moved. Did he notice something else? I was deceived again by his gentle appearance. I almost forgot who the man in front of me was. In the test hall, the director told Qing Xiaoyu, a precision measuring machine is required for secondary measurement. A salesman exploded when he heard this information. I was actually able to meet with my own eyes the legendary person whose level cannot be determined. Is there going to be an S level? People of this level, they have all kinds of little things in their heart. Number 10 S-class hunter. This is not someone that we, small and medium-sized organizations, or guilds, can easily meet. Is this an opportunity? Why don't you close your eyes and take a gamble? My words should have some weight. At this time our prize salesman noticed. A heavyweight in the industry walked in through the door. Cui Zhongyin from the Hunter Division of Country H's top guild. The peak figure of flame magic in Country H is yellow. A magic spell can easily destroy the entire building. The hunter known as the ultimate weapon. Qing Xiaoyu's nickname of the weakest weapon in the world is due to him. Others are talking about it. Is this a super hunter? Have you been caught first by Hunter CG? Has it been reported that the section chief is very strange? Unexpectedly, Qing Xiaozi, who was previously rated as E-class. Has he been promoted to S level in just a few months? Cui Zhong pushed up the frame and looked at Qing Xiaoyu. Look at the aura I exude. No need to measure again. Cui Zhongyin shows a naughty look. Cui Zhong made a gesture of invitation. Ask Qing Xiao if he has a favorite guild. Is it okay to chat with him? And Qing Xiaoyu passed by him. He replied lightly and passed by. Sorry, I do not have time. Cui Zhongyin suddenly turned pale. Others exploded. What's the situation? Chairman Choi Chung-Huang was rejected. And it's not like Qing Xiaoyu doesn't know these heavyweights. Compared with these invitation-level figures from the big guilds, Qing Xiao, at this moment, he is more concerned about the production of raw and water. At this moment, his mother can recover as soon as possible. Hao Zhonghuang laughed again. It seems that I thought too simply. See if I can leave without saying anything. He seems to be an excellent Dark S hunter. As long as we can recruit him. The hunter division has 3 S-level hunters. It can be compared with the world's top guilds. At this time, Bai Lu Hao of the White Tiger Guild rushed over without stopping. The moment Bai entered the door, he found Cui Zhongyin coming over. When I walked in, I immediately felt bad. This duplicitous man. Have you also noticed Qing Xiaoyu? Shizhong looked at Bai Lu Hao. There is a long distance from the White Tiger building to the Hunter Association. Look at him running over panting. Yes, you know what happens here. White Tiger Guild newcomer training accident. The suspicious helper, medium. Then it turns out to be him. It's not that Bai Lu Hao doesn't care about that man. Lei Lu Hao couldn't stop a man. Look at his attitude just now. Not so easy to control. No, Bai Lu Hao sighed. It just so happened that the old slick guy discovered it. Now we're in trouble. How popular are S-class hunters? Can the national level guild hunt for the chairman of the board? Let the top White Tiger Guild Bai Lujia. With full firepower, they came all the way to pull people in. After all, as long as we can successfully recruit S-level hunters into the guild, it can greatly increase the reputation and strength of the guild. It is also possible to elevate the guild to the top guild in the world. But they didn't expect. Qing Xiaoyu is a beast that is difficult to tame. Qing wants to recruit him into the animal uniform Isho. I want to compare fame and fortune to the world. He is more concerned about his mother's love. His mother suffered from a kind of insomnia B. I've been immersed in sleep and can't wake up. I've been immersed in it, and this bee can't wake up. It appears after the teleportation port is opened. It was spreading. He told his mother, just wait for me. I can wake you up right away. He told himself that he must become stronger. If the middle level boss is of this level, then with his current strength, he is still no more than the ultimate boss. So now that he is walking in the ward, he finds the ultimate BOS9. The chief of the supervision section has been waiting at the door for a long time. Supervision section plus he asked Qing Xiaoyu how long he had been waiting. In the double dungeon. Were you the one who killed those monsters? Thanks to you. Let me know how bad my eyesight is. Qing Xiaoyu did not answer the section chief's question. Just add to the laughter. Then he walked straight past the section chief and prepared to leave. Then the trail section chief stopped him and prepared to leave. Tell Qing Beiyu that there is someone who wants to see you. Gao Jianli, president of the Hunter Association. Then make a respectful gesture of invitation. Ching Xiaoyu met for the first time Gao Jianli himself, an old man over 80 years old. A powerful aura emanates from the whole body. His figure is even bigger than that of a retired rubber wrestler. And he's also an S-class awakener, and it's not easy to ring the awakener, the president said to Ching Xiaoyu. Congratulations on becoming an S-class hunter, Ching Xiaoyu replied. The results of the second measurement have not come out yet, the president told him. Secondary measurement is meaningless. A precision measuring machine is a machine that further refines the measurement result. It is not used to detect exceeding the measurement range. If it is possible to measure out of range, then there will be SS level and SSS level. Even more S. Ching Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Since Ching is so interested in, why do we need to arrange a secondary measurement? Why did the president extend his finger to confirm? That's a deferment period. It's so that I can meet a hunter like you first. Time gained. You know too, the size of an association is different from that of a guild. There are not many hunters as good as Section Chief Wu Xinjie. If Wu Xinjie goes to a sex guild, there won't be many people. Income and fame will be guaranteed. Who would want to come to the association? People will remember the names of the members of those big guild elite attack teams. But few people know the name of our section chief Wu Xinjie. But there are very few A levels that have top-notch A levels. In order for outstanding awakened people to come to the association, we got a little clever. That's why a second measurement was arranged. So take some time to decide. I can't promise you a lot of money. Unable to commit to a group that is too expensive. We can help you develop in other aspects. What we can support these 9 companies now is not government development. He is a hunter who protects the people from monsters. The one who manages them is the Hunters Association. I can let you have the same rights as us. Cheng Xiaoyu was quite touched when he heard the word G. Indeed, compared to G9 fame and wealth. 9. Good things are what we pursue more. And it is still a powerful force that surpasses the attacks of the 5 major guilds. And he is still Ling. But he is very curious about the advantages above the relationship. Why do you want to give him such advantage? The president told him. Do you know the 5 major guilds? Now, these 5S forces have finally reached a balance. No matter which guild you join, are bound to break this balance. That's why the Hunters Association is needed. The most terrifying things in this world are monsters. And the thing more terrifying than monsters is the top hunter. Do you have any idea? Cheng Xiaoyu hesitated. This is indeed a very tempting offer. With the support of President Ko Kin-li, no matter how ordinary people are, they can become famous immediately, no matter how ordinary. Because even 9 will, government, association, because even N entities, associations, will be influenced by President Ko Kin-li. He is Ji Libanli, and I'm going to work hard to upgrade. Only then can we reach the same level as him. The Hunter Association is the 6th force that is different from the 5 major guilds. Every 9 family must have a Hunter Association, and it looks like this old man doesn't have much time left. Someone needs to take his place. Xiyuan Chun wants a rare opportunity. Machine Wei and then Cheng Xiaoyu made a choice, said to the president. Greetings to the meeting. The president was stunned, but I soon felt relieved. He seems to be a young man who pursues fame, fortune and money. But Ching Xiaoyu's answer made him slow down. I want to fight. Compared with worldly fame and fortune, Ching Xiaoyu wants to fight monsters alone and level up. If you join the association, he can't continue to upgrade. Generations are constantly upgrading. Only then can he become stronger. He told the president. The dungeon is where he should stay. The president is completely in a vacuum. How could this happen? Those eyes contained sincerity. His heart was pounding. I haven't felt like this for a long time. It turns out that my heart can still beat so powerfully. If I could be 20 years younger, 10 years younger if I could. I also want to work with such young people. What a guy that makes people excited. Ching Xiaoyu stood up and said goodbye to the president. I said to the section chief when I passed by him. Section chief Wu Xinjie, you are very good at judging people, but the monster in the light double dungeon is not me. Then walked to the door. The president looked out the window with his hands on his waist. Ching Xiaoyu's words opened up his previous inherent thinking. Ching Yu has always thought that as long as there is an association, he will never mess with the existence of the association, and the association wants to survive, and he must be there. Or is there someone who inherits his will? It seems like it's all just my own wild imagination. The hunter should be in the dungeon. He hopes that the section chief cancel all schedules for today. Don't waste time on those old fogies. Can't look at Wu Jin stubbornly. Come on, come and have a drink with me. Although this meeting did not yield the desired results, although he received a 2-gift result. How drunk is that, friend? This S-class hunter is really cool. Even Ching Xiaoyu's father dared to provoke him. Cheng Rihan's golden pupils opened. He directly beat Huang Dongshu until he was helpless. He shouted angrily and waved his palms. Snap! Huang Dongshu woke up from his dream. The S-class hunter battled with Ching Han, and leaving him covered in bruises. The body is covered with white bandages. Multiple fractures on the body. He glanced, said impatiently, "What do you do with a loser? If you have anything to say, just say it quickly." Deputy I has been waiting aside for a long time. He asked Huang Dongshu. That man named Cheng Rihan. He showed Huang Dongshu the footage from nearby surveillance cameras that day. He took out the picture of Cheng Rihan in the picture that day and showed it to Huang Dongshu. We are rescuing people who are in trouble due to typing. Huang Dongshu looked at his heart, but there was no disturbance in his heart. Still stick to his statement. That person is M-Beast. Seeing Huang Dongshu still doesn't change his tune. Vice President, I won't say any more. Tell Huang Dongshu to go to the management office after treatment. Tell Huang Dongji and Huang Dongshu to ask the deputy director of the administration. How is that man? Did the deputy commander tell him? After having sex with you, he disappeared. Although the administration has been looking for him. But he even defeated you. Do you think we can catch him? Huang Dongshu cursed secretly. He remembered what Qing Rihan said to him the moment before he fell into coma. Don't go to country H again. I'm not doing this for my son, because you will 5 regardless of purpose. I am an S-class hunter. Huang Dongshu plans to recover from his injuries first. Huang went to the guild again to enjoy utensils. Make adequate preparations to avenge past humiliation. You wait for Qing Rihan. I want to tear you apart. Hunter shooting M scene. It is the material or equipment obtained by the hunter after completing 9 dungeons. Online and offline marketplaces for auctions or instant sales. For shooting M, or there are tens of thousands of hunting lions in the country to hand over to the market. The shooting market makes it easier for hunters to purchase equipment quickly and easily. The equipment that has been photographed is nothing more than life-saving equipment for hunters. Advanced hunters basically use hundreds of equipment. Qing Xiaoyu thought that through this period of accumulation, he had won a lot of Q. Now it seems that I can't even afford a better piece of equipment. Now it looks like I can't even afford it if I go further and further into the demon realm. Not only the fire attribute 9 hits are added, but even the meat part is hit hard. Therefore, Qing Xiaoyu needs some equipment to protect against high points. There is no suitable equipment in the item shop. In the item shop, he was thinking about the appropriate outfit. Just sell the Pearl of Greedy Dreams, even those high-end W devices on the market. The highest one can only increase the strength by 30%. The Pearl of Dreams increases the magic damage by twice. It will definitely fetch a good price if put on the market 9, but the problem is to expose the way to get it. But the level hunter holds this kind of equipment. It will definitely attract a lot of attention. There must be at least 9 records of A-level teleportation. It won't arouse too much suspicion, but it will take some time to get my S-class hunter qualification certificate. Now that he is E-level, he cannot join the high-level team. He went online to look for recruitment information for high-level dungeons. I also went online and unexpectedly found the fundraising information. I didn't expect that the Hunter Association would be there. The section chief handed Qing Xiaoyu's personal resume to the chief child officer. The section chief and president felt a little incredible after reading it. Qing Xiaoyu, the weakest E-class, actually stayed in the dungeon for 4 years. This is tantamount to self-acting. Is he a cheater? Or maybe he's not an S-class hunter who just recently awakened for the second time. It is said that Qing Xiao wanted to pay for his mother's hospitalization expenses. Qing said that's why Qing Xiao didn't give up the hospital bills. President F was doubtful at this moment. Even if my lip is injured, I will persevere. He has no ability but wants to replace his missing father, taking care of Mother B and sister who is still in school. Such young people are really rare. At this time, the section chief received the news. There are reports that Hunter Qing Xiaoyu has joined the Tuan's team. Could it be that he just said it nicely? In fact, you may have taken a fancy to the high-value signings offered by the Hunter division. In fact, the next words make the president directly feel passionate. Hunter Qing Xiaoyu is not in the 9th strike team, Qing Xiao, but the mining team. S-class hunter actually applied to be a K worker. What an elusive guy. K holds the information, carefully looking at Qing Xiaoyu, who was wearing a mining uniform. Yes, it is of Z series, but I was overjoyed immediately. Although K workers only need mining support, Xingran doesn't need to go to fight monsters for support. But there is always a sense of security when there is a Z fighting K worker around. The reason why Qing Xiaoyu sneaked into the construction team, mainly because I want to avoid arousing suspicion from others. Observe 9 ways to loot advanced dungeons. The high-end dungeon is very large. A 9-hit team can't do it all. Therefore, a team has division of labor and cooperation. 9 raid dungeons are run by 9 strike team. 9 the ones who dig the kryptonite are the mining teams. It is the recycling team that recycles the World of Warcraft S bodies. The mining team and recycling team need to wait for 9 strike teams. You must first eliminate all the mobs in the teleportation port before you can enter. These 2 logistics teams require a lot of manpower investment, because modern machines cannot operate in dungeons. Therefore, the construction methods are also very old. Just a pickaxe. This is the first time he has seen an A-level portal. This is the first time he has spoken a word and sent a message. I've always wanted to see with my own eyes what a high-end dungeon looks like. Looks like you've come to the right place. What's growing? This is how top guilds approach advanced dungeons. Otherwise it will be useful. It is really completely different from the slightly lower-level dungeon approach of small guild 9. It is different from the small-scale attack team that enters the dungeon first and clears out the mobs. First, attack the logistics team with G before entering the mobs. Cui Zhongning, leader of the Hunter Division, personally took command. Hunter Division, he frowned and dropped the accusation. The area of the dungeon this time is too large. Already exceeded the estimated time of 9. They have another trip. Any further delay will affect other teams. The tall and powerful A-level monster is in front of the viewer. See, there's no Silkwave monster in his heart. It seems that we can only use a simple and crude way. It seems that the way he throws the cigarette out of his mouth. Smoke hovers in the air several times with sparks. Yan Chui Zhongning waved his palm towards the smoke. Chui suddenly had a bright light. A huge fire shot out from his hand. Make the monster opposite look stupid. Fire passes through the monster, wandering around in the cave again. Burn everything in his hands. Meat shields, get ready. The storm is coming. Upon hearing the command, the human shields all blocked the shields in their hands in a row. After walking through the entire cave, Well, why? Start stringing back. Use all the defenses prepared in advance. Although I don't know how big this dungeon is, but this will turn the nearby monsters into H instantly. Looking at Cui Zhongyin's men, they were immediately in awe of the huge power. I grew up outside and got tired of waiting. This raid took much longer than expected. When they go into work, I don't know until what time they will have to work overtime. When they entered, one of his subordinates shouted. 9. The raiding team came out. Everyone get your equipment. Going in soon. Qing Xiaoyu looked at them attentively. This time, not only did important officials urge Zhongyin to take the lead in person, this time, there is no second-in-command in the company taking the lead. Deputy leader of Hunter Division Guild, Hunter S-level hunting leader, Che Hui, from her, release a powerful breath. At least he is on the same level as Ji Zhongyin, maybe even above him, maybe even match Di Gao Jianli, president of the Hunter Association. She may even feel that someone is around her, President Ko Kinli, but no suspicious person was found. But I clearly felt a strong aura just now. Qing Xiaoyu sighed loudly. Fortunately, I hid my aura in time. Che Hui's perception is very high. Chief K waved his hand to Qing Xiaoyu. It's time for them to work. A-level Chengqing is really not that big. Even the wind that blows is not just wind. It's a factory. It's a wind with M-force fluctuations. The recycling team entered the underground city before the mining team. The recycling team is already in full swing in the dungeon. Team 9 will first eliminate all the monsters except the ultimate boss. Then the recovery team will pull out the World of Warcraft body. At last, the mining team enters the underground city to mine kryptonite. Open the thorn fruit to get the most benefits. Magic crystals and magic stones can be exchanged for inches. Advanced Warcraft bodies with multiple uses can also be exchanged for a large amount of Q. Every part of the high-level monster's body is useful. This is the difference between low-level dungeon monsters and high-level dungeon monsters. It can be said that high-end dungeons are full of G. Process shops with advanced finishing surfaces are all available. The attack team comes in again and kills the final boss. The attacking team then closes the teleportation port and the boss. This is the entire process of conquering advanced dungeons. This is the attack process. Qing Xiaoyu asked the mine manager about the entire process. Aren't you afraid that the ultimate boss will escape? Did the mine director tell him to run out? There is basically no such possibility. He has worked in the Hunter Division for 3 years. This has never happened. Sometimes it's a good thing not to know. This fluctuation in power is enough to make a hunter tremble. He was so strong that he took out his pickaxe and started working tremblingly. He was working with AK. He looked dumbfounded. This mining posture. He doesn't look like someone who is stepping on K for the first time at all. Even the most experienced K worker in the team is not as powerful as him. This guy is a natural worker. It's time to eat. Qing Xiaoyu told Chief K that he had already eaten. After K worker leaves, Qing Xiaoyu put down the pickaxe. Have enough free time to eat. Don't miss this great opportunity to eat. His feet are so good that he can miss it. Ran directly into the final boss's room. Run directly into the giant R-shaped monster. This looks even more awesome than the 2 class dominators in the demon realm. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly felt itchy. I want to try my Z fighting ability. He took control of the W device when it was just halfway out. Reason tells him not to kill it, otherwise teleportation will be turned off. The hunter killing department will suffer heavy losses. When the time comes to find out, it will be more than worth the loss. At that time, there was a roar behind me. What are you doing there? He is an S-class hunter, but he works as an ordinary K personnel in the 9-hit team. The reason is that I want to secretly learn how to conquer 9 dungeons with top teams. But when he saw the A-level ultimate boss, he was eager to try it. But when he was lucky enough to have the victory of reason, he was eager to give it a try. Nearly discovered by the Hunter Division's handler. In panic, I had to find an excuse to get lost. Cha Hui, who was in a panic, borrowed the money suspiciously. I just saw him taking a weapon, but now it's gone. Without evidence, she had no choice but to ask Qing Xiaoyu to get out quickly, in case the ultimate boss is alarmed. Everyone in the dungeon needs S. Che Hui was roasted, and smelled him again and again. Instantly opened up her sensitive sense of smell. In an instant, there was no smell. She picked up Qing Xiaoyu's work badge and asked, "If you are really a hunter?" Ask. Qing Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Yes. Any questions? 2. Che Hui looks at her work badge. The qualification certificate indeed says E-level hunter Qing Xiaoyu in black and white. Just an awkward fake cough. Watching Qing Xiaoyu's leaving figure, Che Hui's mind flashed with countless questions about black people. Cha Hui's question mark on why he doesn't smell bad. Is it because the level is too low? For more than that. On the contrary, it still has a very good smell. Qing Xiaoyu returns to Team K. K has a beautiful face. No matter where you get lost, you'll meet Hunter Che Hui. He has been working for 3 years and has no chance to talk about Che Hui. K, I feel good about my appearance. This is the first time he has seen someone who works so seriously. Every time she is afraid that the ultimate boss will suddenly run out. So every time the logistics team comes in to inspect when collecting resources. So in the eyes of everyone, Che Hui is a dedicated hunter. That's because the people in the mining team have never seen the ultimate boss. Can't feel M-Force either. But everyone in the G-Attack team knows what a terrifying existence the ultimate boss is. Once an accident happens, the consequences could be disastrous. Another K friend said to Qing Xiaoyu. Che Hui also has a special physique. Excellent noise perception ability. You can also smell the unique smell of hunters, but it must smell pretty bad. So every time I see her, she covers her mouth. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly realized. That's why I was asked if I was a hunter just now. He suddenly thought of the Ghost King in the Red Portal. His Renhui situation is very similar to that of the Ghost King. The Ghost King can't hear Qing Junyu's voice. Che Hui didn't smell Qing Yu's body. Che Hui thinks he is a player, the only being cared for by the system. Chief K handed Qing Xiaoyu digging K's salary. Because of Qing Xiaoyu's amazing mining speed, they were able to finish the work 2 hours early. Fei Chang's eyes are full of love. This was the first time he had seen such an efficient miner. Hope Qing Yu can join his team of workers. Hope that Qing Xiaoyu smiled and refused the work team room. He already understands the General G grazing project. No more K work required. But when he heard the mine manager say that there would be 9 more raids tomorrow, not the AG raiders. Among the 9 companies, only the Hunter Division has this strength. Divide the A-level teleportation port into 2 teams to G. The A-level passer Qing Xiaoyu was moved by 9 raids and the team came to 9 raids. Qing asked if he had grown up. Where will we meet tomorrow? In the barbecue restaurant. The rich second generation drank until his face turned red. Sitting across from him was his cousin. Since the last time I said goodbye to Qing Xiaoyu hasn't contacted the rich second generation for a week. Qing Xiaoyu's phone numbers are no longer accessible. He held his cell phone and cried to Sister Ju Yaodan. Watch my cousin. Is this a relationship? It's simply unsightly. She snatched the mobile phone of the rich second generation. I want to call his big brother in that office. What a coincidence, my brother from the province just called me. Rich second generation Yu beams as if seeing her lover. He can't wait to meet Qing Xiaoyu now. But considering it was too late, I made an appointment with Qing Xiaoyu to meet tomorrow, and Qing therefore made an appointment to observe tomorrow night. The rich second generation agreed with excitement. In the high-end community of Fudai, Che Hui stood in front of the dazzling floor-to-ceiling windows, say to the other end of the phone. I would like to ask you to help me find out about Qing Xiaoyu from the mining team. She is a top hunter. Need to deal with hunters every day. The smell from the hunter will make her feel sick, so she has to cover her nose every time a hunter is around. So she couldn't smell that stench on Qing Xiaoyu. And Che Qing and Jean, you can even smell the smell very well. Of course, the most suspicious thing is Qing Xiaoyu's strange motive. Such a big underground city. Even though I was lost, I ended up in the boss room. She called someone to help investigate Qing Xiaoyu. She dialed the phone and the person on the other end of the phone was very confused about Xiaoyu. Why are so many people investigating him recently? Why were you teasing him just yesterday? Chairman Cui Zhongying contacted him to investigate Qing Xiaoyu. Cui Zhong spent a lot of effort to find out about Qing Xiaoyu, but the association blocked the news. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. An E-class hunter's information has been blocked. There are so many important people who want to investigate. What is the situation here? Che Hui hung up the phone. Cha Hai sang calls to bed. I have mixed feelings in my heart. Who is this person? Even though he is a high-level person, so many people are investigating him. His information was also blocked by the association, and among so many hunters, why is he the only one who is different? He is the first, a hunter that smells good. Qing Xiaoyu came to the designated 9 land grab. K, the leader, and his group had arrived early. They greeted Qing Xiaoyu warmly. This reminded him of Uncle Jigua coming to save them. This made him feel like he hadn't seen in a long time, already forgotten for a long time. The air here evokes many memories of the past. At this time, Captain Sun Qijuan, a level A hunter, came over. Their team's porter, Ling Tian, had something to do and couldn't come. I want to borrow someone from Mr. K. K is puzzled. Even if you need a porter, you should also find a strong recycling team. The boss of the recycling team is not happy, because the team started yesterday and ended the work early. The recycling team couldn't even get dinner and stayed there for 3 hours. Let them, this person, definitely don't want to borrow it for 3 hours today. Seeing no one wants to go, Captain Sun Qijuan proposed that he could get additional subsidies after the end of the tour. But even so, no one wants to go. Commander K expressed everyone's concerns. Even if it is a B-level dungeon, I will hesitate. The Kailai team even has top-level hunters of their level. If you're injured inside, that's it. Who would be willing to risk it just for this? This made the scene suddenly awkward. No one. Just when the captain was at a loss, a hand raised in the crowd. Qing Xiao broke the silence. K plus Qing Xian, what are you thinking about? A level hunter younger than you. Want to go to A-level Jibu Castle? Any little monster in there can easily take your M. Anyone in there, you still have a bright future. I will take your M. Not worth the risk for that little money. Although he is a porter, but you can go directly to the front line to observe and learn. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Captain Sun Qijuan saw that it was rare for someone to come forward. Sun Ziren agreed without even thinking about it. It's not like Ruichi just lets you challenge monsters. He still has the confidence to keep him safe. He still has it. It's electrically safe. Qing Xiaoyu successfully became the porter of the battalion team. Carrying a large bag of luggage is like carrying foam. Qing Xiaoyu discovered that the teleportation port was unusually huge. Bigger than the one yesterday. Sun Qijuan told him. Sun doesn't care about him. This transmission volume is higher than yesterday's. But if the dangerous transmission port is high, we won't let them. The second line 9 hit team, come and rob us. Except there are no S-class hunters in the team. 2. The fighting power is actually not much different. The hunters in the team are all top-notch in the guild. 11 A level plus 6 B level. If you are in another guild, there is A-level hunter Sung Jin-Woo taking the lead. This powerful team slowly walked into the underground city. Although the empower flow in this transmission port is indeed much less than yesterday. Although this teleportation port is missing, I don't know why. Qing Xiaoyu's ominous premonition appeared again. Just like when I was standing in front of the red portal. Qing Xiaoyu hoped that he was just thinking too much. Qing Xiaoyu hopes that even if there are too many problems, nothing should happen. The moment you enter, the system prompts. Indicates that you have entered the dungeon. You enter the teleportation city. It's a huge cave. The A-level wet nurse walking aside said to Qing Xiaoyu. Walking aside, you don't need to be too nervous, you said. The captain and the hunters here are very powerful. We will protect your safety. Here with them. When a magician is hit by a G-shot, it is the human shield's responsibility. The healer taking 9 hits is the responsibility of the 9-hit team. So, Qing Xiaoyu will be fine. Hearing these words, Qing Xiaoyu suddenly felt warm in his heart. Hearing this, there is a warm feeling in the dungeon where the jungle is strong. Strength is the only way to protect yourself. A normal attack team would not care about the life or death of the crane's rear end. But this team helps each other. But Nan will also protect the shortcomings and help. Sun Qijun took a deep breath. This is the first time he has served as captain since joining the Hunter Division. This is when he enters the position of captain if the group loses its merits this time. He will be officially appointed as the captain of Attack Team B. Although he is not as good as Chief Chui Zhongyin and Deputy Chief Cha Hui, but among A-level hunters, he is considered the top one. He said to himself, this mission must not fail. At this time, there was a sound of steaming footsteps coming from the cave. The voice is small, but they were quickly noticed by the attack team. They quickly formed a team posture and prepared. This is the A-level attack team. Enter the state immediately without any instructions. Scared. Enter the state immediately. The sounds coming from the passage are getting louder and louder. The moment he came out, the captain was stunned. What's the situation? They are. What's happening here? This kind of monster is usually shot in groups. People are pouring in one after another, but in the face of absolute power, Jackal doesn't have any advantage. Then they were wiped out by the G-rating team who were experienced in Z fighting. They felt very confused. Jackals are monsters found in C-level dungeons. Logically speaking, it won't appear in A-level dungeons. It has almost no mastery of things. There are almost no L things without food hands. They can't survive here. Qing Xiaoyu noticed that survival. There is a red collar. They are not ordinary jackals, but was raised by R, equivalent to being used as a hunting dog. Those who can do this are intelligent monsters. Intelligent monsters are extremely difficult to deal with no matter what kind they are. The intelligent monster Zonin Ding suddenly felt extremely difficult to deal with. His bad premonition was about to come true again. His unreal magic came true for the first time. When it walked out, the captain was so frightened that his face turned pale. When I get out of that, my heaven. This is a giant R-shaped monster. How could a giant monster appear in a place like this? This amount is not trivial. Raise the long in your hand. Throw it out fiercely. It can fly towards hunters as fast as lightning. Captain G hits the shield and bounces towards the cave ceiling master. There was a huge guttural sound, although the shield resists long attacks. But a long and narrow crack appeared. This power is so terrifying. Before he could recover, a monster with an axe has rushed in front of him. Swing its axe like Captain K-Go. They started fighting without saying a word. Hunter Meat Shield activates taunting skills. Hunter World of Warcraft Eyes skills. Unlock the fresh food picking skill. Step on the human shield card. Rushing straight towards the magician behind him. And the mage is not a vegetarian either. He raised the lamp in his hand. Several flames continued to string out from inside. Hit them all on the monster's chest. But the magic resistance of Warcraft is too high. Didn't cause any harm to the monsters. Continued to pounce on the caster. But soon he was entangled in the purple magic vine again. But another magician was struggling to cast spells. The other one is too strong to cast spells. She can only freeze for 5 seconds. But that's enough for the male wizard. But this pair held up the magic lamp. A person appears in front of him, and the law descends. He shouted a call back. Answer my call. Walking out of Z, who is covered in flames. As strong as an A-level hunter. He can only summon 2 of these at most. In this way, these are his last 2 trump cards. Once 2 are summoned, he cannot use other magic. And now the one on the field is taking damage continuously. His mana is draining quickly. Once the mana is too low, he will not be able to summon the second Z warrior. The situation of others is not too optimistic either. Soldier Z was hit in the shoulder by a monster. The wet nurse quickly activated her skills to help him return. The meat shield shouts, "Hurry and hold the front line of defense." The human shield itself cannot be protected. His fresh picking skills have no effect on World of Warcraft. Instead, he fell into the enemy's pick of monsters. The captain shouted anxiously at the team members. "We don't have enough people. It would be bad for us if we were surrounded. If all groups are included, we will be disadvantaged. Spread out." He felt very strange. Even if it's an A-level portal, 22 Japanese beasts are too many. This is far beyond the combat capability of an A-level dungeon. This is already. And these giant beasts are not ordinary beasts. They have wisdom. Among the beasts of Warcraft, it ranks the lowest, and is also above average. A giant beast is equivalent to an A-level hunter. A giant merchant has 22 A-level hunters. There are quite a few A-level hunters in 22. They have the advantage in numbers, and they only have 17 hunters except Qing Xiaoyu. Among them, There are still 6 B-level people. B-level hunters are no match for Warcraft. Although A-level hunters are better than Warcraft. But that's only one-on-one. Once all B-level hunters are dead, the situation is very bad. They have prepared for the worst. Living in S is already inevitable. We can only do our best to survive. The only way to avoid total annihilation. Save it. Another one got stabbed. The whole arm was chopped off. The mage rushed out and stood in front of the injured soldier Z. Released the giant S to entangle the monsters. Take advantage of the time when the monster is trapped. The wet nurse hurriedly treated Z, who lost his arm. From his broken arm, a ball of green energy is moving, slowly gather into the shape of Pri's hands. The shape, after a while of slowly gathering, successfully changed soldier Z's hand back. Successfully brings Z back. A shadow covers her weak body. She looked up. The monster looked directly at her. The female mage hurriedly turned around to look at her. Not good. The guy broke free. Warcraft raised his big axe like N mother. At the critical moment, activate stealth skills. And mom is a little weird. Why haven't you cut it down yet? She quickly opened her eyes to see. This monster is about to kill her. This one is floating in midair. Both hands kept clasping the neck. A painful roar came from the mouth. Under her gaze, the monster is torn apart. Warm floor. What did you just say? They are the top rating team in the dungeon. Should have been invincible in the dungeon. But the person D in front of them put them in trouble. But the 22 high-level S humans in front of them are trapped in a trap. Defeat them step by step. Retreat if nothing unexpected happens. They will soon be destroyed here. When my head was about to be chopped off on N's mother, the monster is choked by an invisible force. The monster's throat was torn apart in front of the nanny. The Warcraft that was originally at odds with the team. The monster that originally had a relationship with Team Ran. Not only that, the original advantage of the Warcraft club. It's as if all Z's fighting strength has been lost and turned into a chicken. The captain looked at this scene in disbelief. Why did it suddenly become so easy? And they don't know. Every important joint of the monster was secretly scratched by a mysterious force. Every Qing Yu who turned on his invisibility sneaked in and slashed in front of Guailu. He wants to be as hidden as possible to weaken the monster's power. He wants the power to avoid arousing the suspicion of hunters as much as possible. But the sensitive orcs still discovered it. They all looked in the direction where Qing Xiaoyu was hiding. One kiss and see the track exposed. Qing Xiaoyu simply inserted the short knife into the vital part of D person. There was a famous person close behind her. When the hunter saw the monster with his back turned, he saw an opportunity for her to take advantage of. Qing Xiaoyu looked at his hand. Qing X's hands were all splashed on it. Person X is really in trouble. Qing Yu originally planned to come in just to observe the Z fighting methods of advanced hunters. Qing Xiaozi originally planned not to interfere with their fighting methods of Z+ level hunters. The hunters in this team are all elites from top guilds. It's not that Qing Xiaoyu doesn't believe in their strength. It's just that the strength of the giant orcs cannot be underestimated. It's just that if he doesn't come out with giant fruit, he won't be able to tolerate Xiaoliang. This team is likely to be destroyed by T, although he can easily kill these orcs by himself. Although, this will arouse unnecessary suspicions, so helping secretly is the best way. With Qing Xiaoyu's secret help, the Z fight will be over soon. All 22 orcs present were raped. They feel incredible. Unexpectedly, he won the battle. The injured hunting fire has an A-level mother, and will be back soon. A female facilitator in the team looked at Qing Xiaoyu seductively. A female student in the corps, looking at Qing Xiaoyu unseen by others. But the magicians in the team are not blind. Even if you are just invisible in front of them, you can still see through them easily. But they were rescued because of Qing Xiaoyu's secret help. There must be a reason why he hid his identity. Since his motives are not bad, there is no need to expose him. Now they need to make a tough decision. Now they are determined to continue G plundering. It's better to go out first and report the situation inside to the leader. There was a lot of discussion in the team. They were all more than satisfied with the Z fight just now. As soon as I came in, I met such a powerful orc boss. I don't know what kind of horror there will be inside. TG proposed to the captain. With the current team strategy, this man is too dangerous. It's better to go out first and then ask for a few prices to come in and help so that we can conquer this place. It's better to just go out and cheer for the leader. I'm not willing to be busy so I can conquer this place. This is his chance to become the official captain. If you miss this time, you may never have another chance again. It was just a fluke that I survived. He can't joke with the lives of the whole team, he said to everyone. Let's get out first. Teammates breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the captain is sensible. He then started walking back. Everyone was shocked when they reached the teleportation port. When I walked to Chuan, I didn't know when I was shocked. The teleportation port is already covered with barriers, and it's made with advanced magic. But fortunately, the magicians can break this barrier. It just takes some time. Female Dharma has lingering fears. There are actually monsters that can use such advanced magic. This is not a level they can conquer at all. This is not the level of simplicity at all. A powerful M-Force wave hit everyone. How could it emit such a powerful wave at such a long distance? Big fluctuations. The magicians hurriedly grasped the movements of their hands. But this barrier is no small matter. The maximum power output of 3 magicians could not be solved for a while and a half. Their pupils are covered with black hair. X liquid leaks from other people's eyes. Then the mouth starts X. The severe pain radiating from their bodies forced them to stop what they were doing. The liquid coming from their bodies was cursed to stop the movement of their hands. The other hunters are fine. Only the mage was attacked. Teammates want to use holy magic healing to purify them, and at this time, from behind their backs, countless eyes in the darkness were staring at them. They are the top 9 dungeon raiding team. But he was almost killed by a large group of orcs. They were lucky enough to survive and were ready to leave this 9 place, but found that the portal was set up with a high-level magic barrier. Behind them, numerous pairs of red eyes appear. The 22S men just now beat them until they were unable to resist. There were 22S just now, but the current number is unstoppable. You can ask them to click on each price hundreds of times. Can prove that a good person walks in front of the captain 100 times. The tall and strong body is in sharp contrast to the captain. Tall and strong, its face is getting closer and closer to Yang Ming's contrast. He stared straight at the captain. The captain was so restrained that he did not dare to move. I can only let the cold sweat flow on my cheeks. His teammates wanted to step forward to help but were stopped by him. The team leader wants to have sex with him, and knows that he will restrain him. There's no chance of winning against them now. Now you can only press B first, which doesn't change your chances of winning. Just waiting to start. The hands behind him were shaking. I thought it would be nice if the leader or deputy leader was here at this time. I thought that if I were to be serious at this time, it would really be a bad start. The leader is here. The monster opened its huge mouth. Like the boss and the employees, they squirted at the captain, and the orc army behind them also followed suit. Suddenly its pupils changed. Table from Emotsu. Speak the language of this corporate world. I'm Kalakakan. I shadow me and I want to see you. You. These categories. The hunters were stunned. People can actually speak human language. Is this magic too? And the female method can see. It's just AK. It's not the guy talking. The captain asked. Kalakakan. Did you block the entrance? That's right. Am I arrogant? You humans can't resist my magic? The captain asked. Is there anyone more powerful than you in this hole? There isn't a guy code here? Is my opponent? It's hand selected, right? Were they killed by my taxis? Still, come with my taxis. Teammates advise from behind. It's a trap. Do not go. Why don't we just fight them here? You might as well think about the outcome after a while. Grate your teeth. Decided to go and bite the man behind the scenes. Ju turned around and said goodbye to everyone. Follow me. Human beings. Cheng Xiuyu was very puzzled. There is more than just boss in the final boss room. There will definitely be more giant S-man OSS in the end. The probability of winning is even smaller. What is the captain doing? Do we need to negotiate with the ultimate boss? And the captain has no other choice. But he was already prepared for the worst. He has sued Cheng Xiuyu about his plan. If you encounter the ultimate boss, if we will 9-hit SS, no matter what, we must break the magic barrier at the teleportation port. No matter what, when we attract attention, Xinfa barrier, you take the opportunity to escape and contact the main 9-strike team. Cheng Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Even if I could get out and find support, I'm afraid you'll all be naked before the next 9-strike team arrives. Our goal is not to get out of the dungeon alive. Our goal is to close the teleportation and come out alive. It is precisely because there are so many people. Only then will so many people pay us. The nanny handed Cheng Xiaoyu a small notebook. This is my yang. If you can successfully escape, help me pass it on to my family. We will use what we have learned during this time. Do what we should do. You, Ichihiro, have to get out of here alive. He has no intention of handing Ching over. Although the empower fluctuations emitted by this ultimate BDSS are very strong. But this is not as scary as Ching Xiaoyu. But I'm not sure if I can survive to the end. How much? Outside the portal, Che Hui came to the scene in casual clothes. She looked around, but no sign of Ching Xiaoyu was found. Learn from the mouth of the mine manager. Ching Xiaoyu becomes a porter for the battalion team. Ching Xiao made her very confused about the porter. E-level hunter becomes A-level dungeon porter. Isn't he afraid of S at E-level? Shiro Mizwa. This immediately aggravated Che Hui's suspicion of him. The wait suddenly worsened and she became more certain. Yesterday, Ching Xiaoyu appeared in the boss room with a purpose. I also took a W device. Once she planned to go inside to see what this person wanted to do, she regretted it the moment she entered. Didn't bring any equipment or tools. Without her, I could borrow equipment from the commander. The mine manager happily called people to get it. The mine feels great, and then adults can get it. She borrowed a hoe. She believed that she asked the mine manager Bien, are there any other W devices? Sword or long G or something like that. This is the only thing in their mining team with S damaged power. It feels like it's not very useful. Che Hui returned the iron pickaxe. Then go to the teleportation port. Are you sure you want to go in empty-handed? After a moment of hesitation, this grasped the iron pickaxe in Sulfur Chang's hand. After thanking the mine manager, he hurriedly ran towards the teleporter with small steps. The teleportation port in the boss room. On the left side of Qinglong. Right, White Tiger. Wide to make magnificent building, densely packed with countless orcs. Also located in the center, that throne is electric. A tall and powerful teacher. That is, the officer talks to the captain through K-Rat. But now I don't need K anymore. He looked at the crowd and spoke the language of this world. They are the top team in the dungeon, want to escape from here. But they found that the teleportation port was blocked by the Great Wizard of B-Star. The Great Wizard gives the captain two choices. The Lu people who want to be punished are stepped on here. Either take his people to see him here. The captain knows where this is going. What a disaster. Captain. But he didn't have to choose Ji Xiao. Even if it is Z, send the entire team. We also want Ching Xiaoyu to get out alive. They came to Master W's room. I found that this place was crowded with people from National People's Congress. The captain was sweating coldly. If so many giant orcs run outside, will bring devastating disaster. So even if XX all teammates. But the situation is trickier than imagined. But it's difficult to be around the Great Wizard, still standing there looking at 4 imposing guards. The Arch Shaman must be killed before the guards notice us. Teammates are ready. As long as the captain gives the order, everyone gathers the Fire Wizard. The Great Wizard puts his hands on his face, take off its mask, revealing a face with green teeth, showing a face that resembles the government. Does it pamper me? Ask. A powerful coercion radiated from his body. Everyone's heart stopped beating at that moment. Everyone looked up and their faces were ashen. There is only fear and despair in my eyes. Oh my god! Such terrifying magic. Are we going to fight a monster like this? The mage was even hit by dimensionality reduction. You can't fight in front of that kind of monster. She is a third-rate magician. The captain was shaking all over. Team Plus, he asked the wizard to shake. Why 3 divisions? Call us here? Think about our words. Those scholars outside are enough. The great wizard told him, to add to the fun, remaining time. I'm going to fuck all of you. Hearing this, the orcs cheered happily. Hearing this, the beast cheered with joy. There's a strange guy infiltrating the human race. The captain's face turned pale. For it's, do we even weigh hands? Just a tool for fun? It's a toy for them to use their lives as they want. We are just toys that he can no longer tolerate. It's now. Give them all to me. But he didn't expect. Teammates are already numb. Fear has taken over their whole bodies. They're afraid that touching the air here will kill them. No one from the team came to help. Seeing the team uniform, he gritted his teeth and helped. My heart rushed away, seeing the captain rushing toward him. The great wizard didn't feel nervous at all. Song of the Flame Guardian. A powerful magic circle appeared in front of it. Then a huge ice shield blocked the captain's face. The captain's sword K is on the ice shield. The whole person was ejected. Before he could stand firm, an anti-gravity magic was thrown on him. An inverse wizard raised his hand on him. The captain floats in the air like a feather. The great wizard lowers his hand. Heavy gravity acceleration. The captain fell to the ground like an iron ball. Hit the ground hard. Another blow against gravity. The captain's body began to float again. His body is like a spring ball, rising to the sky and falling to the ground. Teammates cried when they saw it. Eyes watching the captain being raped by the great wizard. Floating, a black shadow flashes into the human head. The great wizard hasn't seen clearly yet. Then I found that the captain had been moved far away by that guy with a strange price. Then they found the captain lying on the ground with blood flowing out of his head. Lie on the floor. Hashtag. Ching Xiaoyu told the captain. / This is the dungeon of the Hunter Division. I shouldn't have intervened. 9. The battalion team faces ammonia crisis. I only asked you a question. My magic problem. Can I do S? Can this be used? An ignorant beast holding a big axe wants to sneak attack Ching Xiaoyu. The one who doesn't understand Ching Xiaoyu sneaks up on Ching Xiaoyu without looking back. Stretch out your hand and pinch it behind. The monster is held in midair by this force. Then it also tasted the taste of heaven and earth. Ching Yu asked the captain again. Warcraft here. Can you leave it all to me? Then Ching Bao gave him a look of trust. Then, he asked you to look at Yenren's eyes. The wizard smiled. Merely. How dare you learn my tricks? Let's see how long you can hold on. I came to see people on it. Release a powerful breath. Ching Xiaoyu can feel that this aura is very strong. It's much stronger than what I've encountered before. But so what? As the Shadow Lord, he doesn't panic at all. Film lovers, Ygritte Black Knight, and Xiongda, and all the Shadow Warriors. How frightened is this? Can these 9 top 9 looting teams be so desperate? It can make them, who are usually fearless, stand numbly and wait for S. Ching Xiaoyu really can't stand it anymore. He took action to save the captain who suffered a ruthless attack. He also summoned his shadow in front of everyone. Outside the portal, a Mercedes parked nearby. Section Chief Hao Jinja and several association hunters came out of the car. Out of the car, the results of the identification came out. Association of Hunters. Ching Xiaoyu is already a veritable S-class hunter. His every move will be scrutinized by the association. As for Ching Xiaoyu going to work as a miner, aroused the suspicion of the association. The section chief said nothing. Tell the mine manager directly why he came here. I feel very suspicious about Hui's purpose. Why are so many people looking for him today? The miners on the side thought that Jay Chaco was here to arrest someone. Fang Shuasher was so angry that he came to arrest him. I just said there's something wrong with that brat. The look in my eyes last time made me feel like you were about to fuck me. It turned out to be a good person pretending to be a miner. Learn from the mouth of the mine manager. Ching Xiaoyu has entered the teleportation port, and before him, Hunter Che Hui also came to see him. Also go into the teleportation port and look for it. The section chief pushed the frame. He had a bad feeling. Something always happens around this person. They walked towards the teleportation port. The moment he approached the teleportation port, he froze. My glasses were shattered. He looked unusually serious. How come there's this dangerous aura of public favor? Withdrew in a hurry. Body feels very heavy. The body felt heavy at that moment. It's like their bodies are being torn apart. They took out the magic meter and tested it. The magic power measurement value is directly off the charts. This teleportation port has reached the highest level in level A. The previous magic power measurement was wrong. The section chief suddenly felt bad. If the guild formed a team based on their previous magic power measurement results, if that's the case, they're now very capable of forming a dangerous team. Even though there are 2 S-class hunters in it, nothing serious should happen. Should not only be on the safe side. People from the association still need to go in and take a look. Che-hui, who entered the teleportation port of the association, seeing the orcs' naked bodies all over the ground, she felt confused. Sun Chi-juin definitely can't defeat such a high-level MOB. I felt a powerful breath coming towards my face. Time stunned her. Holding a pickaxe, exudes a golden atmosphere. Be prepared to fight. If the ultimate boss had such magic power, going to the rescue later will only help Sun Chi-juin's team to contain them. In cave room, on one side is Qing Jingyu's shadow, on one side is the orc of the Great Wizard. This about you. You dare to fight me? Qing Xiaoyu also laughed. The scientist said, if you look down on my taxi bee, but it's very dangerous. But at his feet, a dark breath arises spontaneously. Soon it spread to the entire hall. Form a dark realm. The ability values of shadow warriors in the field are increased by 50%. This is after Qing Xiaoyu reached level 70 in the demon realm. Acquired professional skills. This skill increases the combat power of the shadow skill. The archmage Yihan was stunned. Why does he have such powerful magic power? Why is he so unbelievable? Strong magic power. Even if I try my best, I can only summon 2 summon beasts. Even if I try my best, this man has 2 summon beasts. Just wave your hand and there are dozens of them. The Great Wizard gave an order. The orcs roared and attacked. King 9 activates skills, but because the opponent's monster level is too high. But because it cannot be picked, the level is too high. It's angry. This is the first time in my life that I have received such humiliation. Throughout his life, he still waved the shame of having a big head of celery, rushing towards the orcs in all directions. Charging beast is better than Ein. Yeglet showed a high level of character. Its body stands upright and dignified. On him, exudes a powerful purple scent. When the orcs reach it, then all the monsters around him were sent to the sedan chairs. But other shadows didn't go so smoothly, although there is blessing from the dark realm. But the strength is only equivalent to a B-level hunter. It was destroyed. It took 3 or 4 bursts to subdue a giant orc. Moreover, sure B is more than 3 times different from D square in quantity. Their number must be reduced as much as possible. Rushing up to Molu is Xington's output. Go up and output where he passes. The monsters fell down in unison. The hunter on the side was sweating coldly. Eli is so skillful. As agile as a hunter Che-hui. Behind Qing Xiaoyu, a huge mushroom cloud hits Shadow B. Recruit and destroy his shadow men. Qing Xiaoyu turned around and took a look. In the magic circle in front of the Great Wizard, in the big stretched out Yulantu array, there is a burning flame in the mouth. The talkative wizard mocked Qing Xiaoyu. They're just weak scarecrows. However, there is nothing to be alarmed about. But Qing Xiaoyu didn't panic at all. As long as there is magic, his shadow can be reborn infinitely. The Great Wizard smiled. Even if the shadow can be reborn, but the magic is not enough. One magic power consumes light. All questions will disappear, and his soldiers can accelerate the consumption of Qing Jinyu's magic power. Say to the Great Wizard, you've already done it before this. But this blow hit the mage's ice shield. Even Qing Xiaoyu's strength couldn't break the shield at all. It holds a fist. Fork is a strike song of fire. Suddenly sparks flew in the hall. Blow up all the shadows of student C. Blow up the house where C was born. Not only is the defensive edge extremely high, the power of the narrative is also very strong. There are also countless orc subordinates. It seems that a disaster is inevitable, but it's different from when changing jobs. But it's different from when the car was here. Qing Xiaoyu can use potions, that is to say, potion. He has infinite magic power. He drank the potion in his hand, then put the bottle aside. Milk. From now on, this is the realm of the true near spiritual mage. This is the realm of true masters. From the demonic body, stretch out your wide bright red hand. Stretch out your hand for a moment. Regenerate a red and black shadow orc Z warrior. The regenerated orc Z warrior stunned the shadow orc Z warrior. The friend who used to be Z has now become a person D. Moreover, there is one subordinate every S on the dog wizard's side. Qing Xiaoyu's Z power increased by 1. Qing Xiaoyu pointed at the Great Wizard. At last, most of all you. The Great Wizard looked at Qing Xiaoyu in horror. Could it be? You are. This Great Wizard not only has superb magic power, he also possesses the superb ability to defend against thousands of horses. But these advantages disappeared in front of this man. But this man in front of me not only has great achievements, but also lacks strength. Shadow Master Z with infinite rebirth. The orcs who can kill it become shadows. The most outrageous thing is that he also has unlimited small blue bottles. Taking his hands off him will only make things worse. Quality is the key to deciding this game. Quality is the key to getting it up from the chair. It rises from the arm. Go ahead and get him. Bring back the body. Whoosh. The guard beside it flew away like a bullet. Qing Xiaoyu smiled evilly. Start sending out gatekeepers? The powerful D person made his heart boil. Chan Yu waved his big sword to welcome the product, waving weapons and bumping into each other to meet D. There was a huge clang. Ein glanced at the guard, pressed person D's penis to the ground with force, then hit the guard's head with his head. The helmet cracked with a click. Warcraft is all in love. Then he was hit on the ground by Ein with an axe, then was handed over and ended up vividly on the ground. On Ygritte's side, it's 1 versus 2. A guard armed only with a long sword and a guard wearing wolfskin rushed towards it. The guard who only built the long sword and the guard who looked at it calmly presented milk to it. He raised his sword and blocked the guard's attack. Raise the sword and hold the hilt tightly. Put the sword in the ground. The whole person flies into the air. Stretch your hand to your waist and hold the short knife. Pulled out the short knife, plug it into the head of Lai Wei, who is wearing wolf's clothing. He pulled out the long sword stuck in the ground and blocked the guard's sword. Stick it in the ground and then flip the weapon away to rush the guard's sword. A stroke on the animal fire. The orcs took a few steps and dodged vigorously. But it doesn't know. I don't know when Ein appeared behind it. The big axe in my hand is already hungry and thirsty. Orc General blocked Ein's fatal blow. But the powerful stamina still caused the weapon in its hand to fly away. Behind it, a bear claw larger than its body is waiting for an opportunity. Big bear with roar. Slap the guard on the ground and rub it like a bug. Ching Xiuyu was very proud and also got into trouble. It seems that his shadow will be even more powerful. The great wizard was dumbfounded. This is impossible. How so? Other scroll hunters, Ching Xiuyu, took advantage. At other times, I regained some courage advantage. Let's go too. Just finished speaking. They were confused. He was struck by several curses and magic. Song of pain. Heat song. Song of blindness. The great wizard said to them with disdain. A group of ants dared to come up and mess with it. See how I kill the hope in your hearts. I want you to never be arrogant in front of me again. Song of the water demon. Several curses and magic fell on Ching Xiuyu. Count 1. The great wizard looked proud. On Yu's body. Got so many curses. Even God can't bear it. But the next second he stopped. Removing Jing Cheng's hand has no effect. As soon as it hit him, it was instantly lifted. This is Ching Xiuzi's passive skill, the blessing of the wizard Candiru. Immune to all disease B and D drugs and various abnormal conditions. Immune to the curse that Heng Chung and Xiao Yu brushed off from their bodies like dust. Then summon the Shadow Magician. Pair it with the Pearl of Greedy Dreams. The magician with the Pearl of Greed can easily create a fireball. With the Pearl of Greed, go to the Archmage's position to easily create a fireball. The powerful force blew the ice shield to pieces. He also hit the magician who was hiding behind the ice shield. Tan, who was still in pain, screamed at the teacher on the ground, eyes full of disbelief. Just a magic minion. How could it be so powerful? At this time, a figure appears at the door of Boss. Holding a pickaxe, she was stunned. Participate in such a high-level dungeon raid. This is the first time I have seen this kind of scene. I was so shocked when I saw this kind of Su. Are these all Ching Xiaoyu's summoned beasts? 3. Even magic hunters whose special skill is summoning magic. I can only summon 1 or 2 heads. How did he manage to summon so many at once? She comes to her teammates. Ask everyone how things are going, and what's going on here. But my teammates can't tell clearly. I only know that it was gods fighting. They are the only ones worthy of being spectators. This little trick doesn't work for me. Use this little thing from its body. Releases a powerful purple breath. A dark purple magic circle floats in front of it. It summons multiple strengthening magics in succession. Song of Rage. Song of Strengthening. Song of Giants. Suddenly it turned into a tall giant. Ching Xiaoyu looked very small in front of him. It crushes all the shadows like ants. Ching Jinwoo's magic power was soon trampled into pieces. Soon, Ching Xiaoyu didn't panic at all, and he was crushed to nothing, even a little angry. Seeing giants brings back bad memories for him. From behind the wizard, a giant dragon appeared with its huge mouth open. The great wizard blew a big bubble ball, like a bubble. Then a huge flame spurted out from its mouth, but it didn't expect. Ching Xiaoyu didn't know when he had flown above its head. Qing Zhao's dagger slowly appeared in his hand and above his head, poked directly into the great wizard's giant eye. Ching Xiaoyu mercilessly laughed at the wizard. Don't you know that the bigger your body, the bigger your goal? As a magician you lack bodyguards. As fragile as an egg without a shell. It's like being vulnerable as fast as lightning. After saying that, inflict multiple damage on the great wizard. The great wizard screamed in pain as he was scratched. This arrogant wizard never expected. This is the ice shield that Gao should be proud of. The shadow magician summoned by Ching Xiaoyu was smashed by a big fireball. He also smashed it hiding behind the ice shield to cause internal injuries. In desperation, it added multiple buffs to itself. Transform yourself into a huge and powerful monster. But for Ching Xiaoyu, the target just got bigger. But it's easier to hit Ching because the dice have become bigger. This scene happened to be caught by the hunter of the Inspection Section Association who walked into the boss room. Science Association hunter bumped into. What are they? Why are the orcs beating their own people? Che Hui, who arrived first, told him. These are the soldiers summoned by Ching Xiaoyu. This and that person is just like challenging boss soldiers alone. At this time, Ching Xiaozi was in dire straits, completely unaware of what is going on around me. Not at all what he was thinking about. A short sword cannot inflict fatal wounds on such a big man. He skillfully put away the weapon and suffered fatal injuries. Clenched fist. The fist hit the great wizard 9 times. Sure enough, you still have to rely on your fists at critical moments. The great wizard was shaved many times, but they were only superficial wounds. The dog wizard was injured by Qing Zhao's punch. Fight like a follower. Kneel down on the ground. The section chief expressed his thoughts. Finally saw Qing Jinwoo's battle with my own eyes. Finally, Che Hui was inspired. Why isn't Boss Chui the only one who knows about him? Even the section chief of the inspection section knows. The section chief originally wanted to come in and help. Sensing the extremely strong magic wave from the outside made him feel relieved. From the outside. But now there is no need to do so. I can actually see Ching Xiaoyu, the hunter, a scene of plundering an A-level dungeon alone. But what puzzled him was that, no matter how you look at it, Ching Xiaoyu is the top combat hunter. Why can he use summoning magic? And you can summon so many at once. Che Hui asked the section chief. Who is he? Does he care about anyone? The section chief took off his glasses and sighed quietly. Section chief, I know very little in size, very few. The great wizard lies on the ground. Evil monkey Ching Xiaoyu told it, for the magician. The moment I lost my guard, you have already lost. Behind Ching Xiaoyu, stand and look at the 3 guards that the great wizard is most proud of. The great wizard needs to be guarded while standing. My heart is full of unwillingness. I will not be intimidated. Then screamed in agony. His favorite guard thrust his weapon into his body. Purple X liquid is flowing on its body. System hint. The owner of the dungeon has been eliminated. Level up. The remaining giants will soon be taken away. Beside the great wizard dropped glittering loot. In the journey of the great wizard, Xiaoyu just wanted to take advantage of the spoils. Then I suddenly remembered that this is the dungeon of the hunter division, and it's a soft level boss thing. It seems unethical to just take the loot. If you take it away directly, you won't be able to defeat it. Morality. This is acceptable. He put his hand on the body of the great wizard S. Stand up. A powerful dark aura emanates from the great wizard's S body. It opened its huge mouth and roared loudly. It then appears in front of all the hunters. In front of Che Hui and Section Chief Wu, a huge shadow wizard is generated. He knelt down solemnly in front of Ching Xiaoyu. Ching Xiaoyu smiled proudly. Finally extracted a high-level shadow magician. It is worth mentioning that shadow extracted before. Infantry is an ordinary level. Magic soldiers are elite level. Ygritte is a rider. The level is still above Yeglet. It's the elite level of horse riding, as expected of the boss of an A-level dungeon. System hint. Please name your soldiers. Ching Xiaoyu is thoughtful. What did that boss say he was called just now? I just couldn't remember what the dish was called. Forget it. Just think about it. I guess your teeth are quite long. Let's call you Dentodon. Ching Xiaoyu gained a lot from this battle. Got so many high-level orc warriors. I got it and upgraded it to many levels of human warriors. Now he can save 127 shadows. He sends the less powerful shadow back to the void world, then save all the stronger ones. Seeing Ching Xiaoyu finished his work, only then did Section Chief Wu Xingzhe say hello to him. Wu Xingzhe and Ching Xiaoyu turned to say hello. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. I just started thinking about killing monsters. I didn't realize there were so many people here. Not even the Section Chief Wu Xingzhe. Hunter Che Hui also came over. The scene suddenly fell into embarrassment. Everyone is waiting for the man who singled out the entire underground to explain. And Ching Xiaoyu. How do you want to get out of here? A group of people from the association stood in front of Ching Xiaoyu. Ching Xiaoyu / Section Chief told everyone in front of you. The identity information of Ching Xiaoyu Hunter is fully managed by our Hunter Association. Ching Zhao's Master Hunter is a high-level secret that must not be leaked, and he is fully responsible for its management. Waiting for exit of teleportation port. We will inform everyone of detailed confidentiality matters. I hope you won't leak everything Ling Tian saw. 2 hands don't tell Ching Xiaoyu quietly. Hunter, leave it to us, if you want to avoid unnecessary trouble. If this is the best way out of trouble. The section chief continued to tell everyone. Ching Xiaoyu has the most abundant funds in the country. The guild that hunted the most showed its ability to surpass S-level hunters. If you still have any questions, you can contact the association. Before this, I'll help everyone get out of here safely. The card leader of this waiting team is shouting. With the nanny's treatment, his injuries have healed a lot. It's a lot better now that I have a nanny. But I still need teammates to support me. Your power is so strong. Become a porter for whatever reason. It's all understandable. I won't ask you why. But this time I have an extra number for you. We are safe and sound. Thank you on behalf of all the attackers. The hunters bowed solemnly to Ching Xiaoyu. Hunter Ching Xiaoyu returns the suicide note to En's mother. Tell her since you survived, it's up to you to hand this little notebook over to them personally. Wet nurse list. Then he looked at the notebook awkwardly and giggled on the spot. Che Hui just wanted to say something. Ching Xiaoyu and the association hunters have turned and left. Fa came over. The woman asked venomously. Deputy Commander Na Jiechi, why are you holding a pickaxe? Che Hui suddenly became excited. Che Hui won asking women about Dharma. Will he think I'm weird? Fa looks confused. Who is confused? Che Hui suddenly blushed. Awkward smile read. No, nothing. This is the power of the Shadow Lord. Only one person can wipe out tens of thousands of orcs. After finishing the work, he realized what he had done. The finished work was seen by everyone. The sensible association hunters protected him as the top secret. The rich second generation is waiting in the restaurant as agreed. He looked worried. Today is the time to decide your destiny. The choice of the eldest brother will determine his fate. Chen Xiaobei gang came out of the underground city. There are still traces of the fight on the clothes. The clothes are really the traces of my eldest brother. I even took the time to go to the dungeon. After not taking time off, he told his elder brother about the negotiation process with his father, and the sudden appearance of Hunter Gao Minghing in the middle. Ching Xiaoyu understood what he meant. If the rich second generation wants to become the leader of the guild, we must have his help, he said to the rich third generation. In the Hunter Division building, Chui Yonghuang's face was full of shock. Hunter Sun Qijuan reported to Director Choi Yunin their experiences of accidents in the underground city. At first, Ching Xiaoyu didn't want to get involved in their group, but the monsters in that dungeon are too powerful. Ching Xiaoyu had no choice but to take action. I broke into a cold sweat after listening to Ching Xiaoyu's greater than or equal to. After listening to it, I can summon a large number of summoned beasts DC, as agile as a dark S hunter. You can even use the monsters you S away for your own use, although on the surface, that's all he can do, but if he still has the ability to hide, it seems that he is indeed very powerful. But he was very curious. Who is better to fight with him? Sun Qijuan was stunned by this sudden question. Sun Qijuan then asked Chui Zhongning, Can you raid an A-level dungeon on your own? Did you stop Chui Zhong by asking this question? The hands on the table began to tremble. Then definitely tell Sun Qijuan. Cannot. Even if you spend it very powerfully, it is also difficult to resist the siege of Warcraft. Chui Zhongyin suddenly felt that he was not worthy of the title of the ultimate weapon. Chui Zhongyin suddenly felt that Sun Jun had told Secretary Huang the title of Dongjiki. I shouldn't have interfered with the running of the guild. For the guild but you. We must let Hunter Qing Xiaoyu join our guild Ning. Hunters Association office. Camera in place. Reporters are in place. They're preparing for today's big news. And all this. They are all preparing for this man in the sports car. There was also a well-known reporter sitting next to him. He asked the man what the news headlines of Lingtian were like. The man in his room read the newspaper, a happy smile on his face. The man who has everything, Li Wenqing. He even has the power to transcend, although a bit childish. But I like it. At this time, 2 luxury cars drove into the crowd. For a time, all kinds of flashlights focused on him. The reporter thought that these 2 giants came to compete for Li Wenqing. One of the reporters asked by Lu Hao, "Please use dog talk to evaluate Li Wenqing." Self-discipline association. I came back without even thinking about it. I'm not here because of him. Nothing to say. Urging Zongyins to act harmless and tell reporters. Chui Zongbochai acted harmlessly and told reporters. Li Wenqing has signed a contract with the Envoy Guild. Li Wen, many people in the industry know Fang. I came to the association today because other people. I, the reporter, dismissed the others in a boring way. Jibai is so happy. I thought there would be big news today. Bai Lu Hao sneered at Chui Zhongyin who was standing next to him. I heard about it. Something big happened yesterday when you were hunting him. Facing Bai Lu Hao's ridicule, Zhongyin calmly responded and endured. But it's a little better than the White Tiger Guild, which lost its A-level newcomers. These words immediately made Zijie Hao's face filled with anger. Both guilds greatly reduced their losses because of Qing Xiaoyu's appearance. Because of the process, this association has greatly reduced labor losses. The purpose of their coming, just to rob people. The 2 leaders immediately confronted each other. The surrounding air begins to become distorted. Aren't these Boss Chui and Boss Bai? The appearance of Lin Zigui, the leader of the Envoys Guild, interrupted their quarrel. The leader of the Envoys Guild, Deputy Lin, looked proud of their fight. Thought the 2 were quarreling over his subordinate Li Wenqing. I thought 2 bosses were suddenly yelling and quarreling in unison. What do you say? No matter what, Li Wenqing. I am not interested. Give Boss Lin a hard time. Why such a reaction? Li Wenqing, who witnessed everything from a distance but did not hear the content. And in the distance, Li Wenqing couldn't help but look happy. 2 of the country's top giants actually had a red-faced fight over him. 2 of the top domestic drivers turned around and told Li Wenqing that he blushed, and said, "Oh, everything is ready and ready outside. Let's start the interview." Li Wenqing got out of the car. Suddenly reporters swarmed up. Cameras and flashlights are focused on him. Behind the reporter, Qing Xiaoyu stood up with a cute face. What happened to Xiaoyu today? So many reporters? This guy is so high profile. In order to show off one's strength to the masses, called a large number of reporters to make a fuss about him. What a coincidence that today is Qingyu, the day of the 2nd hunter level appraisal. As soon as he arrived, he found that the place was surrounded by reporters. He squeezed out through the crowd, but he was blocked in front of him by a tall and powerful man. Go ahead and shout loudly at Qing Xiaoyu in front of Master Chiu. What are you doing? Are you from the association? Didn't you see that there are reporters here? Can't you pass through from the front? Qing Xiaoyu said he wanted to go in to do something, but was blocked by bodyguard. Li Wenqing looked impatient. Who is this blind guy? Why haven't you driven this person away yet? Who says you can't pass here? The emergence of President Ko Kin Li. The scene suddenly became quiet. He looked at Li Wenqing and said, "He is my guest. You should know who allowed you to hold a press conference here, right? You should know." Li Wenqing couldn't say anything else, so of course, I had no choice but to let Qing Xiaoyu in. Reporters immediately started talking about, who is that person? The president takes good care of him. 28. Li Wenqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Qing Xiaoyu's appearance made him very embarrassed. He wants bodyguards. Go find out who this guy is. Then I thought about how to resolve the awkward atmosphere now. He decided to skip the rest. Go directly to today's topic. Test level. He showed a harmless expression and told reporters, "Everyone, wait a moment. I'm going to discuss today's process with the association staff. I went to talk to the association, but I haven't gone through today's process yet." The figure of Erdale flashed in front of him as fast as lightning. The Taoist man blocked the big flash in front of him. The platoon leader said to Li Wenqing, "There are other awakened people currently undergoing secondary level determination. Before 11 o'clock, no one is allowed in." Li Wenqing was dumbfounded. Growing up towards a science department, you actually waited 30 minutes for that person to witness me? Jixian also made an appointment for the 11 o'clock level test? Now the reporters are here. Don't make it difficult for me. The section chief remained unmoved. Tell him that since he made an appointment at 11 o'clock, he will come in at 11 o'clock. Seeing the section chief but not making enough money, he leaned closer to the section chief and whispered, "Hey, don't you know who I am, Li Wenqing? Lu Jianchi's vice minister Ji Wanhui touched my dad. Lu Qin, I am ready to vote for the association. Do you know what to do to me? Let me do it in front of the camera. Can you bear this responsibility?" The section chief replied calmly, "Section chief can afford it." Li Wenqing was furious. "Are you a piece of cake 3? And is that awakened one amazing? Is there any cold weather in Nako?" The deputy district chief looked at Li Wenqing with a sinister look. "A picture god if I sell you by Li Wenqing. Can you afford it?" Li Wenqing was immediately frightened by the section chief's pressure, and turned pale. Li Wenqing was immediately scared and didn't dare to push him anymore. His face turned pale. The president walked in with Qing Xiaoyu. Bai Luhao and Cui Zhong have been waiting inside for a long time. They bowed solemnly to the president. The president told Qing Xiaoyu, "These two guys have been waiting here for you for an hour. After all, you are an S-class hunter who only appeared after 2 years, coupled with the extraordinary abilities you showed in the 2 dungeon accidents. In addition, the extraordinary abilities shown by people like this twice in the dungeon. Who doesn't want to recruit MOCA?" They came to an empty testing hall. The assistant said to Qing Xiaoyu, "First determine your capabilities. Only then can we classify the series for you. What abilities can you use? Can you tell me if I can do this?" Only the empty floor. A black shadow slowly appeared in the shocked eyes of the president and his assistant, in turning into a shadow infantry. The assistant was deeply shocked by this power. "It's actually a summoned beast. Are you a summoner?" And the wily ones can see it. "But it's always Qing Pin's Bing Lai." He asked Qing Xiaoyu to show his true strength. He made Qing Xiaoyu look like he had no strength. Hua Jing had too many Japanese attackers at that time. Now I can't even think about it anymore. "Come out now." Shadows. On empty land, multiple shadows appeared again. Chairman Gao Jianli stared with big eyes in disbelief. Even Bai Luhao and Hu Zhonghuang outside the door felt it. What a powerful magic power. There are already standing shadows of different sizes and shapes. Already standing, Qing Yu said to the president, "Shadow Z, mister." People like Qing said, "I can still summon over 100 more." The assistant was so frightened that he only, "More than 100? Bai Luhao was sweating coldly outside the door. What a strong M force. Was this all released by Qing Xiaoyu? Isn't this all the same as back then? He has surpassed me. Qing Xiaoyu walked out of the room. Qing looked at the small card in his hand. He is already a veritable S-class hunter. He is already the wrong person when Bai Luhao calls him. Want to talk to him? Qing Xiaoyu found an excuse to shirk it. Bai Luhao told him, "If I were you, I'll never leave like this." Qing Xiaoyu thought Bai Luhao had prepared excellent conditions for him. Qing Xiaoyu responded with an excellent condition that he would definitely regret. "If Jia opens the door, I will regret it instantly. Push him and make him dumbfounded." Countless flashlights focused on him. What on earth is going on? It can make the people with the greatest interests and strength in this country dumbfounded. Around him, there are shadows of different sizes and shapes standing Z, equivalent to the Z fighting power of a high-level dungeon. All of these were summoned by Qing Xiaoyu alone, and Qing Dongyu got the $level hunting porcelain certificate as a matter of course. And the moment Qing Xiaoyu went out, he baked the qualification certificate. Countless flashlights focused on him. Turned out to be, 10 minutes ago, that superstar guy who can't get into the association. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he just gave a speech. He told reporters, "No matter what the result of the identification is, I will continue to dedicate myself to the hunter cause." After hearing this, the reporter pressed the shutter button with even more skill. After hearing this, Ji Shigong's hands became even more sharp. "Is this real?" Li Wenqing said he may give up the title of Asia's top superstar. Li Wenqing becomes a low-level hunter? Li Wenqing happily extended his hand, enjoying the flash spotlight. "Very good. That's it. All the focus is on me." He couldn't help feeling happy inside. "Hua Ran is your ex who lied to you. I've already received a grade rating. It was just 2 years ago. I settled on it 2 years early, while getting a high salary XW while helping the Envoys Guild to promote. This is the best way to get rid of the doubts about me from the outside world at once. Come down from the top. Risk your life to protect the people. I will be so glorious and great in the eyes of others." "What? S-class? Why are you here just saying that?" "I just received a notification from the association. Jing Ran reveals the 10th S-class hunter." "Is this true?" Sudden information. It made the whole place boil. Reporters took out their mobile phones to check the official website of the association. "Remember, it's true. The 10th S-class hunter is born." They suddenly realized. It turns out that the measuring room was not vacated in the morning for Li Wenqing, but for that S-class hunter. Their expressions became strangely fanatical. Don't miss the news about S-class hunters. They rushed past Li Wenqing and rushed to the door. The hunter from their township association blocked the gate, like an impenetrable wall blocking the door, leaving reporters there as incompetents and madmen. "Didn't an S-class hunter appear? Get out of the way. Li Wenqing is in a vacuum. What the hell? Why is there an S-level one today? Why did my reporter choose S-level shopping? What to do with my news?" And his so-called reporter, "We are very busy at the moment. He told Li Wenqing to contact you later," then yelled at the other end of the phone. "Change all tomorrow's news headlines to the sad E-class became the joyful S-class. No one cares about Li Wenqing. Even the air ignored him." On Qing Xiaoyu's side, the screen is full of flashlights. News about him reaches his sister's school. His new message reached the school where the team, that rough uncle, started again. "Then I knew this was how it started. I knew it when that guy stared at me. He must have done something bad and been exposed, right?" But when he saw what was in the news, for a moment, the whole person was trembling on the spot. News quickly spread throughout the 9. Xiaoxi, who was eating, saw. Lao Song, who was practicing swordsmanship, also saw it. There was also a second-generation rich man whose father also saw it. "There is also Cream," he asked the rich 3 generations. "Have you found Qing Xiaoyu? You, the rich second generation, go back to his father. He can't change his brother's mind, because Qing Xiaoyu want to form a guild, and as long as the rich second generation is willing, he will leave the position of vice chairman to him." Director Tong was stunned when he heard this. After hearing this, I burst out laughing. The rich second generation among them. "Do you know why I established the Luqin Guild?" Do you know Tamadai's answer without thinking? The answer of the rich second generation in order to earn money. The career of a hunter is full of profits. The chief child officer shook his head. I have enough money now. Money means nothing to me. It's to protect ourselves. The power of hunters continues to grow stronger. Hunters' obsession continues to grow stronger. There are many cases where the power of a human being is equivalent to the power of a household. It's not uncommon for a human being's strongest hunter to surpass an S-class pit boy. The strongest hunters known as Jiajili level appear on the scene. Known as, in some weak Ji families, they appeared. Hunters are called rulers like kings. Do you think the law and public power can always protect us? I founded the guild to recruit trustworthy hunters, and you have found such a person, and you are already qualified as such a person. Lu Chen's experience is left to you. Lu Hao goes to run the business. Take those who are trustworthy. Powerful hunters become yours. The powerful hunter will be yours in the future. They will be more valuable than any form of sea property. The rich second generation's answer directly made Tongsher Changqing force her. Thank you, Dad, but I have decided to go to my eldest brother's guild. Facing various questions from various reporters, Bai Lu Hao has a deep understanding of. It would be very tiring. He suggested that Ching memorize the characters and follow Ding. He will get him home safely. As soon as he finished speaking, Ching Xiaoyu's voice disappeared. When Hua appeared again, he was already behind the crowd. Everyone looked back in disbelief. What happened just now? How come people evaporate out of thin air? Shui Longyin was shocked in his heart. Have such developed motor nerves. You said it was the director Lu Hao. Bai Lu Hao was still immersed in that scene. I didn't even see clearly, although I know he is very harmful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. His nimble speed just now, and the magic you feel at the inspection site. Ching Xiaoyu is stronger than us now. This is completely beyond the scope of the second awakening. This is a hunting area that he can continue to grow in. He is the M country hospital hunter who can sentence. Huang Dongshu was lying on the hospital bed watching the news. Huang Li is full of disbelief. Still alive? Are you still living a pretty life? This ball is no ordinary ball. Even experts who have studied equipment for many years saw it for the first time. There really is a magic ball with a 100% increase rate. Even the world's top craftsmen put their heart into making it. It cannot sustain a 5% increase in manufacturing. If Cui Zhong sees this, he will not be able to love it. He will live for his life. Give him a star and ask Ching Xiaoyu to live in love. Where did you get it? Ching Xiao replied calmly. Picked up in the dungeon. Experts were stunned. You can still find this kind of thing in the dungeon, he told Ching Xiaoyu. If you take the photo from the side, we will help you get the highest price. Ching Xiaoyu said to think about it, then asked the experts, is there any fire attribute defensive equipment here? Judging from the expert's expression, Ching Xiaoyu thought it would be difficult to find. After all, he went to Ning Dequan online and couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, experts told him that this thing is easy to find, just because equipment with attributes is expensive. He took Ching Xiaoyu into a room. There is a dazzling array of equipment on display inside. There are indeed expensive things here. I also added 4 protective glasses. I just didn't know such thin glass. Can you protect what's inside? I am very confident in this glass, expert. He told Ching Xiaoyu that he was confident. This glass has been strengthened with M-Force. Even an A-level hunter cannot defeat it with all his strength. Even if you don't believe it, try it, and you won't be able to break it. The equipment inside is yours. These words immediately confirmed Qing Yu's enthusiasm. After saying this, he took a deep breath and moved. Release powerful magic from his body. Raise your fists and get ready to smash. Experts are anxious. He hurriedly stopped Ching Xiaoyu. He just said it casually. Their filming studio signed a protection agreement with the Hunter Division. They made a protection agreement when they filmed M. Xing Ru Broken. The elite horses from the Hunter Division will come over. Hearing this, Ching Xiaoyu stopped when his hand almost hit the glass. Hearing this, Ching Xiao turned around and stopped with his stick. Didn't this person just say that he was a magic hunter? Isn't this man an imposing hunter? Ching Xiaoyu asked the experts. Is there any W device here that I can try? Experts told him that there was. W appliances also have dedicated areas. After Ching Xiaoyu left, the expert looked at the glass. The little glasses are full of big doubts. Xiao Xiao is confused about when this happened. He obviously didn't even touch it. Didn't he obviously come across it? Ching Xiaoyu picked a small short knife. Ching Xiaoyu price 18W small short knife. He was surprised. This short sword is not as good as the knight's hand. At most, it's just as good as Casa Cad's teeth. The price is so expensive? He took out the knight's hand. He brought out the writing expert. How much are these worth? The expert picked up the dagger and looked at it carefully. The eyes of experts are full of praise. This dagger contains the meticulous craftsmanship of the craftsman. This dagger needs at least 60W to wrap it up. Ching Xiaoyu was stunned when he heard the price. God. Shaw sure was stunned. This thing can only be sold for 280W gold coins in the store. You can actually sell it at a high price here, and it has a store logo on it. It seems that there is a treasure in the Taohu Guild building. Bai Lu Hao is still thinking about his Ching Xiaoyu, a hunter who can keep growing. Does such a big hunter really exist? The guy in front of the red portal is obviously not as good as me. Just a few days. His magic is above mine. He leans on the chair. The tense head finally relaxed because he finally figured it out. Ching Xiao is a talent that cannot be recruited. Have such a powerful ability. I can start a guild myself. How is it possible to enter someone else's guild? What about one of the best guilds in the country? What if he can continue to grow in China? Then there is a place where he is. He is the king. Ching Xiaoyu just got the S-Class hunter license. News from all walks of life rushed to report it. The downstairs of his house was even more surrounded. Her sister cautiously poked her head upstairs. There is an endless stream of clicking sounds downstairs. She was so frightened that she retracted her head. Ching Xiaoyu was a little impatient. He wanted to go down and drive those people away. His sister stopped him. Tell him you can't go down now. That day you ignored reporters and suddenly disappeared from under their eyes. You've been scolded so badly on the internet. Do you want to be scolded even worse if you go down now? At this time there was a knock on the door. My sister hid behind the door as a conditioned reflex. I have to say, oh, how many packs do they have? Ching Xiaoyu cursed and opened the door. But I saw the rich second generation with a crying face. His dad kicked him out. Now he has no fixed abode. Want to come over and stay with Ching Xiaoyu? Oh, not finished yet. The door slammed shut with a crash. My sister came out. Do not know. Door to door. The rich second generation was left shouting, "Big brother," at the door. The rich second generation's mother is soft-hearted. I asked my husband if this was too much, but Chief Child was very angry at this time. This son is really crazy. A good guild leader is inappropriate. To be someone else's little brother. Then he felt a twinge in his head. He felt strange. His wife gradually became dim in his eyes. Ching Xiaoyu gently opened the door. My sister is sleeping sweetly. He summoned the Shadow Warrior Z. 3 orc guard shadows appeared in response. Because they are so big, they can only sit on the ground. Because of my body shape, I wanted to sit on the ground. The heavenly wizard seems to have 4 great guards. Why did only 3 come out? One of them pointed at the ceiling and said, "The remaining guard will be stuck on the roof of the cave after you throw it away." I actually left it there. He sent 2 of the orcs back, leaving the orc in wolf skin to guard his sister. The guard nodded respectfully and accepted. Then he turned into a shadow and hid under the quilt. Summoned multiple shadow infantry. Hope for them. From now on, you will be the security team of this community. Don't be discovered by others. Act with caution and with your heart in mind. From now on, patrol. The infantryman who received the order turned into a black shadow and flew away to various places. Cheng Xiaoyu sighed. Even if a random person appears, as long as you are not at the level of an advanced hunter, there's no way he can beat my Shadow Warrior B. Is this considered a contribution to the world? The next day, the rich second generation drove to pick him up. Because the guild office hasn't been found yet, the rich second generation found a small hotel near Ching Xiaoyu and stayed there first. Ching Xiaoyu never expected this guy really gave up his position as the leader of Lu Chen's guild to come to him. He likes me so much. I'm too embarrassed to scold him. The rich second generation asked curiously, "What did you want to do when you came to Desheng building early in the morning?" Ching Xiaoyu opened the car door. Talk to the rich second generation. I'll come back as soon as I go. The rich second generation still doesn't understand what it means. People are gone. Ching Xiaoyu came to the demon realm again. There are blazing flames everywhere, but he came prepared this time. The heat-proof cloak obtained from the hunter shooting club, and a nameless ring with water magic. This time everything is ready. This is human. Demon realm. Burning flame. Demons everywhere. The intimidating living at person. There is also the chilling archmage of the undead. Ching Xiaoyu slashed all the way to the 75th floor with one person's power. When we reached the 76th floor, we had to give up the 9 sweeps midway due to the extremely hot environment. He is fully prepared to make a comeback. At this time, the system task pops up again. Get rid of the Demon King. Collect its evil soul. The rewards are even richer than last time. The top-grade runestone alone is quite fragrant. Can acquire career-specific skills. Ching Xiaoyu currently has 3 skills in total. And Kingly Realm. Every skill is particularly powerful. He is full of expectations for the next skill. System hint. Floors 1 to 76 are all open. Which level do you want to move to? 76th floor. A sound of rinsing. Ching Xiaoyu teleported to the 76th floor. Oncoming were all kinds of birds and beasts. Ching Xiaoyu summoned the fangs. You can't tell which side is the monster unless you look carefully. Slash teeth hold the pearl of greedy dreams and make a sound with their mouths. Watch the emergence of the magic circle. A black dragon appears behind it. It takes a breath. A super large flame spurts out of the mouth. Destroy all surrounding monsters in an instant. Tall buildings were reduced to the ground in an instant. Ching Xiaoyu felt that the power was unexpectedly great. After becoming a shadow soldier, even with the Pearl of Greedy Dreams, ability will also be weakened. But the Dream Pearl is in the hands of different users. Its capabilities will also vary. And after Fang had the Pearl of Greed, even more powerful than when it was alive. This bead is simply a piece of equipment prepared for fangs. In the emergency center, Lu Chen, the construction child manager, woke up after sleeping for 2 days. He asked the doctor, "My body." Doctor told him, "You have a disease called insomnia. This is a kind of bee that I can't wake up from. Not only can I wake up from my sleep, their lives are consumed at a rapid rate. Therefore, a device that uses demonic behavior to maintain life is needed. This disease occurs after the portal appears. Many people die because they cannot afford life-sustaining devices. And there is a deep connection between insomnia and magic, and insomnia and the profound drama hunter. You are not the same as a hunter, or people who are often exposed to magic." The chief child thought for a moment. Family members exposed to magic for a long time. Isn't that his son? Doctor told him. Some people are born with a lack of resistance to magic. If these people are exposed to magic for a long time, they will develop abnormal symptoms. The child director grabbed the quilt hard. The uses of magic are increasing day by day. In such a world, he has countless properties. But I'm allergic to magic. He is very unwilling. Lu Minghan was eliminated. No, I won't lose. I didn't lose. The other side, on an island in Country R, a giant flying ant from Chizhou Island have successfully landed on land. How scary is the S-class portal? There once was a small island called Chizhou Island. The opening of the teleportation port caused the monsters inside to swarm out. The world calls for the top hunter 9. 3 raids ended in failure. In the end, even the Z government had to abandon this island. What no one expected was that this island became the Davin Evolution Island. The monsters are transforming at an extremely fast speed. Some even evolved wings. They fly across the vast ocean, landing in human habitation. These 2 hunters, although there are only D-class and E-class, but it is the hope of the whole island. The daily task is to find the island. Only when you find that there is a teleportation port can you reach it. Need to seek help from hunters outside the island immediately. Once more than 3 days, support hasn't arrived yet. They must take up weapons to protect the island. The E-class hunters suddenly noticed. Ahead of them a strange figure walked towards them. Take a look. Oh my god! In the devil's realm, demonic remnants everywhere. Watch your intelligence points increase as you go. The number of shadows that Qing Xiaoyu can extract and save gradually increases. It's a pity that these demonic powers are contaminated and cannot be extracted. Otherwise, you can form a large-scale team. Qing Xiaoyu feels that the entire team is not efficient when working together. He divided the Shadow Warriors into 6 groups and now they are Canine Group, Yeglik Formation, King of Vine Group, Xiongde Group, Giant Orc Group A. He also issued 2 orders to these 6 groups. A split up. Encountered something as something. If a floor pass appears, notify him immediately. Disband. With a whoosh, the shadows spread out in all directions at lightning speed. Although it is a pity that all other items except the license have to be given up. But now the top priority is to get to the top as quickly as possible. The team just disbanded a while ago. A steady stream of experience is delivered to your doorstep. Cheng Xiaoyu felt it again. How exciting is the career of the Shadow Lord. All he has to do is replenish his mana where he is. A few days later, Xiongde has been promoted to level 24, Infantry level 16, Shadow Magic Soldier reaches level 19. Not only is Qing Xiaoyu's level improving, the levels of all warriors are also rising rapidly. The attack speed is also much faster than expected. Already reached the 80th floor, but I've been stuck here for 2 days. There has never been a World of Warcraft carrying an admission pass. Suddenly, a powerful magic appears behind you. Qing Xiaoyu's magic power is rapidly passing away. The shadows are constantly being destroyed. The speed of recovery is much slower than the speed of destruction. Completely suppressed. Look in that direction. It's Ain's team. There are actually some high-level demons who can defeat King Ain, because the distance is relatively far. Qing Xiaoyu had to recall the shadow first. The next day, other shadows were attacked one after another. After Al Ain, the Yeglik group and the Orc AB group were also defeated. What makes Qing Xiaoyu puzzled is that, on the branch of the Yeglik formation is the Fang Tooth formation. That guy just jumped over the fangs. Could it be that this monster cannot defeat the fangs? If it deliberately picks out those who can survive the attack, that means it is an intelligent monster that can see through the opponent's weaknesses. Then its next self-mark. It's probably Xiongde. Qing Xiaoyu hid behind the building and waited for an opportunity. After a while, the person actually showed up. Look at that posture like a noble among demons. Xiongde roared at the enemy. A demon cavalry rushed up with a gun. With a sound of rinsing, the big bear was cut in half. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly realized. No wonder his magic power is depleted so quickly. This Shadow 6 has no chance of winning at all. Just after resurrection, suddenly, a demon discovers Qing Jinwoo's existence. Rush towards him. Give it a sharp blow with its spear. Qing Xiaoyu avoided. One hit scud. Get 3,000 experience points directly. Seeing this, the other demons quickly rushed over, but he found Qing Xiaoyu standing there, suddenly disappeared into thin air. Still haven't figured out what's going on. Qing Xiaoyu has arrived in front of it. Killed 2 demon minions instantly with a bang. The remaining demon leaders stood there shivering. Qing Xiaoyu smiled. I've always been curious about whether Warcraft has fear. Now I finally know. Unexpected. There are actually demon nobles in the demon realm. Qinglu defeated Qing Xiaoyu's proud shadow men one by one. Hung is still far behind Qing Xiaoyu. The demon knight was wiped out effortlessly. The demon nobles on the side were trembling with fear. She picked up the weapon and stabbed it quickly, but Qing Xiaoyu quickly dodged. Between the eyebrows, neck, and then the heart. They are all attacking the vital points. This devil is very smart, also very powerful. According to the level of Warcraft, this guy's strength is comparable to that of an S-class monster. Only, Demon Knight A+ level it encounters. Sung Jin-Woo is more powerful than an S-class hunter. The demon noble's attacks are too tender for him. Qing Xiaoyu picked up the short knife and chopped the devil's long sword in half. Then he strangled the devil's neck. The short knife in his hand was swung quickly, but at the critical moment, the devil spoke. I surrender. Qing Xiaoyu stopped what he was doing. He felt strange. How come the recent Warcraft can speak human language? Moreover, this voice? It's a woman's voice. Qing Xiaoyu pulled off its helmet, showing the face of a shocked girl. She raised her hand of surrender and said to Qing Xiaoyu, Sorry, we were wrong. Don't slander us. The bear behind him is not happy anymore. Fucked us so many times. Now you want to beg for mercy? The devil girl hurriedly explained. It is our family's duty to protect this place. So to those who wantonly hunt demons, it's not that we can't just sit back and do nothing. Please understand, Qing Xiaoyu said to her. I spoon everyone else. Isn't it good to just leave you alone? Unexpectedly, this girl actually said to him, "The duty of knights is to protect their lord. They are from us." Must be very happy. Why would she take it so naturally? What a selfish devil. But he looks like a human being. Still a girl. I really can't do it. Seeing Qing Xiaoyu relax his vigilance, the devil girl's eyes are shining with red light. She quietly took out what she had hidden on her body. Stabbed Qing Xiaoyu violently in the back. Stab on a black shadow. She does not know. Qing Xiaoyu still has fangs. It used the defensive skills that it was most proud of during its lifetime. This is just great. Stealing the chicken will lose the rice. Successfully angered Qingyu. I have to say that this devil is quite thick-skinned. See, the sneak attack failed. Kneel down directly on the ground. Ask Qing Xiaoyu to spare her life. He also said that he would give him anything he wanted. Qing Xiaoyu stopped talking to her anymore. Ask her directly for the admission pass. The fangs behind him activate skills against gravity. The devil girl kneeling on the ground stood up without any wind. She was so frightened that she cried out. Say to Qing Xiaoyu, the admission pass is kept by our family. As long as you don't slander me, I'll give you the admission ticket. Not only that, I also know where the access passes are for those floors above. As long as you can ensure the safety of me and our family, I'll tell you. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly realized. No wonder he couldn't find any monsters after 2 days of hunting. It turned out that they were all hidden by the demon nobles. This condition really moved Qing Xiaoyu's heart. But for this devil who wanted to S twice, Qing Jin-Woo. Qing Xiaoyu doesn't know if this guy can be trusted. He approaches the devil girl. Darkness slowly emitted from him. Slowly released a dark breath from around him. Only a pair of bright and angry eyes are left. The devil girl was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. She said to Qing Xiaoyu, I didn't lie to you. The shock effect is achieved. Qing Xiaoyu ordered Jianya to put her down. Tell her that as long as you cooperate well, I will get the admission pass. I left quietly. But, who are you? On an island in country R. The man was so frightened that he trembled. In front of him, of Warcraft. Just chewing and chewing, it turns its head. The man was so scared that he screamed. It spreads its wings, flying to the sky. Man S up. There are many more people. It's all miserable in its hands. How thick-skinned is this demon noble? If you can't beat me, kneel down and beg for mercy. Qing Xiaoyu saw that she looked human-like. Qing Xiaoyu has to look humane. Learn from the devil girl. Her name is Ahil. She is the eldest daughter of the Lardi family. The 80th floor of the demon realm is controlled by their family. Qing Xiaoyu asked her, can you hear voices in your head telling you to kill as humans? AI Shuri, think about it. Tell Qing Xiaoyu, can't hear, but other sounds can be heard. Protect where you are. Qing Xiaoyu is thinking. It seems that the meaning of the existence of demons is different from that of Warcraft. The purpose of Warcraft's existence is to kill humans. That pair of evil and demon is the guardian copy. I am like a monster to the devil. He asked Ahir, when did you start hearing that voice? Ahir told him, since we woke up here. Qing Xiaoyu thought for a while. Fang also said the same thing when he was a great wizard. It seems they all lived elsewhere before. This may be a clue that can lead to the system's ontology. He asked Ahir, so where did you live before? Ahir told him, in the devil world. What to do in the demon realm? Prepare to fight. We are going to fight a very powerful enemy. It is more powerful than all the demons put together. Suddenly, content exceeds license scope. Conversation interrupted. The situation was the same as that of King Ji at that time. Once they say something beyond the category, the system will be forced to interrupt. This seems to be an upgrade system tailor-made for Qingyu. Upgrades, copies, tasks, rewards and penalties for tasks. This process is like an ongoing game. The demons here have also been added to game-like setting. Qing Xiaoyu continued to ask, who is that powerful enemy? The devil girl was about to say, but suddenly I felt a stabbing pain in my head. Then she got completely stuck. I fell down on my knees and fainted. It seems, demons implanted with system commands. Once the system command is violated, it will trigger some kind of card effect. What kind of existence is it? Why doesn't the system let me know? On an island in country R, the hunter shouted anxiously. It's Warcraft. Attack quickly. This is no ordinary Warcraft. The soldier next to me didn't even see clearly yet. Healer, I just saw my dad being taken in. This monster is very smart. I know that playing for a long time is not good for it. Get rid of the weaker hunters first. Get rid of the healer again, greatly reducing their Z power. The root is the analysis of the intelligent world of Warcraft. But why? It will appear here. Behind it was a smoking Toyota. The camera captured its operation. The contents of the black box were transmitted to the Hunter Association of Country H. The section chief explained this most difficult process to everyone. This time, alien ants appear. 2 islands have been looted. 294 people were hit by it 9 times. A total of 108 hunters participated in the hunt. Sex with 4 people erated. There is also a C-level captain. The A-level hunter who joined later was the decisive factor in solving it. In other words, subduing 1 alien ant requires a level A hunter or above. People are talking a lot. Country R is one of the few advanced hunter systems in the world. A single ant can cause so much casualties there. If ants fly to Country H, the consequences will be disastrous. President Gao Jianli told everyone. All islands within 150 nautical miles of Chizhou Island have been hit. It's only a matter of time before I come to Country H. Defensive measures must be taken before this. But here comes the problem. Country H currently does not have the ability. Place hunters on various islands like Country R. You can't arrange for 2 low-level hunters to go over and give them away. The president suddenly felt very anxious. When a small person is in danger, who else will come to support? The section chief stopped him. Whisper in his ear. Scavenger Guild's Huang Dongshu fire hunting offered to come over and help with the teleportation of Chizhou Island this time. The president was stunned. Then I guessed it immediately. This person who went to Country M. I wouldn't be so kind. He has only one purpose. That's Qing Xiaoyu. The clever section chief used him and Hunter Bai Lu Hao to create a relationship, rejected on the grounds of friction incident. However, there was another person who contacted the association. Is a national level hunter. She is a noble in the demon realm, summoned by the system to the demon realm. There is a lingering voice in her head. Protect where you are. And in their original world, I am preparing to have a dispute with the powerful person D. Qing Xiaoyu wanted to ask further, but she felt like her internet cable had been cut off. Fainted after Jingai's card. When wake up again, seemed to be rebooted and was completely blank about what just happened. While she was sleeping, a large number of demons launched an attack on her 9. Qing Xiaoyu became the flower protector. He pointed to the S-body theory of Warcraft. It seems that the relationship between you demons is not good, the devil girl told him. That's because of non-intelligent demons. He does not consider intelligent demons to be his kind. Ji Mu did not draw. The devil girl brought Qing Xiaobao to her castle. The demons here are all intelligent demons, able to communicate normally. Then they came to the king's room. Qing Xiaoyu was thinking, if this is a fight all the way, this is probably the room of the ultimate boss. After the demon king saw Qing Jin-Woo, suddenly his face turned livid with fear. Her daughter can't see it, but as a king, he can see. Around Qing Xiaoyu, a shadow lurked. The guards hurriedly took out their weapons to control their dicks. Qing Xiaoyu looked calm. He told the devil, I made an agreement with Asher. As long as you give me your admission ticket, I will leave quietly. The devil is sweating coldly. He had long heard that there was a very strong man, after entering the demon realm, destroyed the demons at extremely fast speeds. Even Vulcan and Mattis are no match for him, although the Radler family became a noble, indeed ranked last among the nobility, due to the fact that Qing Xiaoyu's strength only ranks second. Only accept. It asked Qing Xiaoyu, is the floor access pass the only requirement? Qing Xiaoyu patted Axier and said, and let me borrow your daughter. After being hit on, Axier suddenly blushed, but it made the Ghost King so angry that he was shaking all over. Wooden comics. Although it hurts your self-esteem to compromise with a human being. Oh. Wooden comics, but better than mindless sex. Wooden comics and daughter is everything about fairy. Chang Jin-Woo assures it will bring his daughter back unscathed. After hearing this, the Ghost King felt relieved. He ordered his men hand the admission ticket to Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu opened it and took a look. Genuine. That is to say, the next admission passes need to be obtained from the demon families on each floor. Get the admission pass. Qing Xiaoyu called Aicier to get ready to go. At this time the system prompts, apply to walk with the demon nobles. Experience points need to be distributed according to contribution. I heard that experience points should be shared with fellow travelers. Qing Xiaoyu said to Axier, if a fight breaks out, you must not interfere. I will solve it all. Axiel thought Qing Xiaoyu was worried about her getting hurt. Suddenly my face turned red. They came to the teleportation array. Qing Xiaoyu and Axier teleported in. Chen Yu asked curiously, where is your horse? Ahir told him, only fellow travelers can enter the floor. You can't bring horses in. She took off her backpack. Take out a bottle of red wine from your bag. Tell Qing Xiaoyu that the owner of this floor likes wine. Her father specially hopes that it will be easier for her to carry out these things. Qing Xiaoyu thought that our two families had a good relationship. What comics Ahir told him, not at all. Even in the devil world, there are often frictions between common nobles because of their rankings, solved through communication. I heard that their relationship is not good. Qing Xiaoyu smiled. He told Ash, you wait here. I'll end it soon. On the road he walked, spread out into a black carpet. There are countless pairs of bright eyes in the carpet, but in just a few minutes, inside the castle of the Kaosu family, accompanied by firelight, there were bursts of roaring sounds. How bad is a national rights hunter? Even Chairman Gao Jianli, the most powerful person in Country H, has to show courtesy to him. The weird thing is, even he is inquiring about Qing Xiaoyu's whereabouts. However, Xiao Qing's whereabouts have always been elusive. President Gao Li also didn't know anything about it. The uncle asked the president rudely, why should I believe what you say? The president told him, the hunter agency of Country H, not stupid enough to lie to a state rights hunter. Heard this, the uncle showed a satisfied smile. He told the president, this time I came mainly for the matter of the hunter Huang Dongshu. Due to his status as an S-class hunter, it's not easy for the uncle to tell him directly. He wants the Country H Hunters Association to ban Huang Dongshu hunters from entering the country, lest he cause trouble again. However, he heard that the Hunters Association had rejected Huang Dongshu's entry application. But he heard that the hunter had experienced Jiang Dongshu's entry application. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered, Country H must be worrying about the Chizhou Island issue now. He told the president, if you have enough funds to hire me, I'd be happy to help. The president felt helpless. These state-level hunters, it seems hard to invite. At this time, the section chief gave the president a reassurance. Don't worry, Country R has decided to assist us. They sent hunters from a large guild to assist. Already on the way. Demon Realm Castlevania. Burning flame. Demon corpses scattered everywhere. And Qing Xiaoyu, who blocks and kills demons. As the level gets higher and higher, the strength of the demon nobles also grows stronger, gaining more and more experience. And his shadow subordinate Yegelit followed Qing Xiaoyu all the way up. The level has been raised to full level. Meet the requirements for level promotion. After getting your permission, get to Zhejiang and Xiongda. They applied to Qingyu for a level upgrade. Qing Xiaoyu doesn't even have to think about it. Allow. From all directions, a steady stream of black shadows pour into their bodies. A moment later, 2 concentrated waves of dark energy shot straight into the sky. They were upgraded successfully. Ygritte rises from night level to elite night level, equivalent to gaining S level power, and Xiongda rose from the elite level to the night level, equivalent to getting the power to match the top A level. The 2 of them are undergoing transformation as if they were reborn. Ixir said to Qing Xiaoyu, "That Mr. Jin-Woo." Qing Xiaoyu stopped her. "Let her remove the adults. Do you know how many families you have wiped out?" Qing Xiaoyu has the final say. "Excluding Ashur's family, 9 have been killed," Ahir told him. "It is the high-ranking aristocratic family that manages. Senior nobles are not as easy to deal with as superior nobles. If we can negotiate well with them, maybe I will give you the admission ticket like our family did." Qing Xiaoyu disagrees. He told Ash, "If I am weaker than you, are you still willing to talk to me?" These words immediately made Aicr. This is an obvious question. It's just that she never thought about it that way. Qing Xiaoyu feels like a reasonable brother to her. She asked Qing Xiaoyu doubtfully, "That, Shao Na people, why are you in our family?" Qing Xiaoyu smiles. Say to Ash, "Because I like you." Ahir lib. Words that come suddenly. Let her thump. The little deer bumps into each other. My face turned red all of a sudden. But even Qing Xiaoyu doesn't know why. Ixir gave her the same feeling as a rich second generation. Silly, looks like a harmless person, and Qing Xiaoyu seems to hit it off really well with these guys. This is the most handsome career change I have ever seen, except the baptism of darkness. Become a stronger shadow warrior. Ygritte's current level is equivalent to that of an S-class hunter. With powerful shadow warriors, Qing Xiaoyu went all the way to the 97th floor. Even if it's the same as humans, demons also have different levels. Starting from level 90, the devil's fighting power has undergone earth-shaking changes. Qing Xiaoyu's shadow warriors are constantly being destroyed and reborn. His mana is also passing quickly. But for Qing Xiaoyu, these are just minor obstacles. Aicr was stunned. Even the 4th and 5th ranked high-level demon nobles were captured by his clan. Are all humans so powerful? Qing Xiaoyu told her. He has met someone stronger than him before. Just 2. President Ko Kin Lee and Hunter Cha Hui. Their aura is much stronger than other S-class hunters. Qing Xiaoyu believes, as long as he keeps upgrading like this, sooner or later, one day I will be able to surpass him. Qing Xiaoyu asked Aicr to go home. He will find it himself. I will find the next ones myself. She asked Qing Xiaoyu, "Why? Is it no longer useful?" Qing Xiaoyu patted her shoulder and said, "Fool, the next enemy may be very strong. That's it. Thank you for your hard work." Ahir hesitated. Then he said firmly to Qing Xiaoyu, "No, I want to follow you. What is the final result like?" Looking at Aixir's firm eyes, Qing Xiaoyu didn't say any more. "Take her to the 98th floor. Take it with you." A man and a woman got off the plane. This stubble-faced uncle is the country's S-class hunter Ryugoto. As soon as he arrived, he felt that the surroundings were as noisy as a vegetable market. There is also a strong breath. The person in charge of reception came and left slowly. He told Brother Long, "There is a hunter from country M over there who is causing trouble." So it took a little time. He brought Brother Long to the Hunter Association. Chairman Gao Jianli looked carefully at. Gao Jian sent it to look at it. He is the only hunter in Asia who can compete with Lu Jikong. The future life is terrible. There are currently 21 S-class hunters in our country. 11 of them are in the sword-drawing guild where Goto Ruji belongs. Different from competing with each other in Country H's 5-day guilds. Country R is dominated by one guild, Ruji Goto's guild in Asia. It is the second largest guild after the Z guild. This time we will fully support Country H. Brother Long asked the president, "Are you willing to form a joint attack team composed of top hunters? Visit Chizhou Island again. Destroy the ant's nest." Does the president naturally believe in the implementation of Country R? But I feel that attacking Chizhou Island directly is still too risky. And Brother Long came prepared. Show the information they collected to the president. Ants only have a lifespan of 1 year. Brother Long's plan. I want to get rid of the queen ant directly. Then wait for a year. All the remaining ants will die. The president thinks this plan is crazy, but ants will definitely fight to protect the queen. Brother Long revealed his battle plan. Let all the ants leave the nest, then take the opportunity to steal the house. There have been 3 times. When hunters from Country H land on the island, ants swarm out to attack the hunter. This is the conclusion they came to through magic detection technology, including him, plus the other 9 S-level hunters in the guild. Everyone will join this crusade. Let them lure away the ants. The hunter from Country H is in charge of the queen ant. Heard this. All the members present were stunned. Actually dispatched 10 S-class hunters. This is equivalent to the combined combat power of all the top forces in Country H. The whole plan is indeed feasible. But what the president doesn't understand is that a top foreign guild is dispatched. What is the purpose of such strong support? And Brother Long's purpose? I want to help Country H conquer Chizhou Island. Qualify as a national rights hunter. All countries in Huajing have rights-level hunters. They all have the record of conquering the S-level portal. Can become a national rights-level hunter. It can be regarded as contributing to one's own national interest. Consider the S-relay port. That's why we need to send out most of the guild's combat power. Minimize risk. Although it is not a legitimate means, but in order to become a national rights-level hunter, it can only be this way. The president fell into deep thought. There are only 10 hunters in Country H, but only 6 people can actually be dispatched. Only these 6 people. Whether it is possible to kill the boss of S-level dungeons is still a question. Unless, plus Qing Xiaoyu who single-handedly defeated the A-level dungeon boss. Then it's still possible, but this matter can no longer be delayed. Ants evolve too fast, and he has already flown to various places to cause trouble. After weighing it again and again, he and Long Ge reached a cooperation agreement to conquer Qizhou Island, in the Devil's Realm, through teleportation array. Qing Xiaoyu and Aixir arrived at the 100th floor. A huge figure flew from the sky. Brings a powerful breath. A clean dragon landed on the ground. Standing on him is a dragon knight with a continuously strengthened +12 great sword. Qing Xiaoyu's expression was more solemn than ever before. Such a strong breath. Such a guy. Can I win? Is this the main word of Demon Realm? Just its dragon mount. It makes people shudder, not to mention the Demon King Balam. The smell that hits your face is simply breathtaking. Peng Axial was so frightened that her face turned livid. This is the first time she has seen the ruler of the Demon Realm. Such a strong breath. So angry. Suddenly my whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Qing Xiaoyu looked at the dragon. It feels very troublesome. Every time I see this flying monster, I get a headache. I can't fly by myself. But look at its name, Wyvern Caitlin. This is the first monster that I encountered in the Demon Realm that does not belong to the Demon Clan. Maybe we can extract its shadow. Demon King wielding a giant sword. Use skills. Hell J. Countless purple giant doors emerge from the plains. System shows. Demon soldiers have been summoned. After a while, this land is already crowded with dense demons. At least there are more than 1,000. Moreover, the demons of knights and generals are all level 1 or higher monsters. They opened their huge mouths and roared loudly. Then they took steps and ran towards Qing Xiaoyu in unison. Ash screamed loudly and anxiously. Let Qing Xiaoyu think of a solution quickly. Qing Xiaoyu looked calm. He said to Ash, when the demon reaches Qing Jinyu's attack range, when the devil comes within the range of the sending arrows, turn on skills. Realm of Kings. A sound from his feet. Darkness quickly spreads around. Soon a large number of demons were wrapped up in it. Qing Xiaoyu yelled, "Come out, everyone!" Shadows, threading countless shadows. They took their spears and pierced the demon's body. It turns out that Qing Xiaoyu had already laid the trap. The demons who fought in the front line were basically defeated at the hands of the shadow warriors. However, because the number of demons is too large, there were still a large number of demons who broke through the shadow soldiers and came directly to Qing Xiaoyu. But they don't know. Xiongda, Ain the Jade, Yeglet, Fangs, always guarding the Dark Lord. Their appearance will soon kill all the demons that threaten the monarch. Ygritte, after changing his job, the body shape becomes more and more fit. A qualitative leap in speed and strength. The attack range has also become wider. With a gentle wave of his hand, the demon is a few meters away. Then he landed firmly on Fang's shoulder. The huge Fang summons a magic circle. Use skills. Song of Fire. Time sparks everywhere. Cause extensive damage to the person. A hill was dumbfounded, although she watched Qing Xiaoyu fight all the way, seeing Qing Zhao's strength. This kind of scene where gods fight. This is the first time she has seen. But his opponent is the Demon King Balan, ruler of the Demon Realm. Who is more powerful? At this time, the Demon King opens his huge mouth, spit out a huge bolt of lightning energy from his mouth. Then it bursts out into the sky. Suddenly the sky was filled with birds, clouds and lightning. The whole sky has become its domain. Countless thunder and lightning crashed to the ground. Qing Xiaoyu felt. This is no ordinary lightning. It's a wide area magic with special effects. If you can't stop this magic, the shadow soldiers will be torn apart like paper, and his mana will be consumed quickly. His figure flashed. A few steps. He jumped directly to the dragon knight in the sky. I have to knock off these obstructive wings first. It blocked Qing Jinyu's surprise attack with the giant sword in its hand. Then throw it hard. We'll go with marbles. Qing Xiaoyu was pushed away by this powerful force. Qing Xiao was pushed away by the strong ground. The powerful impact caused internal injuries to him. Not buffered yet. I saw the devil looking up to the sky and roaring. A powerful bolt of lightning condensed on its head. Powerful forces gathered on its head. Lightning energy pillars spurred out from the mouth. The ground was shattered in an instant, and this huge energy, moving towards Qing Xiaoyu's position. Qing Xiaoyu had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Too fast. No time to escape. Besides, he's still injured. Just at the critical moment, a huge flame appears in front of you. Bring back that lightning energy. All I saw were fangs on the ground. Flames that are comparable to those of the Demon King spurred out from its mouth. Two energies collide. There was a loud sizzling sound. The Demon King deliberately deflected the energy. The remaining thunder and lightning are scattered where Qing Xiaoyu is. The fangs were anxious when they saw this. Big eyes glare. An even bigger pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. Hit the dragon. It seems that giving the beads to Fang is the right choice. The dragon hit by the pillar of fire lost its wings, slowly falling to the ground. And the Demon King on it was also hit by the pillar of fire. It hit the ground hard with a thud. Lying on the ground, it raised its head and glared at Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu smiled, looking at the Demon King with a sword. Say to it, you finally came down. I don't have to look up at you anymore. The Demon King stood up, although losing its dragon mount, but it does not affect its powerful aura at all. It walked towards Qing Xiaoyu with great momentum. How powerful is this devil? Just wave your hand and summon thousands of horses, and all of them are so powerful. A giant pillar of lightning shoots out from its mouth, with devastating damage. Qing Xiaoyu was almost overwhelmed by this energy. Fortunately, the fangs broke out at the critical moment. A pillar of fire that is not inferior to that of the Demon King spurts out. Defeat the devil and the dragon. The devil is angry. He walked towards Qing Xiaoyu with full of smugness. Huge lightning energy is ejected from the mouth. Hit the obstructive fangs. Song of Guardian. Block the Demon King's attack. And Qing Xiaoyu's mana is passing rapidly. Once the mana is completely depleted, his shadow soldier will not be able to regenerate. The battle must end before the mana is exhausted. Ein swung his giant axe and struck at the Demon King, with sizzling energy. Ein was beaten to pieces. Ygritte came to support, waving the long sword towards the devil, but the devil took it with his bare hands. The slap on the mouth submerged Ygritte's upper body. Qing Xiaoyu ran over quickly, turn on skills, hit the Demon King's fatal place. However, the Demon King blocked them one by one with his giant sword. Haven't had time to be surprised. The devil has already grabbed his Tianling cap with quick hands and eyes. Lift him up. Hold the giant sword in your hand. Strike at Qing Xiaoyu. Ein and Ygritte quickly blocked it. The devil was shocked. Even the weapons under his command are so protective of their master. Taking advantage of the devil's distraction, Qing Xiaoyu hurriedly stabbed the devil's body with the dagger in his hand. The injured devil had to put Qing Xiaoyu down. Its eyes turned red. A huge force radiates out from one body. Everyone within a radius of dozens of meters is affected by its power. The Department of Equations can give this stock to death. He glanced at the Demon King with his peripheral vision. I saw it sizzling on the hand. Two completely black daggers appeared in the hands. Qing Xiaoyu stood firm, raising his knight's hand and baluka to confront the devil. They look at each other. Whoosh! The two figures flew towards each other at lightning speed. When they reappeared, the two were already fighting each other. The devil waved the dagger in his hand. Qin Yu blocked all the devil's attacks. A backhand is a blow that hits the vital point, blocked by the devil. The two of them hit each other at extremely fast speeds as if they were using their double swords. But the Demon King also has a third weapon, Mouth P. I saw it opening its huge mouth and making a sizzling sound. A huge bolt of lightning rushed towards Cheng's face, but the powerful force made his hands tremble. Finally, I couldn't hold it any longer. The energy feeds him to the point of breaking through his defenses. The hands were bounced away. Two daggers were released and hovering in the sky. Not good. It's over. The Demon King took advantage of the situation and raised the weapon in his hand. Poke at Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu reached out and grabbed the devil's hand. The strong arm strength made his whole body tremble. More troublesome things. Its mouth PW device. It opens its huge mouth and sizzles. When the giant cannon is about to be ejected, a bang. Something hit it on the head. Then the bullets hovered in the air. Cheng Xiaoyu paused. It's Asher's weapon. I didn't expect her to die. Carrying P on one's own kind. Rescued Qing Xiaoyu at the critical moment. The Demon King was distracted by this blow. Qing Xiaoyu seizes the opportunity. Grasped the devil's hand harder and harder. Wring the devil's hand off. In the devil's shocked expression, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength, punched the devil on the jaw, hammered the devil's head away. All that's left is the incomplete body. Oh, fell to the ground with a sound. System hint. Demon King Balam has been eliminated. The solution to the evil Jinsu Balam. He stands in front of a hare like a fearless king, then follow the path one by one. Slumped on the ground, he happily said to a hare, "Your Radler family. Now it's number one. How powerful is this devil? Even Qing Xiaoyu and two capable shadow subordinates are no match for it." He was almost killed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a hill took action to attract the devil's attention. This gave Qing Xiaoyu an opportunity to take advantage of. Use all your strength to knock down the devil. With the death of the Demon King, all his subordinates also disappeared. The shadow soldiers started busy collecting trophies. System shows. Discover the Demon King's ring. The Demon King's ex who discovered the quilt. Qin Yu couldn't wait to put on the devil's ring. Collect all 3 Demon King suits. At this moment, Qing Xiaoyu is more concerned about the Demon King's X in his hand. Materials for making water of life. System hint. Make sure you want to make the package of life. Sure, making. System hint. The production success rate and quantity of finished products are determined by the producer's intelligence points. Seeing this reminder, Qing Xiaoyu couldn't laugh or cry. If I had known earlier, I would have added more intelligence points. Fortunately, the god of luck still favors Gu Qing Xiaoyu. After the countdown ends, he successfully made the O's Divai, and there are 6 full bottles. Unexpectedly, these 3 materials are not disposable items, but consumables, except that the springs and echo forests have been depleted. The number of Demon King and World Tree fragments has only decreased. Qing Xiaoyu looked at the successfully produced O's Divai, a mysterious potion that can cure all diseases with powerful magical power. Can this thing really cure my mother's bee? I really want to go back to the hospital to confirm. At this time, I dragged the body of the giant dragon and walked over slowly. Qing Xiaoyu smiled. The sun comes out in the west. This big guy finally has eyesight. The shadow infantryman on the side couldn't help but give Ein a thumbs up. Ein smiled proudly after being praised. Stand up. In Asher's frightened expression, the sleeping dragon wakes up again. Tall and majestic Perseverance is in front of them. System hint. Please name the soldier. The dragon Catherine? Kalin? Gatling? What's your name? Aicr, who was standing behind him, was speechless for a while. The pretense of standing eyebrows. Memory is not very good. Kaiser, it's you who decides. Receive the name given by the gentleman. The dragon spreads its huge wings. I share proposal. We'll be able to fly back to Radler House soon. Qing Xiaoyu can't wait to return to his mother. How much time is wasted flying back one floor at a time? He remembered that there were other mission rewards that he had yet to receive. Obtain top-grade runestone. Shadow exchange. Get rewards and add 30 points to your points. Qing Xiaoyu picked up the top-grade rune stone. A rune stone that can exchange shadows. Could it be? Qing Xiaoyu broke the rune stone into pieces. Acquired skills. Shadow swap. The user can swap places with designated shadow soldiers. After one use, you need to wait 3 hours before you can use it again. Qing Xiaoyu secretly rejoiced. What is really missing with this skill? No matter where the shadow soldiers are, he said to a hare. He said to you, a hare. But, you have to go home. Then a black shadow appeared under my feet. His body was quickly covered with shadows. AICR just wanted to speak. Qing Xiaoyu disappeared before his eyes with a hiss. The shadow soldier who was replaced was left standing there with an expression of anger on his face. What just happened? Why am I here? And Qing Xiaoyu, back to the real world. Shadow soldiers happened to be patrolling his neighborhood. Qing Xiaoyu was moved here. He felt incredible. He actually changed his location all the way away. It's like a portal. He shouted to the sky. Come out, Kaiser. A sound. A black shadow appears in the sky. Qing Xiaoyu stood up. The dragon carried him through the sky. He looked up at the thousands of lights on the ground. How powerful is the Shadow Lord? Only one person. I cleared the 100th floor of the Demon Realm. Analyze the top rulers in the Demon Realm S. The giant dragon carries Qing Xiaoyu on an invitation tour over the city. In the Hunters Association building, the section chiefs are looking at the Chizhou Island information from Country R. As Ruji Goto said, in the previous 3 eradication operations, except the Queen Ant and her guards, all the ants go out to defend D. The shape has also undergone earth-shaking changes. From the original black giant ant, evolved into a larger red ant, and now it has evolved into a giant flying ant with wings. The time of reproduction and alternation is based on their lifespan. Soldier ants are a problem. However, the ultimate boss of any high-level dungeon will always have guards around him. What the president is worried about is that once the ants go out, and know that the queen is in danger. Section Chief's proposal. Interference waves can be used. Ant beasts communicate via their specific wavelength. You can use interference waves to confuse them. That is to say, they just need to concentrate on dealing with the queen and the guards. Suddenly, the president suddenly shook his head violently. Magic. What a powerful magic. Even if far away, I can also feel the strong magic wave. What on earth is it? Not just the president. In an open-air barbecue tent, Zi Juhao and the man opposite also noticed that powerful magic wave. They guessed that there could be such a powerful magic power. It's probably because of Cha Hui and Jing Zhong. There is a fierce fight over the shares of the Hunter Company. Bai Luhao looked at the man opposite, S-level healer Min Shijun, the first S-class hunter in the world to retire with all his limbs intact. Others may not understand. Obviously you can make a lot of money with this status, but he chose to retire and become an ordinary citizen, and Bai Luhao, who once worked side by side with him, they saw with their own eyes that their teammates were killed in the hands of ants. This incident caused serious psychological trauma to Min Shijun. To this day he can't get rid of it. So this time the association contacted him to participate in the Chizhou Island 9 looting plan. He decisively refused. He told Zi Luhao. Recently Lu Chen Construction contacted him. I want him to be the leader of the guild. And not only Lu Chen Guild. Since he retired, many large entrepreneurs continue to offer him olive branches. Although he is tall and powerful, doesn't look like a timid person, but he really doesn't like owning real estate now. Just thinking about it makes me tremble. Now he is preparing to take the teacher qualification certificate exam. Because I usually like to watch historical dramas, he plans to be a history teacher. Bai Luhao filled up the wine. After finishing the drink, put the glass down. He told Min Shijun, I didn't call him here this time to persuade him to join the raiding team, but just in case, come and say hello to him. After all, this mission has not yet been completed. I don't know if we can meet again. In hospital, Cheng Xiaoyu rides a dragon. Fly to the hospital soon. Looking at my mother in the hospital bed, he hesitated. I don't know if the divine water can revive her mother in this life. Once something goes wrong, it's irreversible. But the system has created many miracles for him during this time. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't be able to believe it. Can an E-class become something beyond S-class in such a short period of time? And my love for my mother, the whole world still has no way to save it. Just give it a try. He opened the bottle cap. Reach out and bring the water of life close to your mother. The moment he got close, his whole hand was shaking. He took a deep breath. Bring the water of life to mother's mouth. Suddenly he noticed scar on mother's neck. It was when he was a child. He wanted to help his mother wash her hair but accidentally poured hot water on her neck. And my mother doesn't care about her own injuries. He asked Qing Xiaoyu if he was injured. It's obviously Qing Xiaoyu's fault. But her mother had no intention of blaming Qing Xiaoyu. Instead, worry about him. Such a kind mother. Qing Xiaoyu had already sworn in his heart. No matter what, we must revive my mother. But it's been a long time waiting. Mother's face just turned yellow, but there is no sign of waking up. Ching Xiaoyu is anxious. Why? What went wrong? There is only one reason why I want to become stronger. Just to protect the people I love. So, wake up soon. Let me take the responsibility. It's a heavy burden on your shoulders. What makes an E-level hunter climb to the top step by step? And even though I encountered powerful enemies many times and was almost sent to the dungeon, he never thought of backing down. It's family affection. His kind mother is his motivation to never give up. In order to revive the mother suffering from insomnia, he went to the demon realm alone and annihilated Person D. Got the water of life, water that can cure all diseases. After feeding his mother, Ching Xiaoyu waited anxiously. When he thought his hope was lost, a figure sat up. He also called out Ching Xiaoyu's long-awaited voice. Mother wakes up. Ching Yu was so excited that he was shaking all over. For years, a strong year, he finally saw his mother who woke up again. Mother shook his scar-covered hand. Tell him, suffered so many injuries? You must be very tired, right? He can't hold it in any longer. He has always been strong. Leave tears of dissatisfaction, crying like a child in front of mother. The news of my mother's awakening soon reached the dean. He looked in disbelief. How could this happen? This is unprecedented in the world. The assistant told him that the patient's family requested to be discharged now. The dean is anxious. How can this be done? I've been lying down for 4 years. I'm sure I won't even be able to walk in a short time. The assistant told him. The patient's condition is normal, very healthy, no problem found, can still walk independently. The dean looked in disbelief. Not only did he miraculously wake up, and miraculously recovered, then we can't just leave the hospital like this. Such a successful case. The entire academic community should know. The assistant came to the dean's ear and whispered. He has considered these things, but family members are not ordinary people. He is the recently promoted 10th S-class hunter Ching Xiaoyu. After hearing this, the dean was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Immediately asked the assistant to handle her discharge procedures. In the ward, Ching Xiaoyu's sister also came to the hospital. She had a sore nose when she saw her mother waking up. I couldn't help but throw myself into my mother's arms. Look at this sweet scene. Ching Xiaoyu feels happy. His efforts over the years, all the suffering. It's as if everything was compensated in an instant. Been a hunter for so long. Maybe it's because I've experienced too many things. He always feels uneasy, he told himself. We must keep this hard-won happiness. He came to a corner of the hospital. Opened your phone and take a look. Found numerous text messages and missed calls. There was another piece of news that caught his attention. A flying monster appeared in the sky above the center of S City. The picture taken is exactly his horse Kaiser. It's true that any messy thing can make the news. Then a phone call came over. President Gao Jianli of the Hunter Association called over. Ching Xiaoyu thought it was because his mount was too eye-catching, but the tone on the other end of the phone didn't seem to be about this. The president then made an appointment with Ching Xiaoyu to meet in person. Met. The president told Ching Xiaoyu about the plan to plunder Qizhou Island. Jing asked for his help. Ching Xiaoyu hesitated. There must be top-notch monsters over there. If it were before, I will definitely join them for the upgrade. But my mother has woken up. He no longer needs to continue to become stronger. Just wanted to refuse. There was a sound of rinsing, and a powerful wave of magic power came to my face. He asked the president, "Are there any hunters fighting nearby?" The president smiled. Say to Ching Xiaoyu, "Your perception is indeed very strong. I can feel it from so far away." There are less than 4 days left before departure to Qizhou Island. S-class hunters gathered in the gym to warm up. You should be talking about them. Except for Gotoruji. There are also many S-class hunters from country are here. Ching Xiaoyu was shocked when he heard the name. Even if you are not a hunter, I have definitely heard of the name of the top powerhouse in country are. I didn't expect that such a strong person would come to support me. That being the case, then it is necessary to go and observe it. The country faces an existential crisis. Ants on Qizhou Island are metamorphosing at an alarming rate. They evolved wings, flying out of Qizhou Island, fighting everywhere in human territory. In order to cope with the increasingly worse situation, the Hunter Association formulated the 4th Qizhou Island Crusade. 4 days before departure, S-class hunters gathered in the association gymnasium to warm up. I saw Bai Luhao's eyes were red, white hair, like a tiger, getting together with a tall and muscular man. The uncle grabbed Bai Luhao's shoulders, a sweep with one foot, dumped Bai Luhao, and turned his back on his back. He picked Bai Luhao. Why is Bai so weak at such a young age? Bai Luhao stood up, smiling back. I'm not a teacher, Teacher Ma. Then the two of them fought each other again. The two people's faces were full of fighting. There were bursts of powerful snapping sounds in the empty gymnasium. Ching Xiaoyu and the president watched from a high place. He felt that Hunter Bai Luhao seemed to be suppressed. Shui Zhongxiao came over. He told Ching Xiaoyu, "That's because Ji Juhao didn't use his full strength. If he gives it a try, Ma Dongxiu will not be his opponent." Ching Xiaoyu is puzzled. Ma Dongxiu is still an S-class hunter no matter what he does. Named guild leader. With his strength, no need to be merciful, right? Too many eyes. Shui Zhong told him. Not suitable for exerting all one's strength. After all, Chairman Bai was fighting, will become a real monster. It seems that the rumors that Bai Luhao is a transformation hunter are true. Jia Zhangjian asked him to look at the people below. Izawa Ippei, Mari Ishida, Tanaka Kenzo, Minoru Hoshino, Kumamoto Atsushi, Kane Tawada, Fujishima Tatsuki, K. Ching Shiakari, just like Go to Ruji. They are all S-class hunters from Country R, and Ching Xiuzi saw Brother Long for the first time. This aura is really unusual. They also noticed Ching Xiaoyu. Brother Long frowned. This newly promoted S-class hunter. The breath is so strong. He seems to be a very good dark S-type hunter. The assistant told him. He is actually a magic hunter. The official information has been written. Brother Long. Such a strong aura is actually from the magic system. Lin Zijian lay on the ground and looked at Ching with an angry expression. Look who that is. Isn't that Ching Xiaoyu who steals the spotlight from our Wenqing? Che Hui turned around and looked. I said the air is different. It turns out he is here. Little Loli pointed at Ching Xiaoyu and told K. Brother, look quickly. That person is the 10th S-class hunter from Country H. K told her. Ishida, don't talk to me. Everything here is S-class. I'm going to vomit. He saw Che Hui covering her handkerchief. He lamented that there are still people who are as disgusted by the hunter's smell as he is. Can it be blocked with just a handkerchief? It seems that the sensitivity is not as high as his. Look at Bai Lu Hao's fight. The assistant sighed. Is this the most powerful person in Country H? It feels like there's nothing interesting at all. Compare the appearance of Brother Long Z fighting. The battle between Bai Lu Hao and Ma Dongxiu is like two chickens fighting each other. Brother Long, look at Che Hui, tell the assistant. There is still material available. The strength of Hunter Che Hui and Chairman Gao Jianli, comparable to the top members of their guild. Their conversation was overheard by a hunter from Country H. He looked at his assistant with an unhappy look on his face. Talk to them in fluent our language. You think I can't understand, right? My second foreign language in high school was our Mandarin. The assistant looked at the man in front of him calmly, asked curiously, who are you? The male assistant on the side was anxious, solemnly introduced to her. This is the leader of the Knights Guild, A-level hunter Zhao Jingshu. A-level hunter. No wonder I haven't heard of it. The assistant asked Zhao Jingshu curiously. Do you also want to participate in the attack and plunder of Qizhou Island? I heard that only S-level hunters can participate. Oh, the male assistant gets angry and snaps at her. Played an important role in the attack on Qizhou Island. The assistant smiled. I can rest assured that, after all, important tasks cannot be left to A-level hunters. See them arguing. Brother Long asked his assistant to stop talking. Enough is enough. Zhao Jingshu made a sound. Tell the male assistant. Forget it 10 chapters. What can the translator know? These words immediately made the female assistant furious. She took off her coat, choosing fresh food. Yao Jishu. I am Hinkawa, an A-level hunter from Country R. Please enlighten me. This Aguilai's translation is a bit loud. Even the S-class hunter from Country H is despised by her. These words happened to be overheard by Zhao Jingshu, who had learned the our language next to him, aroused his dissatisfaction. They started fighting whenever they disagreed. It's not a big deal to watch the excitement. Everyone watching above is very happy. A battle between two national hunters. Interesting. Before the fight begins, Zhao Jingshu said to Hinkawa, let's set a rule. The first one to grab the opponent's wrist wins. The one who is caught loses. Hinkawa thought for a while, but she saw Zhao Jingshu put his hands in his pockets. It doesn't look like he's getting ready for a fight at all. Zhao Jingshu told her, except when I grab your wrist. The rest of the time I don't take my hands out of my pocket. Hinkawa smiled. Don't you see that you are quite confident? I just don't know if he is the king of strong words. She flashed. He rushed towards Zhao Jingshu at a speed as fast as lightning. Stretch out her hand. He grabbed Zhao Jingshu. Zhao Jingshu avoided the situation with a vigorous figure. Hinkawa's eyes widened. It's time to destroy your prestige. There was a snap and a force bounced her hand away. I saw Zhao Jingshu raising one foot. Although the posture is handsome, but he tore a big hole in his trousers. Hinkawa took advantage of his distraction. Wave your palms quickly. Zhao Jingshu calmly stretched out his hand from his pocket and grabbed it. Hinkawa is fucked. What happened? So fast, Zhao Jingshu told her. Are you the type to hide behind a human shield? It seems that there is a lack of practical experience. There are many problem children in Country H. There will always be situations where you have to fight with someone. Sometimes you have to kill people. Humans are different from monsters. All actions are self-directed. Need to calculate the next move. Otherwise, you will be passive. If I have a knife in my hand, it's not your wrist that you hurt, but the neck. Hinkawa made a sound. Slapped Zhao Jingshu's hand away. Brother Long smiled on the side. Tell Zhao Jingshu. Very wonderful. What a fun game. He hopes to attach Hinkawa. Translate his words to the hunters in Country H. To increase the trust between us, I have a proposal. S-level hunters directly used the rules just now. How about a sparring session? The president naturally heard something behind his words. Brother Long just wanted to take the opportunity to see the strength of the hunters in Country H. But there is a problem. It is necessary to eliminate the magic hunters and non-combat hunters who are difficult to determine the winner, Bai Lu Hao suggested. Then add a few more rules, except for the wrist. Touching the back or knocking the opponent down is also considered a victory, not a one-on-one fight. It's a multiplayer battle. There is no fixed partner for sparring either. Brother Long thought for a while. Wrist grabbing is only beneficial to assassination hunters? Oh, if you can eliminate an opponent player first, it can turn the tide of the war. Interesting. So be it. Multiplayer melee battle. The 4 hunters sent by Country HR. Bai Lu Hao, Ma Dongxiu, Che Hui and Lin Zigui. The 4 hunters sent by Country RR. Tanaka Kenzo, Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto and Kane Tawada. 4v4 multiplayer melee. About to start. Ching Xiaoyu is thinking. Ruji Goto will not play. It seems they want to see our strength, but sparring between S-class hunters is not common. This time I came to the right place. Have you seen the melee between S-class hunters? In this big gymnasium, gathering the strongest combat power of the two countries. Wooden comics, two countries each sent 4 S-class hunters. Ma Dongxiu has long been unwell. Be the first to activate skills. Get bigger. Tanaka Ken is happy. I just like to find powerful opponents to fight against each other. Simple and crude. The two figures flashed, fist button hammering together. Hoshino Minoru flashed towards Linzige as fast as lightning. I feel that the other party is very fast. Close combat is not good for him, but distance is his specialty. His hands and mouth squeaked. 5 magic swords appear in the hand. Wave of hand. 5 sharp arrows flew out. Hoshino Minoru hid in a hurry. The other 4 hit his teammates. I almost forgot this was a melee. If there are a group of mages attacking, the situation will be very unfavorable for them. We can only count on Hoshino Minoru to quickly get rid of Lin Zige. The president, who was watching from the side, was shocked. The interior decoration is all made of top-grade magic crystal, very strong. It is difficult for ordinary hunters to leave traces on it. And now, it's just a few dozen seconds. All facilities are a mess. The battle between S-class hunters is indeed a disaster. Bai Luhao looked solemn. The opponent he picked was the top hunter among S-class hunters. If you want to win, you must be determined to break his wrist. Although Kumamoto Atsushi is extremely powerful, but has multiple personalities, he was thinking about it in his heart. What wrist and back? I don't care about that rubbish rule. I only follow the rule of survival of the fittest. Bai Luhao didn't even see through his actions. Atsushi Kumamoto is already in his body shop, but haven't started yet. Then quickly ran away a few meters away. Bai Luhao was stunned. I just felt the murderous aura clearly. But why did he hesitate? Could it be that? You are afraid? I saw Kumamoto Atsushi standing there shivering. Damn it. Hesitated again. I'm really not fit to be a hunter. He looked at Bai Luhao with a passionate look on his face. This guy. A moment of murderous rage. Be as timid as a mouse for a while. What do you want to do? But he soon figured it out. It's his erratic character. Brother Long just wants to test this person through sparring. See if he's ready to deal with the ants. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. It turned out to be used. In that case, let him do as he wishes. Be a little more serious. His eyes flashed. The palms slowly turned into white skin. Kumamoto Atsushi panicked. The eyes have changed. Very scary. Think. The transformed Bai Luhao jumped over vigorously. The white tiger takes out the heart with one move. Kumamoto Chi hurriedly avoided. Bai Luhao expressed his thoughts. What a complete coward. His ability is obviously top-notch among S-class. Pity. Zhao Jingshu looked at it, and was sweating coldly. Next to it is a group of books. Cold direct current. Compared with them, the fight I had just now was like a child's fight. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the venue. I saw the huge Ma Dongxiu lying on the ground with blank eyes. Kenzo Tanaka of our country wins the power showdown. Misfortunes never come singly. Linzige was pinned against the wall by Hoshino Minoru. Country R has already taken 2 heads. Bai Luhao panicked. All of a sudden it became 1v3. But he was angry. They actually preferred him instead of Che Hui. It seems so. Completely gained the upper hand. Kane Tawada only has a chance to defend. I thought it would be easier to pick a girl to fight with. I didn't expect to pick the most powerful one. Not only does he punch extremely fast, still can't see the rules clearly, and she doesn't know. Cha Hui has a nickname called Dancing Girl, because of her ability to get rid of monsters, as agile as dancing. However, this nickname was banned by the person involved because it was too shameful. Kane Tawada was fired. Just throw a punch and give it a try. But he was blocked by Che Hui's move. Even my hat was blown off. Then Che Hui flashed behind her at a speed invisible to the naked eye, grabbed her shoulders. Che Hui ran towards Bai Luhao, who was fighting alone without thinking. At this time, Atsushi Kumamoto ducked behind her, reached out to grab her. Che Hui looked back calmly. He stretched out his hand and shot out the afterimage. The hunter watching the battle looked at the table. What it is, like a machine gun. Che Hui suddenly felt bad. I typed it out subconsciously. It seems to have pissed off Atsushi Kumamoto. Eyes turned red. Teammates sighed. Oh no, gonna lose my mind. Once you become crazy, you will not recognize your relatives. And he can attack the entire B-level portal by himself. Henkawa said to Brother Long. It's almost time to stop him. If this continues, something will happen. Don't worry, it's just a test. If he feels that his behavior will harm Country H hunters, I will stop him immediately. Kumamoto Atsushi landed on 3 legs like a fierce horse. With a whoosh, he flashed in front of Che Hui. I didn't even see his movements clearly. A huge amount of energy rushed towards me. Even Atsushi Kumamoto was shocked. Ching Xiaoyu suddenly appeared between them, holding Che Hui with one hand, grabbing Atsushi Kumamoto's feet with one hand. Staring at Kumamoto, Atsushi said, "It's just a sparring session. Is your murderous intention too strong?" Atsushi Kumamoto was very unhappy when his movements were interrupted. He stretched out his hand to continue the attack. However, Ching Xiaoyu pushed him to the ground and rubbed him with his backhand. Brother Long is here. What a fast speed. Is this really a magic hunter? Henkawa was so cold that he was sweating. She told Brother Long. Ching Xiaoyu said to Cha Hui, Country H lost this sparring match. They have been completely wiped out. Even the transformed Bai Luhao was grabbed by the shoulders. Brother Long came over. Say to Ching Xiaoyu, do you want to cut it with me? The timid hunter in front of me. Top hunter among S-class hunters in Country R. King Benua once angry. Liad will not recognize it. Even Che Hui, who is known as the ultimate weapon, can't beat him. But Ching Xiaoyu pushed him to the ground and rubbed him. Brother Fang Long couldn't stand it anymore and was eager to try it. Although Ching Xiaoyu couldn't understand what Brother Long was talking about. But looking at the magic power radiating from his body, you will know what he is going to do. He smiled. Although I don't know what Brother Long's plan is. Although I don't know if this dragon is really good at abacus. You can see how much stronger he has become since coming out of the devil, and only Brother Long is worthy of being his opponent. Qing Xiaoyu accepted Brother Long's request for Z. There is also a condition attached. He asked Brother Long to use his full strength. The next hunter exploded instantly. What's the situation? Brother Long is one of the best in the world. Qing Xiaochong smiled venomously. Right? Very good. The conditions he agreed to, and looking forward to the possessed S-class and mother. Treat injured hunter. Then he pointed at Qing Xiaoyu. And this guy will be with you for a while. Che Hui was a little worried about Qing Xiaoyu. Brother Long's strength is recognized by the world. Qing Xiaoyu's strength cannot be overemphasized. Single-player boss in A-level dungeons, not to mention tens of thousands of S people. But there are so many hunters here today. Don't you need to cover your nose? Naturally, Che Hui would not tell him because Qing Xiaoyu. She told Ziluhao. You can't go to Qizhou Island and still cover your nose. Director Bai and Hunter Qing Xiaoyu know each other, right? Why didn't you stop him? Bai Luhao smiled. This is not someone he can block if he wants to. And, inexplicably, I still have some expectations. The super strong man and the growing Qing Xiaoyu. Who can be better? Qing Xiaoyu just started. Brother Long's hand has already reached his eyes. He unexpectedly knocked Qing Xiaoyu back several meters. But I couldn't call Qing Yu. Qing Xiaoyu was unscathed. Brother Long began to suspect that Qing Xiaoyu's identity as a magic hunter was fake. Agility, silence and action. Others may not be able to see it, but Brother Long sees it all. He stood firm. The magic power becomes more and more prominent. Qing Xiaoyu felt it. Stronger magic power than before. It's not impossible to escape. Brother Long's expression became serious. Is it because you can't afford to impress anyone? The teammates are all considering whether to stop him or not. Brother Long seems to be coming for real. Lin Zige and Ma Dongxu were both stunned. What a terrible 9 hits. My eyes can't keep up. Hunter Qing Xiaoyu really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He was able to escape the attack of the strongest person in Country R. Che Hui is different from what others see. Instead, he was inducing Brother Long to launch attacks continuously. Brother Long made many moves, but none of his moves hit Qing Xiaoyu. He changed his mind. It seems like we really can't catch this kid unless we use all our abilities. He has to hold on to his determination. System hint. There are people around who mean something like S. Brother Long punched Qing Xiaoyu hard. Brother Long punched Qing Xiaoyu hard and loudly. Qing Xiaoyu grabbed Brother Long's hand. It seems that Brother Long is finally going to use his full strength. Brother Long also laughed. Such great strength. But you can obviously grab my wrist. But he grabbed my hand on purpose. Are you kidding me? At this moment, Qing Xiaoyu has entered the state. He told Brother Long. Although I don't understand what you are saying, the game is over. You don't want it to end like this, right? I saw that the expressions of the two fires were extremely enthusiastic. Powerful magic blooms from the body. The people next to me suddenly felt bad. Is this true? When the two forces are about to collide, Cha Hui and Yel Heo appear, work together to control Qing Yu. Brother Long was controlled by Hoshino Minoru and K. It's hard to tie these two haha. Bai Luhao persuaded Qing Xiaoyu. Just click till now. That person will lead the team from Country R to Z in a few days. No one can bear this responsibility. Everyone is so excited. That's all for today's practice match. Sighed. Fortunately, I was detained. The strength of the hunters present is almost understood. Interestingly, none of the S-class hunters present found the soldiers hiding in the shadows. Even the strongest Go-To-Ruji didn't notice it. Qing Xiaoyu said to the president. You asked me before if I wanted to participate in the raid on Qizhou Island, right? After hearing Qing Xiaoyu's answer, the president was stunned. What everyone doesn't know is, Go-To-Ruji after calming down. So frightened that I stood motionless. So frightened that I drifted motionless. Unexpected. The world's top hunter. After the PK with Qing Xiaoyu, he was so frightened that he stood motionless. Cold sweat. That moment, he felt Qing Xiaoyu's anger. Bai Luhao, who was watching from the sidelines, after seeing Qing Xiaoyu's extraordinary strength against Brother Z, his heart could not be calm for a long time. In a short period of time, he met for a short time. Every time, I feel like Qing Xiaoyu is a different person. The first time we met Qing Xiaoyu, he couldn't even beat him. Already surpassed him the second time. This is my first fight with Brother Long and I still don't have the upper hand. His strength has already surpassed him by several blocks. He is already sure. Qing Xiaoyu is the kind of growth awakener. How valuable is such a hunter? It's just a dream to win over such people to join the guild. However, there are many ways to interact with excellent hunters. Since there's no way to get him to join the team, I'll find another way. He turned on his phone to check the list of hunters for the raid 4 days later, but was surprised to find, in the hotel, Brother Long called the deputy leader of the sword drawing guild. Tell him that Country H also has extraordinary hunters. Sugimoto Reiji asked him. That's not as good as Mr. Goto, right? And Brother Long doesn't know who is more powerful. This Qing Xiaoyu's strength is a mystery. I don't know if there is anything else hidden. Hand Copper. Sugimoto Reiji asked Long Gady what his personal name was. It's Qing Jinyu, who recently became the second awakened S-class hunter. There was confusion on the other end of the phone. This time, Qing Xiaoyu was not included in the list of the H country's expeditionary team. Is this Gao Jian crazy? How could such a master not be sent to support? On a small island. No food. The kids are killing each other. There is no food left for the people to survive here. Can't go on like this. We need stronger taxes. The strongest man who can lead the people be for the kingdom. We must defeat all enemies that stand in our way. Must become stronger, eat, become stronger, my child. In the community, Qingyu returned home with his revived mother and sister. But I found that my sister had turned my home into a pig's nest. Mother's face is filled with smile. She said to the children, I haven't done any housework in 4 years. Let's clean it up together. The three of them worked together to clean up this small house full of memories. Mother picked up the photo frame and asked Qing Xiao, during the time when I was sleeping, have you heard from your dad? Qing Xiaoyu looked frustrated. There has been no news from his father in the past 4 years. He didn't even dare to tell his mother that he and his father were on the same path. How worried she would be if she knew. Qing Xiaoyu has made a lot of money that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. But my mother has been reluctant to leave this apartment. It's because my mother is still waiting for her missing father. She always felt that her father might come back suddenly one day. And this home is my father's only home. Qing Xiaoyu swore in his heart. No matter how much effort you put in, I have to keep this home too. The day of plundering Qizhou Island is getting closer and closer. The news has begun to report in turn. The information about Warcraft has also been released to the public. Ants are evolving at an alarming rate. The ant monster captured during the first and second raids. When they first appeared, they crawled on the ground like ordinary ants. In appearance, they are no different from ants, just got a lot bigger. Ants photographed before the third raid. They can already walk upright like humans. The once huge head became smaller. Movement becomes flexible. There is also the ant monster that has caused huge losses to country recently. They become more human-like. Huge wings grew from its back. They fly across the vast oceans and invade human territory. Such a terrifying monster makes hunters avoid it. But there are also hunters who have retired and mustered up the courage to join the raiding party. There was a lot of discussion in online comments about people wanting to participate. By the way, why is Qing Xiaoyu not on the list? Is it possible to become S-class? Always level. Even Min Shijun, who has retired, has to participate. Where is Qing Xiaoyu? Haha, they are all S-level. It's really embarrassing to still look like this. Qing Xiaoyu sighed back. Although he doesn't care about the bad comments, I'm just worried that it will affect my sister. At this time, the rich second generation called. Tell him that he has found a place for an office. Let him come and take a look. Qing Xiaoyu was stunned when he saw the scene. Just 2 people. The place to choose is too big. The rich second generation told him. You don't know this, right? Want to form a guild? There must be at least 3 hunters. The rich second generation suddenly remembered. Someone wanted to find Qing Xiaoyu before, and told him that person would stay here until July 17th. Qing Xiaoyu just wanted to take away the envelope, but found something strange. His body turned into a black shadow, then disappear, replaced by a shadow soldier. Scared the rich second generation out of their wits. How practical are the shadow men? Can be summoned too. Can be interchanged with infinite distance and shadow position. Even can also be used for patrolling. In a dark corner, a criminal pointed a sharp knife at a girl. The girl was scared out of her wits. Tears flowed loudly. She begged the criminal not to fuck her. But seeing the girl looking scared, the man was even more excited. Just when he was about to take action, a figure appeared behind him and stopped him. Qingyu asked him expressionlessly, why do this? As people laughed. You ask me why I do this. Of course it's because it's fun. He held a knife and rushed toward Qing Jinyu with excitement on his face. Hold Jia Qing Jinyu's shoulders. Whenever I see someone weaker than me, I just want to bully him for no reason. Tell him, I seem to understand how you feel. Qing Xiaoyu snatched the knife. I gave the man a few cuts on his feet, but it avoids the point. As the prisoner was extremely frightened, ignoring my wounds, I struggled to escape. Qing Xiaoyu told him with a fierce look, if you want to live, go to S just before 12 midnight. The murderer was so frightened that his face turned livid, and he doesn't know, in his shadow, hiding a bellicose orc shadow move. You can kill him at any time. Qing Xiaoyu turned and left. His shadow men quietly made their first contribution to this society. Tomorrow, Operation 9 raid on Qizhou Island is about to begin. The next day, the helicopter carrying the hunters flew towards Qizhou Island. Coast of Country Z, T Island Coast, northern part of Qizhou Island. 2 first-class expulsions, 2 waste KDD X-type expulsion, and 4th-class third-class expulsion, and a search for 4th-level expulsion I and 12 general guards. He doesn't know whether these Z-ships can cause harm to ants. But if something happens to the S-class hunter in the front line, the escort is the last line of defense. They have to hold off the ants here. Famous City Guild. President Ma Dongxiu hopes to attach the deputy chief. The deputy leader looked worried. She wanted to help the president, but she was not strong enough and could only protect herself on the second line. There are also elites from other famous city guilds. Each one of them was fully dressed and ready to fight. Lin Zige cursed at the phone. How can we let Wenqing go there? Too dangerous. You are likely to encounter ants. Send him to the rear. How could you let him do that? What? It has been arranged and cannot be changed. Then let him hide it by himself. Li Wenqing at this moment. She was posing in front of the camera with an excited look on her face. It must be a bonus to shoot here. Take some more pictures for me quickly. Look more handsome. Hunters from major guilds, after receiving the invitation from the Hunter Association, deployed in the southern part of Qizhou Island. In order to prevent after a successful plunder, There are still remnants of alien ants entering the land. Each raiding party is led by a senior hunter. Lead lower-level hunters to defend the country, including those who have retired and accepted the awakening judgment. But no one became a hunter. They spread it to every corner of the country. This is the most hunter-gathering event in history. In order to get rid of the ants at the portal of Chijo Island, H the hunter who uses the country's head part, led by S-class hunters, A-class hunters and frigates as second-line protection prevents accidents. Finally, there are B-level and below B-level. Hunters serve as the third line to prevent ants from slipping through the net. This time there are also photographers and S-class hunters. Go to the frontline battlefield to shoot live broadcasts. Bai Luhao was very puzzled. What is President Gao Jianli thinking? In such a dangerous place, a photographer is allowed to follow you here. The photographer said to Bai Luhao, "Don't worry, I'm a professional and an A-level hunter. There are many awakened people who have obtained hunter qualification certificates. Also because I am not suitable as a hunter, work and choose an ordinary life. The same is true for me who has a level hunter qualification certificate. It can be said that both parties are working part-time, and it's not the first time that I filmed in such a dangerous environment. I have been to the scene of underground city breaking several times before. I don't know if past experience will be helpful in this operation." Ma Dong told him not to worry. The Hunters Association will allow photographers to. The reason for the broadcast is because I have confidence in this operation, and this is within the reach of ordinary people. The only chance for an S-class portal. In addition, I have already had 3 painful experiences before. I must win a beautiful game this time. If failed, Country H might disappear from the face of the earth. What surprised Bai Luhao was that Min Shijun not only came back to join the group Z, and followed him to the front line. Che Shijun smiled. He told Z Luhao, "Without me, you may be the first to know someone. As soon as you see Warcraft, he will pounce on him regardless of the situation." Ha ha. Guan Luhao was so angry that he was furious. The little joke immediately relaxed the tense atmosphere. The plane reached its destination quickly. Min Shijun's face was solemn, unable to stop shaking hands. "I hope we won't see that kind of scene again this time. Brother Long and other S-class hunters have already arrived first. Look at the dilapidated buildings." They felt a pity. The once prosperous city of Chijo become a ghost city. They observed the bodies of ants on the ground. "It seems there is a complimentary feeder here. He uses Bluetooth to convey information to everyone. Here is the Alpha Group. Please reply to me in order. Bra Group good. Charlie Group good. Delta Group good." Brother Long's expression became serious. All members. Powerful magic emanates from them. The calm island shines with dazzling light. Even Bai Luhao and his group who were far away on the plane felt it. What a strong magic wave. It seems that Country R has already started taking action. Felt an intruder. One day a swarm of ants swarmed out from the top of the mountain. Some flew to the helicopter. Chui Zhongyin has been waiting at the hatch for a long time. He gathered strength for a while. 3 magic rockets appeared in front of me. He flew out quickly with a whoosh. Precisely hit mosquitoes. The power was so great that Min Shijun couldn't help but admire it. But Chui Zhonghuang knew. This level of fire can't kill them yet. He is optimistic. A huge fireball appears. Then he jumped out of the helicopter. Step on the flame 13 and go down. Ma Dongxu was stunned. "Are you so brave? Not afraid of anything happening?" "Don't worry. Chairman Choi's fire magic. It will be more advantageous when facing a large number of D people." Chui Zhong was seen stepping on the flames and slowly falling to the ground. The ants swarmed upon seeing this. Chui Ongin's eyes flashed. The flames spread out from him. The ants were burned by the blazing flames. Continuous explosions came from everywhere. There's a burning smell in the air. Where he walked instantly turned into a sea of fire. A moment later, the surrounding area has been burned to the ground. Burnt ants lay on the ground with their bodies stretched out. Chui Zhonghuang looked to the sky and said, "You can come down now." Sure enough, the group still needs a magician. The hunters in Country R can help them by 1 hour. They must within this time get rid of the queen ant in the hole. If it goes well, this is an unprecedented ant eradication operation. There are 16 S-class hunters on the list alone. There are also hunters scattered throughout Country H. No matter the awakening, or a retired hunter, everyone joined this operation one after another. Number 2 Ship Kaga. The deputy leader of the Sword Drawing Guild is taking command on the ship. Observe that ants have left the nest. They also started taking action. Over Chijo Island, the artificial satellite in the sky is buzzing. The antennae of ants on the ground are disturbed. Thus, the ants will no longer be able to hear the queen's distress signal. Brar formation. Atsushi Kumamoto has not yet entered the state. He looked very shy in front of the ants. Tawada Kane chopped off the ants in front of him. Remind him to get into the mood quickly. It's dangerous here. If you can't adapt, you can only wait for S. Contrast Brar. The Charlie group seemed to be at ease. Fujishima Tatsumi and Shimizu Akari easily defeated many ants. Kenzo is even more crazy, looking excited. Izawa Ippei of Delta Group and K were looking at the sparks on the top of Ant Cave Mountain. It seems that the hunters from Country H are also taking action. I just don't know that Choi Chungin who uses fire. Which one is stronger in a fight with my ice? I saw Choi Zhongin's fire on the top of the mountain forming a dragnet. The cave is illuminated by fire. The walls were filled with holes made by ants. I didn't expect that the once world-famous scenic spot would become what it is now. Chui Zhongnin's move was originally intended to trap powerful enemies, but he thought of a better way to use it. I saw him kneeling on one knee. The dragnets in the sky condensed into large fireballs. Chui Zhongnin controlled the fireball to drill into every ant hole accurately. Suddenly there were bursts of grinding sounds. It soon became apparent that there was one cave that was different from the others, so deep that you can't even feel the shock of the explosion. It should be the entrance to the Queen Ant's cave. Bai Lu Hao couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Bai Lu Hao admired all the flowers. Really reliable. Both strength and intelligence are quite impressive. Is doing his daily tasks in the park. Although there are usually not many people here, but today there is no one. I guess some ants slipped through the net and came here. And the reason why Qing Xiaoyu didn't go to help, it's because he has seen the strength of S-class hunters. It's because he has bypassed people's strength. It is completely possible to successfully attack Qizhou Island, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Just as planned, a large number of ants went out to hunt. There are not many ants in the cave, but this strength is too weak as the Ant Queen's bodyguard. At this level, Chui Zhongnin's flames can burn them all. As long as the strength of the Queen Ant is not too exaggerated, they can end this horrible dream in the fourth attack. Without Chui Zhongnin's dragnet, the surroundings became pitch black. Photographers began to worry about whether they could take a clear picture. However, this department should be able to add some filters to optimize it. Everyone slowly walked into the cave under Chui Zhongnin's flames. Then they saw densely packed ant eggs ahead. Chui Zhongnin felt sick. He reaches out his hand. I want to burn them all with a fire, but found, in an egg colony, a giant dog egg has broken out of its shell. What kind of monster is it? Needs such a big shell. Min Shijun's fears suddenly arose spontaneously. Bai Lu Hao patted Min Shijun's shoulder to comfort him. All we have to do is catch the queen ant. Don't worry about anything else in advance. Bai Lu Hao understood Min Shijun's feelings. After all, they had already experienced fear once during the third attack. Tanaka Kenzo has fucked more than 30 ants. The whole body is splashed with purple Ant X liquid. There was a huge wound on the shoulder caused by ants, leaving red X-rays. But he didn't feel bold at all. He just urged Shui Akari to treat him quickly. Shimizu Akari smiled when she saw Kenzo's appearance. She told Kenzo, I can treat you if you want, but there are conditions. Kenzo was speechless. What are the conditions? Money? He loves money so much at a young age. Akari Chinshui told him, it's not money this time. I want something. Kenzo asked her to stop whining. If you don't treat the ants, they will come over. Snap. A streak of fresh X came out from Chinshui Mingli's head. Tanaka Kenzo and Fujishima Tatsumi were dumbfounded. Tanaka Kenzo and Haichian were dumbfounded. Tanaka Kenzo reacted quickly. Nearby, small and medium, a pair of bright eyes appear. Tanaka Kenzo hasn't punched out yet. His head was taken away. Only a soulless shell remains. I saw 2 teammates died. Rushed forward regardless of everything. But I just gave him a head in the past. Just this moment, I killed 3 S-level hunters. Watermelon View author. What's going on? This is an S-class hunter from Country R. I didn't even see the appearance of the monster clearly. Was he beaten like this? In the cave, a hunter from Country H meets a guard ant. Not on the same level as other ants. Each guard ant is as powerful as an S-class hunter. Each guardian dragon is an S-level hunter of Warcraft, compared with flexible hunters. Seeing that it successfully attracted the attack of ants, Ma Dongxiu shouted behind him, Che Hui, take advantage of now. I saw Che Hui turning over in the sky with a strong figure. Put the sword on the giant ant's head. Push your body down hard. The silky sword cut the ant in half from top to bottom, then land lightly. Waving the sword in his hand, he slapped the other guard ant with a slap. The whole movement is silky and smooth. Then he took away the 2 guard ants. Min Shijun hit the ant's body with a hammer and hit it with a last blow. Well, he told everyone, these guys can still survive for dozens of minutes even if they get bitten. The ants' bodies must be smashed to pieces. They were all the first generation of ants. What surprised them was that, before reaching the queen's room, she met the guards. But these guard ants are the first generation of ants. Maybe there will be a second generation guard ant ahead. I saw Min Shijun opening the magic book on his body. In front of the hunters, a symbol of their hunter attributes appeared. Then a huge force boiled in the body. Their condition has reached its previous peak. You can also beat them if you pounce on them together. Even an A-level photographer feels like he can fight against 2. Bai Lu Hao felt unprecedentedly excited. Facing the dense ants in front of me, he told Min Shijun, it's enough if you give us a bonus. Stand behind and watch carefully. Izawa Ippei and Kei from the Delta team quickly jumped through the forest. Not being able to contact Team Charlie made them think something was wrong. They stopped at a pile of ant carcasses. Izawa Ippei lowered himself to look at the ant's vagina. There are signs of a fight here. Looking at the wound, Team Charlie seems to have successfully dealt with the ants. Ants side have a pair of broken glasses. There is also a stream of fresh videos on it. Izawa Ippei recognized him at a glance. It's Fujishima's glasses. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this time Kei was trembling all over. He pulled off his mask and vomited wildly on the ground. I saw that his face was ashen, and he was sweating profusely. A scent that makes you feel satisfied. And this smell hits us in the forest ahead. Kei panicked. He screamed like crazy. He exudes extremely cold energy. Countless ice picks rise from the ground, protected him. The hunters of Country H who have added buff have been going all the way rain or shine. Having Min Shijun here is like adding more power to a tiger. In a short period of time, there were at least twice as many ants. It would have taken 30 minutes. It only took them 15 minutes. Finally, they arrived at the queen's nest. The queen is at the end. There are 8 guard ants in front. Each guard ant has the level of an S-class hunter. But they didn't panic at all after adding buff. Ma Dongxiu said to Cha Hui behind him, "You go deal with the guard ants. I usually use the big flame SS to urge the yellow in all directions." At this moment, the flames are released without reservation. He used all his strength, summoned his must-have skills. Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon circled around him, opened its huge mouth, seems to swallow everything. A guard ant wants to attack from behind and interrupt the spell casting. Bang bang bang. Erdeo's magic arrow hit it. I saw Lin Zige holding a bow and arrow and covering fire from behind. Bai Lu Hao grow a pair of sharp teeth. The armor on his body cracked with a crack. Muscles all over the body swelled. A head of white hair fluttering. 10 sharp white claws, suddenly transformed into a real white tiger beast. Rush forward and punch a guard ant. Che Hui watched it. This is the first time she has seen Bai Lu Hao like this. It seems that the legend that he can transform into human form is true. Ma Dong turned around and shouted, "Car Hunter, please!" Che Hui yelled, "Hold the sword in your hand. Use all your strength to stick to the ground." In an instant, the entire ant hole was shaking. The ants all looked at her because of her provocation. The guard ant successfully attracted attention. Before teammates can clear out all the guards, his opponent, it's this huge queen ant. This is the only ant eradication operation in history. Are so huge that there are countless. The terrifying speed of evolution. The two countries have devoted the fighting power of their top hunters to this end. Hunters from country R are responsible for luring out soldier ants from the cave. The hunter from country H is responsible for hunting the queen S. There are also photographers who will broadcast the whole process live. Headquarters moved towards the photographer excitedly. The ratings just now exceeded 80%. Go forward quickly and walk again. Take a clearer picture. The photographer just wanted to step forward, but was caught. Min Shijun told him, "Here are the BOSs of S-level dungeons. No one can be responsible for your life. If you understand, just stand behind me. Now is the real beginning." The photographer just came back to his senses. Just follow orders. I have forgotten what terrifying existence is in front of me. This Min Shijun feels like he can fight better than him. Dissemination through radio. News of the hunter's plunder reaches every household. An old woman called her elderly wife to come and see her. It was said on TV just now that it will definitely succeed this time. The old man read the newspaper without concern. Those people say this every time. Nothing to see. Seeing the stubborn old man's unwillingness to care, the old lady returned to the TV alone. Look at the TV show where Ma Dongxiu is facing the ant queen. The anchor was so excited that he roared one in front of his eyes. Giant ants that have never been seen before are right in front of us. This is the dormitory of the queen ant. It has been seen before. The proud hunters are about to take the first step to torture the ant queen. Neighbors are also watching the live broadcast of the predatory ants. Very excited. Hunter Bai Lu Hao killed the guard of an ant queen. There are also young people who are working. They also stopped what they were doing to watch. Now there are only 4 left. Half of it has been solved. Even a young couple in any place. There are now 3 left. And on every street. People passing by stopped and looked up at the big screen. Only 2 guards left. Just solve them. You can kill the queen ant. Success is at hand. At this time, the door was opened hastily. The old man appeared with a sore nose. Already been there 4 times. It must be successful this time. Only the queen mosquito is left. Be sure to report C for our children. The anchor takes off the headset, said excitedly, "Director, the ratings have reached 85%. A record high ever. Country Z, Country M, Country E, Country F. In a country that successfully robbed an S-level portal. There will soon be a name for our country H." After cleaning up the guard ants, all the hunters came to support Ma Dongxiu. Lin Zige is on full fire. Lily hits the queen ant on the head. Bai Lu in the shape of an orc. He even pounced on the queen ant and scratched her with his sharp claws. The queen ant is angry, eyes flashing. Purple liquid spurts out from its mouth. The hunter in the front row let out a painful hiss after being sprayed with decum. Min Shijun quickly flipped through the magic book, mouth making noise on hands. The abnormal condition on them was quickly removed. Sensing trouble with healer, the queen ant rushed to him desperately, but was blocked by Ma Dongxiu's shield. "Smile and say to it, I won't let you find a healer so easily." Shui Zhonghuang stretched out his hands. The flame dragon pounces on the queen ant. Burn it mercilessly. Bai Lu Hao relied on his many years of combat experience to see. The queen ant is already in state S. But the queen ant in Zhujiang roared loudly towards the sky. A powerful aura emanates from its body. Everyone hurriedly hid behind Ma Dongxiu. Bai Lu Hao had a bad premonition. It feels different from before. The sad beak in front of the sky's S seems to be calling someone. Sugi Reiji's face changed drastically. Sugimoto Suzu's face changed drastically. Are they all moving towards the ant nest? The interference wave has completely failed. Brother Long looked in the direction of the ant cave. Countless ants returned to their nests like moths to the flames. Inside the queen ant's room, Che Hui rushed forward, knife falling from hand. "K down the queen ant," she asked everyone. "Finished?" Bai Lu Hao is very concerned about it. That mournful beak just now was definitely not a roar of incompetence. Ma Dongxu received the news. A large number of ants are quickly gathering towards them. Get them out of here as soon as possible. Not even 1 hour. Can't hold on anymore? What's going on? Isn't there still time? Can't the hunter and country are survive for even an hour? Chui Zhong can feel it. Dragnet at the entrance, being torn apart by ants flying into the flames. Suddenly, the smell of stock dividend. Everyone stopped breathing at that moment. From darkness, walk out on a slender pair of feet. Bai Luhao was so frightened that his face turned livid. This is impossible. This is an ant form they have never seen before. You is like a warrior wearing armor. Ants roar to the sky. A strong coercion is coming. Even break through the mountain top and go straight to the cloud demand. Bai Luhao was so scared that he couldn't move. Is it actually the power possessed by a magical beast? Just now, everyone works together to hunt down the 5-ant queen. Didn't expect. The queen ant cries out before her death, called the ants back to their nests. He also recalled a humanoid ant king with terrifying power. The power it radiates, break through the top of the mountain, and soar directly into the sky. Che Hui's legs softened and she knelt on the ground. Cover your nose with your hand. This terrible smell. It made every cell in her body feel uncomfortable. This is no ordinary monster. She is not on the same level as the queen ant, just its footsteps. It will give people horrible imaginations. The breath that hit his face made Ma Dongxu dare not move, and it doesn't even bother to look at Ma Dongxu. Pass by him. It comes to the queen ant, looking at mother blankly, then open its mouth, roaring rage. The photographer was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. Even Chui Zhongyin and the others were forced to kneel on the ground by this breath. Che Hui could barely stand up. I saw a bright red light flashing in the ant owner's eyes. With a whoosh, he flashed behind Che Hui. Before she could react, a huge fist hammered her slender waist. A mouthful of fresh X spurted out from my mouth. It bounced out with a bang, bumped against the wall again and again. A mouthful of fresh X spurts out from your mouth. Ma Dongxu was anxious to help, but he didn't know when the ant master had flashed in front of him. Ma Dongxu hurriedly put up his shield. But even his shield and hands were smashed to pieces by him. He wielded his weapon and struck at the ant king, but was caught by one hand. Pull hard. The W device slipped from his body with his hand. Just 2 easy punches. Ma Dongxu lost his double S. Bai Luhao roared and stepped forward. The ant king waved calmly. Erdeo's claws, sharper than a sword, tore at him. Chui Zhongyin stretched out his 5 fingers to summon flames. The skill was interrupted before it even came out. Lin Zige took advantage of the ant king's attack on other hunters to find a position and prepared to shoot arrows. The daily arrow was fired at the ant king, but was caught by the ant king. With a click, the sharp arrow was crushed to pieces by the ant king. With a whoosh, he flashed in front of him and punched him. Lin Zige was knocked away by this punch. Even the utensils were broken on the floor. The ant king was just about to rush over and hit the target. The figure rushed over. It hurriedly stepped back to avoid the impact. I saw that Ma Dongxu, who had lost his hands, had recovered. As long as Min Shijun is here, they can continuously restore their bodies with energy. Li Minshijun has a life-saving skill, can completely hide one's tracks like invisibility. But this is completely enough for healers. Even if the Ant King wants to seduce him, I can't find his location either. As long as he can continue to heal the hunters, you won't be easily defeated by it. But the Ant King is really too powerful. Ma Dongxu hasn't defeated the Ant King yet, was caught by the feet. The whole person is placed in the air, being whipped around like a whip, dumped him until he lost consciousness. Even Min Shijun's treatment can't keep up with the speed at which he drops X. Suddenly the Ant King's eyes flashed, staring in the direction of Min Shijun, clearly using disguise skills. I saw the Ant King's eyes getting sharper and sharper. Bai Luhao screamed in terror. World Army! World! The Ant King's palm penetrated Min Shijun's body. The camouflage effect is gone. The magic book also dropped. Bai Luhao was left paralyzed on the ground in hysterics. What a desperate force this is. S-class hunters can just punch it in front of it. Even the invisible nanny was noticed by him. It rushes forward and takes out the heart with a black tiger move. Killed Min Shijun instantly. Bai Luhao roared in despair on the ground. Min Shijun used his last bit of strength to shout to Bai Luhao. Under Bai Luhao's gaze, in front of everyone, the Ant King directly chewed on Min Shijun's penis. It's like eating a watermelon. Bai Luhao couldn't bear it anymore. Ignoring the injuries on my body, I rushed forward, but he was grabbed by the throat. The transformation form has to be cancelled, and he heard. Min Shijun's voice came from the ant's mouth. Brother One, run quickly. He seemed to see. The Ant King still has Min Shijun's rabbit H in his body. Bai Luhao suddenly broke into a cold sweat. You, the Ant King, you plus lost more than just Min Shijun's body. Also remove his strength and intelligence. The Ant King spoke human language. Too weak. Our Queen Ant got fucked by you. Even if I kill you little soldiers. Who is your king? Bai Luhao was stunned. King? Is it the most powerful Chahui? Or the extremely powerful Jizhong Huang? Or this photographer who did everything soy sauce? Or maybe it's not all about me being the photographer. We have completely lost. At this time, the Ant King was excited. It turns its head, looking outside. There seems to be someone more powerful. It flapped its wings and flew quickly towards the cave entrance. Bai Luhao survived by luck. Tan coughed on the ground, thinking, outside, the only stronger hunters go to Ryuji. I wonder if Brother Long can contain this devil. But now is not the time to think about that. Gotta get out of here before it comes back. He struggled to get up, but found. An overwhelming swarm of ants flew towards them. Outside the cave, 3 figures run quickly. They kept calling other groups, but no one cares. After Charlie Group, the Delta team has also lost contact. Is there something wrong with the radio waves? Brother Long calls out to other groups. Bra Group responded, but they couldn't contact the Charlie Group and the Delta Group either. Only the Alpha Group can be contacted. Longa attached to the Bra Group. After finishing things over there, go to the meeting place and wait. He quickly rushed to the location of the lost group. Bluetooth beeps at this time. President Matsumoto called to inquire about the situation of the war. But Brother Long's voice stopped in the summer. The teammates looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. My teammates' S-like symptoms are very annoying. They originally wanted to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, although it promised to assist Country H. But he was just hunting monsters outside the anthill. But now we have unnecessary sex. Due to the interference of radio waves, there was a problem not long ago. All the ants rushed back to their nests, although very reluctant. But their operation can only go so far this time. Go to State Rights Challenge fails, and all the S-class hunters of the H national team were wiped out. Will be the news headline this time. Action ended, all retreat. At this time, a powerful force came from behind. Brother Long hurriedly picked up the weapon to block it. Save life. Peng Ishida is not as lucky as that man. Lost someone in an instant. Brother Long looks serious. This is no ordinary ant. He longs for Hoshino. Go quickly and meet up with the Bra group. Leave it to me here. Hoshino just wanted to help but was stopped. Brother Long told him, the opponent is so strong. You will only become a burden to me here. You're a burden to me here. In front of such a powerful enemy, we must respond with determination to fight decisively. Ant King's portable Ishida. It asked Brother Long, is he a king? Warcraft can actually talk. Then smile. Laugh as you please. I'm the king. The Ant King also laughed. The bright red magic power on the body continues to spread around. Brother Long feels it. This feeling. He had felt it once a few days ago. It was the moment when Qing Xiaoyu started to have feelings for him. His weapon broke into 2 pieces with a shattering sound. In the cave, countless ants swarmed up. Chui Zhongnin used his remaining strength to set fire to block the ants. Everyone else was seriously injured. The fight can no longer continue. Only Chui Zhongnin is left in a state of lingering. But in the end, we are outnumbered. Can't stop the crazy ant army. Just when everyone thought it was hopeless, the shadow warrior emerged from the ground and blocked the ants. Bai Luhao looked strange. What the hell is this black thing? One of the shadow soldiers. Put the situation here. Spread thousands of miles away. Qing Xiaoyu's place downstairs in the community. Qing Xiaoyu received the message from the shadow. Shout out. Exchange. What a despairing power this is. Even the strongest S-class hunter in country are only gave away an extra person in front of it. At this time, the crippled H country hunter. He could only rely on Huozhonghuang, who was half alive, to barely support himself. Even the mobs can easily take away their people, and the photographer who was making so much noise in the audience was also caught in Ant Town. No one can protect him now. There is only despair in his eyes. The last thing I said to my family was, have you eaten yet? If I had known this would happen, I would have said more. He closed his eyes in fear and waited for death to come. A voice woke him up. I saw a purple longsword, a knife and 2 ants. A tall shadow wearing a red cloak stands in front of you. In the radio station headquarters, the director's face was full of anxiety. The last second it was played nationwide. The rate was 85%. The next second, all the S-class hunters were killed by an ant. What is this thing called? The men shouted at the director. The audience is already ringing up the phone. The communication network is paralyzed. Zhou Zhang was angry. So what? Do you want me to broadcast the scene of a hunter being raped to the whole country? At this time, the anchor excitedly told the director. The excited director of this broadcast. The director hurriedly moved closer to the screen. From despair to stunned, he excitedly looked forward to his subordinates. Get ready to resume broadcasting, the subordinate asked in confusion. If you start broadcasting now, it will be live broadcast. Once an emergency occurs, it cannot be exchanged. The director has already messed up, he told his men. Anyway, it has already been stopped once. Is there anything worse than this? At this point, just give it a go. Open it immediately. The radio station is restored. In the screen, Ygritte is super handsome and photogenic. Around these shadows, a figure stands, a familiar and unfamiliar person. Behind him, it's a mighty shadow, Yeglet, King Ein. The clan gathered around him. The shadow gentleman gives the order. King Ein uses skills. Picky roar. All of a sudden it attracted all the ants around it. Qing Jinyu took out 2 daggers of the Demon King. Attack power increased by 220. Also triggers suit effects. Each short sword increases the attack power equal to the strength points. Rush towards the ants at lightning speed. Ants fell down wherever he passed. Ma Dongxiu has a look of despair on his face. What happened? Someone is fighting them? Bai Luhao, who was not surprised after seeing so much, relaxed. He told Ma Dongxiu. He came. It's okay. that person will be fine, just his men. You can fight 1 against 100. The bear is even more powerful, running wildly and trampling on ants. He even swallowed ants alive. Shout out that familiar command, stand up. On the corpse of an ant, dark shadows emerged from their bodies. The photographer was slow. What's going on? Will ants come back to life? What's even stranger is, why are they killing each other? Qing Xiaoyu came to the hunter. Take out the small red bottle in the inventory. Let them drink it quickly, although they have never seen this thing. But after consuming a whole bottle, the whole person suddenly came to life. The wounds are also slowly healing. Only Che Hui didn't wake up. She was seriously injured. Qing Xiaoyu couldn't save her either. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. We can only retreat quickly. Send Che Hui out to be treated by a wet nurse outside. And he suddenly got excited. A strong breath came to my face. I saw that the Ant King had already cleared away the hunters outside and returned to the nest. He asked everyone, "Do you still have a guy who is called a king?" Bai Luhao was so frightened that his face turned livid. It's back. It means that Gotoruji was also defeated. How could there be such terrifying power? Qing Xiaoyu handed over Chahui to Ma Dongxiu. Then he turned around and walked towards the Ant King, one red and one blue slowly approaching. Not giving in to each other, the Ant King asked him, "Are you the king of mankind? How terrifying is the strength of this Ant King? S-class hunter can't even hold back a single blow in front of it." Even Brother Long, the strongest in the raiding team this time, fell under its claws. When the hunters of Country H are about to be destroyed by the group, Qing Xiaoyu, the old six, finally appears. Save everyone who is on the verge of death, and the Ant King returned to the nest at this time. Two kings collided. Suddenly the sword was drawn, not giving in to each other, and Qing Xiaoyu could feel Brother Long's breath from it, and tooth-kissing mouth smile. "King of mankind, be my dinner," then let out a sharp cry. Qing Xiaoyu smiled, but finally he looks like an insect. 5 minutes ago, the live broadcast suddenly stopped. Lao Song and Xiao Shi looked at their phones anxiously. What happened to the hunters? And what is that and just now? How could the live broadcast be interrupted here? What exactly is going on? Then the camera turns. Became a live news broadcast. News anchor breaks shocking news. Min Chijun's hunter unfortunately sacrificed his life in action, and there is no way to determine the safety of other hunters in the ant-hole. An unidentified hunter appeared on the scene. The live broadcast continues now. The next second, they all looked disgusted. Country R. Are you a king? That's right. I'm the king. Ha ha. Reiji Sugimoto looked solemn. Brother Long's voice disappeared after reaching here. President Matsumoto never expected. There is a talking monster, and defeated Goto. Suddenly, Sugimoto Reiji discovered through radar. Ant King Cha appeared in the Queen Ant's cave. President Matsumoto looked in disbelief. Is Hunter H still alive? Reiji Sugimoto looked at the distribution of magic power on the radar. Confirmed that the H country hunter is still alive. There is also a power comparable to that of the Ant King. Matsumoto ordered his men, hurry up and open the live broadcast of Country H. Seeing Qing Xiaoyu go to support, President Gao Jianli was so excited that he crushed his chair to pieces. In the picture, Qing Jinyu and Ant are standing face to face. The Ant was the first to raise his fist, but Qing Xiaoyu remained motionless. The Ant's fist quickly hit Qing Xiaobao's face, but Qing Xiaoyu just kept his pace. With a huge roar, the surrounding area was shaken to pieces. Flying rock. The hunter nearby hurriedly blocked the aftermath of the explosion with his hands. They finally understand. This is the strength of the Ant King. I didn't exert any effort at all when fighting them just now. After the smoke clears, the Ant King stood there. It laughed. Too weak. Sure enough, he's not the king. But the next second it slapped me in the face. Bai Luhao and Ji Zhonghuang were even more stunned. I saw a powerful blow from the ant. It just made Qing Jinyu's eyes squint a little when he stared at the ants. He spat out disdainfully. Use skills. Hand of the Dominator. The ant felt an invisible force grabbing at it. Qing Xiaoyu grabbed it with his hand. The Ant King knelt on the ground with a snap. Before it could react, Qing Xiaoyu had already raised his fists to hit it. Then it flew out like hit the wall. Suddenly the earth collapsed. Lin Zigui and the photographer were in a vacuum. Ma Dongxiu was so scared that he couldn't close his jaw. Is this a magic hunter? Although Bai Luhao and Cui Zhongyin knew that Qing Xiaoyu was very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. This punch failed to hit S Ant King, also angered it. Make a weird scream. Angrily rushed towards Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu is thinking, very durable. It seems to be because it is protected by an exoskeleton. So, you need to be a little more serious. The Ant King quickly flashed in front of Qingyu, turned around with its two big fists, hit Qing Xiaoyu hard on the head. Qing Xiaoyu raised his left hand to block it. With a snap, even the ground they were standing on shattered into a large piece. Then he punched the Ant King with his right hand. The Ant King punched him in the face. Qing Xiaoyu punched it in the head. The two kings are like this. You punch each other and I punch each other. Suddenly smoke filled the sky. Photographer far away. Just the fluctuation of magic power made him feel like he was going crazy. Click. The Ant King's head, as hard as steel, cracked. It lost the fight. What's the situation? This human king is ridiculously strong. This is probably the so-called fight between gods. The hunter on the side could barely support himself under the aftermath. Don't even think about being able to go over and help. During the battle with Qing Xiaoyu, the Ant King fell behind. The steel-hard skull was shattered by the hammer. Two hammerheads smashed together. Both figures retreated a few meters. The Ant King looked at his body in disbelief. Crack? Impossible. My body. It is doubting the skill of life. Qing Xiaoyu rushed forward. With a loud bang, he punched it on the chest. At this time, a sharp thorn came out of its mouth, stretched out like a snake. The sound of rinsing scratched a cut on Ching Xiaoyu's face, and this wound is still spreading rapidly. This is the ability that the Ant King acquired by accidentally catching a cobra. Paralysis can cause the opponent to lose all abilities in a short period of time, and after this D is mixed with the magic power in the Ant King's body, became a more dangerous D. It's very confident, as long as the person who hits it must be without a doubt. It walked to Ching Xiaoyu, raised the claws, prepared to give this a fatal blow that will make it eat. Outside the cave, it's raining heavily. Kane Tawada arrives at the gathering place of the Our Country raiding party, found Hoshino Minoru lying paralyzed on the ground. He was very frightened. Talking about it is all about Doxorubicin. That's a monster. It has exceeded the ability values set by humans, or us. Can't stop it. Tawada Kane grabbed his collar. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Then he threw him to the ground with a disappointed look on his face, looking at the support aircraft in the sky. There will be trouble in the future. When the Ant King is about to succeed, Ching Xiaoyu stretched out his hand and held it. The Ant King lives. What's the situation? How can I still move? Ching Xiaoyu raised his fist and punched it. The Ant King flew out like a wolf, sitting on the ground doubting life. With the Great Wizard's blessing passive, he has been decontaminated. I just saw the Ant King who seemed a little happy. Is it because of this? As the level and feeling points increase, Ching Xiaoyu felt the Ant King's emotions. It's very anxious now. But Ching Xiaoyu is also very anxious now. Che Hui's condition is getting worse and worse. The fight must be ended as soon as possible. Ching Xiaoyu flashed past with a hiss. Jump up and stretch out your long legs. He kicked the Ant King with a "oh" sound, but found that the Ant King disappeared. The Ant King is thinking, D is of no use to him. The power is also above me, since the strength is incomparable. It's better to use my advantage speed. Shrink the bulging body. Focus everything on speed. Gather everything together and speed it up. Ching Xiaoyu watched quietly from below. Mock up. Let me see what else you can do. I saw the Ant King stretching out his sharp claws, rushing towards Ching Xiaoyu as fast as lightning, but found that Ching Xiaoyu disappeared, already behind it when it reappears. 2 daggers slashed at it. The Ant King hurriedly stretched out his claws to, then bounce him away. Ching Xiaoyu bounced against the wall. He stepped inside and flew out again, rushing towards the Ant King like a bolt of lightning. 2 forces flashed on the ground at extremely fast speeds. The Ant King panicked in his heart. Ching Xiaoyu not only kept up with the speed he was proud of, it's getting faster and faster. How can this be? But here at Ching Xiaoyu, the Ant King's level is the same as the Demon King's, a little higher at most, and Ching Xiaoyu defeated the Demon King. It's actually much better than it was back then. I also got a more powerful W device. The Ant King's exoskeleton was shattered into pieces under Ching Xiaoyu's blow. Ching Xiaoyu took the weapon and slashed at the Ant King again. Soon the Ant King stood in front of him like a naked insect. It depends on the timing. Ching Xiaoyu activates skills. Hit the point. Give the Ant King a slap in the face when he loses his defense. The system prompts because the method is too cruel. Hit a critical point to upgrade to the ultimate form. Chaotic level? Taking advantage of Ching Xiaoyuling's divine kung fu, the Ant King quickly escaped with its flapping wings. Ching Xiaoyu is so magical. Such a good opportunity. How could I not try it on you? He chased after him and gave the Ant King a slap in the face. Feeling not bad. Another billion cuts. He also cut off one of the ant's arms. The king ant struggled to escape like a poultry waiting to be raped. Its eyes are filled with fear. In front of the king of mankind, it has no one strong point that is dominant. But it suddenly occurred to me, not at all. It looks up to the sky and roars. A huge scream echoed throughout the ant hole. Then an overwhelming swarm of ants appeared behind it. It waved its hand. Ants swarmed like moths to a flame. It smiles proudly. Although I can't beat him one-on-one, but it is as big as countless ants. Ching Xiaoyu also laughed. I saw where he stood. The land turned dark. Dark purple shadows emerged from the black earth. Kaiser, King Ayin, Xiongda, and all the shadows are with their own hands. Go for it. This super powerful ant master never expected. Various strengths that I am proud of. I don't have any advantage in front of this man. Instead, he was crushed into a dog. At its wit's end, it summoned a giant ant, thinking of defeating Ching Xiaoyu with numbers. Unexpectedly, Ching Xiaoyu summoned the Shadow King, and all of his men are ridiculously strong. Ants were unilaterally slaughtered by shadow warriors, and Ching Xiaoyu has an even more powerful shadow. I saw him say something lightly. Come out. Fangs. Behind him, a statue with fangs as pleasing as the 9 heavenly demon gods stands high on top. Only ants can be killed. I'm just hurting. Jianfen nodded sensibly, with a solemn look. Then it faces the ant army. Use skills. Song of Giants. Pop. A huge cannon spurted out from its mouth. The artillery is overwhelming. It even penetrated the mountain wall and shot straight into the sky. Lin Zige and Ma Dongxu were stunned. Is this a summoned beast? Why doesn't it look like that? It's more like King Am coming to the world. His fire was like the fire of a lighter in front of the fangs. And the most shocking thing is the Ant King, even its only numerical advantage, also disappeared before this fire. What happened? I have been the strongest since I was born. I can stand at the top and swallow everything. He is the king who can grow infinitely. Everything was destroyed by class. An idea arises in its mind. Escape. Must stay away from here. You must keep eating to make yourself stronger. It's so powerful that even the man in front of it is no match for it. It's so powerful that the front of your eyes is its opponent. Ching Xiaoyu felt sick. This is the first time he has seen A guy who can use the ability to swallow objects to his own advantage. After treating the wings, the Ant King quickly jumped up and flew away. The whole body's strength is concentrated on the wings and flutters to escape. But found. A pair of invisible giant hands stood in front of it. Rub it on the ground like swatting a mosquito. Vomited a big mouthful of purple liquid. Winner takes all, loser for Ko. The Ant King is dissatisfied, struggling to get up from the ground. Ching Xiaoyu flashed. Jump on top of it. Take away the Ant King directly. Hunter Che Hui is dying. The battle with the Ant King wasted too much time. She needs to get treatment quickly. I just don't know if there are any surviving healers from the Sword Drawing Guild. Even if there is, now ride Kaiser over there. It's hard to say whether Che Hui can hold on. What other good ways are there? Suddenly he thought of a way. He asked the photographer to turn off the camera, and threatened that if he didn't turn it off, he would have to break it forcibly. Seeing the strength Ching Xiaoyu showed just now, the photographer can obediently take off the camera. Cheng Xiaoyu attached to the shadow warriors. Come find Min Shijun's body. Bai Lu Hao's face changed. Why are you looking for Min Shijun's body? Could it be oh? After a while, the orc general is holding a body without AT. Ching Xiaoyu also doesn't know whether the shadow can be extracted from the missing S body. Fortunately, the system prompts you to extract the opponent's shadow. Cheng Xiaochuan shouted. Stand up. From Min Shijun's body, string out several black shadows. However, the system prompts that the shadow extraction failed. Shouted again. Stand up. There are fewer shadows this time. The system reminds again. Failed to extract shadow. Cheng Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. At his current level, extracting a regular S-class should be more than enough. How could it fail twice in a row? Is it because of this guy? My desire to not become a shadow soldier is too strong. He looked at Ayn behind him. Turning humans into shadows is really not a good thing. Must save people, he said to Min Shijun's naked body. I need your help. Rescue Kar Hui Hunter. Countless shadows came out, patting Ching Jinyu's shoulder and shouting too. What are you going to do to Shijun? Could it be that your ability is... Oh. From Min Shijun's body, a dark hand stretched out. Someone who can control where S goes. This is the ability of Shadow Lord. In order to rescue Che Hui, who was seriously injured, Ching Xiaoyu's first time in front of a hunter, extracted the shadow of Min Shijun as a human. But because the host's self-awareness is too strong, Ching Xiaoyu had to extract it 3 times before he successfully extracted it. The hunters on the side were stunned. It turns out that Ching Xiaoyu is not an ordinary summoner. Min Shijun's shadow came to Cha Hui's body. Open the magic book directly and sing. Cha Hui, who was even more injured, is slowly recovering. Bai Lu Hao looked at it. Shijun, treating Car hunters. He hasn't given the order yet. Shadow took it upon himself to treat Che Hunter. This shows what kind of person Min Shijun was during his lifetime. Even his soul is full of warmth. Bai Lu Hao felt extremely painful inside. Min Shijun is such a person, obviously scared to S. But I still want to come and help. Saved others but lost his own life. The photographer was shocked by the scene in front of him. No wonder Ching Jinyu asked him to turn off the camera. Turn S person into a summoned beast. If such power is revealed to the outside world, big trouble will happen. Bai Lu Hao told Ching Xiaoyu, you will participate in many fights in the future, right? Whenever then. Shijun's abilities will definitely help you. But oh, he is a guy who hates fighting. I hope you don't let him join the fight again. Ching Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then removed Bai Lu Hao's hand from his shoulder. Tell him, this is your second time. Put your arm on my shoulder. But the difference is, you're not giving me orders this time, but sincerely ask me, and we think the same. Ching Xiaoyu walked to Min Shijun's shadow. Issue the last command. Unextract. Min Shijun's shadow looked at him in disbelief. Then my eyes couldn't help but get wet. Min Shijun's shadow slowly disappeared and returned to nothingness, and his face is filled with happiness. Then it turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Bai Lu Hao said something to Ching Xiaoyu that he owed him for a long time. Thank you. Outside the cave, the rescue plane has reached the designated location. Rescue flying to a fixed position. The hunters are out. Min Shijun slowly walked towards the plane with the support of everyone. After everyone else gets on the plane, Ching Xiaoyu told Bai Lu Hao, he wants to stay. There's still some unfinished business here. Bai Lu Hao understands. There are countless remnants of ants roaming the world. Ching Xiaoyu summoned Kaiser. Tell Bai Lu Hao, I'll open the way for you first. We'll see you later. Let's go. Kaiser let out a dragon roar. Then he flapped his huge wings and flew into the sky. Where it flies, scattered bodies of ants. On the frigate, Hoshino Minoru was still in shock. He felt everything was lost. A monster that even Goto can't defeat. I guess no hunter can beat him. Sugimoto Reiji told him. Don't worry. The deployment on Chijo Island is over. Hoshino Minoru looked shocked. This is impossible. Sugimoto Reiji told him that this was news from the H country headquarters. Absolutely true. Sugimoto Reiji felt mixed emotions at this moment. Unexpectedly, this person was mentioned by Goto Ruji at that time. He is the real strong man. There is a day outside the sky. At this time, his subordinates hurriedly ran over and shouted, the ants are coming. Sugimoto Reiji looked shocked. There is actually a residual B. He returned to Airline B and commanded the entire ship. Attention all. Get ready to fight. Winner takes all. Since you can't beat it, then join. This is the first general level shadow soldier that Ching Xiaoyu has conquered. This is the shadow soldier of General Dishi Gu Hum Cheng Hesho. This shadow can talk to Ching Yu. After conquering the Queen Ant, Ching Xiaoyu walked to the Queen Ant's body. Stand up. From the Queen Ant's body. Make a lot of money. I subdued 2 general level shadows in one fell swoop. Conquer the shadow of flying level at once. Watch the formation of the Queen Ant's shadow. make the ant shadows agitated. Then he found that his connection with the ants had weakened. He asked Belle next to him, "How is this going?" Belle told him, "Manipulating ants J group. It is the innate ability of the queen ant. As long as the queen ant is around, the ant J group is still under its command, and most of the magic power of the queen ant. They are all used for colonial activities. Can't do it without the body. That is to say, queen ants are not suitable for Z fights." Qing Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. Then the shadow of the mosquito queen was lifted. "It is enough that there is a leader in the organization." Then Panfu's shadow infantry were busy collecting the loot. "Keep all the magic crystals. All the magic crystals here need to be used to rebuild Qizhou Island. We can't take." After receiving the order, the shadow infantry immediately gave up. Qing Xiaoyu only took one of the parts from Ant King S's body. "There's only one last thing left now," Belle told Qing Xiaoyu. "It felt. The people have lost their leadership, already in disarray, flying around like a headless fly." Qing Xiaoyu asked it, "Can you feel their number?" After Belle became telepathic, "Tell Qing Xiaoyu, there are more than 8,700 active ants on this island. After receiving attacks from hunters, there are still more than 4,000 alive now." Qing Xiaoyu sighed. "I thought a lot of them had been eliminated in two just now. I didn't expect there was more than half left." He asked Belle, "Can you solve them all?" The Ant King is stunned, then stretched out his claws. "Tell Qing Xiaoyu, tell Qing Tiyu, as long as you give an order." On the frigate of the Knights Guild, hunters found a large number of ants flying over. They quickly activated the frigate's cannon. Mages chant magic skills on the deck. Then it quickly shoots at the ants that are coming towards me like a laser. A loud explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. Hunters Guild received an ant attack warning from the knights. The captain hopes that everyone will cheer up. The ants will be coming soon. After a while, then I saw dense flying ants flying over in the sky. After Hunter Division, the Mingqing Guild also received news of the attack by ant. The captain shouted, "Everyone, show me an S. Guild of Envoys. Fast array. An ant is equivalent to a B-level hunter. If you don't line up, we are easily defeated. S drop them. Restore the glory of our Envoy Guild." Although there are top hunters protecting the second line, but because the number of ants is too large, soon a large number of flying ants crossed the second line and came directly to the land on the third line. Lao Song, Shi Xiaoxi, and all the hunters panicked. "Why did this ant come so fast? Can we stop it with our strength? This is an ant comparable to a B-level hunter. So fast. All preparations. What just killed the ants? So fast. Can't see clearly at all. And they can't know. This is Qing Xiaoyu's subordinate, Ant King Belle. This is an unprecedented ant eradication operation. Even if the queen and king are eliminated, but there are still a large number of ant remnants left. They fly around the world, and every country has arranged for hunters to protect the coastline. Just in the southern region of country H, the raid on ants lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. The ants even flew to the waters of the country. The crew members have not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Ants come in waves. Look, the ants have entered the shooting range. Crew compendium presses launch button. The captain asked him to wait first. The hero wants to take them down alone. On deck, standing was a young man with a dragon-slaying knife on his waist. Looking at the overwhelming ants, he calmly pulled out the strength from his waist. 2 knives and 2 forks emit a strange light. Then he waved his hand. A huge X-sword energy flew out. Suddenly there was a crackling explosion in the sky. He was thinking, if it's not like this, it would be great if the Ant King fought with Cheng Xiaoyu. It would be interesting. Then he calmly put the knife back. The ant army fell apart in pieces. In a certain room in country M, the president of the Scavenger Guild is playing the scene of Qing Xiaoyu hunting the Ant King. He asked the secretary, "Hunter Huang and Qing Xiaoyu have only one point of intersection. That is, his brother Huang Dongshe was probably killed by Qing Xiaoyu, so he wants to retaliate. To put it simply, this is it." The secretary replied to him, "If they two fight, what would you do?" Thomas smiled. He told the secretary firmly, "Don't you know me yet? Yellow Hunter is the property of the Scavenger Guild, and the Scavenger Guild is mine. I will never forgive anyone who touches my things. Not even the government of Country M can do it." The third night of the raid on Qizhou Island, representative associations of the army and Lingnan region, in order to recover the magic crystal and respond to emergencies, landed on Qizhou Island. Looking at the sparkling high-grade magic crystal in my hand, Zhao Jingshu and his men's eyes lit up. "Bring all these. The Knights Guild can become one of the top guilds in the country." But I got a righteous scolding from the young lady behind me. "These must be turned over to the G family. You are greedy W." They found that the ground was full of ant bodies, but I can't feel the presence of magic. At this time, an ignorant ant passed by, taken away by Zhao Jingshu with a knife. He told his men, "Don't worry, these little miscellaneous fish that slip through the net are no threat to them." Suddenly my subordinates noticed, in the distance, a primitive like human walked towards them. "Zhao Zheng's writing is so sexy. Now there should be only guilds and people on Qizhou Island. I've never heard of any foreigners." The man shows his fangs, babbling in some alien language, not the language of this world. Is it Warcraft language? A snap of fingers. They suddenly lost consciousness, lying on the ground together, behind the man, out of an old ghost. There is no need for him to tell the man things. I let them sleep for now. No need to make things too complicated. He asked the man, "Have you confirmed it?" Man told him, "Confirmed. It was indeed him who did it." The white ghost looked confused. He couldn't figure out why that man wanted to help these humans. Xian woman is being fucked here. Stinks to heaven. That woman would definitely collapse if she saw her. But the hunt goes on as planned. No change. I saw the white ghost hand forming an energy ball. Throw it forward and it becomes a teleportation port. Before going in, man told him, there's a guy already here. Now that we are here, just get rid of that guy and leave. The white ghost told him, nearby. Just leave it to him. Then enter the transfer port. The man thinks he is scared. I secretly curse you as a coward. But he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself either. He waved his hand. A red portal appears in front of you. After the man walked in, the teleportation port disappeared into the ant nest with a snap. How huge are the ants in Chizhou Island? The queen ant and the king ant were hunted by the queen. Ant remnants are flying all over the world. Hunters from all over the world worked hard for 3 days and 3 nights. Just finished cleaning up the ants. After the Chizhou Island attack and plunder operation ended, people held a grand Z ceremony. The hunters and people who came to commemorate the heroism of this operation. As the great hero of this attack and plunder, he also received a second ceremony. Reporters can't wait to take dozens of shots per second. Spend all the camera memory on him. Regardless of whether the rumors on the internet are true or not, the wounds have healed. Everyone is talking about the raid. The focus of discussion is Qing Xiaoyu. So handsome, so cool. See the scene where Qing Xiaoyu's hunter attacks with the summoned beast. For years ago, I lost my family on Chizhou Island. For years ago, I thank Hunter Qing Xiaoyu for helping me apply for C. Although I don't know if he can see this message. He is so powerful. Then our country can be considered to have a national level hunter, right? It's not good enough at this level. Don't say it too early. Why? He almost single-handedly raided the S-Class dungeon. Other S-Class hunters are also much weaker than him. There are still people who don't know that he is a second awakener. Are we living in the 2G era? Because he applied for information protection himself. However, there are inevitably critical voices. If Cheng Xiaoyu had participated in the operation from the beginning, then Min Shijun doesn't know us anymore, right? Since you didn't want to at first. If I could have participated in the Chizhou Island operation earlier, maybe we can reduce the number of animals to a minimum. Also protected him. But few people refute those criticisms. Because there are indeed people who got angry because of this. Looking at Min Shijun's Y-like image, Qing Yu felt a little sad, but I soon felt relieved. After all, this is the hunter's path. Life often only requires an accident. He walked off the altar, passed by Bai Luhao. Bai Luhao said to him, I have always believed it is impossible for a hero to end a war, but your appearance makes me think it's not impossible. Pick up your head, Hunter Qing. It was you who put an end to this tragedy. Thank you. Through the crowd, Qing Xiaoyu looked back at the crowd, but he and Che Hui were facing each other. Che Hui turned her head back in a hurry, face turned red. Cheng Xiaoyu was left in a fog. During the 4th attack on Chizhou Island, although 64 hunters and 32 ordinary people were killed, but it was the one with the fewest injured people among the 4 fights. Also successfully recovered Chizhou Island. In the park, Gao Jianli made an appointment with Qing Yu. Ask him if he has set up a barrier or anything like that on Chizhou Island. Do I still have this skill? The president told him. Personnel sent by the association to clean up ant bodies and recover magic crystals, where the collective lost consciousness, and the ears are after they wake up. Everyone has forgotten what happened before they lost consciousness. No matter how much the president and others check, they can't find anything abnormal. And Qing Xiaoyu also looked puzzled. The strongest one in the anthill is probably Bell. I don't know if I see Qing Xiaoyu. Gao Jianli left first if he had other things to do. Qing Xiaoyu just wanted to get in the car and go back. Adam from the Hunter Management Bureau of Country M came to him. The foreigner who went to the office to find him before. He told Qing Xiaoyu, I have an information. This information is available to you in any country in the world, except our Hunter Authority. The original plan was that I would come to see you alone, but the events of your Chizhou Island operation are impressive. So our deputy director also wants to meet you in person. This is unprecedented. Qing Xiaoyu is not interested in this kind of thing. Very much like those sales pitchers. He didn't pay any attention to it. Open the door and prepare to get in the car. Adam smiled. It seems that for this kind of person, you won't be able to stay if you show off your skills, he said to Qing Xiaoyu, who was about to fasten his seat belt. Upgraders. Do you know an awakener that can increase the ability of an awakener? These words immediately made Qing Xiaoyu's heart move. Follow Adam. They came to a building. Met Deputy Director Mike. He asked Qing Xiaoyu to sit down, without saying a word. Directly submitted the immigration information of country M to Qing Xiaoyu. Then tell Qing Xiaoyu. Originally, it would take 1 to 2 years to complete this information. Now, just a word from you. In 1 second you will be a citizen of country M. Qing Xiaoyu is a little impatient. He told Mike, I'm here. I came here for the information Adam mentioned. If it's for other things, that's bothering you. Mike smiled. Tell Qing Xiaoyu, don't worry. You want to know the person who has the ability to upgrade the awakened. Already here. He turned behind him and attached himself to his men. Go and ask Mrs. Sino to come over. A clear sound of footsteps came over. Qing Xiaoyu stayed. Such a strong aura. Unexpected. There are actually awakeners who can increase their abilities. And there is only one person in this world. Ching Xiaoyu could feel it from her body. The light aura is different from that of ordinary awakened people, and Mrs. Sano is also very confident. Just let Ching Xiaoyu experience it once. He will fall in love with this feeling, she told Ching Xiaoyu. The awakened one and every hunter have their limits. You plus if you don't have the opportunity to awaken 3 times, will always stay in place. And she, ability to push hunters beyond their limits. Let them successfully undergo a second awakening. It only needs to go through 3 stages to complete, and everyone's situation is different. But after going through 3 stages, it can increase your strength by at least 20% to 30%. Ching Xiaoyu was shocked. 20% to 30% strength. This is a huge treasure for hunters who pursue power. No wonder why Hunter Huang Dongshu is criticized by people all over the country. I also want to go to Country M. This condition is really exciting. If this power is made public, it's sure to strike a chord with hunters around the world. Therefore, Mrs. Senyo is protected by the Hunter Bureau of Country M. They are responsible for protecting the wife's personal safety and paying a certain amount of remuneration, and the lady will improve the hunter's abilities for them. It was a meeting gift given to Ching Xiaoyu by the Hunter Management Bureau. Mrs. Sino pushed the food away. Say to Ching Xiaoyu, let us start. Ching Xiaoyu first list. Asked the deputy director, is this the beginning? No need to pay any price for my stay 3. The director told him. Just think of it as a special service for special guests. Of course Ching Xiaoyu couldn't refuse such a bargain. He would like to give it a try. Mrs. Sino said, what is it like to experience it once and never live without it? I saw Mrs. Sino holding Ching Xiaoyu's hand. Let Ching Xiaoyu look into her eyes. The deputy director felt secretly happy. Very good. Nailed it. Although he has remained calm. But as long as you experience it for the first time, you will contact us later. If you're impatient, you might sign the immigration policy on the spot. Even go to Ryuji, who wanted to become a national power leveler, failed in his attack. He used an unheard of ability to successfully rob. Where will the limit of such a hunter be? After Mrs. Sano and Ching Xiaoyu made eye contact, the lady is plunged into darkness. She surrounds, but can't see anything, and above her, a face suddenly appeared. The face is getting closer and closer to her. When I get close to her, a pair of bright eyes look straight at her. She was so frightened that she screamed on the spot. The bodyguard thought Ching Xiaoyu had done something to Mrs. Sano. Take it out and face it at him. The director hurriedly stopped. Are you crazy? Do you know who he is? What a bunch of idiots. If you are worried about Mrs. Sino, just care about her first. He leaned close to the bodyguard and whispered to him. If I was referring to Thomas or Chi Kong just now, then all of us will be dead. Remember it well. Then he said something to Ching Xiaoyuhan. Fortunately, Ching Yu is not that bad-tempered. He didn't care about the bodyguard's rude behavior just now. I'm just curious about Mrs. Sino's situation. And Mrs. Sino is still in panic. The whole person is shaking. Seeing that my wife is not in good condition, the deputy director asked Ching Xiaoyu to go back first. We'll contact him again later. After Ching Xiaoyu left, only then did the lady speak. And he is a very powerful king. The deputy director was shocked. Do you mean that his strength is equivalent to the national power level? Mrs. Sino tried her best to shake the seeds, but the situation was still the same. I have no idea. This is the first time I have encountered this situation, although it is, but different from ordinary kings. He is looking at me too, but not Hunter Sung Jin-Woo, but the endless darkness within him. Moreover, no limit. When you're staring into the darkness is also staring at you. This is what Mrs. Sano saw from Ching Xiaoyu. Having seen countless top powerhouses, she was so frightened that she shivered. She concluded, Ching Xiaoyu is the king, and there is no limit to strength. In the Hunters Association building, Chairman Gao Jianli looked sad. Min Shijun's S made him feel very tender. He is obviously such an excellent and kind person, and since he retired, he is not considered a hunter under the jurisdiction of the association. I can only give his ex-sex a noble name and end this matter. The Chizhou Island incident will not be the end either. There will be greater tests in the future. Maybe by then the results will be even more tragic than now. At this time, the mobile phone rang. Tell the president on the other end of the phone. A Class B portal appeared in the middle of the road somewhere. Vehicles cannot pass. Traffic is paralyzed. The president panicked. The B-Class teleportation port is not something that an ordinary attack team can handle. You need to contact a large guild immediately. But he suddenly thought, Ching Xiaoyu's Hunter's Guild office is nearby, and Ching Xiaoyu was blocked on that road at this time. He is still thinking, what on earth did Mrs. Sino see? It will prove that her expression changed drastically. Could it be that you saw the flaws in the system? But why was the traffic jammed so long today? Not as convenient as the subway. At this time, President Gao Jianli called over. I told him about the teleportation port. I want Ching Xiaoyu to take the time to solve it. Ching Xiaoyu asked him, don't need a raiding permit? The president smiled. Tell Ching Xiaoyu, the hunting license is issued by the Hunters Association, and he has the greatest power in the association, so there is no need to worry about this problem at all. They have all forgotten that the president has rights and interests. He came to the position where the president said, found a huge teleportation port blocked in the middle of the road. People from the association and government Z are controlling the scene. Ching Xiaoyu wanted to go over but was stopped by people from the association, but found out that this person is S-Class Hunter Ching Jin-Woo. Drivers on the road poke their heads out one after another, looking for clues on the road. It seems that he wants to solve solve it himself. The ignorant pot jarhead girl shouts loudly. Even if you are an S-class hunter, you must also abide by the rules of the hunter. Do you have a raiding permit? Ching Xiaoyu is drunk. I thought Chairman Gao Jianli. I already said hello and walked in confidently. The result is not only no. I also met the impartial jarhead. He dialed the president's phone number, then passed it to the pot lid head. Tell her that's another person you can't stand. Hearing the voice of the president, Jarhead was submissive. Look at Ching Xiaoyu walking in. I scolded him in my heart because he fell and twisted his foot. Everyone in the Renan Association opened their mouths in disbelief. Suddenly the association opened its mouth wide and Qing Daishijin. Jarhead panicked. Did what I just said come true? What happened? Another red portal. The exit is blocked again. Now it's a bit tricky, but, no matter how difficult it is, he doesn't need to worry too much, Mother told him. I hope Ching Xiaoyu can do what he wants to do, now that awakening has become a fact. Then as a hunter, you must save more lives, just like his dad. Chang Rihan was a firefighter before awakening, and my mother was attracted by the way he saved people. That's why we have this home. Mother sighed. Like father, like son. Fortunately, his mother did not object to him becoming a hunter. Only then can he continue to become stronger, protect the people he wants to protect, and this group of difficult enemies in front of us. For him now, this is like a max-level player coming to brush a copy. He has confidence to solved within one day. Go ahead, Shadows. Hunters are born to hunt, but the hunter's enemies are not only monsters. Also be careful not to become prey. The situation may be reversed at any time. The more first-class a hunter is, the less careless he must be, even if there are dozens or hundreds of prey, and keep hunting. Only by defeating all the overwhelming D people. Only then will you be respected by everyone. Next target. Who could it be? Why are hunters born? Hunting requires strength. The weak will fall prey. The road to the throne is piled high. No matter what person D looks like, he will soon reproduce the miracle as a king. In a certain portal, the man gasped for air, eyes full of fear. The tall white ghost in front of me is simply terrifying. The white ghost looked happy, speaking in Warcraft language, going back empty-handed again. These shining fragments. It's really hard to find. At this time, sizzling noise behind the factory. An old man in strange clothes walked out of the portal. Tell the white ghost that there is information from the east for him. The white ghost looked confused. The little land of the east. Aren't you responsible for that? The old man told him. The rulers seem to be planning to move a little further south. Free Legia. As for the Shadow King, if the designer fulfills the contract, there won't be any problem. There is another interesting news. I'm sure there are the most brilliant fragments of light on that piece of land. This is exciting information. I didn't expect the old man to tell him. He told the old man, if you need any help I'll let you know, as long as you can give that to me. At this time, footsteps are heard in the distance. A man with a golden aura appeared in front of him. He questioned two people. You talk about the small land in the east? Do you mean country H? White Ghost is very angry. This man is really haunted, always getting in his way. The old man urged Zige to leave. I don't have time to play with that guy. Then enter the transfer port. Zige just wanted to go in. The man's hands squeaked. Pick up 2 daggers and rush straight towards the White Ghost. Wei's sound hit the White Ghost eye's shield. Suddenly smoke filled the sky. Inside the red portal, Ching Xiaoyu all the way to the owner of the dungeon. The Demon King looked at Ching Xiaoyu in disbelief. One person actually came to the center all by himself. Can also understand the language of Warcraft. But everything is about to end, and there was no movement at all around. There is only the sound of rain. This made the devil feel a little embarrassed. Ching Xiaoyu, who was standing in the middle of the road, looked at it with amusement. You say I'm alone? So interesting. Just come here. Step out of countless shadows, Sir Z's body mixed with devil. The devil has increased. How is this possible? Suddenly something bounced towards its head. It's a petite orc field, that humble flag. It is its most proud dark work, but it's already crumbling. And King Bell came out from inside. He is holding the body of the devil hidden inside the flag. The devil panicked. I didn't expect to be overthrown on my own territory. Ching Xiaoyu gave the command with an expressionless face. Let's start. His shadow men rushed forward, and the devil is not to be outdone. After a roar, one after another they rushed towards the shadow warriors. Ching Xiaoyu walked forward calmly. When some ignorant demon wants to attack him, someone will come out to protect him. The devil is angry. Raising the axe in his hand, he rushed towards Ching Xiaoyu, and Ching Xiaoyu is just a look. Yeglet, Bell, Ygritte attacks the Demon King's feet. Without the support of its limbs, it knelt directly on the ground, and the appearance of fangs. Just let it lie on the ground and eat dirt, reflecting a figure covered in darkness. Ching Xiaoyu looked at it with a fierce look on his face. Let it answer the question. But as soon as he finished speaking, the devil stopped talking. So I didn't ask anything. But Ching Xiaoyu knew that it must be the fault of the system. But that's okay. He is getting closer and closer to the truth. From his inventory, lottery rental key. Got it from the curse's random box. And this key is the key to the Katanan. I don't know if it's fate or a call from the system. He once again went to that unforgettable place. But today is different from the past. He has grown from the child with the weakest weapon in the world, become the fearsome Shadow King. Wait, behind the giant door, that gloomy temple, that weird smile on his face. Evil God. I don't know if it's fate or a call from the system. Ching Xiaoyu unexpectedly got a second chance to enter the Katanan temple. In the office, a hand is clicking the mouse quickly. There are always some good colleagues who don't like others and do things on the internet. Speak ill of elder brother. Snapped. There is already a stack of lawsuits piled up on the table. After a day's hard work, he successfully uprooted one of the forces that trapped Big Brother H. At this time Ching Xiaoyu came over. I said thank you to him like a boss. The rich second generation was shocked. This Big Brother is always mysterious. Ching Xiaoyu opened his backpack. It's full of high-quality magic crystal. The second generation of rich people come out with plastic surgery. With these, you don't have to worry about your employees' wages. Staff, Fu sued him. Create beat. President, Vice President, and staff. Ching Xiaoyu thought, although it's just to gather people, but I still have to find someone as honest and reliable as the rich second generation. The rich second generation told him, now there is a more urgent problem to solve. The guild hasn't named it yet. Then he immersed himself in his own little world and talked endlessly. My eldest brother's surname is Qing and my surname is Lu. His name is Qing Lu Gonglong, but it's not easy to read. Just take the last word. Yuhao Guild, or Shaoqing Guild in the middle would also be a good choice. How about a singles guild? Ching Xiaoyu didn't speak. So he said. As soon as he opened his mouth, he shocked the rich second generation. The rich second generation finally understands. Big Brother is just a brainiac. He is obviously not good at writing this kind of thing. After all, eldest brother is also an ordinary person. At this time the door was knocked. The rich second generation was stunned into silence. I saw Che Hui standing at the door in casual clothes. He stammered in his mouth and said, I want to join a guild. This left Ching Xiaoyu confused. Could it be that President Ko Jianli asked you to come? Che Hui told him to come to 7. Mather. Ching Xiaoyu looked serious. Do you want to join our singles guild? Che Hui was dumbfounded. What kind of crappy guild name is this? The second generation of rich people are even more anxious. Brother, what kind of singles guild is this? When did I agree? Ching Xiaoyu looked at him seriously. You didn't say anything. Isn't that just agreeing? These words made the rich second generation speechless. Ching Xiaoyu looked at Cha Hui. Breathe. Eyes. Although she is trying to pretend to be calm, but still can't hide from Ching Xiaoyu's eyes. It obviously looks so reluctant. But I still want to join a singles guild. Why? Moreover, Che Hui woke up less than 2 years ago. The contract with Hunter Division is definitely not over yet. Che Hui told him definitely. Ching Xiaoyu was confused. I would rather risk breaking the contract than come to his guild. He wanted to refuse on the grounds that the guild had no money to pay the signing fee. But I didn't expect that Che Hui could not even ask for a signing bonus. But I didn't expect that Ching Shou didn't even want gold. He didn't even hesitate to do this. But he doesn't know. From the first meeting, she was attracted by the smell of Ching Xiaoyu. And after watching his Z fight, I was even more deeply shocked. Strong and excellent men can always attract the opposite sex. Xingran has many comments about his Z on the internet. But after actually contacting him, I found that this person is actually very good. Although I often tell myself not to pay attention to him. But every time I see his figure, I can't help but take a peek. He is the only color in the gray world. An accident on Chizhou Island make her feel scared. I also thought that I would suddenly fall asleep. I thought about taking my own life. But Enran would fall off. When you are in danger, there is always a figure coming out to save her. Unconsciously, Ching Xiaoyu has become a lingering shadow in her mind. How to express it to him? I hope you can always be by my side and protect me until the end. What are you saying? Her face suddenly turned redder than a monkey's butt. He even covered his face in embarrassment. Ching Shao was so confused that his face was confused. What are you doing? Why don't you answer? Look at her face turning red, clearly hiding something. It always feels like it was a plan prepared a long time ago. A moment later, she said something. I want to live a more comfortable life. Oh. The second wood is also incomprehensible. I thought she had received some huge punishment in the Hunter Division. The first wood thought that Cha Hui was too young. She feels that the title of S-Class Hunter is too great a responsibility for her. This time I was seriously injured on Chizhou Island. So pitiful. Real car leader says, you can also join if you want, but it needs to pass the guild's test. Che Hui asked seriously, what kind of test is that? Ching Xiaoyu originally thought that she would give up. Unexpectedly, it inspired her fighting spirit. Is it because of pride? Defeat my designated summoned beast. Che Hui is unhappy, feeling underestimated. He actually asked her to fight with the shadow men. She asked seriously, what kind of summoned beast is it? Ching Xiaoyu told him, the most powerful guy was specially selected for you. Che Hui replied to him, great, come on. Unexpected. Deputy leader of the Dignified Guild actually wanted to jump to the 3W Guild founded by Ching Xiaoyu just now. But Ching Xiaoyu, a big piece of wood, couldn't tell Cha Hui's thoughts. My mind is full of thoughts on how to reject her. He temporarily set a membership threshold for Che Hui. Must be able to defeat his shadow men. And Che Hui agreed without hesitation. There is a distance between the office and the Hunter Association Stadium. Ching Xiaoyu wanted to take the opportunity to try out his shadow swap skills. He reached out and picked up Che Hui. Stick it in your arms. Bang Che Hui like a deer. But soon she felt something was wrong. A dark force surrounds them. The two of them sank into the ground. The rich second generation thoughtfully brought afternoon tea over, but found that only the shadow of the orc was left in the room. He also reached out and snatched the food from the hands of the rich second generation. Even the plate was swallowed. Quiet gymnasium. Suddenly the voice activated automated lights turned on. Ching Xiaoyu takes Cha Hui. It only took a few seconds to teleport from the office to the gym. Cha Hui was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. And Ching Xiaoyu also learned more about the skill of shadow calling. In fact, it's like a teleportation port. A portal is formed on the ground between Shadow and Sung Jin-Woo. The thing between Shadow and Sung Jin-Woo is to form a teleportation port. No distance limit, even to the other side of the world. The disadvantage is that the skill cooldown time is too long. Then let's get started. Cha Hui is in trouble, Ching Xiaoyu asked her. That pickaxe? Cha Hui's face turned red anxiously. Just as he was about to explain, he realized that it was just a joke made by Ching Xiaoyu. She remembered that there were storage containers in the gymnasium. Hunters are eligible to temporarily receive loan. Although it is not a good equipment, but it's enough for practice. She picked a long sword from it. Ching Xiaoyu looked at her high-spirited look. Summoning an ordinary soldier should be quickly killed by her. Then just send someone strong enough. Yeglet. He is also the best at using swords among Shadow's men. It also has a shadow and a sword. Conditions for winning or losing. Just destroy his summoned beast, or the car hunter surrenders voluntarily. Ching Xiaoyu originally planned to send Belle out, but I'm afraid that Cha Hui will leave a shadow. But Hua Ying, take out the Demon King's sword and give it to Ygritte. Then declare to Z start now. And this long sword is like a weapon prepared for Ygritte. It waved its hand. A huge bolt of lightning instantly created a large trench on the ground. But Cha Hui avoided the situation with a healthy figure. Ching Xiaoyu expressed his appreciation. Sure enough, it was fast. If it were an ordinary S-level hunter, he would probably be under that sword energy. Cha Hui passed through the sword energy and came to Yeglet. There was a huge banging sound. President Ko Kinley at work. Suddenly I was shocked. He looked out the window at the stadium. It seems like no one has made a reservation at the gym today. He called his men. Asked him to bring up the surveillance inside the gymnasium. Then he saw two people hugging each other. These two people were so close. He remembered the look on Cha Hui's hunter's face. I figured it out all at once. I laughed at myself for being too blind. Then asked your subordinates to turn off the surveillance. Let him make a note, by the way. It was announced that the gymnasium was undergoing maintenance today. Another shock. It shook all the paintings off the wall. The president has no fluctuations in his heart. I thought to myself, it's better to be young. The result exceeded Ching Xiaoyu's expectations. His strongest swordsman, Z, lost. And Cha Hui is still very motivated. Is this the most powerful? Didn't you say you want to choose the most powerful summoned beast for me? Ching Xiaoyu told her seriously. You might get hurt. I didn't expect Silk to be so bold. Even looking forward to it. Seeing Cha Hui's uneasy expression when she doesn't reach the Yellow River. Belle, come out. When I see those eyes again. Cha Hui was still touched in her heart. The monster that almost killed her with one strike. Ching Xiaoyu asked her. I'll ask you again. How difficult is it to enter this singles guild? It's just a membership test. We have to PK with Ching Xiaoyu's strongest shadow warrior. Although the warrior after turning into a shadow will be much weaker than before life. But when he was alive, Belle was a monster that even S-class hunters could defeat in seconds. But when he was alive, Beijing was a monster that could be killed instantly by the shadow hunting department. Strength cannot be underestimated. If a fight really breaks out, Cha Hui's chances of winning are not high. Belle asked Ching Xiao respectfully. How do you want to deal with Cha Hui in front of you? Just defeat her without hurting her. After receiving the order, Belle looks up to the sky and screams. Just the screams crack the ceiling. The whole gym is falling apart. Cha Hui watched it. I didn't expect Ching Xiaoyu to be able to defeat such a powerful monster. Belle stretches out his claws. The magic slowly blooms in your hands. Ching Xiaoyu interrupted it. Order it not to use that trick. If she is hurt, don't even think about it. Belle was shocked. Instantly took back the magic power, bowing humbly like a pet that has done something wrong. Although the acceleration skill was not successfully activated, but it still moved at a speed that even Cha Hui couldn't keep up with. Kurubu couldn't keep up with. Cha Hui was shocked. You can't hit the same trick twice. She quickly swung her sword behind her. However, Belle's big claw pinched the blade and held it. Because of the king's command. It is to let it defeat the enemy without harming the enemy. It's not difficult. Just make your opponent realize the difference in strength and lose their fighting spirit. Cha Hui uses her best skills, quick attack, but Belle just accepted it calmly. No matter what Cha Hui's tricks are, Belle resolved it without any effort. Cha Hui started to panic. This is impossible. Such a close distance. It ducked away without even moving its body. Belle turned his head towards Cha Hui, scream in her face. Just talking. Then he blew her back a few meters. Ching Xiaoyu has already seen the outcome. Let Cha Hui give up. And Cha Hui picked up her head, said firmly, I can continue. Ching, you can't even understand it anymore. What on earth is the car hunter thinking? Even though he knows that there is a huge difference in strength between him and Belle, he still insists on being tough. She shouldn't be the kind of foolhardy person, right? Belle is different from other shadow soldiers, although possessing intelligence, but it is essentially a weapon created for S-people. Ching Xiaoyu could feel that it was suppressing his full emotion. If she's looking for a moment, hope that's not a wrong judgment. And Cha Hui Yining's unyielding attitude. It also inspired Belle's instinct to kill. In its eyes, Cha Hui is its prey, but this prey actually wants to fight it as a predator. This is never allowed in it. He slapped her in the face. Cha Hui hid in a hurry. The magic slowly blooms in her body. Use skill, sword dance. Then he jumped towards Belle. A knife struck Belle's shell. Suddenly debris was flying all over the sky. Only one chance. The remaining magic power is only enough for her to use her ultimate move once. Turn on skills. Sword of light. The long sword in her hand turned into a golden lightsaber. Cheng Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. The moment the lightsaber penetrated Belle's body, it was the order it received from the queen when it was born, although it was reborn as Sung Jin-Woo after his death. But instinctive things will not disappear because of this. That is to eliminate D people. The thought in front of him shocked its hunter. Its eyes become red. Waving a big claw, Ching Xiaoyu shouted loudly from the side, and Bale lost his mind. Ignored King Ching Xiaoyu's order. 10 sharp claws fiercely grabbed Hui. A small hand holds its paw. I saw that Ching Xiaoyu had already flashed in front of it, controlled its 2 claws that were ready to move, still staring at it with anger. It was so frightened that it hurriedly retreated several meters away. Kneel on the ground, Didoxin. Please forgive me for thinking about it. Ching Xiaoyu sighed, although very angry. But it's not entirely Belle's fault. Belle is also trying very hard to control SS anger. He asked Hui, why are you working so hard? There's no need to go to this point just to join my guild, right? Unable to complete Ching Xiaoyu's test. I want to test the export as I can't figure it out. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, simply remained silent. After Ching Xiaoyu asked in every possible way and got no reply, he simply said, are you interested in me? Hui just started, looking at him in disbelief. This piece of wood has enlightened itself. Seeing Hui's expression, Ching Xiaoyu thought he had guessed wrong. Unexpectedly, after Hui hesitated for a while, it seems to be like this. Did you actually see it? Let this person see countless worlds. The strong Mrs. Senyo trembled on Ching Xiaoyu's body. They reported the matter to the director of the Hunter Management Bureau of Country M. According to the results of Mrs. Sino's snooping, Ching Xiaoyu Hunter. This result surprised the director. That is to say, Hunter Ching Yu has national power? The lady told him. Before that, I need to explain one thing. All awakened ones are connected to the power over there, and she can feel the channels that the awakened ones are connected to, thereby extracting power in the channel. Occasionally, the power obtained is too strong. As a result, a dazzling light will shine directly in from the other side of the passage. She calls the power at the other end of the tunnel king. Speaking of Ching Xiaoyu, she couldn't stop shaking. He didn't see the so-called channel in Ching Xiaoyu, but at the moment they looked at each other, she saw the dark power in his body staring at her. He is darkness itself. The director is puzzled. I thought the darkness the lady was talking about was the darkness inside. The lady hurriedly explained. The darkness she talks about is not a comment on good and evil. It's about the source of his strength. Ching Xiaoyu Hunter. His power doesn't come from somewhere, nor can it be obtained through the channel. The deputy director understood. It is equivalent to Ching Xiaoyu being the main channel. He can extract unlimited power. The lady nodded. The director said thank you for your hard work to his wife, then asked the deputy director to go to the basement with him. They got on the elevator. In the elevator he told the deputy director, if we can't win over Ching Xiaoyu with the help of Mrs. Senyo's power, then there is no other way. He asked the deputy director, remember the first S-class portal? The deputy director has a profound memory. That was the country that once turned the western part of country M upside down, known as the worst underground city runaway incident in history. The director told him, at that time, M National Flower Chong Marsh gathers the strongest hunters in the world. In the end, only 5 people survived. For this reason, Country M gave those 5 people state-level rights. They are the first state power hunters. The flame that never goes out. Dragon Kamish, a monster capable of destroying dozens of top hunters. He was the leader of that disaster. They reached the 24th floor underground, walked through the long narrow passage, arrived in front of the giant steel door with an umbrella. The director entered the entry command. They went in. The director told him, after the dragon is hunted. They found that Kamish left a small gift, the rune stone in the body of Kamish. It has been 8 years since that incident ended. There are no magic hunters among the national rights level hunters. It has been waiting for its owner in this cold underground. I hope Kamish's small gift can bring a big gift to Country M. In the community, after his second awakening, got taller. The body has also become stronger. But does it make her so attractive? It can even interest Hui, a top hunter. He asked his sister who was scrolling through her cell phone on the sofa. What do you think about me? Like masculine charm or something like that? Sister smiled. Where do you get your confidence from? No matter how you look at it, you look like a otaku loser. Ching Xiaoyu held down her head and twisted it. Thank you for your objective evaluation. And her sister quickly counterattacked with her feet. Ching Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the name of his guild. Xiang asked him what he thought of his sister who was number 1 in the school. She looked disgusted when she heard that the singles association. Unexpectedly, my brother actually has a superior IQ but not a very good one. And Ching Xiaoyu is accompanied by shadow soldiers. Strictly speaking, not single. Ching Xiaoyu thought it made sense when he heard it. His sister suggested, sounds pretty good. But it's actually my sister's selfishness. The name is a homophony of her name. Hui screamed loudly in the room. She can't believe it. I would say that to Ching Xiaoyu. It seems to be like this. Anyone who is not stupid can tell that this is a confession. But I couldn't think about that situation at that time. As a matter of course, he saved all lives. Isn't it normal even if you have a good feeling? Isn't that enough? To be precise, it was Min Shijun's hunter ability that saved her. Suddenly she thought, when I am about to return to nothingness, a dark shadow caught her, and asked her to tell Ching Xiaoyu the power he possesses. She sat up with a sudden start. She fell in love with the hunter Min Shijun. Knight's Guild. It is one of the 5 major guilds in Country H. But because of the lack of S-class hunters, rarely mentioned, Zhao Jingshu felt very sorry, because the magic value of the teleportation port has reached the highest value. If you enter hastily, your entire army may be wiped out. But my subordinates were very careless. He told Dao Jingshu, if it was S-class, I would have given up decisively, but only grade A. If you can't even get this level, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't joke with your lives, the subordinate said to him. If we don't care, people from the name guild will definitely go. The portal that appeared in my yard. How could you take advantage of Ma Dongxiu? He suddenly felt that he could do it too. In terms of number and quality, the A-level hunters in their guild are not inferior to the hunters in other large guilds, although there is no S-class. At this time, the young lady behind me suggested, why not join forces with other guilds? Although it is not good to unite with a large guild, Zhao Jingshu said to her, we are going to plunder the top-level teleportation port. How can someone help? But soon he thought, but someone who is more powerful than the entire large guild. Joining forces with other guilds may damage the company's reputation. But teaming up with Qing Xiaoyu might be able to gain a wave of popularity. My subordinates were just about to ask for Qing Xiaoyu's contact information. Zhao Jingshu told him not to go. Such an important matter cannot be solved with just one phone call. Must visit. Qing Xiaoyu proposed to the rich second generation that the guild be named Xiaoya. The rich second generation accepted it happily. After all, it's better than a singles guild no matter what. Guild name confirmed. Just one employee missing. The rich second generation asked him how Che Hui was doing as a hunter. Qing Xiaoyu told him, I don't think so, she's not the one I want. The rich second generation are speechless. Even looks, they are all top-notch existences. Among all applicants, there is no better hunter than her. Big brother doesn't even want such an outstanding talent. So what exactly do you want? Qing Xiaoyu only made 3 requests to him. Have a hunter qualification certificate. Not interested in guild activities, but a very trustworthy person. The rich second generation is thoughtful. Big brother's request. He actually thought of a few candidates. At this time someone knocked on the door. Qing Xiaoyu thought it was Cha Hui again. Open it and take a look. I saw Zhao Jingshu and his men looking at him with smiles on their faces. Suddenly the two of them had black question marks on their faces. Zhao Jingshu let him watch the video. Tell him that this is the largest teleportation port ever seen in F City. Because there is no report form for S-class hunters, they can't give you the guild's permission to raid. I hope Qing Xiaoyu can join forces with him, and pay a certain fee. Large guild. Xie Zhao Zhenghua gave 20%. Qing Xiaoyu's lion opens his mouth. He told Dao Jingshu, he is not representing an individual now. Instead, it represents the Howling Tooth Guild. 2 guilds went to attack the teleportation port. The profit will definitely be split half and half. Zhao Jingshu still wants to bargain, but was rejected by Qing Xiaoyu. Zhao Jingshu looked at him in disbelief. This guy looks young, actually very sophisticated. He agreed to Qing Xiaoyu's request, but it was proposed that the ultimate boss, Warcraft, should be solved by him. The 2 guilds reached a cooperation agreement. Qing Yu asked them to go back first. He won't arrive. Before leaving, an assistant arrived. It seemed to move just now. The highest strength of the knights has arrived at the scene and is waiting. In front of them is a huge teleportation port. Zhao Jingshu looked worried. It's almost time to enter the teleportation port. And Qing Xiaoyu didn't even see a shadow. Just finished speaking. Qing Xiaoyu shouted, Shadow exchange. Downstairs in the community. He arrived directly at the scene. I saw that the huge portal was already crowded with people from the raiding team. 13 A-level hunters, 20 people in Class B. There is also a recycling team. It is indeed the standard equipment for large guilds. And there are 13 A-level hunters. This is something that no other big guild can do. And the arrival of Qing Xiaoyu, it immediately attracted the attention of hunters. They instantly transformed into little fanboys and little fangirls. Come up and ask all kinds of intimate questions. They were very excited to have such a super strong person leading the team. Zhao Jingshu walked forward and told his teammates, Hunter Qing Xiaoyu will protect our safety at the end of the team. I was disappointed when I heard that the captain was not Qing Xiaoyu. At this time, a little gaga who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth was unhappy. Tell Zhao Jingshu, are we that weak? Do you still need someone to protect you? Zhao Jingshu sighed. This guy is a little crazy. After all, I haven't encountered a truly powerful monster yet. There are always some guys who are newborn and are not afraid of tigers. You have to go through some setbacks to let them know how weak they are. Zhao Jingshu attaches great importance to everyone. Time is up. Start to act. 3 students are complaining. All the good work was given to other students. They were sent as coolies. Open the door. It's an art room that has been dusty for a long time. Everywhere is covered with dust. What's incredible is, they are delivering the goods. A student who is not afraid of S stepped forward to observe. He also laughed at the other 2 people for being afraid of S. Nothing will happen to this kind of transmission port. I can't even listen to the teleporter anymore. The teleportation port is gone. A giant hand came out of the portal and held his head. In the frightened expressions of classmates, I was pinched on the head directly from the transmission port, revealing a muscular orc. They are natural hunters, but the ability of tracking and diving is much higher. No need to search for prey at all. Oju will tell them first. There are prey everywhere. They will be extremely excited due to the stomach odor, but as an investigator, will suppress one's own nature. Put mission first. But the prey that came to the door still made it unable to help but pounce out. And once you get started, you won't be able to restrain the enthusiasm inside you. He asked his companions behind him to call someone. Get rid of all the people here. After becoming a fortress, you can officially start hunting. He came to the classroom corridor. The students haven't noticed anything unusual yet. An orc holding an axe high came towards them. Hunters Association office. The customer service lady received a call from a student. Monsters everywhere. Friends are hunted by monsters, and she hid in the women's room, and feel the state of being. The customer service lady hurriedly mobilized the hunter. Keep students calm. She asked students to describe the shape of the monster. Like human body. Very ugly face. Green skin. From this we can judge that the monster is an orc. Leave school quickly. But it's too late. The hunter has come upon the scent. Took away the schoolgirl. The customer service only heard the screams in front of the student girl. The students all discovered the existence of the orcs. They ran out in panic. Those who didn't escape were all killed by the orcs' axes. Orcs run rampant in the school without restraint, eyes full of pleasure, seeing that there are no living animals to hunt on this level. They continue to go to higher floors. Those students who cannot escape, hiding in the classroom, block the door with chairs. I took a chair and a broom as a self-defense weapon, but ordinary things can't stop the orcs' attacks at all. The orc smashed through the door effortlessly. He looked at the axe and walked in with a fierce look. The students screamed in fear. Some students who are not able to bear it withdraw their legs and rush out, but don't know. The other door was also invaded by monsters. It breaks in. Go down in one go. He walked peacefully. The orcs discovered. There seems to be a human with strong magic power, as the only hunter in the game, although Han Sung-yi was so scared that, but he was brave enough to stand up. Xiaoya tried her best to hold her back. Going in front of an orc like this is like giving away your head. My subordinates thought it was Han Sung-yi's magic power. The captain came out. On Xiaoya exudes stronger magic power. Without hesitation, it raised its big axe and struck at Xiaoya. They were so scared that they closed their eyes tightly. I thought my life was going to end here. Take a look. A colorful black shadow orc stood proudly in front of them. Blocked the orc attack. Xiaoya looked confused. Is this my brother summoned beast? When did you come here? No weaker than the orcs. Snap. The orc was hammered into the sky. The orcs are screwed. So strong. Even the captain was beaten away. And, which tribe do these colorful black orcs belong to? Comics, they are natural predators. Rely on sensitive reading ability. They slaughtered most of the students on campus. A human being actually hides 3 orcs that are more powerful than them. Knights Guild. They just entered the dungeon. I met the powerful 2-headed SR demon. Just the sound of the cry makes people tremble with fear. The captain, who was a human shield, rushed forward immediately. The soldier took the opportunity to step on the SR demon's weapon and ran up, scratched the eyes of both SR demons, not waiting for them to buffer. Other close combatants also rushed forward and dealt fatal blows to its body. The mage relays from a distance. I smashed it with a bang. Although the 2-headed SR demon was successfully solved, the captain's face was solemn. This is the first time I encountered this kind of monster. I don't know how scary the back part is, and the 2-headed SR demon has another name. If it's the final boss, forget it. I met you as soon as I came in. It means that we will definitely encounter an army of living people later. This monster is extremely difficult to deal with. Just finished speaking. They appear. How to fight this? Just when they don't know what to do, the undead army retreated one after another. The hunters were forced collectively. What's happening here? This kind of guy should pounce on him as soon as he sees a living person. Now it's like seeing a ghost. I heard about the top A-level dungeons. I was looking forward to it. As a result, this monster's strength is just this. Suddenly a piece of information flashed through his head, and the source of information. It came from the orc next to my sister. He told Zhao Jingshu to fight on your own. I have something urgent, and I have to go out. Zhao Jingshu. Isn't Qing Xiaoyu the best among them? Qingyu thinks about it too. That friend will attack the boss on his behalf. All the hunters were stunned. This friend is no stranger to them. It's the Ant King Bell who killed countless S-class hunters on Chizhou Island. Qing Xiaoyu gave it a surrender order. You can do whatever else you want. After receiving the order, Bell looked up to the sky and screamed. The arrogant team member can no longer show his composure at this moment. Even the Ant King, who was frightened by the news, became Qing Xiaoyu's subordinate. It shows how terrifying his strength is. Qing Xiaoyu also summoned 20 more ant warriors. Each one is comparable to the strength of an A-level hunter. It just depends on how ready you are. Qing Xiaoyu can't wait to leave. The captain panicked. Are you leaving like this? Are these the only monsters left? Qing Xiaoyu said expressionlessly. If you don't want, I can recall it at any time. The captain was frightened by Qing Jinyu's expression. I can only accept it obediently. Although I don't worry about these shadow battles. But something is better than nothing. Qing Xiaoyu took a look at the shadow swap skills. There is still more than an hour of cooling time. I had no choice but to run towards the teleportation port with all my firepower. The captain and the others were left doubting their lives. Qing Xiaoyu concentrated all his strength on running at speed. The shadow warrior on his sister's side kept sending him signals. It seems the situation is very urgent. He crosses the passage. I saw that group of living people just now. Qing Xiaoyu was angry. He took out his dagger. The flashlight buzzes in your hand. Prepared to quickly clear out this group of living people blocking the road. I never thought. Lives people make way. I made Qing Xiaoyu fall in love. Is it because? Is my profession more advanced than a necromancer who can control living people? But I don't have time to investigate now. It's important to go out first. He passed through the army of living people. Summoned Kaiser. Outside the portal, a black shadow flew out from the portal. The onlookers turned their heads. After Cather came out, spread huge wings. The crowd of onlookers immediately let out various admirations. So handsome, shocking to the eye. Cheng Xiaoyu standing on the dragon. Go to my sister's school. How sweet is it to be a shadow lord. Can have many shadow minions. Everyone is loyal, and each one is the most perfect personal bodyguard. They can even travel thousands of miles away in 1 second. Send dangerous signals to the shadow lord. Cheng Xiaoyu, who is plundering the dungeon, received a dangerous signal from my sister. He left the teleportation port without hesitation, summoned Kaiser and rushed to school with full firepower. The shadow beast hiding in my sister, a general among the shadow orcs. Just one blow. Then he chopped the orc who came forward to pick the food into 2 pieces. In full view, lift the orc up, rub on the ground. Soon, all the orcs who broke into the classroom were shot. The students were all dumbfounded. Did those monsters save us? Are they protecting us? These should be her brother's summoned beasts. She screamed towards the classroom in horror. Is it my brother? Where are you? Still want to look everywhere. But he was stopped by the shadow orc general, in an empty classroom, on the other side of the portal. It is Grotar, the leader of the Red Blade tribe. The final ban is lifted. It will come to the world X-wash humanity. There are giant orcs helping humans. The quantity is 3. Lothar was angry. The great orc warrior is actually afraid of 3 giant orcs. Lead the way, as it's time to kill. Inside the A-level teleportation port, ants crawling everywhere on the passage. He also makes bone-chilling screams from time to time. The hunters even have the intention to quit. The hunter group has a shadow department. If they lose control, they won't be able to defeat him. Although the captain is also afraid, but unwilling. Finally got a chance to conquer a top dungeon. If you quit now, all your efforts will be wasted. And now that we are withdrawing, we have to face the questioning of a large number of reporters. The Ant King suddenly appeared in front of it, and met his eyes. It scared him so much that he turned pale. He asked Belle anxiously, "Want to move forward?" The Ant King doesn't speak. Just look at him quietly. He suppressed his fear and asked with a smile, "Do you want to leave?" The Ant King disappeared in front of him with a hiss. It flashed back with another hiss. Scared him so much that he collapsed on the ground. Ant Dynasty lost a lot of things to him. The thing rolled in front of the captain, who was slumped on the ground. Suddenly he heard his men screaming, "You must have discovered some powerful enemy." It then followed its men forward. The subordinates hurriedly came forward to ask about the captain's situation. The captain looked at the thing in front of him with them. "It's the Death Knight's tea." His fear turned into joy. "I didn't expect this Ant King to be so powerful." Hunted the top-level monster with just 1 strike. And the magic crystals dropped by monsters of this level are quite expensive. Anyone else want to quit? Look up. Teammates have long followed Belle's lead. Lothar's appearance, putting the shadow orcs at a disadvantage. The shadow orc general lost his arm in 1 blow. Orc tattoos are a symbol of victory. You can tell how many people they have raped just by looking at their tattoos. And Lothar's body is covered with dense and clear tattoos. Shadow orcs are also covered in tattoos, but compared with Lothar, the strength is still a bit inferior. It waved the scimitar in its hand. Strike at the still recovering shadow general. A hand flashed over to protect, blocked Lothar's attack, and Lothar's arm gathered strength for a while. The shadow was shattered into pieces, but soon Shadow's body began to recover quickly. After a while he was reborn again. Lothar is a bit strange. It turns out to be Z surgery. No wonder no matter how much I chop it, it doesn't work. Although it is not difficult for the shadow to die hundreds of thousands of times. S drops humans, with the flow of time. That voice is getting louder and louder. Make it eager to end all this as soon as possible. It's thinking, if they are manipulated by Z magic, then just kill the perpetrator. Look at the targets of shadow protection. It's the human girl. It must be her. Just catch her well. Giant orcs cannot move during respawn. Just keep destroying them, to limit their actions. And the caster who has no one to protect him. Just let the fire kill you. Lothar grabbed Xiaoye and lifted her up. I feel like I guessed it right. I sensed the magic power of Z magic from this girl. Chi's hands are getting harder and harder. When Xiaoye was about to be crushed, it senses a super powerful magic power, flying over quickly. It was so frightened that Ji Yuan put Xiaoye down, watching the fast black shadow. Its face is deformed. Something is coming. It's an extremely terrible thing. It shouted to his men. With a sound, the window exploded. Xiaoye coughing on the ground. Put a palm gently on her head. Tell her gently. It's okay now. Lothar was frightened and backed away a few meters. Look in front of you at a loss. A huge and mighty dragon, and a man who exudes terror. It's cold sweat. Didoxin opened his mouth to ask Ching Xiaoyu. Ching Xiaoyu raised his finger and pointed at him, looking at it with a fierce look. Shut up. Be patient. These orcs are so brave. Even the Shadow Lord's sister dares to touch her. Look at my sister's red cheeks from being strangled. Ching Xiaoyu can't hide his eyes. He summoned Ygritte. Let it protect my sister. Then let other shadow men send the students out. When Ching Xiaoyu is not paying attention, the orcs retreated cautiously. However, Cheng Xiaoyu shouted and stood there stunned. With the help of Shadow Warrior and Kaiser, students evacuated from the teaching building in an orderly manner. Lothar finally understood. Cheng Xiaoyu is the master of these shadows. He asked Cheng Xiaoyu, "Who are you? Why can you understand what we say?" But Cheng Xiaoyu was already furious, staring straight at it. Seeing that Cheng Xiaoyu doesn't want to answer, Lothar didn't waste any more expressions. After receiving the order, the men rushed forward. A bald orc arrived first. He swung the axe in his hand and struck Cheng Xiaoyu, but was caught. Shake your hand hard, yelling with pain in my bald head. Then he was thrown hard by Qing Xiaoyu and hit the ground. Then Qing Xiaoyu. He crushed it with no expression on his face. The other two came at the same time. He reaches out his hand. Catch them until the stars hit the earth and the sky. Shake your hand hard. The two orcs instantly squeezed into a meat pie. More and more orcs rushed up, but I haven't run up to him yet. They fell to the ground one after another. Lothar panicked inside. I know he is very powerful. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. So many men didn't even touch him. And he was stuck in the mouth with a fork. Pushed it directly to the corridor. Qing Xiaoyu glanced around his buttocks. I saw the naked bodies of students lying everywhere in the corridor, and all of them looked terrible to each other. This made him even more excited inside. Anti-Geloter's hand became stronger and stronger. He asked Lothar, why are you so eager to kill humans? Because there is always a voice in my head. Let me kill humans? Qing Xiaoyu continued to ask. Does that make you kill me? Lothar did not answer this question, just begging Qing Xiaoyu to spare its life, although it didn't say. But Qing Xiaoyu guessed that it was almost the same. In these Warcraft commands, Qing Xiaoyu does not belong to human beings. His hand sizzled. A short sword appears in the hand. I can't stop people's eyes from thinking about SS. Level transfer port. The nanny tried her best to hold on to her vagina. Tell Ant this is not a sex sucker. Cannot eat, but it's playing the piano to a cow. Ants only receive no S from humans. Don't care about other things. I saw that the wet nurse was preventing it from eating. It pushed her away with a snap of its claws. A fresh dish came out. The pain radiating from her body caused her to collapse to the ground. Watching the expensive body being swallowed by ants, Bell heard the sound and came. Slap your subordinates like a boss. He stretched out his sharp claws to heal the wet nurse. The nanny looked at the injured area in disbelief. I can't believe that a summoned beast's healing skills are better than hers. And although this ant king looks very rash, it's actually quite warm. They opened the door to the boss room, saw the necromancer. There are also multiple death knights. Looked straight at the intruder. The hunters panicked. They are no strangers to this ultimate boss. Among the many boss-level monsters, Azeroth became famous due to the destruction of the Yellow Dragon Guild. Huanglong Guild is one of the large guilds in Country Z. After being destroyed by Azeroth, this caused the underground city to go out of control. Later, it was Hunter Lu Zhikong who stopped the tragedy from spreading. An ordinary A-class raiding party is no match for this monster. This is a well-known thing, and they are in a dilemma. There's an evil spirit ahead. There are pursuers behind. All the living people who were not eaten by the ants were resurrected. Captain looks forward to wet nurse. Go and block the door. It would be even more difficult if they all came in. And although the nanny blocked the door, but it can only last for 5 minutes at most. The captain is more worried than ever. Maybe they will be the second guild to be destroyed by Azeroth. It really wouldn't work without Qing Xiaoyu here. Bell roared. Walk forward with steady steps. Azeroth panics. Asked Bell in disbelief. You are the Shadow Army. Why attack us? The king chose us, not you. It is the undead archmage who makes fire frightened. Is famous for destroying an entire large guild. This time the expedition team included Team I, directly under the king. Haven't figured out the situation yet. He was tricked by the Ant King Bell with a black tiger. Watch the rupture of the heart. The soul of the undead archmage flies away, and my subordinates are like puppets with their strings cut off. One by one lost their magic. They all fell in front of the hunter. Zhao Jingshu looked at Ant King Bell in disbelief. Even though I know it's strong, I didn't expect it to be ridiculously strong. The archmage of the undead can't stand a single blow in front of it. Even if Qing Xiaoyu is not around, they are still fully capable of plundering the dungeon. The combat effectiveness is not inferior to that of a large guild, and this is just that person's summoned beast. My strength is even more unfathomable. There is no hope for someone like La Long to join the guild, but it's not impossible to merge guild, the subordinate asked in confusion. Look at this situation today. Hunter Qing Xiaoyu doesn't need their help. Zhao Jingshu told him with a proud look on his face. You won't forget. What are the basic requirements for entering a dungeon? The subordinates suddenly realized, no matter how strong a person is, it is also impossible to enter the dungeon alone. This is the association's regulation. Just convince Qing Xiaoyu. Their knights can replenish their manpower, and Qing Xiaoyu can supplement the fighting power. Is the site a win-win situation? Heavy rain outside. The sound of sirens continues. One after another, injured students were carried into ambulances. Parents of students among the crowd of onlookers pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the front line. I broke down and cried after seeing my deceased relatives in S. The surviving students were rescued under the full search and rescue efforts of hunters. Except for the first 213 students who escaped from the school. 10 people saved by Qing Jinyu. The other students all suffered at the hands of the orcs. The president told Qing Yu that this incident was not an ordinary accident. The president told Qing Xiao that it was an ordinary accident. He handed the phone to Qing Xiaoyu. The bar chart shows the gross statistics of global transmission ports in the past 6 months. The number of teleportation ports continues to grow exponentially, and that's not all that strange. The number of people who want to confirm the level of the awakened ones is also growing rapidly. The faster the transmission port increases, hunters are born faster and faster. It's like maintaining some kind of balance. Some kind of change has begun. Qing Xiaoyu looked at the president and asked, "You want to tell me more than that, right?" The president handed Qing Xiaoyu another piece of information. Even as far away as the Middle East, every country has sent an official invitation to Qing Xiaoyu, and the president knows. There are also people from some countries who have met with Qing Xiaoyu privately, but their hunter association has no right to stop it. What they can do, just to protect Qing Xiaoyu's personal privacy. All the decision-making power lies with Cheng Xiaoyu. The president is worried. Cheng Xiaoyu will leave country H after being unable to withstand the temptations from foreign countries. This is a huge loss to their entire country. The car quickly drove to the hospital where Cheng Xiaoyu's sister was treated. Before leaving, the president called out to Cheng Xiaoyu. Ask him sincerely. I will do everything possible to facilitate you. Can you stay? Among the official S-class hunters, there are only 10 people including you, and we've lost 3 of them. 2 died on Chizhou Island. Another one went to country M. The association can no longer stand by and watch. Must use all one's strength to play the role of the association. So, if you need anything, just ask. Cheng Xiaoyu Hunter. After Cheng Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, tell the president, can you allow me to enter the advanced portal alone in the future? This request gave the president. This restriction is a safety measure for hunters. Prevent overconfident hunters from blindly entering and killing people. But soon he thought, the reason why Cheng Xiaoyu established the guild, I just want to be qualified to raid dungeons. One person represents the entire guild to attack and plunder. He smiled. Only Cheng Xiaoyu dared to do this in the entire country. He reassured Cheng Xiaoyu, although it is difficult to achieve, but it's not impossible. Beautiful girl is working. A phone call came in. The rich second generation looks excited. I want her to join the dental association. This made her instantly aroused. He actually asked her to go to such an unknown guild. I thought the rich second generation was deceived by others. And when the rich second generation said the name of the president, she came without hesitation. The rich second generation introduced to Cheng Xiaoyu. This is his cousin Su Xian, is a big star. Also holds a Class A hunter qualification certificate. Cheng Xiaoyu is a little strange. Chen Hao is Class D. His relative is a grade. Could it be that the conditions for becoming an awakened person are related to X fate? Just like his dad is a hunter. He also awakened and became a hunter. He asked Su Xian, if you join the Howling Fang Guild, it will definitely cause a lot of discussion. Is that okay? Su Xian sighed. That's much better than getting together with Lu Chunxing. The rich second generation told Cheng Xiaoyu in his ear. He's my brother with a bad personality. Su Xian took out her mobile phone. Cheng Yu asked with an interested face. Can we take a photo together? Che Hui stared with big eyes in disbelief. Hot searches on social software. There is a photo of Su Xian and Cheng Xiaoyu. The content says, the first day in the Howling Tooth Guild. This made Che Hui dumbfounded. I have mixed feelings in my heart. Puzzled. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being strong. Cheng Xiaoyu became famous because of the Chizhou Island incident. Countries around the world have extended an olive branch to him, in order to retain this rare talent. Regarding Cheng Xiaoyu's request, they feel outrageous. He felt that the president was giving Cheng Xiaoyu special treatment. The point of the Hunters Association that should abide by fairness. Sanji actually became Cheng Xiaoyu's K. The president did not refute the MP's words. Instead, he answered firmly, right. This is indeed a special treatment given to him. These words immediately caused a lot of discussion among the members present. The president asked a question to the MPs. A raiding team consisting of 20 A-level hunters. A raiding team composed of 1 person and Cheng Xiaoyu. If you want to send a team to the scene where the underground city is out of control, which one will you choose? The answer in their hearts is very clear. But I don't want to express my thoughts directly. The president took advantage of the situation to complain about the member who rebutted the most fiercely. I heard you recently moved to a new apartment. Is it near the Hunter Division Guild? Why do you have to move into a house? How about going to a place that is twice as expensive as the surrounding areas? The congressman broke into a cold sweat after seeing the exposure. Just an awkward fake cough. The president continued, not only Senator Luo, I believe that including all of you here and the people across the country, everyone wants to move to a safe place. In order to attract the hunter Cheng Xiaoyu to their own country, the guilds of various countries, already red-eyed. In this situation, what do you think are the chances that he will stay in the country? Do you really want to see it? Are there any hunters like Huang Dongshu who go to country M? If you can't even accept this level of special treatment, then the next time there is an S-level teleport in the country, who else can protect our lives? I hope everyone can think carefully about it. Cheng Xiaoyu took the rich second generation to the portal near the guild. The scene was already surrounded by reporters who heard the news. There are all kinds of problems, he asked the section chief with a confused look on his face. Isn't my information protected? Why do so many people know this? The section chief told him. Associations can only protect personal information, but it cannot protect the information about the location of the transmission port. You should be careful when using social software in the future. Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly realized. Su Xianfa's photos online attracted widespread attention, although Cheng Xiaoyu obtained permission to plunder the dungeon alone. But to be on the safe side, the association still sent people over to check. In order to cope with the association's inspection, Cheng Xiaoyu summoned more than 10 shadow infantry. The section chief holds the magic tester. A casual test shows that the summoned beast is B level or above. This is already far higher than the level A level portal's plunder permission standard. It's enough to shut up those congressmen who had objections because of special treatment. After confirming the soldier level, the section chief takes off his coat. Even the rich second generation called him a true expert after seeing it. I saw the section chief wearing a full body of titanium alloy armor. His main task today is to go in with Cheng Xiaoyu. Let's see if he has the ability to conquer advanced dungeons by himself. Cheng Yu just said lightly. Could you? The section chief didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but he soon understood. A level advanced monster, under siege by shadow soldiers. Not even the strength to fight back. It was a complete unilateral massacre. A-level monsters are good at Z-fighting and magic. Even experienced hunters have trouble tackling them. Even that kind of monster. He is no match for Shadow either, especially that summoned beast. Took a sparkling utensil. Every time it waves, all come with lightning that destroys heaven and earth. Even the top magic hunter, neither can release such a large amount of lightning energy. And those A-level monsters, after encountering lightning, even the cells have been depleted. The section chief is sure, even though he is a top A-level hunter, I'm not confident that I can beat him either. And Qing Xiaoyu, direct the shadows to do things like a boss. Kick away the ant that wants to eat the World of Warcraft's body. Urge the shadows to dig out K quickly. The section chief was stunned. These shadows are simply omnipotent, can kill monsters. S bodies can be recycled. You can also dig K. How can this be called a personal raiding party? He finally knew the purpose of the president asking him to come. They met the ultimate boss, Qing Xiaoyu with Shadow. Except those who are working, all other soldiers were dismissed. With a whoosh, all the shadows of Zido pierced his body. This made the section chief confused. Obviously just rely on shadows. Why disband? Qing Xiaoyu summoned the short sword. Tell the section chief, don't rely too much on summoned beasts. The knife will become dull. He stepped on the ground and ran towards the ultimate boss as fast as lightning. Just hit it with a knife on the head. In the section chief's disbelieving expression, boss fell down at the sound. System prompts level improvement. Professional specific skill level improvement. This made Qing Xiaoyu immediately overjoyed. The cooldown time has been shortened by a full hour. He can predict, after Shadow Swap reaches many levels, no matter where he is, he won't put his family in danger again. The section chief caressed the monster's naked body. The scales alone are as hard as armor shields. But he couldn't withstand Qing Xiaoyu's blow. The black shadow slowly floats from the boss's body. A shadow murloc of the same level as Fawn was born in an instant, although it is much smaller than before. But the magic in the body is still quite powerful. Like fangs, the system prompts, please give the soldier a name. This puts Qing Xiaoyu, who has little cultural talent, in a difficult position, smaller than before. Watch as the boss is destroyed. The underground city also began to collapse. Qing Xiaoyu looked back at the huge body, thinking about how to deal with it. In the disbelieving eyes of all the reporters, the huge fangs walked out carrying the boss's body. Suddenly the camera in my hand clicked. I saw so many people taking pictures of themselves. Xiangya touched his head shyly. The section chief looked shocked after coming out. Too many eye-shaking situations made him collapse. He reported everything that happened inside to the president verbatim. No wonder even a veteran like the section chief can be so frightened. You can understand it after listening to his description. That's not attacking the teleportation port at all, but a massacre. The president asked the section chief to go back and rest to calm down. Then stand in front of the window and think about life. Raid dungeons, recycle S body, even mining kryptonite. This is more than just a one-man raiding party. This is not just a one-second raider. Qing Xiaoyu is the guild. I saw it right. No, the hunter territory of the world might be overturned. Our country D-City. Cars on the road. 5 bikes and pedestrians. Everything stopped. 8 people are all looking up in the same direction. An extremely huge and dark portal covered the sky. The surroundings fell into silence. Only it makes a scary sound. As if, World M Day is coming. Just now, a huge and dark portal covered the sky. Dead silence fell all around. Only it makes a scary sound. It feels like World M Day is coming. The world of joy is coming. The Our Country Hunters Association convened. Meeting with leaders of large guilds such as Ba Jian, Dark Ghost, Overlord Snow Mountain, etc. Reiji Sugimoto brought the 3 surviving S-class hunters to the scene. He took the position of leader instead of Brother Long. Although the Drawing Sword Guild lost Brother Long and many S-level hunters, but a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, still cannot shake its position. Their appearance attracted the attention of others, but there are inevitably some people who would add insult to injury. He mocked and ridiculed the Sword Drawing Guild. Reiji Sugimoto stopped, and the members looked at them as if they were looking for a knife. These strong-mouthed people were instantly defeated. Hoshino Minoru looked even more disgusted. These guys used to be submissive to them. Now Goto starts rubbing his nose and face as soon as he leaves. They even merged with other guilds. Want to become the strongest guild in the country in one fell swoop. Reiji Sugimoto smiled. He doesn't pay attention to these clowns at all. He is very confident that even if all the major guilds in the country unite, it still cannot shake the status of the Sword Drawing Guild. At the meeting, let the Hunters Association come up with a solution quickly. The president of the Hunter Association is powerless. You know, it's an S-level teleportation port. It is difficult to win with only domestic S-class hunters. It would be difficult to do this without the help of state-level hunters. One-eyed old man tells Prime Minister not to worry. We summoned all the large guild leaders to resolve this matter. Some people suggested that we just hire Thomas. But Thomas's net worth is ridiculously high. Countryar can't even afford to lose everything. After much discussion, no referral result was reached. Reiji Sugimoto, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. He proposed a person, barrier-capable person, Yuri Orlov. This person's ability may be able to save Countryar. Qing Xiaoyu on the road. Take out the key to the Katanan and watch. He feels closer and closer to the truth. Arrive at the guild parking lot. Che Hui is downstairs in a ghostly manner. When she saw Qing Xiaoyu, she turned around and left in a hurry. Qing Xiaoyu flashed in front of her with a shout. It scared Che Hui so much that she danced with her hands and feet. After calming down, use shadow. She asked Qing Yu if he had time. I want to talk to him about something. Questions flashed through her mind that puzzled her. What happened to the photo of you and Su Xian? Why can she join the guild but I can't? In what way am I inferior to her? Then she blurted out, Hunter Min Shijun asked me to tell you something. It's about the power you have. Cheng Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Let her go up to the office and tell her. Che Hui Ching Xiaoyu. I feel like my soul is floating in the void, just about to return to nothingness. And Min Shijun pulled her back and asked her to convey it to Ching Xiaoyu. Tell him, be careful. The power in him, terribly powerful. There is one more thing to be aware of. His real I team, Cheng Xiaoyu in the underground city, recalling Min Shijun's words, make his inner thoughts stronger, must figure out the source of his power. This is more important than becoming stronger. Look at the mob scenes in Shadow Hunters, reminds the rich second generation of the past. When he and Qing Yu were plundering the sea-level dungeon, he asked Ching Xiaoyu, since the shadow is a consciousness that has autonomous actions, why not just sit in the office and drink tea and wait for them to finish their plunder? Listen, Ching Xiaoyu told him, if you are too far away, your experience points will be reduced. And if you weren't watching from the side, you wouldn't know how ignorant this ant is. The rich second generation asked Ching Xiaoyu how his sister was doing. Experienced such a horrible thing. Ching Xiaoyu told him she needs to rest for a while. After that time, Ching Xiaoyu decided to keep the most reliable shadow by her side. But since it's mentioned, just look at what she is doing. Ching Xiaoyu saves his shadow skill after it reaches level 2. He earned the right to share feelings with his shadow. He gets the rights to shadow and shadow. What is Xiaoyu doing now? Your Highness, you want to be a saint king. You must not do this. Absolutely no way. Your Highness. Ching Xiaoyu was speechless. It's this guy Bell. I actually like watching this kind of TV series. No wonder what this guy said recently was so official. I saw the fierce-looking Bai Lu Hao baring his teeth and claws at Chui Zhongying. Che Hui taking a shower. Suddenly his face turned red, thinking in mind. It seems that you still can't spy on others casually. The rich second generation asked him. The emergence of an S-class portal in the capital of Country R. There are less than 3 days left before the dungeon goes out of control. Country R is gathering hunters from everywhere. Have you been contacted? Ching Xiaoyu told him. Yes. But there are more important things to do now. There is only 1 day left to enter the Temple of Tenon. This is the invitation sent by the system to him. This is also his first step to find the truth. What is the existence of a system? There's something behind the scenes that's instigating. And what's going on with that dark power in my body? All answers will be revealed. This country is about to suffer disaster. The emergence of the S-class portal put them in trouble. Let them know about the Chizhou Island incident. Only domestic S-class hunters. There is no way to resist the S-class teleportation beast. Only top foreign hunters can be hired. But they can't bring in those firebrands with state power. E-country S-level hunter. The strongest hunter in the auxiliary system. I didn't expect that this guy is also a difficult host to hire. When you open your mouth, your salary is $3.6 billion US. As soon as it opens, it will cost less than $100 million US, $10 million per day. It's like a lion opening its mouth wide. Yuri disagreed. I think the price is not high. Even much cheaper than Thomas, he said to Sugimoto Reiji. Do you still have the right to choose now? Even if you kneel down and beg me, I may not agree to it. Sugimoto Reiji smiled. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. But hesitantly, he pointed at the 2 people behind him and said, he pointed at the 2 of us and said, it's worth more than 100 things standing behind now. These words immediately made Hoshino Minoru and Tawada Kane furious. To be looked down upon by an outsider. They want to teach this fat man who talks nonsense a lesson, but was trapped by a barrier. Yuri threatened both of them. Don't move without permission. If you can come out, give it a try. Hoshino Minoru and Tawada Kane tried their best but couldn't move. This barrier binds them like a rope. Yuri smiled evilly. Tell Sugimoto Reiji, you pay. I'm responsible for plundering the S-level portal, then spare his 2 lives. Is this a good deal? Sugimoto sighed. It can be seen that Yuri is indeed having second thought, but this amount is really too much. The Z government will not agree. Looking at Ching Xiaoyu who was getting ready to go out, Mother asked with a worried look on her face. Son, can Mother rest assured? Ching Xiaoyu smiled and told her, it's fine. I'm just going to have an appointment. Be back soon. The location of the Katanon will be revealed in 1 minute. Cheng Xiaoyu waited with bated breath. A moment later, the key shines strangely. Delivery system disclosed. Unexpectedly. Dream. Appearing again at my sister's school. Ching Xiaoyu came to the scene, met the pothead girl again, but this time she saw Ching Xiaoyu's polite face. Ching Xiaoyu asked her how long it had been since the teleportation port appeared. Jar had told him it's been 3 days. Ching Xiaoyu had a premonition that something was wrong. The teleportation port has already appeared. If you come to the dungeon later, it will get out of control. I learned that a hunter had been inside for 2 hours. The plundering operation must be stopped immediately, otherwise they would all s. It's dangerous inside. Then Jar had walked in with a look of affection on his face. The monsters inside have been cleared away. Everyone came to the gate of the Katanon temple. I'm wondering how to get in. Cheng Xiaoyu appeared quietly from behind them. Tell them it's a trap. And he was a survivor of a double dungeon. He was quickly recognized. The process will be out soon. Cheng Xiaoyu reminded everyone with a serious face. It's very dangerous inside. You guys get out quickly. I'll take care of the rest. After saying that, He walked forward to check the giant door. The difference from last time is that this time the door is locked, and the system also prompted him to need a key. He took out the cat-and-on key, opened the door. The hunter behind him was dumbfounded. They've just been tinkering with it for a long time and haven't opened it yet. Qing Xiaoyu opened it as soon as he arrived. See, the door is open. The captain stepped forward. Tell Qing Xiaoyu, the right to plunder this dungeon was bought by our Guild of Courage. The other hunters listened and agreed. That's right, S-class hunters are amazing. Seeing these hunters who don't know what to do, Qing Xiaoyu didn't say much. Say to them, then I won't stop you. Anyone who wants to go in can go in. Captain Courage doesn't even think about it. Walk straight in. System judgment. Someone without a key entered the temple to work. The magic weapon guarding the gate is activated. Raise the weapon in your hand. With a chewing sound, the weapon hit the ground. The guard looked straight at the captain with a fierce look. Seeing that the intruder had already gone out, he put the W device away. It's full of guys like this. Are you sure you want to go in? Everyone, go outside immediately. Then contact the association hunter. Said there was a double dungeon here. In everyone's shocked expressions, he walked into the temple as if nothing had happened with an invitation to see the system. Then the door slammed shut. The torches inside all lit up like sensor lights. The fire inside lights up your vessel. Statue holding W utensil. Take the statue of the Katanan Law. Take the statue of Tenon. Nothing has changed here. It all starts from here. Qing Xiaoyu. I don't know if it's an accident of fate or a systematic arrangement. Qing Xiaoyu once again stepped into this place that once frightened him to despair. Nothing has changed here, but Qing Xiaoyu is no longer the young man trembling with his sword. Qing Xiaoyu, however, spends all his time looking at the trembling young man. These stone statues are not monsters, not a living thing, it's just someone's K. In this room, there's only one guy with magic, but not the evil king with destructive power. But Qing Xiaoyu came to it. That one looks like angel wings. Stone statue holding the Katanan Law. A moment later, on the dark face, a pair of bright eyes appeared, and a weird smile. You finally came. Our country airport. Yuri's appearance attracted passers-by to watch and take photos, and he enjoys this feeling of being sought after. The reporter asked him how he planned to attack the portal. He just replied lightly, as usual, set up a huge magic circle around the portal, then use magic to fix everything. None of the guys in the portal can escape. The teleportation port is bombarded one after another, and no one can escape. He actually wants to attack the S-class teleportation port alone. They doubt whether there is any exaggeration. Yuri told them, my own strength alone is not enough, but his barrier has a special feature. Can absorb magic from surrounding items. Just place a lot of magic stones around the portal. After the barrier is activated, it will continue to absorb magic power. I will save you. All you need to do is remember who saved you. Seen by President Ko Kinley, who is far away in country H. He didn't know if Yuri had the strength to attack the teleportation port. Once the attack fails, what serious consequences will there be? He turned around and asked the section chief, what has Qing Xiaoyu been doing recently? The section chief told him, has been plundering the teleportation port of Dollar City. The president looked at the location of the teleportation port that Qing Xiaoyu had attacked. The map of City S is densely covered with. Some locations even overlap with areas of large guilds. The president couldn't help but sigh. A guild with only one person with 2 fighting power. But it's faster than the plundering speed of large guilds. So funny. At this time, the section chief's phone rang. The president happened to have something to go to for an appointment, so he got up and left. You walk slowly. The section chief answered the phone. The whole person was so scared that he could not close his mouth. Someone reported a double dungeon at the school, and Hunter Qing Xiaoyu just entered. In the temple, the dusty stone statues rattled. Stone wings stretched out from behind it. A huge and powerful display appeared in front of Qing Xiaoyu. The inscription in my hand clicked. Suddenly fell apart. Qing Xiaoyu asked it, was it you who asked me to come in? It answered exactly. Qing Xiaoyu continued to ask, you are a monster. It laughed. Say to Qing Xiaoyu, you shouldn't ask me who I am. Instead, ask yourself who you are. I saw it clapped its hands. It's final testing time now. If the test ends, can you still stand there? I'll tell you everything. Just take it as it is. My reward for you. Rumble. The unshakable stone statues all came towards him. Qing Xiaoyu calmly released dark energy. I want the shadow to come out, but it snapped his fingers. Permission confiscated. He was also reminded that before the end of the test, can't leave the test site. This made Qing Xiaoyu a little unhappy. All the preparations I made before coming in turned out to be useless, but he didn't panic at all. At his current level, more than enough to deal with these. A spear stabbed at him. He just used one hand to catch the blade. Raise your other hand. The spear was broken with a snap. Throw hard. Return the spear. Not waiting for it to be pulled out, Qing Xiaoyu jumped up and stepped on the spear into his head. Another soldier saw this and struck him with an axe. Qing Xiaoyu drew his dagger, cut off the W device with the sound of rinsing, still flying into the sky in front of everyone's eyes. 2 daggers were inserted into the axeman's head with a loud sound. Didn't give him time to breathe. The archer's arrow shot out of the bow, but Qing Xiaoyu used a dagger to deflect him away. He turned over, kicked the arrow out, shot a big hole in the archer's forehead. This moment, the group of stone statues that took away his first life K. I can finally take revenge. Seeing Qing Xiaoyu's fighting ability, the angel stone statue is very satisfying. He actually persists to this day with his human body. It seems that during this time, grow quite fast. The stone statue moved so fast that Qing Xiaoyu couldn't see clearly. And now, Qing Yu can capture every move they make. although every soldier is very strong. But Qing Xiaoyu is confident that he will defeat them one by one. The angel statue looks on like an examiner. Seeing the stone statue, the magic weapon cannot defeat Qing Xiaoyu. It increases the difficulty. A loud bang. The whole temple is shaking. A huge foot hits the ground. The ground is sunken. The huge statue of the evil king stood in front of Qing Xiaoyu. There is still that charming smile on his lips. The angel statue declared expressionlessly, "Now, the time has come to worship God. These stone statues are all powerful. Manmian but just K. Even the evil king with destructive power are just acting under its orders. National Hunting Association Division. President Matsumoto of P Country will give up the Chizhou product. The letter of commitment for the ownership of the magic crystal was given to Chairman Ko Kinli and put forward a condition. Want to hire Qing Xiaoyu Hunter. The president was stunned. Then he laughed. Tell Matsumoto, Hunter Qingyu is not affiliated with the Hunter Association, and Songzo also knew this. He just wants contact information from the president. Otherwise they would not be able to contact Qing Xiaoyu at all. The president is very strange, actually just for a contact information. To give up such a large amount of money, after losing Goto. Are they no longer able to attack the S-class portal? Although compared with Qing Xiaoyu's net worth, that's a good deal. There is a problem. He asked Matsumoto to ask the translator out. Only then did Matsumoto know. Gao Jianli originally knew our Chinese language. After the men left, President Gao Jianli got straight to the point. Tell Matsumoto not to play any tricks. He had long heard that the association and the sword drawing guild had fallen out. I also heard that the sword drawing guild rejected the association's aid. I chose government assistance from Z. Matsumoto's face suddenly changed. I didn't expect that these 5 things would be revealed. The sword picking guild and the Our Country Hunters Association were originally brothers and sisters. S-level hunters are all centered on Go to Ryu. Go to S after. The leaders of major guilds have stepped forward to compete for the top spot. The true power of the association was also exposed. If we failed to capture the teleportation port this time, that all responsibilities, all will be borne by President Matsumoto alone. Goto's intention to assist Country H this time is not pure, but he is also a hunter who represents a country. Stealing Goto Ryuji's responsibility from the sword drawing guild, incapable of leading the guild of his own country, caused guilds to be torn apart. Besides, because of my own cleverness, responsible for causing huge sacrifices. The president pushed a black object to Matsumoto. Tell him it's the black one installed on the Goto team's receiver. Then Ichibuki looked at Matsumoto with angry eyes. Tell him, do you think I know nothing? The problem is not the magic crystal. You should thank Hunter Qing Xiaoyu. If not for him, your losses will be more serious. Qing Xiaoyu in the temple, working hard looking at the stone statues. But they are huge in number, one after another. It cannot be cleaned up in a short time. And, what's even more troublesome is the huge stone statue of the evil god. Its eyes are shining right now, busy dealing with the soldiers. No time to care about it. He uses the hand of the dominator. Twist the stone statue soldiers together. The X-rays in the evil king's eyes have been emitted. Qing Xiaoyu held the stone statue soldier in front of him as a shield. The evil king's X-ray quickly hit the stone statue. Qing Xiaoyu's hand of dominator skill. At that moment, he also ascended to his final form, power of ruler. There are stone statues buffering the effort. After Qing Xiaoyu landed on the ground, quickly move aside. X-rays quickly penetrated the stone statue. Zi Xiang Qing Xiaoyu behind him. Fortunately, I escaped in time. Even if he is hit, even Qing Xiaoyu's level will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sure enough, to capture the thief, you must first capture the king. He activates the speed skill, rush towards the evil being as fast as lightning. The evil king raises its huge bare feet. The ground was trampled with a bang. It shows a confident smile, only to find a blue light appearing in the smoke. Qing Xiaoyu emerged from the smoke unscathed. The evil king's eyes flashed. Still that light. Qing Xiaoyu has difficulty moving in the air. You can only use the newly upgraded power of the ruler to give it a try. Qing Xiaoyu looked at the evil king's neck. Throw it hard. The evil jade sweeps crookedly along with the light. This made Qing Xiaoyu a little surprised. Just upgraded to a lower level. This gravitational force is several times stronger. It can already be used on such a behemoth. Whoosh. He climbed on the evil king's shoulders. Used skills, random swords. Countless sword energy scraped across its face. But he didn't expect the demon king's dagger that can cut through anything. It only left scratches on its face. Since it's useless to use a sword, then it's the same as before. Use the most primitive method. Fist to solve everything. Qing Xiaoyu rushed forward. Grab a fist. Smash it down hard. In an instant, the evil king's face was smashed and deformed. The angel stone statue is a bit surprising. This guy is pretty awesome. Can cause damage to its proudest work. Seeing that fists are effective, Qing Xiaoyu raised his fist again. Smashed the evil king in the face again. He shouted angrily. Punch after punch. H100. Half of the evil king's face was smashed, follow each other in body shape, falling to the ground with a roar. Qing Xiaoyu jumped off the evil king's body. Upon seeing this, the soldiers stepped forward one after another. However, Qing Xiaoyu controlled the power of the master with one move. It hit the ground with a loud thud. There are no movable stone statues at the site. He clenched his fists. Today's Z fight made him a lot stronger again. Even the angel statues couldn't help but applaud her. Qing Xiaoyu asked it, Can you tell me the truth now? Angel smiled. Tell Qing Xiaoyu. The test is not over yet. Aren't there still me? Ding sound. System hint. An urgent task occurs. If you fail to kill persona within the specified time, your heart will stop beating. Qing Xiaoyu has all kinds of questions in his heart. He asked the angel, "Who are you?" The stone skin on the angel's face slowly peeled off, revealing a bright cyan face. It said to Qing Xiaoyu, "I seem to have said, this problem of yours is very common, but you actually asked the question sincerely. Then I will tell you with great mercy, I am the designer of the system. Is this an E-class hunter with the weakest weapon in the world? In a short period of time, grow into the world's leading hunter beyond the S-class. Is the system. Appear as system designer. Qing Xiaoyu will be given the final test." The section chief of the Hunter Association received the report and came to the scene. We also summoned 7 elite hunters from the association, all equipped with W gear. Although he knew that this would not bring any help to Qing Xiaoyu, but because of the responsibility, he must go. Just close to the teleportation port, he was shaken by a powerful magic power, this terrifying magical wind, as sharp as God's sickle. He looks forward to his subordinates. Contact the nearest large guild hunter department nearby. Send them an emergency message. I saw the wings behind the system waving rapidly. In Qing Xiaoyu's disbelieving eyes, wings become arms. Whoosh. Even Qing Xiaoyu didn't see clearly. It has flashed in front of Qing Xiaoyu. When you punch, you have 3 hands. Although Qing Xiaoyu blocked it, but he was still dragged away by it. Bang! He was shot out like a bullet. It hit the wall with a loud sound. A mouthful of fresh X spit out from his mouth. Not buffered yet. Another fist hit him. Just dodged. Several more fists were thrown at him. The designer beat Qing Xiaoyu mercilessly. Qing Xiaoyu took it hard. There is no trace of fear in the eyes, even filled with rage. The designer was a little surprised. Qing Xiaoyu's performance was completely beyond its expectations, even breaking through its design. But after all, it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 6 hands. The fist still hit Qing Xiaoyu in the face. A stream of fresh blood came out of his face. Qing Xiaoyu, on the other hand, fought back angrily. Punch it in the face. Knocked it back several meters. It feels incredible. Never thought about it. There are humans who can be its rivals. Interesting, so interesting. And Qing Xiaoyu was thinking, this guy asked me to come here to find it after I reach level 101. It shows that it is very confident to beat me at my current level. But, Qing Xiaoyu asked the designer, why was this system designed? Why choose me as a player? As well as, what is happening in this world? The designer smiled. Tell Qing Xiaoyu, if you want to know the answer, gotta beat me first. After saying that, it flew towards Qing Xiaoyu again. Qing Xiaoyu ran away in a hurry. The enemy has 8 hands. Being close to Z has no advantage for him. He uses the power of the Dominator on the designer from a distance. Unexpectedly, the designer also used the same skill. 2 energies collide. Don't let anyone. Qing Xiaoyu also has no advantage at long range. Not only that, the 8 hands of the designer all have the power of the Dominator. The W utensils falling around were caught by it. They all flew towards its hand. Suddenly it was equipped with a weapon in each hand. Upon seeing this, Qing Xiaoyu also took out the weapon, then asked the designer, why would you choose me? The designer told him, I didn't choose you. On the contrary, it's your own choice. I just designed and ran the system. Player development system. My design is perfect. Qing Xiaoyu looked at the little time left. There is no time to think of countermeasures. You can only fight head on. Doesn't it just have a few more hands? I really want to give it a try. It's still unclear who the winner will be. He told himself he must succeed. You must live to protect everything you want. He rushed up and slashed at the designer. 8 hands with the designer. The power within his body seemed to respond to his thoughts. It's beating like a heart. Qing Xiaoyu can feel it. The body's senses become sharper. Sword, lance, knife, head, sledgehammer. He felt it. Every action of the designer. When will the W server attack? To make corresponding predictions. The designers were dumbfounded. Suddenly he became a different person. Not only did he escape his full attack, can continue to fight back, and his speed is getting faster and faster. How is this going? Is there a bug in the system? Soon Qing Xiaoyu cut off the designer's first hand. The designer looked at his arms in disbelief. Although it's just a shell, but I never thought that a human could cause such harm to its body. It is sad and enlightened. No wonder the system chose him. It can reach, on Qing Xiaoyu's body, a part of the power that does not belong to him overflows. It's angry. Just a human being. A chess piece in its design. He actually wants to eat the master. Get up, everyone. Leave this man of God X behind. Qing Xiaoyu doesn't care about anything at the moment. Even if there are many obstacles from stone statues, it can't stop him from hunting down the designer. A random move cut off some of the designer's arms. The designer used the arm holding the sword to draw towards Qing Xiaoyu, although Qing Xiaoyu retreated to avoid, but he was hit on the shoulder by a stone shield from behind. Looking back, good guy. I'm so angry. This was the guy who broke his leg before. Now you dare to come and cause trouble. He jumped up, smashed its forehead to pieces. Then he looked back at the designer, cut off its remaining arms. When there are 2 minutes and 14 seconds left on the time, Qing Xiaoyu's knife was placed on the designer's neck. The designer lost. End of test. It is the designer of the player development system. Has the ability to transcend the system. But he didn't expect. This human being with a system actually defeated it. And it fulfilled its promise. Tell Qing Xiaoyu. The answer is in his body. 7. He gave Qing Xiaoyu permission to read memory through the system. Although Qing Xiaoyu didn't believe the designer, but in order to pursue the truth, he chose to receive. Suddenly a golden light flashed. With that light, he came to a place as pleasant as the earth. The underground is densely populated with monsters. He was immediately dumbfounded, and these monsters, all looking up to the sky, seems to be looking at something. Qing Xiaoyu turned his head in the direction of the monster. The next second he stopped. All I can see is the sky. Several huge purple portals are connected together. The monsters seem to be waiting for what was in the teleportation port. What exactly is going on? It feels like there is a big Z that is about to be triggered at any time. They are based on ice elves, thousands of demons led by Green Goblin and Giant Man. If this power reaches the human world, humanity will usher in the end of M. However, it seems that they are not dealing with humans. I only saw the taste of the transmission with a sound. An invisible barrier is shattering like glass. From the transmission port, countless knights with wings flew out. They are like silver-winged angels descending from the sky. And Z fights. It also kicked off with the arrival of the Silver Angel. The Warcraft unite to fight against the Silver Soldiers. The clatter of W instruments. The sound of helmets cracking is endless. The shouts turned into Yuan Hebei chants. The earth is also dyed red. Silver Soldiers are powerful. Just when all the monsters are about to be destroyed, the Silver Soldier, crushed with the force of breaking bamboo, stopped moving. In the distance, a figure covered in pitch black appeared in scene Z. He also used the same professional skills as Qing Xiaoyu. Realm of Kings. Extract shadow. The difference is, its domain covers the entire battlefield. The number of extracted shadows is also tens of thousands. There is only one person who can do this. That is the Shadow King himself. Seeing this dense number, Qing Xiaoyu felt that he was too embarrassed to take out his few soldiers. The reborn shadow monsters rushed toward the Silver Soldiers. Even if the soldiers cut him to the body, they can also recover quickly. The two forces started to fight again. The sound of fighting is shocking. The Silver Soldier, who was supposed to be a unilateral torturer of Warcraft, because of the appearance of the Shadow King, turned the tide of Z war. It's riding a horse, waving the long sword and galloping towards Z, kills several silver warriors with just one move. The power of the one-trick dominator twisted many silver Zs in the distance to pieces. The Shadow Soldiers are constantly being destroyed and reborn. Torture Karen over and over again, wherever the king goes, like being swept by the wind. This is the victory of the monsters. It is also the victory of the Shadow King. Received an urgent call from the Hunter Association. The Hunter Division brought the Team Elite to the entrance of the double dungeon. They felt a powerful magic that they had never experienced before, and this magic power does not come from Qing Xiaoyu. The section chief didn't understand. Qing Xiaoyu said that he was not the one who attacked the double dungeon. Then why would he come in and take another risk? With the opening of the giant door, they see remains of stone statues all over the ground. They finally saw with their own eyes the stone statues and idols that the survivors talked about. How is this going? I don't think I've invited humans. A disembodied voice attracted everyone's attention. I saw the designer bending over and looking at everyone with an evil smile. Everyone suddenly broke out in cold sweat. This stone statue actually spoke, and its human language. The designer gestured. Tell everyone to be quiet. Don't disturb the king's rest. They see, in the center of the temple, a figure stands. That is Hunter Qing Xiaoyu. This ignorant warrior didn't listen to the designer's warning, just because I asked a question. Then he was stabbed by the designer with one move. Along with the two unlucky guys beside me, I accompanied Z. The speed was so fast that Che Hui, the most powerful person present, could not see clearly. The designer said to everyone with an expressionless face, "Dare to make mistakes in front of the king." But, as the first product dedicated to the birth of the king, not bad either. At this time, Qing Xiaoyu in memory, he looked at his hand, looked at my body again. Suddenly countless questions about black people flashed in my mind. When did I become like this? Why haven't I found out yet? Stay in his body. I don't know when I got a dark heart. Take a look at the powerful magic. Thump 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 thump. And he doesn't know. His heart had already gone as early as the first time he entered the double dungeon. The system placed the heart of the Shadow Lord on him. His life has continued to this day, and all of this is designed. He suddenly noticed more powerful magic came from the teleportation port, from the transmission port. Fly out with 6 wings, silver-winged angel wearing armor, and the identity is not ordinary. Oh, this is the strength of the real Shadow King. Just a wave of the hand made thousands of horses stand up. The angelic force that was originally at an advantage suddenly became a disadvantage, just when Qing Xiaoyu was watching the show inside Hunter of Hunter Division. But in the temple, he fell into crisis because he wanted to save Qing Xiaoyu. The designer is mercilessly killing these ants that disturb the king. Director Cui Zhong asked everyone to adjust the military strength, move the wounded to the back. I saw the stone statue that was knocked down by Qing Xiaoyu stood up again, including the evil with destructive power. The designer tells everyone, if you can knock down all my Ks and still be alive, look at it. You will have the opportunity to witness the birth of the king, even if only one person survives. I saw the evil king's eyes flashing. A huge laser shoots out of the eye. In an instant, a big ditch formed on the ground. The hunter who had no time to escape simply evaporated. Chui Yonghuang's figure flashed. Energy sizzles in hands. Several flames hit the evil king's face. Then I hope that everyone will quickly attack the soldiers. The section chief raised his fist, hit the stone statue hard on the face. But not even the scum fell off. Chui Yongin asked the section chief to step aside, throw the flames into its face, also unscathed. Not only that, teammates' moss-picking skills, even low-level telekinesis magic has no effect. Whether it is a physical attack or magic attack, it's of no use to them at all. There is no chance of winning by fighting. The only chance is to wake up Qing Xiaoyu. But it was like he was being urged. He was not affected by such loud movements nearby. That being the case, it can only be awakened by force. Chui Zhongyin threw a small fireball at him, about to arrive. The designer rushed over to block it. The designer is angry, heading towards Chui Zhongyin. How dare you disturb the king's rest? Then he rushed towards him with a fierce look. Chui Zhonghuang was held in place by strong pressure. At this time, Erdeo's figure flashed past him. The section chief and the other two hunters fearlessly pounced on the designer. The section chief shouted at Che Hui, "Leave it to us here. Go and wake up Hunter Cheng." But how can the section chiefs be the designer's opponents? Cha Hui hasn't reached Qing Xiaoyu yet. The designer has already stood in front of Che Hui, and he kept telling her loudly, "If you want to go over, you have to get through me first." Che Hui said nothing. Use skills directly. Sword dance. The designer only uses one hand. Then he easily blocked all the attacks from Hui. He even took the time to chop her with a knife. It mocks everyone mercilessly. Really boring. You humans. It's really too small. Not even the power to add to the fun. I am the perfect designer. Ability to predict various outcomes and make countermeasures. Just your little thoughts. Impossible to destroy it. It seems there will be no other outcome. Snap. A flame hit its forehead, interrupted its speech. I saw Jing Zhonghuang struggling to stand and watch. There is still a flame left in the hand. He asked Cha Hui to wake up Qing Xiaoyu at all costs. There is no other way. Designers don't sit idly by. In a flash, he came to Che Hui's side and stretched out its claws. Just when the devil's claws were about to crush Che Hui. "Who gave you the right?" A familiar voice sounded. Before it could react, hit it in the face with your fist. In an instant, gravel fell from my face. Qing Xiaoyu questioned the designer angrily. "What have you done to my body?" Chui Longyin sighed. Finally here saved. The designer was knocked down directly by this punch. Qing Xiaoyu stepped on it. The designer was dumbfounded. Why not a king? Since he is not the king, then why are you there? You who activated your heart. Why is there still self-awareness? Qing Xiaoyu looks at that heart full of magic. Is this what the designer said? And because of this heart, Qing Xiaoyu gained 100,000 magic points. You can infer from the words of the designer. This heart wasn't meant to help him. On the contrary, it's to control him. Let the owner of the power within him wake up. But I don't know why his consciousness is still very clear. There is no sign of being replaced. The designer is even more awesome. There were consequences beyond his design. What part went wrong? But soon he figured it out. Shadow King. You did this to us. Do you think other kings will stand idly by? Beside Qing Xiaoyu, multiple small portals appear. Various utensils are strung out from it, all ready to launch towards the designer. Qing Xiaoyu threatened the designer to answer the question quickly. The designer did not answer Qing Xiaoyu's question. It roared. The surrounding stone statues holding musical instruments also started to move. It tells Qing Xiaoyu, "If you st me, no one can stop these stone statues." Even so, are you going to fuck me too? Qing Xiaoyu smiled. Tell it, if I fuck you. What about getting rid of these stone statues as well? Do you think? Screw you as a designer. The system disappears. I will turn back into an E-class hunter. I've thought about this a long time ago. Even if the designer of the system disappears, the system that has been formed will not disappear. The designer panicked. It doesn't believe it. Even if it is forced, destroy the system too. I saw countless pop-up windows popping up. The designer was dumbfounded. The system intercepted it as the designer. What is this? Qing Xiaoyu told him. As early as when the system starts. He has thought about fighting the system countless times. Even once I wanted to destroy the system. But later my mind changed. Personal. Then he will treat others in their own way, step by step to achieve results that exceed system judgment. It becomes a bug that cannot be controlled by the system, one way or another. It can be said that the designer's plan failed. Its design is also full of loopholes. Qing Yu has no expression on his face. Countless daily arrows shuttled through the designer's body. Cut it into 4 pieces, before S. Designers rolled out its final calculations. When the pillar of fire that holds up heaven and earth rises, the inevitable death will find you. But Qing Xiaoyu just smiled coldly. Wait and see. As a system designer, he never expected a design you are proud of. In fact, it is full of loopholes. The system is not only swallowed up by system users, he was also chopped off by the user. Outside the portal, everyone is waiting at the intersection. The Hunter Division team has been in for an hour. I don't know what's going on inside. At this time, multiple figures walked out of the portal. I saw everyone looking scarred, displeased look. Even Chui Zhongyin and Cha Hui, who are S-class, have to exchange support for each other. The hunters of the Courage Group suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Even the elite forces of the Hunter Division have become like this. They won't be wiped out all the time when they get in. The section chief asked the hunters from the Courage Guild to help carry the body. Qing Xiaoyu also walked out of the teleportation port. although I met the system designer this time, but only got a vague truth from it. There are still many doubts. I feel like there's a big story behind it, but the only thing that's certain is, the heart of the Shadow Lord is in him. The section chief walked forward, expressed thanks to Qing Xiaoyu, although he sexually assaulted nearly 20 elite hunters, but it's better than the dungeon going out of control. What puzzled him was, how did Qing Xiaoyu know that there would be a double dungeon here? Qing Xiaoyu told the section chief, it was the dungeon that summoned me. The section chief suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Strange things always happen to this man. Che Hui came over, asked Qing Xiaoyu how he is doing. Qing Xiaoyu just wanted to say it was okay, but at that moment, his head felt a little heavy. A follow-up discussion of body shape fell to the ground. A city in our country. Many large trucks carry loads of magic crystals. They all fell on the road. Look at these mountains of magic crystals. Yuri suddenly felt confident. There are so many magic crystals to strengthen the barrier. No matter what kind of monster it is, it can't escape his grasp. Moreover, this magic crystal will continuously replenish the magic power for his barrier. But it made him feel a little strange. There seems to be a strange force around here. He shouted in that direction. Who are you? What to do there? But no one paid attention. This power does not belong to humans. There is a figure on the tall building in the distance. Cheng Rihan praised. I didn't expect this hunter's perception to be quite good. Can notice his presence. Still too small in front of that power. It's finally starting. Everything is going according to plan. All the games are being selected and planned. In order to deal with this S-class teleportation port, Country are also brought out modern weapons, although it's useless, and all the S-class hunters in Country are around the teleportation port. What if Yuri Hunter fails? They will serve as the second line of defense to help the people buy some time to escape. Sugimoto Reiji not only expressed emotion. In the face of Z difficulties, human beings are too small. Yuri crosses the road covered with magic stones. He didn't panic at all, even full of joy. When I think that I am about to become the next hunter with national power, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Open some wine and celebrate in advance. He asked an assistant, how many S-class hunters are on standby nearby? The assistant told him that there were 15 people in total. Willie looked disappointed. Why are there so few? Didn't other countries send S-class hunters to support us? The assistant told him. An S-class teleportation port also appeared in the eastern part of Country M. There are also other countries such as Country B and Country Y. The world faces a shortage of hunters. The assistant suddenly exclaimed. The teleportation port is open. After the Katanan incident, the obsessed Qing Xiaoyu finally opened his eyes. Found myself lying in the hospital. The rich second generation just came over to visit. Seeing Qing Xiaoyu wake up, tears flowed down his face. Learned from the rich second generation. Cheng Yu was obsessed with the fragrance for 3 days. In these 3 days, the scene of the two fighting has been lingering in his mind. He suddenly remembered. So what is the current situation of the teleportation port that appeared in Country R? The rich second generation sighed. I told Qing Xiaoyu what happened during those 3 days. When the teleport is open, many giants came out. Any one of them is the boss in the A-level teleportation port. Yuri stood calmly in front of the giant. He is not afraid of S-class hunters. Besides, it's just an A-level monster. He reaches out his hand. Expand the barrier. Magic crystal on the ground. The magic power is slowly drained away, gathering at the transfer port from all directions. A huge semicircular magic barrier was quickly formed. The monster smashed into the barrier. Just makes a sizzling sound, but I couldn't break the barrier. Yuri looked proud. My barrier is impenetrable. A giant hand reaches out to the super boss's head. Shake it away with a snap. A bigger giant came out of the portal. It draws its sword. Directly opened a hole in the barrier. This is impossible. This is the so-called person with the strongest barrier ability in mankind. Even after spending tons of magic stone energy for this giant, it's just a matter of one knife. Qing and this hunter who boasts in front of everyone, grabbed like an ant by a giant, with a frightened expression on his face, put into the mouth by a giant. The front teeth closed with a snap. In the office of Lu Qin Construction Children's Chief, his men told him that he had been asleep for 23 hours and 46 minutes. If you still haven't woken up after 24 hours, I'm going to send him to the hospital as he wishes. He handed the chairman a document. According to his investigation, only one patient in the world has ever woken up from insomnia, and that patient, she is Cheng Xiaoyu's mother. After long lease, the barrier also disappears. Countless giants came out of it. Tanks on the ground, fighter overhead. Give it a shot and come on the giant. But they all know, modern weapons are useless against World of Warcraft. Only the power of top hunters. Only then can we withstand the giant. Minoru Hoshino and Kane Tawada draw weapons, want to directly destroy the giant's eyes to restrict their movement, wielding a weapon to interrupt the hunter's plans. This left the hunter at his wit's end. These seemingly bulky guys. It's actually quite fast. Qing Xiaoyu sat in front of the TV and watched the live broadcast. He had a premonition. It won't take long. Country R will become the next Jizhou Island. The whole country will become a paradise for monsters. I'm thinking about whether to go to the rescue. My sister suddenly appears. Tell him not to go. I saw my worried sister. Qing Xiaoyu touched her head. Tell her, don't worry. I won't go. He came to the park. Summoned bell. Freed Bei. Your Highness. Not Your Highness the King. Ching Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment. This guy has been really brainwashed by the palace drama recently, Belle told him. Every day except sleeping. There are no other activities. Ching Xiaoyu suddenly knew why his sister reacted like that just now. The last incident at the school portal caused a huge trauma in her heart. Since the last time she blocked her, it was already 4 years ago, when he first entered the teleportation port. Ching Xiaoyu fell into a dilemma. He came to Lu Qin Construction headquarters. Lu Minghan, the child manager, said nothing. Give him a huge ticket. I want to get the method of treating insomnia from Ching Xiaoyu. Ching Xiaoyu suddenly hesitated. He and Lu Minghan didn't know each other. Just because he is the father of a rich second generation, there is a way to save him. Just use up a bottle of precious water of life. This whole day, he is being forced to make choices. Due to attack of giants, Country R is now as happy as a human being. The other giants scattered around, wreak havoc everywhere. Only the biggest giant, staying still. I don't know who I'm waiting for. Still guarding the portal. It's already the second day since the dungeon went out of control. 31 giants coming out of the portal. Only 2 were solved. Only half of Sea City was destroyed. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the whole country falls. Whole country problem. I heard that Ching Xiaoyu was going to support Country P. The rich second generation looked shocked. Although he has surpassed his elder brother's strength, but the monsters in Country are not on the same level as the ants in Shizhou Island. They have never encountered such a large monster before. Ching Yu is a little strange. This is the first time I see a rich second generation who has full confidence in him be so worried. But it's reasonable. I saw that giant tearing Yuri's barrier apart with one strike. You know how powerful the monster is. Didn't expect. If you really want to go. While looking for documents, he said to Ching Xiaoyu, Red Portal Event, Shizhou Island Attack and Plunder Operation, and the recent Double Dungeon Incident. Do you know what these events have in common? It's just that I'm not there every time. Big brother. Big brother is my pride. I also want to be on camera with my brother. This makes Ching Xiaoyu confused. Gang is obviously still blocking me. Now I have to drag him along with me. Ching Xiaoyu was a little surprised by what the rich second generation said. So, as long as you're fine, I'm sure nothing will happen to me. Ching Xiaoyu smiled. Tell the rich second generation that he is joking. Who would be so stupid as to go to Country R to fight for his life, leaving behind a rich second generation with an air of dignity? On the way home, Ching Xiaoyu is still hesitating. Seen in the double dungeon. Let him know that there is someone out there. Let him know there is someone. There are many more powerful guys in this world than him. He is not strong enough to defeat all the people. He doesn't have the strength to overpower Kajiadi's people yet. What should the family do, but not going? So many innocent people. After much hesitation, he chose to go. I thought my mother would refuse. He also said that he would help him pack his luggage after eating. Like father, like son. Instead of blocking them in every possible way, it's better to help them. Ching Xiaoyu opened the door. Sit next to sister. Say to her, thank you very much. You have always cared and supported me. I know you are worried about me. I often deal with goddess, but I can come back alive every time. So, I will come back safely this time too, because I have a family and I have you. I must be the strongest to protect you. Thank you. Never stopped me, sister cried. Although I really want my brother not to go. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. All she can do is pray silently for her brother. Ching Xiaoyu reassured her. He'll be back soon. Even if we are thousands of miles apart. It only takes a moment to go home. Soon, news of Ching Xiaoyu's support for Country are spread throughout the country. For this reason, they held a huge press conference. Cheng Yu as representative. Send Country H's strongest force to Country R's S-level portal to support. The greater the responsibility. Facing the huge difficulty of the transmission port of Country R, Ching Xiaoyu made a difficult choice. On behalf of Country H, he traveled across the ocean to support. And he doesn't know. The rich second generation looks at the luggage packed on their backs. The moment I saw the rich second generation, Cheng Xiaoyu sighed. It was because I was worried about his safety that I didn't let him follow me. I didn't expect this kid to sneak over here. I didn't expect Sumi to sneak over here. This is also the reason why he is the second generation of rich people. For Yundai is also worried about him. That's all. Ching Xiaoyu, S-level leader of Xiaoya Guild, D-level deputy leader Lu Chenhao, as a representative of Country H, go to the S-level portal to support. Because of the attack of monsters, city residents were forced to flee their homes. The S of the person who has no time to escape. Hurt. There is nowhere near enough space for military vehicles to carry the wounded. Worse, the giant is approaching them. If you don't evacuate quickly, everyone will be here. He asked the mayor and his wife to drive away quickly, and the mayor doesn't plan to leave. He doesn't want to leave his citizens behind like this. The soldier sighed and returned. The mayor's determination awakened his sense of mission as a soldier. He decided to stay with the mayor to protect the people here. Just finished speaking. Then I saw 2 giants taller than the building. Look at them directly. They hurriedly opened their guns and fired wildly at the giants. But the bullets hit them like popcorn. I saw the giant's hand stretched out. The soldier stood up and stood in front of the mayor and his wife. At this moment, a dark 3-jointed fork flew over, insert into giant body, pulled it a few meters away, falling on the ruins of a distant building. The soldier commander stared with big eyes in disbelief. A shadow fish monster holding a 3-jointed fork is looking up into the sky. At the time of doubt, Ching Xiaoyu walked up. Say to them, "It's too dangerous here. You guys leave quickly." The huge vibration caused the surrounding construction debris to fall down. The rich second generation held up a shield to block the attack of falling rocks. He asked Qing Xiaoyu to concentrate on dealing with monsters. He will protect the people and evacuate them. Qing Xiaoyu's magic suddenly appears. The dagger in his hand sizzles. Sesame is worthy of being a general-level shadow. Facing the powerful giant, it does not fall behind at all. The giant was brought down by its mighty power. Qing Xiaoyu ran up from Gigi's body, jump up, hit the giant lying on the ground with a blow to the head. M State, eastern part of M Country. Several hunters were discussing in the restaurant. They heard that Qing Xiaoyu went to the country to help attack the teleportation port. I think this guy is too fancy. All three of them have had their powers enhanced through Mrs. Sano, so they know very well. The abilities of ordinary hunters are limited. Even S-class hunters are no exception. And Qing Xiaoyu, even Mrs. Senyo failed to improve his strength. How dare you go there and plunder the S-class teleportation port like this? Isn't this looking for S? Does he think that the giants are similar to those insects? A hunter who is overconfident in his own strength must be without a doubt. I'll bet him to be dead within a day by searching for a speedboat. I bet my house that he won't last half a day. When he heard this, the neighbor stopped what he was doing. He smiled. Go back and tell those three people. I used the scavenger guild building. Bet that kid will survive. These words immediately made the three people feel dissatisfied. But due to his strength, I dare not say anything. Thomas looked satisfied. Looking at the black teleportation outside the window, he didn't panic at all, even some expectations. Finally, some interesting guy came along. On the plane, the reporter's face was full of excitement. It's the first time I've seen this kind of scene after living for so long. I saw countless ants jumping on the giant and biting him. It has a sound of brute force but can do nothing. The bites from thousands of ants caused him excruciating pain. A little sister ran with fear on her face. Behind her is a huge giant, and stretched out its claws. When the devil's claws are about to catch her, whoosh, a shadow flies past. The giant eyes watched silently as his arm was cut apart. Ygritte saved the little girl handsomely. The giant is still struggling with Lingshan's efforts. I saw a black shadow appear above its head. King Ein roared loudly. Just look at the giant's head and hit him on the head. Knock the person down instantly. The little girl sticks out her little head. See Ein standing on top of the giant singing and dancing, still showing a proud smile. Ygritte can't stand it anymore. Shaked his head and sighed. Let the little girl not be frightened by that weird uncle. Qing Xiaoyu saw it in the distance. Helpless face. This guy Ein. I became very excited after the upgrade. The soldier shot Qing Xiaoyu. I want to thank him for coming to the rescue. Unexpectedly, Qing Xiaoyu gave him a thumbs up. Tell him, you are the best, brave soldier. This made him feel a little flattered. Qing Xiaoyu is a rich second generation. Take the soldier commander to a safe place as well. Then, he walked to a pile of Warcraft bodies. It's time to start the actual raiding. Stand up. This country is facing annihilation. The giant coming out of the portal, with destructive power. Even the hunter, who is known as the strongest barrier ability in mankind, can't withstand a single blow. High-rise buildings were trampled to pieces. People's lives are at risk, and there is only one person who can save them. With his huge army of shadows, with the appearance of Qing Xiaoyu, the situation was quickly brought under control. City M quickly succeeded in taking back the initiative. Not long after, good news about the successful recapture of City Z, City J, City G, and City C came one after another. President Matsumoto looked in disbelief. This completely exceeded his expectations. Matsumoto's original intention was for him to defend with each city as the center. Buy them a little more time. Only then can he have more time to go to other countries to find support. He felt that no matter how powerful Qing Xiaoyu was, it's impossible for one person to wipe out all those giants. Unexpectedly, Qing Xiaoyu refused on the spot. He wants to go directly to the front line to support. Hold the giant back at the source. At that time, Matsumoto thought it was impossible. But now, he was slapped in the face. Qing Xiaoyu really turned the situation around with one person. Qing Xiaoyujin, Cheng Che turned the situation around, encountered a problem. Now there are 6 more shadows that need to be named. His vocabulary is no longer sufficient. His etymology is enough. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Together with the one bell just knocked down, it's number 6. As far as you go. Qing Xiaobao's raids went smoothly, but he knows this is just the beginning. He still doesn't know what's waiting for him inside the teleportation port. The shadow soldiers sent by Qing Xiaoyu throughout country are help the hunters destroy the giant. For him who has enough magic power, you will never fail if you fight for a long time. Although the giant is very strong, ordinary shadow soldiers are no match for them at all. But relying on the advantage of constant rebirth, the giant's physical strength continues to be consumed. Finally fell on the wheel. However, the loss of control of S-class dungeons also brings other problems. Other dungeons also lost control due to its influence. Except giants, other low-level monsters also entered the city. Hunters can only evade while fighting back. Day 7, when the dungeon went out of control, the whole city is covered in wounds. Fortunately, most of the monsters have been hunted. Qing Xiaoyu came to the S-class portal. A familiar voice sounded. I saw Hinkawa appear with a dejected look on his face. Everyone around here has left. She was the only one left here looking at the giant at the door. Learn from her mouth. Counting Qing Xiaoyu, There are a total of 16 S-class hunters participating in the Z fight this time, including Lonely of Country E. A total of 3 people formed W, and a total of 31 giants came out. One of them crossed the ocean and headed towards Country Z. Giants rarely act alone, usually in groups of 2 to 3. This greatly increases the difficulty of their hunting. Even if there are S-class hunters, it will be difficult to stop the giants from destroying them. It wasn't until Sung Jin-Woo's shadow joined in. The situation was slowly brought under control. Tawada Kane slumped on the giant S body with an annoyed look on her face. No matter how hard they fight, they can't defeat S's giant. It feels like a piece of cake to those shadow soldiers. They are magnificent S-class hunters. Only give the giant a chance to deal with the aftermath. After dealing with the giant outside, only the largest giant in front of the teleportation port is left. Ching Xiaoyu arrived near the teleportation port, looking at the scarred buildings around me, except there is no blazing fire. Everything else is very similar to Bad Mo realm. It's like the system gave him a hint in advance. The Earth will be the next E-Demon realm, so Ching Xiaoyu came over. In order to give him the strength to contend before the Z disaster comes, he must keep improving and upgrading. Make yourself stronger. Ching Xiaoyu soothes Hankoa. I'm going to meet that giant. You guys please stand far away so that you don't get affected. Hankoa panicked. Tell him that the other hunters haven't arrived yet. Wait until everyone is together, and then go up together steadily. Ching Xiaoyu told her. Already arrived. I saw only the ruins. Densely dense shadow soldiers stood. Yeglet, King Ein, Fangs, Xiongda, Sesame, and Bell came over just after dealing with the giant. They all knelt in front of the king and waited for his orders. Ching Xiaoyu asked the rich second generation to take Hankoa to a place farther away. This is about to become Z field. Then, 1,000 points of business. Stand up. Ching Xiaoyu added several more giant shadow troops. He raised his hand. Give orders majestically to the chief shadow. In the face of Z difficulties, how small are humans? The bustling city turned into ruins within a few days' times. Ching Xiaoyu has a premonition. If we don't stop the spread of Z difficulty, the D-ball will become the next demonic realm. After defeating the giants that were destroying everywhere, Ching Xiaoyu summoned all the shadow soldiers to the teleportation port. All Portal Guardian attack. Facing the huge shadow, the guards didn't panic at all. It takes a deep breath. His eyes turned sharp. A slash forward. Huge sword she draws Shang Shadow 1. It directly opened a huge hole for the dense shadow army. Ching Xiaoyu was shocked. What a terrifying power. He wiped out hundreds of his soldiers with just one move. Worthy of being the guardian of the S-class portal. Just the magic emanating from it. It all makes people feel suffocated. Fong holds the pearl of greedy dreams. A song of fire. A huge pillar of fire spewed out from its mouth and hit the defenders. The guards don't dodge either. Just pick it up empty-handed. The other hand also found time to chop the shadow giant into pieces. Thick ants crawl up the giant's feet, biting hard. The giant shook his feet, bounced away all the little ants. Bell can't stand it from a distance. Ching Xiaoyu raised his hand to stop it. Tell me it's not time yet. I don't expect a group of small soldiers to defeat such a powerful monster. Anyway, it has more mana. Let them fight for a while. It's easy to observe the weaknesses of this giant, as a large number of shadows were scattered by the giant. Qing Yu's magic power is also passing away visibly with the naked eye. No matter how the soldiers cut, how to poke, various W devices, messy attacks. Guardians are like infinite X bars. No matter how you cut them, it has no effect. Cheng Xiaoyu can feel it. M4 surrounds its body like armor, so it doesn't even bother to defend itself. Just keep attacking. But even if it is invulnerable, it still has weaknesses. Cheng Xiaoyu observed. Only one time, when the shadow soldier quickly hit it in the eye, it blocked it. Cheng Xiaoyu issued an order. Superior. Kaiser spreads his wings. Bell flapped his little wings. They flew towards the guard together. Bell arrived first, jumped directly into the guard's eyes. The guard is fierce. He leaned back to avoid. Ygritte, who was riding on Kaiser, raised the sword of the Demon King, watching the flashing lightning. With a roar, he rode toward the guard. Then he swung his sword and struck Kaiser. Directly dispersed Kaiser's shadow. It laughed, but found. Ygritte jumped off Kaiser at some point, run straight on its skin. La sound. A huge bolt of lightning hit it in the face, although it is blocked with hand. But I found a figure appearing in the light and shadow. Stab one of its eyes with lightning speed. It was so painful that it roared. Ching Xiaoyu smiled. Sure enough, I guess this guy's weakness. Ching Xiaoyu transforms into black shining. A small teleportation port appears behind him. String out multiple W devices. W, the instrument, is under the influence of the power of the ruler. Slightly fired towards the guard's eyes. In the distance, Hinkawa and the rich second generation look dumbfounded. This feeling is no longer a battle between hunters and monsters, more like a battle between monsters and monsters. The defenders were attacked in turn by Ching Xiaoyu, already crumbling. Ching Xiaoyu takes advantage of the victory to pursue. A random move. Countless sword energy split in his eyes. A stream of dark purple liquid spurted out from the eyes. Ching Jin-Woo yelled at Bell. It's your turn to perform. Bell smiled, said something to the king. Then I won't be polite. Then get into the guardian's eyes. Ching Xiaoyu continued to chop with random knives outside. Bell got into the guard's body and fiddled with it for a while. They should cooperate inside and outside. The guardian was beaten to the point where a mouthful of X spewed out from his mouth, accompanied by a huge roar. This invincible giant. How useful are the shadow soldiers of the Shadow King. Can be teleported thousands of miles. Can fight disgusting people in tens of thousands. You can also find the enemy's weaknesses through shadow attacks. This invincible giant. Under the attack of countless shadows, flaws were revealed. killed by Qing Xiaoyu and Bell together. The weird thing is, the system does not show that the dungeon master has been eliminated. It seems that this guy is not the ultimate boss yet, and there was no black smoke coming out of this guy's body. There is no way to extract its shadow. The rich second generation came over and wanted to celebrate, but Qing Xiaoyu raised his hand to stop him. Bell flew out from inside. The powerful aura of the guardian giant blocked Bell's aura. Even Qing Xiaoyu didn't feel it. At this time, a powerful force of M was scraped out from the transmission port, as sharp as a blade. Qing Xiaoyu's face was scratched with a scratch. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly thought of, the rich second generation can't bear this hurricane. Fortunately, the sensible Yeglet protected him, and Qing Xiaoyu discovered, the portal is absorbing the giant's magic power. He left the rich second generation outside. Go into the teleportation port yourself, and see what's going on. The moment he broke in, he was stunned. The space inside is huge. No wonder giants can enter and exit the portal. And from the passage, there was a chilling laughter. Qing Xiaoyu was left speechless. The enemies are all at the doorstep. It's still in the mood to laugh. Qing Xiaoyu came to the owner of the laughter. I saw a petite giant being tied up. See Qing Xiaoyu coming. He smiles even more, even swearing. Damn those rulers. Look who came to me first, he said to Qing Xiaoyu. You came just in time. King, please help me unlock the chains. I know the plans of the rulers. We need to tell the other kings quickly. But when he figured out who the visitor looked like, he stopped. Who is this guy? And Qing Xiaoyu obviously doesn't recognize it either. But this was the last time he finally met someone who could communicate normally. Fork Warcraft without system restrictions. Learned through conversation. The ruler is the abode of kings. This guy looks like the pirate king. In fact, he was King Taizu, one of the 9 great kings. The dominated are locked up here. Want to use it as a trigger for Z-War. He also told Qing Xiaoyu a frightening news. Kings and rulers have fallen in love with him. But with Qing Xiaoyu's current strength, he still can't fight against them. If you want to compete with them, you must strengthen your own power. It asked Qing Xiaoyu to help it unlock the seal. It will help Qing Xiaoyu become stronger, but just relying on the words of King Taizu. It is impossible to make Qing Xiaoyu believe it. There is absolutely no way to believe it. Tell Qing Xiaoyu, then I'll let you believe it. I saw him pronouncing it like Z. A bunch of Warcraft words that Qing Xiaoyu couldn't understand came out of his mouth. After a while, in front of Qing Xiaoyu, 3 pop-up windows pop up. King of Giants, King Taizu Legia, Integrity Alliance transaction sent to you. Once you accept the covenant of good faith, neither the caster nor the recipient can lie to the other party. 1. Whether to accept the good faith covenant transaction? This is a deal with the devil. Should I accept it? For the truth. Qing Xiaoyu chose to accept. Qing Xiaoran prompts to accept. Until the covenant is abandoned, neither party can lie to the other. Taizu said to Qing Xiaoyu, untie my seal. I will help you. Before he finished speaking, he was stopped by the covenant of integrity. Qing Xiaoyu couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't expect the effect of this covenant to be so immediate. Qing Xiaoyu asked it, why are you different from other monsters? Can you talk to me freely? These words made King Taizu speechless, actually comparing those unworldly inhabitants with the kings who rule them. It tells Qing Xiaoyu, the mixed world residents who came out of the teleportation port were all ruthless losers. They were defeated by the dominators, became a prisoner. Self-awareness must be destroyed. But the king is different. The king's strong will cannot be destroyed by domination. The king's strong will and will cannot be suppressed in silence. I'm waiting for someone who can escape to see you again. Until I met Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu asked it, the dominator army you mentioned. It's the ones wearing silver armor. The guy with wings on his back? King Taizu told him. That's right. They are the soldiers of the rulers. Qing Xiaoyu asked it, those guys called dominators. Why do we always send monsters? Come to our world to cause trouble. Heard this. King Taizu showed an evil smile. It is one of the 9 kings, King Taizu, but he was trapped in the teleportation port by the dominators. Want to use it as a trigger for Z-War, and those portals that appear out of thin air. It is they who are preparing for the upcoming Z-War. They want to turn this world into meet the kings again. These words shocked Qing Xiaoyu. Release the monster. One is to turn the earth into a Z field? King Taizu told him. The reason is simple. Just to deliver magic power to your world. If Warcraft is the disaster caused by the teleportation port, then magic is the blessing given by the portal, not just hunters. Most ordinary people think so too. Magic stones and magic crystals, items containing magical power, are now the top sources of energy. Want to import power that does not exist in the human world? The best way is to use the power of the monsters. Therefore, the rulers decided to use prisoners. The concentration of magic power is getting higher and higher. This shows that Warcraft X has already played a role in some areas. They want to use magic to strengthen the world. Create a world that even suffers the impact of war. Create an unprecedented impact. When there is enough magic, demon kings and rulers will come to Earth. Start a special duel. The Earth on which human beings live. Soon he will be reduced to the ground. Time is running out. You and I met. Neither kings nor rulers will sit still and wait for death. Qing Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. From just now. Just say those guys fell in love with me. Why do you say that? And you have Zijuan. Tell him. The power you have now does not belong to you. And you have that power. You become the common enemy of kings and rulers. But I'm the only one standing by your side. Why don't you help me? Is this Qingyumi? Tell it. If you just want to stand by my side, wouldn't it be better better to be my shadow soldier? King Taizu was frightened. At that moment, he seemed to see Qing Xiaoyu and the Shadow King reunited. It tells Qing Xiaoyu, kings and rulers are all spirits. If the spirit body dies, will disappear completely. They are destined to be kings. Can't be a soldier. Qing Xiaoyu's hand sizzled. A short blade appears in the hand. Towards the king. Cut off the heavy iron chains tied to your arms. He hesitated. Asked King Taizu, will you side with humanity? See King Taizu and say nothing. Qing Xiaoyu became more certain of his inner thoughts. No matter which side it stands on, humans are the species they must eliminate. Humans are a species of indifference. Lord Taizu didn't say any more. Qing Xiaoyu had already expected, evaded King Taizu's attack. Use a dagger to penetrate its chest. Although it promised to help Qing Xiaoyu, but Qing Xiaoyu is a native human being. I would rather let the wrong spots go. Releasing King Taizu might bring disaster. King Taizu smiled. Say to Qing Xiaoyu, am I not a disaster? And you are. Qing Xiaoyu's hand holding the dagger became harder and harder. King Taizu burst out with a mouthful of old X. Before it cursed Qing Xiaoyu. The fight between the living residents and the mixed world residents becomes increasingly fierce. The world will also become more miserable. What you want to protect will be reduced to ashes in the fire of Z war. Qing Xiaoyu said to him expressionlessly. Wait and see. Accompanied by watching Zhu Juan's treatment of others, he landed. System hint. King Taizu Ligia, one of the 9 kings, has been destroyed. Because of the huge amount of experience points. It takes some time. It's a pity that I can't make it into a Shadow Warrior B. I only took some trophies. King Taizu's body turned into a spirit body and floated into the sky. A villa in Country M. A helicopter parked in the large open space in front of the door. State Rights Level Hunter. Christopher stood at the door with a puzzled look on his face. The deputy director and Mrs. Sano came uninvited, claiming to have something important to tell him. Chris thought he was being asked to help attack the S-level portal that appears in the east, so I decisively refused. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Senua said to him, recently, you are likely to encounter physical disaster. Comics. He is a hunter at the top of the Earth's food chain. There are only 5 people in the whole world. Any one of them has the power to destroy heaven and earth, and one of the rights level hunters, Chris, informed by the prophet Mrs. Sino, recently. It is very likely that you will encounter physical disaster. These words made Chris furious. I think Mrs. Sino's joke was a bit too much. If I hadn't been kind to him, I guess it would have been in this sentence. But Mrs. Sano was not deterred by this. Explained to him. Not long ago, she had a dream. In the dream, a group of men surrounded Chris. Erase him. Tell Mrs. Seno like it doesn't matter. I am a national level hunter. No one can kill me. No can't kill me. Even if what you say is true, what kind of hunter can there be in this world? Can you protect a hunter who has achieved national power? Mrs. Fenal told him. Maybe there is someone who can help you. That is Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu, who defeated King Taizu, came out of the teleporter. Although the king of giants is S. This further confirmed Qing Xiaoyu's thoughts. Sure enough, I still have to get rid of it. This guy's power is still so powerful even though his power is sealed by chains. If this releases him, you can't control the misbehavior outside. You have to become stronger before these powerful enemies turn the earth into a Z field. Put their plans in the cradle. The news that all the giants were wiped out quickly spread around the world. People on social networks. There is a lively discussion about the emergence of new national rights level hunters. What is different from the Chizhou Island operation is that this time it's not just the people of Country H who think so. People all over the world have the same idea, and the giant that crossed the ocean, the hunter Lu Jikong of the country, was eliminated. President Matsumoto of Country Our Hunter Association also committed suicide. Maybe it's because I got caught, or maybe it's because of an uneasy conscience, and the other side of the earth, M state in the eastern part of M country. In order to successfully rob the S-class portal, the government, the hunters of Country M held a celebration banquet. Several hunters who participated in the raid were chatting happily. Thomas came over. I told them about the date with D. These 3 little quacks acted stupid instantly. Have you made a bet and come to see it? I didn't bet anything. Thomas leaned closer to the bald face. Said something to him. Your tie looks good. I just don't deserve you. Guanmai was so frightened that his face turned livid. The assistant came over. Tell him that the invitation list for this international guild meeting is out. This also includes the Shuya Guild of Country H. Thomas smiled evilly. It seems that he is coming to Country M. Can't wait to meet you. Captured the S-level teleportation port in Country R. Qing Xiaoyu moved the bodies of giants from all over Country R. Turned them all into shadows. It shocked everyone else. A monster that even an S-class hunter can't defeat. Now they are all Qing Xiaoyu's subordinates. Is this Hunter Cheng's ability? That's awesome. I heard someone exaggerate about brother. As the deputy leader, the rich second generation suddenly looked proud. At this time Hinkawa came over. Hand him the phone. Fu Gong answered the phone on behalf of. The whole person lived. Then he told Qing Xiaoyu that he had to go home because of something. But the other end of the phone didn't tell the rich second generation what was going on. And Qing Xiaoyu knew. It must be his dad's feelings getting worse. The rich second generation sitting on the plane feels uneasy. This was the first time he felt his mother being so nervous. H National Airport. Assistant comes to pick you up. On the way, the assistant told the second-generation rich man the story of Chief Tong. It's already late. Fell into final sleep. The rich second generation wanted to go over but was stopped by his assistant. the assistant told him. A hunter who cannot control his empower approaches the chief child. It will only make the situation more alike. He could only watch from a distance through the glass. The rich second generation blames themselves very much. Such a serious thing happened. He can't do anything. The assistant handed the rich second generation a heavy notebook. The assistant handed Fu Gao Fu Zhong's notebook. This is what the chairman was doing before he fainted. The moment he opened it, the rich second generation was stunned. Only on the notebook. Post photos of the rich second generation in the news, and various worldly records. Like father, like son, I have the habit of cutting and pasting stories I like when I see them. Just like the rich second generation. Not just the rich second generation, and his sister and brother. Various competitions and awards. Contests. They were all collected by his father, and the latest news. The rich second generation burst into tears. The assistant told him, it's not that Chairman Lu Tong doesn't love you, but the depth of love. Full responsibility. The rich second generation who just wants to go home. The back of the head seemed to have been hit by something. He turned around but found nothing. I had no choice but to leave directly. Watching the rich second generation disappearing. The invisible Qing Xiaoyu slowly appeared. Came to Lu Mingden's hospital bed. Take out the remaining water of life. Thank you for coming to the hospital to visit my father. When I walked to the ward, I saw Qing Xiaoyu's back. Feels a little familiar. Then she saw father who has woken up. Qing Xiaoyu walking downstairs. I said something to the rich second generation. Happy birthday, Chen Hao. Qing Xiaoyu, who was free. Suddenly I don't know what to do. I was thinking about finding a friend to catch up on old times, but the first picture that flashed in his mind was that of Che Hui. This makes him a little bit emotional. Love comes too fast like a tornado. He is a state rights level hunter, wood in comics, but was told that something bad would happen to his body in the near future. The only way is to find Qing Xiaoyu, who is the Shadow Lord, for help. But he is so arrogant that he thinks he is invincible. No one can beat him. On a dark and windy night, awakened by a powerful force of magic, he got up, come to the hall. I noticed something was wrong with how quiet the surroundings were. He picked up the wine glass, thrown to the ground. The wine glass fell to the ground and broke. But he didn't hear any sound. This made him feel panic. Suddenly I regretted not listening to Mrs. Sino during the day. It seems that her dream seems to be true. He shouted into the empty hall. Who is it? I saw a figure appear out of thin air. A handsome young man turned around and smiled evilly at him. Behind his back, there are also two terrifying black shadows. The handsome man looked at Chris happily. I found you, brilliant shard. And Chris couldn't understand what it was chirping. It feels like Warcraft language. The handsome man asked him and made a friendly international gesture. Tell him to stop talking. Chris feels ignored, suddenly furious. I saw strange flames emanating from his body. After a moment he turns into a cyclops. He looked at the two people behind him in shock. Even humans can become spirits. After becoming a spirit, Chris looks like an angry god of war. I apologized and smashed it randomly, and growled at the handsome man. Go to S. You abominable group of monsters. The powerful force instantly turned the entire villa into a mess. After Qing Xiaoyu helped our country attack and plunder the teleportation port, the whole country celebrates. Farewell to hero Qing Xiaoyu. The streets were crowded with spectators. I want to come over and watch the heroes for a day. They waved to Qing Jin-Woo enthusiastically. Bell poked his little head out from behind. Say to Qing Xiaoyu, Your Highness, so many people pay their respects to you. You should also wave to them. Qing Xiaoyu was left speechless. This Bell has been acting like an official ever since the drama. Chasing the palace, on the plane, he met Adam, the M authority. Qing Xiaoyu knows. This can't be a coincidence. Adam is happy. I just met Qing Xiaoyu once and was remembered. He felt honored, but he doesn't know. Tell him not to call him by the wrong name this time. The majesty of the king is unshakable. He refused before he could speak. Adam told him that's not the case. He opened the video in his laptop and showed it to Qing Xiaoyu. There are multiple firefighters and blazing fires in the picture. And this fire is no ordinary fire. No matter what method is used, it cannot be extinguished. As soon as a person touches it, it will be instantly burned into black charcoal. Adam told him. Fire started by state power hunter Chris. To put out the fire he caused, Country M dispatched 1,800 firefighters and 14 top magic hunters. After the fire was put out, they found Chris' naked body in the villa's ruins. Besides, the number one suspect deduced by the Hunter Bureau, Cheng Rihan. I endured Adam's emptiness and floated up. I saw Qing Xiaoyu was furious. Jia Adam's hand is getting harder and harder. He looked at Adam with a fierce look and said, How dare you make such a joke with me? Are you tired of living? The bodyguard wanted to come over to help but was stopped by Adam. Then he struggled to explain to Qing Xiaoyu. The person in the photo came out of the dungeon. Probably not the one you are familiar with, Qing Xiaoyu asked doubtfully. Underground city? Adam told him. His magic power fluctuations are very similar to those of Warcraft. And after he appeared, he attacked our S-class hunter without saying a word. The explosion that occurred at the Hunter Authority a few months ago. It was him who caused it. Just arrived. Qing Xiaoyu just let go. Put Adam down. Adam collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. Tell Qing Xiaoyu. Cheng Rihan disappeared after knocking down the hunter from Country M. The administration has been secretly investigating, but it's like he disappeared from the world. Can't find any clues. So he is now the biggest suspect. Qing Yu held up the photo and asked him, So what is the real purpose of showing me this photo? Adam told him, in order to continue to maintain a friendly relation relationship with Hunter Ching Xiaoyu. Reveal this to him in advance. The International Association Conference will be held soon. This meeting, representatives of well-known trade unions from all over the world will participate. The Hunter Management Bureau of Country M will issue a wanted order for him at the meeting. That is to say, Cheng Rihan will become the target of pursuit by the whole world. He is a national rights level hunter, wood in comics, but was told by a prophet that something bad would happen to his body in the near future. But he didn't take the prophet's words seriously. He is so arrogant that he thinks he is invincible. Country M with no clues. Simply give this pot to Ching Xiaoyu's father. They will announce Cheng Rihan's arrest warrant at an international conference. In order to maintain a friendly relationship with Ching Xiaoyu, the Hunter Management Bureau report this matter to Ching Xiaoyu in advance. Hearing this information, Ching Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He hasn't heard from his father for 10 years. Finally got the news. I heard my father turned into a monster. Or the suspect who killed a powerful hunter? Adam on the side. Thinking of Ching Xiaoyu's terrifying power just now. My feet are so weak that I can't even stand up now. Even the most advanced magic hunters can only move objects with their telekinesis. Compared with Ching Xiaoyu's power, it is simply not on the same level. This person, likely the 6th national rights level hunter in the world. We need to report this news to the deputy director immediately. We need to get rid of the deputy director quickly. Representative associations from various countries are invited to participate. A major meeting to discuss and look forward to the trends and prospects of the hunting world. A few days later, the Hunter Management Bureau of Country M has released a list of guilds attending the meeting. It is worth mentioning that the representative of Country H is the recently established Xiaoya Guild. As we all know, the top hunter of the Howling Tooth Guild, only Ching Xiaoyu, who is the president of the guild. That is to say, the Hunter Management Bureau of Country M publicly recognized. The Howling Tooth Guild has only one top hunter, comparable to other guilds in the world with many top hunters. And before that, the representative of Country H in international meetings has always been the Hunter Division Association. Cui Zhongyin is not dissatisfied at all. I even feel that the choice of the administration is a natural one. Although the Xiaoya Guild was founded recently, and there is only one person with the top C power in the guild, did a lot of things that big guilds couldn't do. Any achievement can shock the world. I have personally experienced the strength that Xiaoyu has shown in so many Z fights. Cui Zhonghuang is convinced from the bottom of his heart. He feels that the country is proud to have such a hunter. He left the press conference and walked out. The teleportation port that appeared in the west area this morning got 9 looting permissions. While Zhao Shua's assistant reported the news to Ji Zhonghuang. Let me first recommend to you the New York Development mobile game in the lower left corner. There are cool Mississippi in the game. Limited time blessing, not black silk NP. Passion HS limited time blessing. Limited time blessing. All the types you like are available. Hundreds of styles are waiting for you to choose from. Although it is an ordinary A-level teleportation port, but this time he was not snatched away by Xiaoya Guild. All the large domestic guilds are complaining. Ching Xiaoyu almost cut off the permission to attack and plunder domestic high-level teleportation ports. And this portal K-Star, after returning from Country P, I did not continue to attack and plunder. No competition from the Howling Fang Guild. Their guild's income increased by a full 40%. I don't know why. Cui Zhong is not happy. Just happy because the apple fell from the tree. What's the difference between that and a monkey? Hunters Association office. The section chief reports to the president. Country Z wants information about Ching Xiaoyu's hunter. The president suddenly looked confused. Why are they paying attention to the arrival of the hunter Chi Ching Jin-Yu? Hasn't Cheng Hunter's wish been conveyed to various countries respectively? Do not accept invitations from any country, the section chief told him. This time it is not a request from the Z government. It's a personal request. The 7-star hunter Lu Jikang of Country Z seems to be very interested in hunter Ching Xiaoyu. Country B is different from the rest of the world. Has its own hunter level system. The highest level is 5-star hunter. He is the only 7-star hunter who has transcended the hierarchy. The reason why I want to know Ching Xiaoyu, it's because he fought against the giant who stole D from Country R. Know the strength of the giant. So he is curious. Sung Jin-Woo, who can destroy all giant forms by himself. What kind of character is he? The president is thoughtful. This is probably what is called a hero recognizing a hero, right? It doesn't seem very good to directly refuse a superhero request from a big country. Just give him some superficial information. Country M Scavenger Guild building. Assistant told Thomas. Hunter Ching Xiaoyu will arrive in Country M tomorrow. Thomas asked her to call Huang Dongshu over. Thomas gets right to the point. Walk to Huang Dongshu. Order him. Don't touch Ching Xiaoyu. Heard about this. Huang Dongshu's face was full of dissatisfaction. But because of Thomas's strength, he didn't dare to vent it. But how can he sit still? I just watched Brother S's enemies come to their own country and do nothing. I really can't swallow this breath. He was about to protest, but he was frightened by Thomas's breathless coercion. I saw him pointing at Huang Dongshu. He said to him with a fierce look, "You don't seem to have a say?" Scared him so much that he broke into a cold sweat. The words he was about to say were forced back. The assistant couldn't help but admire him, as expected of Thomas, to issue such an oppressive warning to top hunters. Not many people in the world. She also knows Huang Dongshu very well. Obsession with prey. He is no less than Thomas. Thomas patted Huang Dongshu on the shoulder. Warn him again. Ching Xiaoyu is not allowed to move. move during the time he came. You can rest for a while in the villa under the guild's name. Huang Dongshu was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but due to Thomas's strength, I could only agree to him verbally. Watching Huang Dongshu's leaving figure, Thomas is clear. He can't give up at this level. He hopes to have an assistant. During the time when Qing Xiaoyu left Country M, send someone to keep an eye on him 24 hours a day, although he should be very unhappy. But it's better than dropping S. Huang Dongshu after leaving Thomas's room, veins popping up on face. I have to gnash my teeth. You can't hide people's eyes. My father has been missing for 10 years and there is no news from him. Finally got some news. I heard my father turned into a monster. Still suspected of killing a powerful hunter? To this end, Country M held an international conference. Invite the strongest guilds from each country to participate as representatives. The representative of Country H is a dental association with only 3 members. Leonard, the representative of Country D who just got off the plane, was very confused. Why are there so many reporters here? Why is it that Portugal is suing here? I heard that the hunter from Country H who has been the hottest topic recently will come to Country M today, and that person, Leonard wanted to go over and become familiar with him, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Others can't see it, but he saw clearly, at his feet, hidden by countless dense shadows. With this amount, there will be no problem even if we start a business with Country M. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to go up and say hello. But he was discovered by Qing Xiaoyu, who has quick perception. The second generation from outside the factory told him not to care. Famous people will always have these fans wherever they go. What the rich second generation didn't expect was that Section Chief Wu also followed. He even said he wanted to be Qing Jinyu's bodyguard with a shaky look on his face. Adam came over. He greeted Qing Xiaoyu respectfully, and was responsible for receiving Qing Xiaoyu and his party. Qing Xiaoyu's face changed drastically. Ask him about his father? That's not the case. I just sincerely want to cooperate with Qing Xiaoyu and promise not to cause any loss to him. On the road, Adam extended an invitation to Qing Xiaoyu. Due to the loss of state rights level hunter Chris, and Qing Xiaozi is their most favored candidate. He turned on the projection. That is the remnant of the giant dragon that has been lying underground for 8 years. The greatest difficulty mankind has ever encountered. Dragon Kamish, and the rune stone pulled out of its body. Hunter authority for a full 8 years. Always looking for a hunter worthy of possessing him. Adam thought this condition was enough to impress Qing Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, Qing Xiaoyu's attention was not on the runestone. He asked Adam to turn the photo forward. I want to see Kamish's H-bone again. He asked Adam, has Kamish's naked body been kept by Country M for so many years? Adam told him, yes. Qing Xiaoyu said to him, then let's go directly there. I am so willing to take my time to cooperate with your Hunter Management Bureau. Isn't this too much to ask for? Adam is in trouble. This is the highest level machine of the Hunter Administration. Even he doesn't have this authority. You need to apply to your superior first. Qing Xiaoyu told him, we have to wait anyway. Then go directly to the Hunter Management Bureau and wait. Then, Adam reported the matter to the director. This person suddenly arrived at his bureau. What surprised him even more was, Qing Xiaoyu didn't mention the rune stone at all on the road. On the contrary, I am very interested in Kamish's residual H, the deputy director told him. The value of skills is endless. When top hunters buy the rune stones they need, don't care about the price at all. But he cares so much about the body of Warcraft. It should be related to his ability. They always thought that Qing Xiaoyu's skills, you can only extract the shadows of monsters defeated by you. Now it seems, those who were not killed by him. I even played Warcraft for a while. It can also be made into a summoned beast by him. What an awesome ability this is. The director was so excited that he stood up and slapped the table. This is absolutely not okay. If he is really resurrected, how much does Qing Xiaoyu's strength need to be enhanced? We can't let such huge power be concentrated in one person, the deputy director told him. But if you reject him directly, it will be difficult to maintain a good relationship with him in the future. This made the director immediately confused. After weighing it again and again, the director decided to take him to have a look in person. Let's take a look at his strength. That's all. He took Qing Xiaoyu to the place where the remains of the dragon Kamish were stored. Go through a long passage. They came to the entrance. Qing Xiaoyu can feel it. The powerful magic emanating from inside. If this is the magic left behind after it's gone 8 years, then turn it into a shadow soldier. How powerful is it? They came to the giant dragon remnant. Just looking at her body makes people shudder. In order to prevent this body from being destroyed, the Hunter Management Bureau even built a building directly on the site, kept intact. What it looked like when the last 5 power-level hunters killed it. All the electricity in the Hunter Administration building comes from its magic crystal. The Hunter Management Bureau has also withdrawn all its magic crystals. Then he walked towards the giant dragon remnant H. He reaches out his hand. Say the password to the dragon remnant in the tempered glass. Stand up. A dark aura emanates from the dragon. Qing Xiaoyu expected. Such a strong monster has been fighting for so long. It's not easy to extract. Look at it with sincerity again. Stand up. A moment later, on the dragon remnant H, a huge black shadow slowly appeared. With a powerful dark aura, The dragon rises slowly. It is the king of dragons, Dragon Kamish, the most powerful disaster ever encountered by mankind. Hundreds of elite hunters are in the hands of the authorities. In the end, 5 national power level hunters teamed up to attack. The body after S is preserved intact until Qing Xiaoyu's arrival. It has been awakened again after sleeping for 8 years. It roared. The ceiling was shaken to pieces. Water pipe breaks directly. It looked down at Qing Xiaoyu and asked, "Are you calling me?" Anqing Laoang. Everyone present was shocked. "See you soon." The dragon wakes up. It has become a shadow and has forgotten many things, but it remembers it clearly. But it's so quick to remember. S drops humans. Get rid of them all. It stretched out its giant claws and pressed lightly on the tempered glass, accompanied by a clicking sound. The whole glass was shattered. A dark purple flame hovered in front of the mouth. Everyone panicked. Want to escape but can't. Even top hunters can hide from them. Qing Xiaoyu corrected it. Say to it, "The magic crystal inserted in your head has long been removed." After hearing this, the giant dragon Kamish slowly put away the flames. This can no longer be explained by common sense. Hunter Qing Xiaoyu can actually speak Warcraft language, and the invincible dragon obeyed his orders completely, and the treasure at the end of the head is his command. The dragon lowered his head, kneeled down before him with the courtesy of a king and a minister. A humble NPC who serves the Dragon Emperor. Tribute to the new king. Qing Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. The Shadow Soldier's self-awareness can be so strong. Its level is higher than any monster I've ever seen. Waiting for the Dragon Emperor? Yes. I was the king of the light dragons. Destroy the king's Zen. When touched, it instantly transforms into a well-behaved pet. Keep wagging its tail. This arrogant thing. Why have you become so good? It's a pity that the good times did not last long. Why did the dragon's shadow just stay for a while? About to leave. Even the power of the Shadow King cannot make up for 8 years. The dragon's face is full of relics. It's too late to meet the monarch. It admires those shadows that can serve the king forever. Before leaving, it reminded Qing Xiaoyu, there are a total of 4 humans who have used the power of the Dominator. You must be careful about them. Able to see you briefly. After talking, the shadow of the giant dragon burrowed back into the residual H. System hint. Failed to extract shadow. The shadow of the other party has returned to the world of nothingness. The opponent's S death time is too long. No longer meaningful to extract. Qing Xiaoyu expressed his intention to the director, and promised to pay all maintenance costs here, and then walked straight out of the laboratory. The thud startled everyone. I saw Qing Xiaoyu outside, smashing the wall with his fist and deforming it. My heart is full of unwillingness. I lost a lot of my strength like this. Walked out of the Hunter Management Bureau. Ask him if he has seen the rich second generation. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly looked confused. The section chief told him, 2 hours ago, the rich second generation received your message. Ask him to go to the management office and wait for you. Then the scavenger hunter came to pick him up. I felt something was wrong, so I contacted you immediately, but never got in touch. Qing Xiaoyu happened to be in the basement with no signal during that time. He asked Adam beside him doubtfully, "Is there such a thing?" But Adam also looked cute. He didn't receive any work arrangements for hosting the rich second generation, and although the Scavenger Guild has a good relationship with the administration, but they have no authority to take charge of the affairs of the authority. He thought it would be better to contact the Scavenger Guild directly to ask about the situation. She has never received this assignment before. She asked Adam to wait first. After hanging up the phone, Adam hurriedly wanted to tell Qing Xiaoyu about the situation, but found that the person was missing. Qing Xiaoyu at this time, already anxious, hearing about the Scavenger Guild, he immediately had a bad feeling. But before, in order to save Lu Minghan, the child director, the shadow around the rich second generation has been replaced. After that, he no longer left a shadow around him to protect him. He is worried. The rich second generation will be in the same danger as his sister. He jumped to the top of the highest building, summoned all the shadows, ordered them to find the rich second generation at all costs. The other side, Thomas comes to the villa owned by the Scavenger Guild. Seeing the unconscious men all over the ground, he took off his glasses, crushed in anger. Things eventually developed in the least ideal direction. He ordered his men, no matter what method, we have to get there before Qing Xiaoyu. Find Huang Dongshu. Huang Dongshu at this time. Take the rich second generation to a secluded place for physical assault. His face is full of joy. Only by venting his fire can he feel the joy of living. This S-class pigman is really brave. Ignore the warning of Thomas, the powerful hunter of the G family. Act without permission to fight against the Shadow King's companions. This made Qing Xiaoyu very anxious. Send all the shadows on him out to find the whereabouts of the rich second generation. Although he has never met Huang Dongshu, but he is definitely as bad as his brother. My brother's S is closely related to Qing Xiaoyu and the rich second generation. If it's too late to find a rich second generation, it's probably going to be unpredictable. The anger in his heart that wanted to kill someone could no longer be suppressed. If the rich second generation loses their lives because of this, Qing Xiaoyu might be able to overturn the entire country. The Scavenger Guild is also very worried. Thomas looked like he hated iron. He doesn't know what Huang Dongshu has in his mind. I don't even want my life anymore. It's not good to offend a hunter with such great strength and fame. He called Laura. Ask her how she is doing. Laura reported the situation to him. Already cooperated with the Hunter Management Bureau. Launched a comprehensive investigation into the actions of Huang Dongshu hunter. After extensive investigation, already locked in area. Thomas attached her. Send all the guild's fighting power there. But what puzzled him was, the Hunter Management Bureau is actually so cooperative with their actions. But he doesn't know. Loss of a national rights level hunter already caused the administration to experience a shortage of Z power. If Ching Xiaoyu and Thomas were allowed to have sex, losing another national rights hunter, the consequences will be disastrous. They mobilized all available personnel from the administration. It is necessary to control the situation before it worsens. In an abandoned warehouse, Huang Dongshu led several hunters to confine the rich second-generation Ji here. The rich second generation was beaten and bruised all over their bodies, although Huang Dongshu already had the answer in his heart. But I still want to hear it for myself. What happened to my brother and them in the underground city, and how my brother was killed by Ching Xiaoyu? Just hear this answer. Then there's nothing wrong with the second generation of rich people. I didn't expect the second generation rich guy to be so generous. I was beaten for half a second without saying a word. He punched the rich second generation hard on the chest for a season. Wake him up after being obsessed with fragrance. Then he pushed him against the wall. I don't plan to fuck you. All you need to do is say that the shooter of S is Ching Xiaoyu. Otherwise, I will keep humiliating you. See this ghost wearing glasses next to me? I don't. He is Ayan Dad. He will save you every time you are about to be tortured. Until you tell me the answer I want to hear, you will always accept the pain like this. Moreover, the factory here has been abandoned for 5 years. Even if you call me Broken Throat, no one can save you. How about it? Do you want to change your mind now? I saw the rich second generation's lips slowly opening, said 2 words to him, SB, and gave him a friendly international gesture. He was so angry that he grabbed the rich second generation's hand harder and harder. Use your hand to remind him, Mr. Huang. Control emotions. Your goal is Ching Xiaoyu. Isn't this a tight-lipped person? Huang Dongshu calmed down after hearing this. If you kill the rich second generation now, you will get nothing. Ching Xiaoyu must be allowed to die with his body and reputation ruined. He suddenly noticed. I don't know when a monster stood at the door. Huang Dongshu thought it was a monster from some teleportation port that had escaped, prepared to use it to vent your anger. And that monster is shaking non-stop. People who don't know it think it's afraid of Huang Dongshu. Huang Dongshu said nothing. Turn up your fists and punch it directly. But he doesn't know. It is exchanging bodies with Ching Xiaoyu. In the community, mother and daughter lying on the sofa. Look at the scene of Ching Xiaoyu going to Country M. Bell stuck out his little head behind him. Seeing Ching Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but feel, Your Highness is really handsome. However, its body shivered for a while. This feeling, it has happened before. It was the time when Ching Xiaoyu's sister had an accident, and this time, it seems even stronger. The king is angry. Elites of the knights on a mission. Suddenly, my subordinates noticed something strange. He saw the shadows moving under everyone's feet. Zhao Jingshu asked him if Ling Tian had been drinking. I can't take you to the dungeon like this. The anxious subordinates argued loudly. I didn't drink even a drop today. I really saw the shadow moving. The scavenger guild is rushing to the scene. Thomas suddenly became restless in the car. So far apart, he can already feel the magic power emanating from Ching Xiaoyu. Things are already developing towards the worst outcome. He kicked the car door open, jumped out of the car. Tell the driver he will go first. The others will follow immediately. With a roar in his eyes, he rushed towards the source of magic at lightning speed. The rich second generation lying on the ground breathing silkworms. Relieved, smile happily. He finally held on until Ching Xiaoyu came to save him. It's okay. Ching Xiaoyu swapping places. Just look at Huang Dongshu's stomach and punch him. I beat him straight to the point of vomiting X. It rolled and crawled dozens of meters away. At this moment, Ching Xiaoyu was extremely angry. You can't hide the look in someone's eyes that wants to be stabbed. Is this the wrath of the Shadow King? It's so scary. The shadows as far away as Country H can feel the anger from the king. And the reason is that the ignorant Huang Dongshu kidnapped his companions. Searched through the shadows. Finally, I found the second-generation rich man who had been raped in an abandoned factory. Ching Xiaoyu teleported here. Without saying a word, he gave Huang Dongshu a heavy blow. Let him fly dozens of meters away. Rolling and crawling. He hurriedly came to the rich second generation who was still breathing. I fed him a small red bottle. The system prompted him. The remaining stamina is too low. Cannot restore stamina with healing potions. This made Ching Xiaoyu even more angry. He asked the 2 disciples beside him. Are there any therapists among you? Quickly treat me Lu Chunhao. But how can foreigners understand the language of Country H? Huang Dongshu walked over from outside the factory, translated Ching Xiaoyu's meaning to 2 companions. He looked at Ching Xiaoyu with a happy face and said, We finally meet. Ching Xiaoyu. Ching Xiaoyu issued the last warning. Treat it. But this 4-eyed guy still doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. He also asked him to get to know his boss first. This is not an act. What is it? Ching Xiaoyu directly pressed his forehead. A hard throw. Falling to the ground unconscious. The other guy panicked. He wants to help with treatment. But he's not the daddy. Okay, you go and eat on the ground too. That leaves Huang Dongshu who doesn't know how to live. To this day, he is still brooding over who killed his brother. Ching Xiaoyu walked up to him and said to him, Go ask your brother. These words made Huang Dongshu furious. He raised his fists and punched Ching Xiaoyu. Ching Xiaoyu calmly dodged away, just touched his waist lightly. It made his expression distorted, mouth spitting fresh X. He was knocked out like Zid, falling on a big iron pipe and gasping for air. Before he can buffer it, Ching Xiaoyu has come to him, looking at him fiercely, and stretched out his hand. He grabbed Huang Dongshu's forehead, mentioned him directly. In an empty factory, suddenly there was a burst of scream. Fresh X splashed on Ching Xiaoyu's face, but he didn't feel any pity. Thomas came over, saw Huang Dongshu being hung and beaten. He is anxious and angry, although he doesn't like Huang Dongshu's stupid behavior. But as a member of the guild, you still have to come out and do some maintenance. He ordered Ching Xiaoyu to release Huang Dongshu. That's the end of this matter. But Ching Xiaoyu is not someone who can be frightened by just one sentence. He stared at Thomas fearlessly and said, "What if I don't want to let it go?" Thomas suddenly became furious. This young man really doesn't give him any face. He warned Ching Xiaoyu, "Then I can only be rude to you." Sung Jin-Woo. Huang Dongshu throws it away like garbage. Say to Thomas, "Bring it on." Although Huang Dongshu has been beaten half a dozen times, he is still alive. But he was extremely excited. He knew from the beginning that he couldn't beat Ching Xiaoyu, but he was sure Thomas would stand up for him, and Thomas came as he wished. He couldn't wait to see Ching Xiaoyu being beaten by Thomas. Thomas stood tall and majestic in front of Ching Xiaoyu. Say to Ching Xiaoyu, "I am Thomas, the president of the Scavenger Guild, also a national rights level hunter. Give me face. Spare Huang Dongshu this time. I will compensate you for your losses." I didn't expect that Ching Xiaoyu was not afraid of tigers when he was born. Tell Thomas, even if you are the king of heaven, it can't stop me from killing that person. Z. Thomas was angry. Someone who knows his identity and is still so open-minded. This is his first time encountering. Thomas was born into a poor immigrant family. The people around him are all the people to him. God gave him seemingly nothing, an unparalleled talent. That is the overwhelming W force, the power to crush your opponent. In the continuous Z fight, he proved his talent. How can he change the people he used to be D with? Strength, Q power, food ability, B power. Use these existing strengths. He is as powerful as a king. When unprecedented new forces emerge, he sees the opportunity. Become a real king. Dominate the world. People block as people. Let those who despise you surrender to yourself. B power is supreme. He is a proper Bilime scholar, so he knows very well how to deal with people like Ching Xiao. He punched Ching Xiaoyu for the first time. At this time, the top power of the Scavenger Guild arrived at the scene one after another. But as soon as they arrived, they were frightened by the sound of explosions. I saw a bunch of stuff exiting the factory all the way. After the smoke disperses, I saw Thomas making a defensive gesture. His men looked shocked. What kind of power is this? Can beat Thomas. Embarrassed in front of all his subordinates, Thomas looked unhappy, looking forward to everyone. Give them all to me. Crush Ching Xiaoyu into pieces. Ching Xiaoyu's shadow also arrived at the scene. He hoped that Kaiser and Ygritte would take the rich second generation to the nearest hospital. No matter what method is used, he must receive treatment. After receiving the order, Kaiser took the rich second generation to fly high. Then he came out with all the shadow men. Confrontation to see the top power of Thomas Guild. Two major international guilds are at war with each other. A posture of getting started if they disagree with each other. Thomas's face was full of pleasure. It has nothing to do with Huang Dongshu now. There is only one way to regain his self-esteem. That's that arrogant guy. He is a state rights level hunter. Jinka, strength, Kli ability. He is at the top of the pyramid in every aspect. Those who once looked down upon him eventually succumb to his power. He is a proper Bilime scholar. But Ching Xiaoyu is not afraid of tigers when he was born. His attitude challenged his self-esteem X. I originally wanted to stand up for my subordinates. Now he just wants to stand up for himself. He warned Ching Xiaoyu for the last time. If you admit your mistake now, I can spare your life. Ching Xiaoyu was too lazy to talk nonsense to him anymore. Give him an international gesture and let him experience it for himself. This moment completely defeated his last vestige of reason. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The whole body exudes a golden atmosphere. The body begins to swell. The muscles have swelled several times. With a look from both sides, the black and yellow armies shouted for a while, rushed towards each other. Scavengers stand in a row, put the guard on the ground and set up a protective line. I saw a huge golden shield displayed in front of me. The shadow soldiers rushed forward like moths to a flame to break the shield. Thomas is like an angry bull, goes straight through the shadows, easily defeat the shadow soldiers blocking the way. Fangs used his proud eye shield to block Thomas. Thomas jumped up. One move, Thomas pirouette. The shield and the shadow were scattered together. These shadow men are no match for him at all. He jumped into the factory. I found that there was also chaos inside the venue, and Ching Xiaoyu knocked down his men without even taking a shot. He rushed straight towards Ching Xiaoyu. Upon seeing this, Ein broke away from the battlefield to protect the Lord, but its comparative strength with the national rights level is also very different. Thomas defeated it with just one blow. At the same time, he discovered that Ching Xiaoyu had disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already by his side. Thomas' body with a dagger C, but it's just scraping. Not only did it not cause him any harm, Thomas was hit by him and turned around. It was smashed out with a bang. He mocked Qing Xiaoyu. Are you underestimating state rights level hunters? I saw him stretching out his 5 fingers. There was a burst of energy in the hand. One trick to attract stars. Sucking Qing Xiaoyu in. Taunted Qing Xiaoyu again. Feel the difference in strength between you and me. Very desperate? Qing Xiaoyu took advantage of the situation and used the power of the ruler on him. Firmly fix his posture. Use Thomas's star-attracting method. Fly to him quickly. A heavy punch to his shoulder. Thomas was knocked back several meters by the punch. His eyes were full of disbelief. Was I beaten? Before he could react, Qing Xiaoyu raised his fists again and rushed to him. Hit him all over the body at a very fast speed. I feel like I can't beat Qing Xiaoyu at this level. Thomas's eyes changed. Got the news that Thomas and Qing Xiaoyu have started fighting. The Hunter Management Bureau rushes to the battlefield. Adam looked worried. Things are already developing in the worst direction. We have to rush to the scene as soon as possible to stop it. No matter who wins, it will bring huge disaster to the country. See what Thomas looks like after his transformation. Qing Xiaoyu figured it out at that moment. Among the 5 national rights level hunters who survived the Dragon Kamish, there are 4 people, with the help of the ruler. Thomas, Andre is one of them. At this moment, he has become a spirit. He picked up his hands, hit the ground hard. The entire ground was shattered in an instant. The whole factory started to collapse. Then he stretched out his palm, facing Qing Xiaoyu with one powerful move to attract stars. The men panicked when they saw this. They all stayed away and hid. The shadows have never seen this skill before. They all stayed where they were and watched curiously. Then the body twitched, being sucked into the huge black hole above Thomas's head. Qing Xiaoyu used his power as a ruler to attract good buildings to avoid being sucked in. After a black hole sucks in everything around it. Oh, there was a big explosion. The surrounding area was instantly moved to the ground. He confidently said to Qing Xiaoyu in the distance, "This time, I won't miss it." Wood in comics, he is a state rights hunter. It is also one of the glorious fragments spoken by Kamish, the king of light dragons. Facing a strong man like Qing Xiao, he used the power of the ruler. Transform into an armored warrior. Every blow has destructive power, and that move was too damaging. All friendly forces in the surrounding area were affected. I saw his legs bent, bounced up like a frog. When arriving in front of Qing Xiaoyu stretched out his feet, kicked him down. As he was falling, he stretched out his hand and used the capture skill on Qing Xiaoyu. I didn't expect that Qing Xiaoyu would use the suction power of his skills to use skill master hand on him. Rushed over with the help of Thomas's suction. This makes Thomas feel strange. Instead of retreating, he actually advanced. If that's the case, then let's come here. Stretch out your fist to confront Qing Xiaoyu. The only loud noise. The armor on his arms began to crack. Qing Xiaoyu's power is even better. In Thomas's disbelieving eyes, he was shot out like a bullet, hit a distant building, falling in the ruins and groaning. Before he can buffer it, Qing Xiaoyu rushed up again. He waved his huge fist in panic. Qing Xiaoyu quickly dodged, pounced on him and grabbed his 2 horns, nailed him hard in the face. There were bursts of shattering sounds coming from the helmet. Hunter Management Bureau arrived at the scene. From a distance, they can feel the huge magic coming from inside. What kind of monsters are these 2 fighting? He asked his men to be mentally prepared. It is very likely that the obstacles in the past will be affected. It may even be life-threatening. Then they saw in disbelief. National rights hunter Thomas is being pushed to the ground and beaten violently by Qing Xiaoyu. Thomas couldn't figure it out. A magic hunter. How is it possible to have such power and speed, even far beyond him? How can this be? I lost? My assistant? I can't lose. He struggled and opened his huge. But he was easily beaten away by Qing Xiaoyu. Then continued to beat Thomas's armor violently. The armor gradually cracked under Qing Xiaoyu's violent output. He struggled to stand up and shouted loudly at Qing Xiaoyu, "I'm Thomas. Andre, do you think I will be defeated so easily?" But for Qing Jin-Woo now, it's just a roar of incompetence. The hands that raise their fists become harder and harder. She retorted to him expressionlessly. So didn't I say that? It doesn't matter who you are. Saw his leader being beaten violently. The members of the scavenger guild were all stunned on the spot. No one dared to step forward to help. Only the people from the Hunter Management Bureau mustered up the courage to step forward to stop him. But how could Qing Xiaoyu, who was furious, listen at this moment, continue to wave your fists and make a mess? Thomas's helmet was shattered by a hammer. Then there's the armor on the body. Qing Xiaoyu's attacks hit the flesh with punches. After feeling the difference in strength, Thomas figured it out. There is only one road going further. He said the softest words in his life. I lost. Hear this. Qing Xiaoyu stopped what he was doing. Thomas has very little armor left. Naked and exposed in front of everyone. Everyone present was stunned. The invincible Thomas. He was beaten like this. A hunter who can beat him like this. It's only Qing Xiaoyu, right? After this incident spread, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes. No one will doubt Qing Xiaoyu's strength anymore. This is already in existence beyond the national level. See, the battle is over. Only then did his men rush over to treat Thomas. But it was discovered that all the bones in Thomas's body were broken. There's still a lot left. He can't save it with his own strength. All healers must be dispatched to treat together. Thanks to Thomas's armor after his transformation, it blocked most of the attacks. Otherwise, no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough. There were no unnecessary casualties at the scene. Only Huang Dongshu is miserable in the Exmoor. For the Hunter Management Bureau, this result. Already lucky. I only killed one S-level hunter Huang Dongshu. There are also a bunch of ruined buildings. Qing Xiaoyu used the shadow swap skill to switch places with Bell. Let Bell do his best to treat the rich second generation in Country M, and himself. Take Huang Dongshu's shadow to the rooftop of a certain building in Country H. The shadow carries Huang Dongshu's memory, feeling ashamed of the king, but I still asked the king to name it. Cheng Xiaoyu is still angry with him. Tell it, you did it because of greed. Then let's call you insatiable. Then he said something to Huang Dongshu who had disappeared. How about it? Are you satisfied now? Shadow thanks the king, directly ordered by the king to apologize. The next day, the International Association Conference was held as scheduled. The fight with Thomas. It made Qing Yu, who was already famous, even more noisy. Most of the reporters from across the country rushed over to document this key figure, and the strength shown by Qing Xiaoyu. It also made the Hunter Management Bureau treat him more carefully. As for Qing Xiaoyu, who is the focus, not excited about beating Thomas. He has only one purpose in coming to Country M, that is to clear up doubts. He opened the door to the council chamber. Everyone turned around in unison. The most popular person, the monster who defeated Thomas, he came. How strong is the Shadow King? Even state-level hunters were pinned to the ground and crushed by him. This made Qing Xiaoyu, who was already famous, even more noisy. Everyone both respects and fears his strength, and he has no interest in hitting B. Thomas. He has only one purpose in coming to Country M, in order to get information about his father who has been missing for many years. As he takes his seat, International Parliament kicks off. An old doctor walked onto the podium with a graceful step. After introducing myself to everyone, go directly to the topic. The number of portals around the world is increasing these days, and many powerful monsters appeared. But the abnormal changes that occurred at high altitude, I'm afraid not many people here know. Many articles have been published. The concentration of magic in the atmosphere is gradually increasing. To describe it in one word is demonic energy. The doctor opens the world map. The red dot shown on the map is where the demonic energy appears. The bigger the red dot is, the more demonic energy has gathered. Among them, 9 places have relatively large demonic energy, and the place where the most evil energy gathers appeared in the capital of Country H. Here Country H. There was a lot of discussion at the venue. Then they looked at Qing Xiaoyu in unison. The timid hunter even stood up and prepared to escape. The doctor sees everyone's concerns. Let everyone not worry. If Qing Xiaoyu can gather the demonic energy from high altitude, then he is no longer a hunter. Qing Xiaoyu is more concerned about the 9 places that appear. I don't know if it corresponds to watching the 9 kings. The doctor reminds everyone. The reason for the gathering of demonic energy has not yet been discovered. But it doesn't mean that we don't care. Perhaps their appearance heralds the disaster that will happen in the future. Let everyone prepare in advance. Fortunately, you have the strength to deal with difficulties before they happen. See the doctor finish. The director of the Hunter Management Bureau took to the podium, announcing shocking news. 2 weeks ago, National Power Hunter Chris was murdered. The methods are extremely cruel. These words immediately caused the scene to explode. What kind of international joke are you kidding? All state-level hunters were killed. This requires a very strong hunter to do this. After some discussion, they all looked at Qing Xiaoyu again. This is the only man who can defeat a powerful national hunter. Facing the doubtful eyes of everyone, Qing Xiaoyu remained unmoved, too lazy to explain. The director explained it to him. A man has been named as a suspect in the case. He just hates people. See. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the X-hand is not Qing Jin-Woo, it will be fine. But when they looked closely at the photo, I found out that this suspect really looks like Qing Xiaoyu, although in their eyes, the faces in Country H all look similar. But this person, no matter how you look at it, it looks like him. They tried to convince themselves. It's just that they look alike. Can't look back. Qing Xiaoyu felt very confused. Kamish told him that there are 4 humans who use the power of the Dominator. The dungeon is the territory controlled by the ruler. Why would they send someone who looked exactly like their father? The director explained the situation of Suspect C to everyone. Appeared from a teleportation port in Country M that can speak the Mandarin of Country H. So the administration invited Huang Dongshu, who is also a hunter from Country H, to negotiate. During the interrogation process, Hunter Huang Dongshu was beaten down and then escaped. It can be seen that he is very strong. Ordinary S-class hunters are no match for him. I judge that Chris, a national rights hunter, was probably shot by him. The video shows a city full of moles, and Cheng Rihan in the sea of fire. The sharp-eyed Qing Xiaoyu discovered. Cheng Rihan seemed to be mumbling something. Wu Yan emerged from behind him. Tell Qing Xiaoyu what Cheng Rihan said. This makes Qing Xiaoyu very sure. This man is his missing father, but no one knows the truth. After this meeting, Cheng Rihan's cold air will be sent to various countries. Once this person's whereabouts are discovered, we will pursue him with all our strength. At this time, a member of parliament asked a question. Why don't you just reveal this person's identity? The director looked embarrassed. Explained to everyone that this person's identity is related to a certain hunter present. Therefore, we decided not to make it public. The director asked everyone if they had any questions. If not, the meeting will be dismissed. At this time, Lu Jikong from Country Z, who was sitting in the back row, raised his hand. asked the director. Wouldn't it be more conducive to arresting the suspect if he disclosed his identity? Don't speak when meeting the director. He simply doesn't beat around the bush, asked the director. What is the relationship between that World of Warcraft and Hunter Cheng Xiaoyu? Seeing Lu Zhikang so straightforward, the director knew that there was no point in hiding his eyes any longer. He told everyone, this person who suspects Y is Cheng Xiaoyu's father, Qing Rihan. This news once again caused the scene to explode. Lu Zhikang said what was in his heart that they did not dare to say. And Lu Zhikang didn't have any courage towards Qing Xiaoyu, even asked him questions out loud. Cheng Xiaoyu Hunter, if suspect Y is your father who has been missing for many years, how would you react if the hunters captured him? Cheng Xiaoyu replied calmly, it is natural for hunters to hunt monsters. If he really is a monster, I will kill him with my own hands. But if he is not a monster, but my father, oh. His eyes turned sharp. He said the cruelest words to the people present. Then I have to drop the hunter. Even if we are with hunters all over the world, I will also protect my family. Say the harshest words. Only the fist is hard enough. Even with hunters all over the world for D, he will also protect his family. Adam's eyes were full of admiration. Available in more than 120 countries. Say this in front of 500 top hunters. There are only 2 people in the world. One is Qing Xiaoyu. There was also Thomas, who was beaten to the ground in the hospital. The crowd suddenly stirred. I saw 7-star hunter Lu Zhikang walking toward Qing Yu surrounded by his bodyguard. Speak fluent Chinese to him. Adam was beside him to help him translate. Lu Zhikang said he once caught one on the coast of Jigua. A giant monster stolen from the S-level portal in Country P. That giant monster is much more powerful than imagined. Shocked him, especially when fighting in the water. It's even more annoying. From then on, he's always wanted to see you. He was curious about what kind of person he was, to be able to defeat such a powerful monster so easily. And, you beat Thomas Hunter to a pulp. He felt very happy. No need to think about it. It must be Thomas Hunter's fault. After saying that, he extended his hand to Qing Xiaoyu in a friendly manner. Lu Zhikang's words made Qing Xiaoyu feel very comfortable. I thought he was a mean uncle. I didn't expect it to be quite interesting. This is probably the hero recognizing hero you invited. Lu Zhikang also left a message to Qing Xiaoyu. I hope your father is not a monster. Then he led his men away in a hurry. The director came over. I want to talk to Qing Xiaoyu about something. He took Qing Xiaoyu to a building. I also brought Mrs. Seno with me. She smiled kindly when she saw Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu didn't expect. The failure to upgrade last time scared her to death. Now he actually comes looking for him. Mrs. Seno told him. She's been having the same dream lately. In a dream, top hunters are being chased by someone, and everything she dreamed about, it has become a reality. Among them is National Rights Hunter Chris. The Hunter Management Bureau had reminded him before this, and his pride hurt himself. The powerful hunters who protect the world will encounter one after another. Those people in the dream will continue to chase hunters. Qing Xiaoyu thought Mrs. Seno was here to tell him to be careful about those people. I didn't expect that Mrs. Seno came to ask him to protect those top hunters. In a dream, Mrs. Seno tried very hard to remember those guys' faces, but I can't remember it. So she changed her approach, trying to use her abilities in dreams to confirm their identities, just like when he was looking into Qing Xiaoyu's eyes to confirm his identity. Then, she saw the endless power contained in them. At the end of strength, there was a pair of huge eyes staring straight into her anus, and gave her a stern warning, waiting honestly for Z-fight. Qing Xiaoyu also heard this sentence from King of Giants. It is the struggle between rulers and kings. But I don't know which camp is chasing S-Hunter, he asked Mrs. Seno in confusion. What does this have to do with asking him to protect hunters? Mrs. Seno told him. The power in him is the same as that power. The power in him belongs to the Shadow King. From this we can see that those chasing the hunters are the camp of the kings. The director and others were still half convinced about Qing Xiaoyu's strength at first, but after seeing the fight between Qing Jin-Woo and Thomas, they changed their minds. They asked Qing Xiaoyu to impose conditions. As long as they can do it, they will be satisfied. Even if you want the top treasure left by Kamish, runestone is no problem either, although these treasures are very valuable. But if all the hunters are gone, no one is here to protect this world. Those things are like a pile of scrap metal. The director thought that such a generous offer was enough to impress Qing Xiaoyu. I didn't expect him to say sorry, not because of his grievances with the hunters of Country M, but even he himself doesn't know how powerful is the D person I have to deal with. He stood up and said goodbye to everyone, looking at the back of Qing Xiaoyu walking away. Adam remembered what he said at the meeting. Even if we are D with hunters all over the world, I also want to protect my family. Compared with family, what does the work of these hunters have to do with him? Sighed. Please give me the list of hunters who need protection later. It would be better if I could meet the hunters on the list. Adam was immediately stunned by these words. Then he smiled happily. They are the top players in the world, but they were named one by the prophets. The period is approaching. The only one who can save them is Qing Xiaoyu, the Shadow King, to protect world peace. Qing Xiaoyu accepted the request of the Hunter Management Bureau. After the International Association meeting, Hunter Authority hosts Hunter Night Party. Those who can attend the meeting are hunters who are at the forefront of the world. The rich second generation has recovered from the disease. Ching Xiaoyu took him to the banquet. The rich second generation was very moved and Ching Xiaoyu fought with Thomas for him. At this time, a rough-looking uncle came up and said hello to Ching Xiaoyu, introducing his company that specializes in dealing with World of Warcraft bodies. Want to come? By the giant monster that Ching Xiaoyu defeated. For this kind of business cooperation, Ching Xiaoyu directly recommended it to the rich second generation. And the rich second generation is worthy of being the son of a businessman, showing his innate talent in this kind of thing. I immediately started chatting with the uncle. This guy, he looks more and more like a deputy leader. Adam came over, hand him a piece of information. The M side is filled with the names of hunters who need priority protection. The authority based on internal standards. A table that converts a hunter's performance into scores. First place is Thomas. The fourth place is Siddhartha. Forget it. Can't read anymore. Can't remember either. This kind of situation is very suitable for hiding shadows now. Just give everyone here a shadow. As long as that shadow is moving, you can use them to confirm whether it is a D person or a friendly force, and which method to use to deal with person D. At this time, a person came over. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Thomas was walking towards him carrying a large cast on his back. Lift the injured hand and tell Ching Xiao, this arm suffered a severe magic shock. For you, it would be easy to kill all the scavenger guild members present, but in that chaos, except for Huang Dongshu who provoked the trouble, no other members will be hurt again. Why is this? Why don't you kill us all? Ching Xiaoyu hesitated for a while, and then said to him. Ching Xiao also said. Thomas paused at this answer. Then turn your head. We will hold the highest level Z ceremony for Huang Dongshu. Although he deserves thousands of sins, but he is still my scavenger. I hope you will allow us to hold a ceremony for him. Besides, wait until my arm heals. I want to have a meal with you. The assistant bowed to Ching Xiaoyu and conveyed Thomas's words. Our leader said he was grateful that you didn't harm the guild members, and expressed thanks to you. Don't look at him. He looks tall and thick. In fact, he is a tsundere who is easily shy. She asked Ching Xiaoyu for her contact information. Thomas wants to give Ching Yu a thank you gift, and promised that no matter what Ching Xiaoyu wants, he can try his best to satisfy it. Ching Xiaoyu politely refused. The assistant told him, our leader, he is a person with a strong desire to win and lose. He can't bear to owe others favors. Ching Xiaoyu was stunned by these words. I didn't expect Thomas to have this side. He thought for a while. If you really need something, it would be nice to have a nice short sword. After receiving the request, the assistant thanked Ching Xiaoyu. Adam wants to take Ching Jin-Yu to meet the hunters who are about to be knifed. Ching Yu told him no, already seen, but what puzzled him was, one less sixth place. Adam told him, the hunter lost contact a few days before the meeting. The Z government of country B launched a secret search, but could not find it. It seems that it has been S.H. Country Hunters Association building. President Ko Kinley at work suddenly felt a myocardial infarction. Heart problems are common for him, but recently the symptoms suddenly became more serious. It seems like this body can't hold on any longer. The doctor told him that if he didn't give up his job, even if the end is really approaching, he won't be surprised. He felt that he had survived long enough. Then a phone rang. His wife is urging him to come home from get off work. He just remembered that he had been working for a long time. Gotta go home. Suddenly he sat up with a sudden stir, looking out the dark window. I just felt a powerful magic power, and he doesn't know. A figure is sitting on his sofa. Saw President Ko Kinley. He showed an evil smile. They are the world's top powerhouses, but was secretly wiped out by unknown forces. The only one who can save them is Ching Jin-Yu, who is the Shadow Lord. To save everyone, Ching Jin-Yu hides the Shadow Soldiers in the Hunter's shadow, and this time, this force found Chairman Gao Jianli. He set up a barrier around the general's office, make him unable to contact the outside world. How terrifying is this old white man's strength? I couldn't even detect his breath at all. Is this a dream? I saw the sound of rinsing on his hands. A small ice crystal floats on the hand. It hit the president on the shoulder with a loud bang. The blood was frozen before it even splashed out. This pain let the president know that this was not a dream. He looked at the white ghost and asked, who are you? And the white ghost old man has no interest in the human president. He stood up. Extremely cold magic emanates from his body, screaming about the power hidden in the president's body. But that power still refuses to appear. The white ghost guessed that it was because he was afraid that the container would be damaged, so he didn't bother to push anymore. Hissing sound on hands. The ball containing the magic power of extreme cold is rolling bigger and bigger in the hand. Hit the president with a loud bang. The white ghost old man smiled. Finally forced this guy out. The old white ghost man threw a magic ball at him again. When you arrive in front of him, bounced away by his hand, smashed a big hole in the wall. I saw the president's whole body exuding golden light, and it's what the white ghost old man has been looking for. The brightest fragment of brilliance. The white ghost old man showed an evil smile. Tell it, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be trapped in this old container. Can't use power at all. We've found the locations of 7 of you. 2 of them have been solved by us. The fragment looked at the old white ghost man fiercely. Tell it, it's a pity that you will be here. I will destroy your evil plans. Let's have a showdown. King of Cold, Kahanjin smiled. Just because of your broken body. Can't hurt me. Cross your hands in front of you. A huge icicle flew towards the radiant fragments. The fragments don't dodge either. Lift your head directly. Go to the top with your head. Cracked all the ice cubes. Then he charged towards the King of Cold, waving his fists. The king of severe cold managed to avoid the situation from its body. Fortunately, the fragments were found in time. He hid in a hurry. Then he continued to hit the king with his giant fist. The king reaches out his hand. A huge ice shield blocks in front of me. The fragments accumulated strength for a while. Smashed the ice shield. The two people's strong figures flashed in the room. Shard took a deep breath. The deterioration of his body caused him to begin to lose strength. Must be decided quickly. It roared. Concentrate your strength on your hands. Quickly hit the king, but it hit the ice shield. With a snap, the king was ejected some distance away. The fragments want to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, but his figure followed him step by step. Kneel on the ground. The president's body has reached its limit. The king laughed. The brightest fragment of brilliance. It's nothing great. Then his body flashed, disappear in place. When he appeared, he was already in front of him. Insert the ice thorn on your hand into the president's body. A mouthful of fresh X spurted out from his mouth. The defeated king laughed at it. How long does it take for you to find new containers? 1 year or 2 years? But until then, our I-team has already arrived. Before your soldiers arrive, the world no longer exists. You are wrong because you want to protect the inhabitants of this world. You must think you can defeat us easily. You don't take us seriously at all, do you? Hold the king's ice spike. Tell him, do you think I would confront you for no reason? Just like we didn't expect you to copy our model. Some huge changes beyond your expectations are already happening. These words left the king of cold, and cold at a loss. I thought this guy was following the president, and got confused. I only saw it from the president's body. Give off a golden breath, inflated like a balloon, hit the wall with a snap. The cold king suddenly felt relieved. It would be uncomfortable if this move hits me. Fortunately, this guy is already dim, but he doesn't know. The president has no intention of targeting him. His target is the wall behind him. The barrier begins to break down, reveal a small opening. Then a big hole opened up that could pass through, see the real world outside. This makes the cold king puzzled. That's it. What can be changed? Shard smiled evilly. It's now. He used a shadow and hidden in his body. Ants quickly strung out cracks in the barrier. The cold king doesn't care. It's just a random resident who wants it. What role can it play? But soon he realized something was wrong. This ant. It's a summoned beast. He dropped the pieces and hurriedly chased away. Found ant scurrying on the ground. He caught up, hand holding ice spike. Stabbed the ant without hesitation. But a shocking discovery. Holding his ice spike firmly with one hand, Ching Xiaoyu was teleported through shadow exchange. Then he choked it. He stared at King Kuhan with a ferocious look and asked, "Who are you?" "I self? It is the most brilliant fragment of brilliance, using the hunter's body as a container. But humans will grow old. Containers will decay. This gives the cunning king of cold an opportunity to take advantage of, injuring it seriously without any effort. Before it broke the barrier. Release the shadow hidden on your body so that Ching Jin-Woo can come over and help." As soon as Ching Xiaoyu appeared, he choked the cold king. The king of cold looked at Ching Xiaoyu with a confused look on his face. "Shadow King, what are you doing? Let me go." Ching Xiaoyu was speechless. What is this guy talking about? It's like it's very familiar. And when I see this face, I think of the white ghost whose shadow extraction failed. And the cold king finally understood. What do the variables mentioned in the glory fragments mean? This is no longer the shadow lord they knew. From his mouth exhale a burst of cold air. Ice formed in front of him very quickly. Freeze Ching Xiaoyu. He seems to be a magic king. Ching Xiaoyu summoned the dagger. Instantly shattered the ice. I want to meet this person D in the past. But the cold king told him, "I'm afraid you don't have time to fight me today." He pointed behind him and said, "Aren't you here to save that human?" Ching Xiaoyu just remembered. This ant is the taxi bee who is following the president. He had a bad feeling. Something happened to the president. The cold king summons long thorns in his hands, facing the president's room. Let Ching Xiaoyu choose. To save people, still have to fight with him. The ice spike flew out from his hand. Ching Xiaoyu hurriedly used his ruler's power on it. System hint. The opponent's magic resists the ruler's power. Meeting the dominator didn't work. Seeing the awakener works. Activate skills without hesitation. Caught up at full speed, and threw a dagger. Want to knock off the ice spike. But the ice spikes are like alive. Turned a corner and bypassed. Then he rushed straight towards the injured president. At the critical moment, Ching Xiaoyu rushed forward to block the president. The ice spike bounced away with a snap. He is very angry. This cold king is really a lowly person. Taking advantage of Ching Xiaoyu's time to save people, he opened a small door and tried to escape. Ching Xiaoyu looked at him expressionlessly. Several daggers appeared beside him. The dagger quickly flew towards the cold king, hit the fleeing king. He let out a beer groan. Unexpectedly, I was injured by a container. He got into the portal. Very good, Shadow King. Wait until the next time we meet. It will be your period. Just think of it as the gift I left for you. Ching Xiaoyu cursed secretly in his heart. Then he hurriedly turned around to look at the president. The president was injured too seriously. The little red bottle has no effect on him anymore. He shouted Bell. Bell, who was far away at home, received the order, flying out of the house with a whoosh, running towards the king at an extremely fast speed. Soon he arrived at Ching Xiaoyu's side. Ching Xiaoyu asked him to save the president no matter what, but it will hurt too much. Bell's treatment didn't work either. Ching Xiaoyu's remaining incomparable divine water of life. Unexpectedly, the president stretched out his injured hand to hold it down. He told Ching Xiaoyu, "Thank you for coming, but there's no need to try so hard to save me. It's useless. The force attacking me is too strong. No one can save me." Touch the heart of those great people. Got their plan, and the enemies they face. And Ching Xiaoyu is here. What a lucky thing. Ching Xiaoyu has this power. Maybe we can prevent this disaster. He finally understood. Portals and dungeons are not for themselves. It's the choices they made to protect humanity, he said to Qing Xiaoyu. One day, there will also be times when you have to make a choice. Until then, please stand on the side of mankind. I really want to work side by side with young people like you. But my body doesn't allow it. Because I can leave the future to young people like you. Pain tens of thousands of times. Let me know I don't have much time. Let me know when it's time to turn off the power. My heart still doesn't stop beating. Probably because I met you. Met you. It's the greatest luck in my life. Thank you, Qing Xiaoyu. After saying that, the president let go of his hands, falling to the ground with a snap. The barrier also breaks down, exposing the real world outside. Raindrops on leaves. More water droplets scattered on the leaves. Soon it started pouring rain. The cold wind brings endless autumn rain. And the president also disappeared. A huge disaster is happening in this world. The top strong men went one by one under the king's secrets. Various news flashes occupied the front pages of newspapers. Chris, a national rights hunter from country M, met H in the villa. Jonas, a hunter from country B, found his naked body by the river. The president of Country H Hunters Association was raped in the office. Chest penetrated, and a variety of top hunter news, report after report. The whole world fell into great chaos. Ordinary people are protected by hunters. But who will protect the hunters? Death of the world's top hunter. It's another higher-level terrorist incident. Qing Xiaoyu and his party saw off the president in the rain. No see in just a few days. Section Chief Wu Jinja seems to be several decades older. Face written all over. President Ko Kinley's S filled his heart with sadness. The president even urged him to go back quickly before something happened. Can't wait to know what happens in Country M. Unexpectedly, he came late. But he is grateful. Qing Xiaoyu can spend his last moments with him. My heart is already full of anger. Even if the cold king is cut with thousands of swords, it's hard to understand the anger in his heart. He asked the section chief to help him with something. Summoned reporters to prepare for a meeting. I heard it was Qing Jin-Woo's hunter's summons. Journalists rushed into the press conference building in a very short period of time. Qing Xiaoyu stood on the podium. In front of reporters, he shared with the world what he currently knew. The highly intelligent Warcraft group befriends top hunters, top-level hunters with extremely high ambitions, and in order to achieve your own goal of not falling, those monsters will create a dimensional barrier before attacking the opponent, use magic to isolate the target, preventing them from receiving support from the outside world. So, just stay in the same space with companions who can protect you. If can't find a companion who can protect me, please contact me through H Country Hunters Association. In a pitch-black cave, the kings gathered together. The cold king told the kings, the shadow king betrayed us. Already on the ground, the king of Illusion Realm looked in disbelief. There is no human vessel capable of withstanding his power. It was also because of this that the Dragon Emperor could not stay on the ground. But the cold king who had fought with him was very sure. That power is the power of the Shadow King. As a container, Qing Xiaoyu is already beginning to control its power. Compared to Brilliant Shard, he is the greatest authority. It made a request to the kings to work together to defeat the Shadow King S. The Demon King is scared. The Shadow King ranks first among the 9 kings. He suggested waiting for the strongest king of destruction. Let's talk about it after the Dragon Emperor comes to Earth. These words made the cold king look unhappy. How long do you plan to wait for the Dragon Emperor? All my friends here are kings. Now the Shadow King is just a human, not fully awakened yet. Want to get rid of him. Now is the best time. Come help me. I will be responsible for sending him into the void. But even so, the Demon King and the Fantasy King don't want to take this risk either. They don't want to end up like King Baiyan. They opened the portal, left the king's meeting. The King of Beasts cursed secretly. Groups of cowards. Then he turned around and asked the King of Cold, what evidence do you have that he is just human? Kohan took out the dagger that wounded it. It found medicine on it. The previous generation of Shadow Kings would not do such boring things. In the previous generation of Shadow Saw, battle selection was a boring thing. In front of D, she said 1, but no one dared to say 2. She agrees with King Cold's judgment. If the Shadow King really controls the container, I definitely won't do such a little trick. So the Plague King, King of Beasts, joined the crusade against the Shadow King. After seeing what Qing Xiaoyu said at the press conference, people's behavior has undergone wonderful changes. From individual travel to group travel, a group of people can never be alone. After all, no one knows who the disaster will befall. One more person brings peace of mind. Qing Xiaoyu stood on a tall building. Purple magic emanates from the body. He tried to find where the kings were hiding, but I can't detect any magic power at all. During the battle with the Cold King, I also discovered that there was no shadow of that guy. They should all be spiritual beings, and King Taizu said that spiritual things cannot become shadow soldiers. From another perspective, the spirit body is also an excellent means of resisting tracking, but it doesn't matter. Under his dragnet, sooner or later, the prey will show its feet. He is the most dogged hunter of state rights. He is also the one chosen by the brightest fragment of brilliance. But at an old age, it met its old enemy, King of Cold. After all, my aging body cannot withstand the attack of the severe cold. The position of president has been vacant since his S. and G cannot be without a master for a day. The Hunter Management Bureau gathered high-level forces to discuss. According to the normal process, it is the most influential to be held by an S-class awakener. But there are no S-class hunters in the Hunter Association except for the president. When bringing in outsiders, you are afraid that they will take advantage of it. After all, The position of president of the Hunter Association represents the highest power of the Ji family. After some discussion, the vice president recommended section chief Wu Junjie, who is an A-level hunter. This makes Wu Junjie a little strange. On age, qualifications, position, most of the people here are superior to him, right? He feels incompetent. The vice president disagreed. Although the rank and position of the section chief are not high, but he was the president's confidant during his lifetime. I also often have many contacts with senior leaders of large guilds, have maintained a good relationship. Recently, I have become very close to Qing Xiaoyu, able to do this. There is only one person in the association, Section Chief Wu Junjie. Let him be elected president. No one dares to question it. Scavenger Guild building. Thomas and his assistant took the elevator to the underground. The men stood up in panic. How come the leader comes to this place where he doesn't urinate? He fingerprinted, swiped the keycard, through many gates, came to a room with iron walls. Looking at the treasure in front of him, Thomas looked filled with admiration. It feels cool anytime I look at it. The assistant looked reluctant. These are 2 limited edition treasures from around the world. It won't show up again. Thomas disagreed. Even the most expensive treasure, it's not as good as his life and the lives of all the guild members. A sword must match a hero. Rather than letting these 2 top-notch W devices be buried underground, might as well give them to Qingyu to maximize their value. Next day, but it was only popular for a while. It was replaced by a more popular thing. I saw a group of reporters downstairs of Xiaoyu Guild. They feel unbelievable. Xiaoyu Guild unexpectedly has a heavyweight guest. The rich second generation was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Thomas, the strongest hunter in Country M, made a special trip to the office to find Qing Xiaoyu. It's incredible. Just looking at his aura makes people shudder. Such a comparison. On the side, Leonard, the strongest hunter in Country D, seems a bit insignificant. The most critical issue is that these 2 giant Buddhas. I have been waiting here for Leader Cheng for 2 full hours. No reply after sending message. Don't answer the phone either. This will make the second generation of rich people extremely bald. Leonard was speechless. I came here specially to get to know Qing Xiaoyu. I didn't expect Thomas, who is called a giant, to come too. I don't know if I can see Qing Xiaoyu again today. Thomas was already a little unable to sit still. He asked the rich second generation Qing Xiaoyu what he was doing. How long will it take to come back? The rich second generation is in trouble. He doesn't know what his elder brother is busy with all day long. And his eldest brother finally came back. Everyone was overjoyed. The rich second generation even cried with joy. Finally come. If you don't come back, you'll have to call the police. As soon as Qing Xiaoyu came in to ask, he saw Thomas greeting him. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly realized, no wonder the company is full of reporters. It turns out Thomas is here. The rich second generation asked Qing Xiaoyu as if he had lost his soul. Brother, why don't you answer the phone 3? Qing Xiaoyu told him. There have been a lot of teleportation ports recently. Need to deal with it to avoid accidents. And we have to let Shadow Warrior be upgraded to a lower level. Thomas came over. Tell Qing Xiaoyu that his hand has recovered. I came here specially to invite him to have a meal with me. Bring him a special gift by the way. When Qing Xiaoyu heard the gift, he was inexplicably looking forward to it. A gift from a national rights hunter should be priceless. Thomas asked him to change places. This thing is a bit dangerous, not suitable for display here. These words made the rich second generation immediately think wrong. Is this a bomb? Hearing that they were leaving, Leonard couldn't help but came over. Only then did Qing Xiaoyu realize that there were other guests. Just looking at the face. Are they hunters looking for help? Thomas blocked him in front of him with his huge body. Then he turned around and looked at him with a ferocious look. What I want to say to Hunter Qing next is level J's secret. Not something you can listen to. Leonard looked aggrieved, but due to Thomas's strength, he could only swallow his anger. They came to a fancy restaurant. Thomas hoped that his men would bring the things up. The subordinate brought a big box and placed it on the table with a bang. Thomas stroked the box and asked Qing Xiaoyu, feel its power? Qing Xiaoyu can feel it. A powerful yet familiar magic. Thomas opens the box. As Qing Xiaoyu expected, this thing has something to do with Kamish. Thomas couldn't help but express his appreciation. I actually recognized its raw materials at a glance. Really awesome. But what puzzles Qing Xiaoyu is that Kamish's body is in the custody of the Hunter Authority. How could Thomas have this thing? Thomas told him. It's the body of Country Z that the government of M wants to obtain from him. Thomas crisply agreed, because he got something more valuable. When fighting with Kamish, he was bitten by Kamish's huge teeth. Thomas used all his strength to pull out the largest tooth on its body. There is not enough material to make a long sword. I simply made 2 daggers. Unexpectedly, I just found the right person to use it. Qing Xiaoyu held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Kamish's outburst. Attack power increased by 1,500. It's incredible. I thought the Demon King's dagger was powerful enough. Didn't expect to compare with it. It's just a small thing that makes a big witch appear. He held it in his hand and played with it. Every time you swing, you will see the powerful sword energy. Let him take it easy. Even if he uses enhanced skills, he can't resist its power. And this sword seems to have intelligence. Feel the power of the holder. It excitedly released its scarlet aura. The powerful aura made all the men on the side break into cold sweat. Thomas asked Laura, do you still think my choice was wrong? Laura shook her head and acquiesced. It seems that the sword is indeed worthy of the hero. Qing Xiaoyu accepted this coveted gift with excitement. Qing Xiaoyu and Thomas, unexpectedly, I felt a powerful wave of magic power. The whole street was dyed purple. People on the street looked up. Thomas, who captured so many portals. This is also the first time I have seen such a large teleportation port. Even bigger than when Kamish showed up. Changes in the world, already far beyond cognition. This is no ordinary dagger. The best dagger in the world. Made from the teeth of the Z-level monster Kamish. Thomas presented this unique dagger to Qingyu. Just then, a huge purple portal appears in the sky. This is also the largest teleportation port in history. At the same time, it also confirms the inference put forward by Dr. M during the Congress meeting. There will be certain physical reactions, and the sky above the capital of country H is just the beginning. Next, there will be such frightening portals appearing in more countries. MP asked Dr. So what countermeasures should we take to prevent this disaster? This question stopped the doctor. A moment later, he replied, praying for this unprecedented situation. It won't end in tragedy. Qing Xiaoyu rode Kaiser to the teleportation port. I want to go in and see what's going on here, but this portal is like a wall. Can't wear it no matter what. Even Qing Jinwoo's ability cannot enter. The things inside there are probably things that have never been seen before, and Qing Xiaoyu will never let the monster inside come out to cause trouble to the human world. After all, my family and friends are also under this portal. At this time, President Wu Xinjia called. Tell him shocking news. He contacted hunter management agencies in other countries to assist in the investigation and found, after the huge teleportation port in country H appeared, there will be no new portals in the world. This is definitely not a coincidence. The president has begun to relocate citizens from around the teleportation port, although he knows that this approach treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. But this is what he can do for now. And Qing Xiaoyu, after hanging up the phone, arrived at the Hunters Association Stadium, had a warm-up sparring session with Bell. The Ant King who once made the world fearless now has no advantage in front of Qing Xiaoyu. Can't even touch him. He easily blocked Bell's blow. Let it fight with the heart of killing the enemy. Bell panicked. It wouldn't dare to do this kind of killing thing. Qing Xiaoyu told it. It's okay. I just wanted to sweat a little bit. Only you can do it now. Bell was a little flattered to be recognized like this by the king. It said something to the king. Wang Wang and Heo Meng. Qing Xiaoyu was speechless. The vocabulary of strange things has increased again. He asked Bell to get ready and start. Bell screamed. A dark purple aura emanates from it. The body also becomes stronger. With a squeaking sound, he rushed towards Qing Xiaoyu. Bell, after turning on his skills, a level up in strength and speed. I have been able to slowly keep up with the king's movements. Qing Xiaoyu is a bit strange. It seems that being promoted to the leader level is indeed a lot more powerful. But, compared with Qing Xiaoyu, he is still one level behind, he told Bell. You know, right? The leadership level is equivalent to the leader of the I-team. An army can only have one commander. Once Ygritte or Insatiable reaches the general level, it only takes a matter of minutes to rise to the leadership level. If you don't want to be deprived of your position, just be more serious. Bell panicked when he heard this. Don't let the position you finally obtain be snatched away. It screams. Fight with Qing Xiaoyu at extremely fast speed. Qing Xiaoyu felt that it would not be possible to continue like this, although Bell's strength is the strongest among the soldiers. But compared with those kings, they are simply vulnerable. Bell swung his claws at him, caught by him calmly, putting his claws on the ground, then flashed behind it. Just punch it on the waist. With a snap, Bell was beaten and flew far away. Hit the wall. It kneels on the ground and flatters. The mighty power of the king. It shocked me, who was weak and incompetent. Qing Xiaoyu was a little helpless. Tell Bell, it is forbidden to watch costume dramas recently. Go ahead and upgrade. When Bell heard this, he felt aggrieved. The test ends here. We need to clean up this ruined gymnasium. He called Chairman Wu Xinjia and said with a condescending expression, don't get excited first. Calm down and listen to me. I have more than 300 working ants in my hand. The stadium will be restored in a very short time. A hotel in the capital of country H. Laura tells Thomas, things have been done. It's time to go back. Thomas told her, there is a huge and beautiful portal here. How can I leave? This thing makes my heart beat faster. Whether it's a fire-breathing dragon, or this huge teleportation port, or maybe it's Hunter Cheng's power. All beautiful. Therefore, I want to get them. Those beautiful things. No matter what. I want them all. Authority, Laura told him. But the Hunter Management Bureau is very worried about you. Thomas smiled. Asked Laura, is there a safer place in the world than next to Qing Jinwoo? And, if this transmission port is the biggest difficulty, if even Qing Jinwoo, the world's #1, can't do it, no one can stop it. So I have to take this opportunity to record it with my eyes. This will be the end of human history. Or is it a brand new start? This is the largest teleportation port that has ever appeared in human history. Even the doctor who has studied teleportation ports and M-monsters for many years came up with the only countermeasure. Praying for this unprecedented situation. It won't end in tragedy. This will be the end of human history. Or is it a brand new start? The citizens shrouded in the teleportation portal were in chaos. They can't wait to escape from here. All streets are paralyzed. Everywhere is packed. Viewed from high altitude, it's the prelude to World M Day. While everyone else is running away, Xiaoya and her mother chose to stay. They know Qing Jinwoo will protect them, just like how his father protected them back then. Qing Xiaoyu is sitting on a high building. It's already the second day. The magic power of the portal is getting stronger, and stronger. But I still can't feel the aura of those kings. Where is it hidden? That portal. He's not sure what the price will be to win it, but it must be taken down. After all, under that teleportation port, there are many things to protect. But before the disaster comes, people, I always want to find someone important to accompany me. Qing Xiaoyu opened the address book. I want to see which friend I can call. Then he saw Che Hui happen to appear at number 1 on the friends list. Maybe this is destined fate. At this moment, Che Hui is practicing swordsmanship. Lao Song saw that Che Hui was worried. Even her sword is full of hesitation. He is worried. After Che Hui experienced those several heavy incidents 9. Can you overcome that fear in your heart? It would be a pity if, like Xiao Shi, he could never stand up again. Then a phone call came over. After cooing, she shouted excitedly to Lao Song, I suddenly have an appointment. I have to take a day off today. Lao Song asked her to go quickly. He seemed to have guessed something. In a large amusement park, people are looking at the same place. That's called a handsome man and a beautiful woman in the spotlight. Qing Xiaoyu thought that there would be few people in the amusement park under such circumstances. Didn't expect so many. Che Hui looked shy. I didn't expect that Qing Xiaoyu would invite her to a place like this. Qing Xiaoyu told her, it's not that I like it. I just want to come once. Che Hui asked him doubtfully, then why are you dating me? Qing Xiaoyu smiled. Tell her, because I only have you as my friend. These words left Che Hui confused. Qing Xiaoyu told her, isn't it what you said in front of that weird designer? Although Qing Xiaoyu was immersed in memories at that time, but you can hear this sentence very clearly. Che Hui's face turned red. I didn't expect that what I said in a hurry would be heard. Suddenly she felt a little strange. Why is there no one around? I poked my little head out and took a look and found out. Qing Jin-Woo used shadow soldiers to create a wall of separation all around. Give them a rare space to get along with each other. She has been a hunter for 2 years. This is the first time I go out so easily, and it's with the person she loves. Just the smell of him is intoxicating. Qing Xiaoyu pointed at this and that. Che Hui thinks everything is fine. Being able to play with the people she likes makes her face glow with happiness. I feel that whatever I do now is happy. They went on a roller coaster. The people around you have broken throats, except for their hair floating up. Is it no different than sitting on the ground? Went to the Relishing house. 9. They both think they are more terrifying. After playing, they went to have dinner together. Qing Xiaoyu asked Cha Hui, isn't it boring here? Reaction to seeing Che Hui. Qing Xiaoyu became more convinced of his idea. After all, they are all S-class hunters. The speed of those entertainment projects makes them feel slower than a turtle. He glanced at Che Hui lovingly. Tell her, walk. I'll take you to a fun place. On a colorful evening, a black shadow breaks through the clouds and goes straight towards the clouds, then spread its huge wings. There were 2 figures standing on its back. Che Hui felt such speed and passion for the first time. Besides, this beautiful picture, let her be intoxicated with it all at once. She asked Qing Xiaoyu in confusion, since there is such a good place, why do you still want to go to the amusement park? Qing Xiaoyu told her, because of his father. It was the one who disappeared through the portal that appeared in that amusement park. He's always wanted to go. Cha Hui leaned on Qing Xiaoyu. Say to Qing Xiaoyu, I always want to find a chance to thank you properly. Thank you for always protecting me, and thank you for bringing me here. Qing Xiaoyu told her, I have something else I want to show you. After sunset, warm sky turned into dark blue. Countless twinkling stars appear in the sky. Qing Xiaoyu and Cha Hui sat on the soft grass and looked up at the stars. It was the first time for Che Hui to see such a beautiful starry sky. 2 people depend on each other. A dazzling meteor flashed in the sky. This is the most incredible teleportation port that has ever appeared in human history. Even experts who have studied transmission ports for many years have no countermeasures. People were forced to flee the land. Hunters from all over the country have gathered here. Prepare for loss of control at the portal. This uncle is a B-level hunter who has recently awakened successfully. After finally leveling up, I was summoned to such a dangerous place. This makes him very helpless. He even thought about pulling out and running away if things went wrong. Being hit by an oncoming person, this made him feel unhappy. Blame him. What's the matter with you? Do you walk without looking at the road? Apologize to me quickly. Hunters were watching around eating melons. Such a big guy. Can you compete with that S-class hunter Ma, don't you? What is that inconspicuous old man next to you thinking? This looks like a master who is not easy to mess with. As the protagonist, the uncle still doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. Finally raised the level. You can lift your waist and become a human being. I am no longer the one who nodded and bowed to my boss in the past. A person ignored by his subordinates. Now I'm actually being ignored by this big guy. Who can bear this? He yelled at the big guy. If you hit someone, you'll get paid. The next second, the big man opened his huge mouth, and everyone's shocked eyes swallowed the uncle's dick in one gulp. Then he showed an evil smile. Stand on the spot and exert your strength for a while. Everything within a radius of dozens of meters was shattered. The hunter was also shocked and flew all over the sky. Hit a building. Cars also take off. Hit him hard. After the smoke clears, reveal its presence. Shout at people around you. Listen, despicable human beings. Your period is here. My fangs and claws will tear you all apart. I am the king of beasts. King of beasts. Do you have any tricks? Bring it on. In the forest, Qing Xiaoyu didn't know that the danger had come. Still living happily in the world with Cha Hui, he told Che Hui that there was was a hotel nearby that had a very good breakfast. Go there to wash up and have something to eat. He ran as fast as he could and was there in 5 minutes. Che-hui hates it. Ching Xiaoyu's 5 minutes. How far is that? It's nearby as promised. They rode away on Kaiser. Section Chief Wu Jinjie is already very worried. Such a big thing happened just a few days after taking office. There are still a few days until the dungeon goes out of control. The teleportation port alone was enough to give him a headache. Now another monster appears. This monster is now roaming their territory. Already killed many hunters. At the critical moment, Ching Xiaoyu could not be contacted. If this continues, I'm afraid even he, the newly appointed president, will have to go to the Z venue. I'm afraid that even his MLM business will have to go to the Z venue. A hunter has come out to fight against the monsters. A hunter is coming to harm you, but a foreign hunter who happened to be nearby. At the scene where the king of beasts wreaked havoc, the country hunter Leonard is sweating coldly. If you fight him yourself, maybe S will be here. I originally wanted to come and meet Ching Xiaoyu, but let him encounter this kind of thing. As a strong man, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Maybe this is a trick of fate. In order to let him kill this monster with his own hands, he has been kept here, being pushed behind me by Thomas. Lost the chance to play again. At a certain hotel, Ching Xiaoyu is living a world of two people. I just received a call from Wu Jinjie. The person on the phone was anxious. Tell Ching Xiaoyu. Turning the city upside down, Ching Xiaoyu asked the president, how many monsters are there? The section chief told him, only one. This made Ching Xiaoyu very puzzled. In order to resist the super large teleportation port that is about to get out of control, all top hunters should be on site for defense. But he was frightened by a monster that suddenly appeared. How is this going? The president told him. The moment I fought against it, everything was wiped out. I just received news that Thomas is confronting it. Ching Xiaoyu felt very strange. He placed a shadow on every hunter. He also ordered them to send him a signal immediately if they noticed any movement. And the person he was protecting got into a fight with the monster who destroyed a guild alone. He didn't receive any signal. He uses the shadow passive skill, the line of sight that wants to observe the shadow. But all I saw was a bunch of chaos, as if disturbed by something. Many shadow soldiers have even lost contact. An enemy with great power needs state rights level hunters to contend with, and interfered signals. He immediately had a bad feeling. Does that monster have a shadow? I need to check if there is any shadow of that guy, because, in the invisible shadow, there may be a bigger monster hiding there. Thomas shouted to the people around him. Don't just stand there stupidly. Take the citizens to a safe place quickly. Leonard asked Thomas. Are you sure you don't need my help? Thomas asked him to stay aside too. Thomas is very aside. This enemy, it's the strongest monster he's ever seen. You have to use all your strength to hunt it down. 1. This world is about to become a battleground for kings. The magic power of the disc saw in the sky formed the largest teleportation port in history. The strongest humanoid monster so far has also appeared. Also one of the kings. Killing hundreds of top hunters is easier than stepping on ants. Ordinary hunters can't stop it from destroying. Fortunately, National Rights Hunter Thomas was there. Facing a monster of this level, he knew he couldn't let go. Directly opened the golden body. The king of beasts quickly swung his claws. Fortunately, Thomas has the blessing of a golden body. The image of Lee is scratched on an iron plate. Thomas gave him a backhand punch. Beast Jun-Yu punched back. That's how they are. You punch. Hunter Chui Zhongning rushed to the scene after receiving a rescue request. He asked his men what was going on now. His subordinate told him confidently, there's National Rights Thomas over there. The leaders of the Envoy Guild and the White Tiger Guild also went to the scene. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be done soon. Our hunter division only needs to focus on rescue and arranging evacuation of the masses. Chui Zhongning disagrees. Such a powerful D person. Even Thomas may not be able to beat him. What's more, they are shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Such a strong sense of oppression. I never had that experience in Shizhou Island. How powerful is this person? In the fierce fight between Thomas and the king of beasts, the buildings are starting to collapse. Thomas throws a powerful punch. Beat it into the building. Make it very beautiful. It jumped out of the building again. Whoosh. It is the same as Sub. Hitting Thomas in the stomach. Thomas steady his steps, hug the king's body and lock him to death. One move pile driver. I thought this trick would make it suffer a little bit. I didn't expect that this guy was not only fine, and got kicked in the face by it. It flew a few meters away. Thomas feels that the power is not enough. He resorted to his last resort. Strengthen. I saw that monster that defeated countless top hunters. There is also the giant Thomas who wears a pair of armor after his transformation. The men shouted happily from the sidelines. I was actually able to see the legendary giant Thomas with my own eyes. The victory or defeat is about to be decided. Thomas looked helpless. It is true that those who do not know are not guilty. They don't even know how powerful the monster in front of them is. Transformation is his last resort. Bai Lu Hao also felt that this guy's strength was not simple. You can't retain your strength by fighting it. He must also activate the transformation skill. Not yet finished transforming. Lord Baisho has already walked up to him, looking straight at him. Bai Lu Hao didn't even dare to look into its eyes. It's like a newborn baby tiger being held by an adult wolf king. Animal intuition told him, no matter what, you can't become its prey. The king of beasts is not interested in this weak tiger. Go straight to Thomas who has become a spirit. Everything around you rises into the air. Then they all hit Thomas. Thomas swept it away easily with his hand. More and more cars hit him. Thomas pulled out a hand from the pile of cars. Use a magic trick on you to attract stars. Suck it towards you. Thomas pushed away the debris that was weighing him down when he saw it. Raise your hands, smashing the king to the ground hard. Then pursue the victory. Beat up the king on the ground. When he thought he had a chance to win, the king of beasts held his fist. He grabbed Thomas's hand and stood up. The hair on the body turned snow white. Tell Thomas with a fierce look, how could a mere shard of light have such great power? But it's of no use. Your fate will be the same as that of another glorious K. Only then did Thomas know. It turns out they were the ones who killed Chris, the transformed king of beasts. Strength has been qualitatively improved. Give Thomas a slap. Thomas was beaten helplessly. The monarch soon discovered, in Thomas's shadow, there is also a little mouse hidden. The king pulled it out of the shadows. Crush it into pieces. Thomas took advantage of June's distraction and jumped behind him. Lock its throat tightly. Shouting loudly, he twisted the king's neck with force. Didn't expect. This guy's neck is like rubber. Quickly turned back. Then grabbed Thomas's head. Lift him in the air, falling hard to the ground. Then opens its fangs, ready to devour Thomas. And at this time, a bright green light hit its face. He was knocked back several meters by the force. Looking back, there is a hunter standing next to Thomas. Although Leonard was scared to death, but he still stood up to protect Thomas at the critical moment. In the face of difficulties, how small are humans? Hundreds of top hunters were vulnerable to him. Even Thomas, known as the King of Hunters, was beaten to the ground. When he was about to be swallowed by the King of Beasts, Leonard stepped in to protect him, although he was so scared that, just looking at that monster makes me shudder. But he is a hunter, compared to living a humble life. Why don't you go like this in a decent way? Even if this is the last day of my life. He also firmly believes that his choice will not be wrong. He added countless buffs to himself. Be prepared to make this monster suffer at least a little bit. But when S is only a little away from him, he was so scared that he didn't even know how to use his skills, waiting in silence for S. When the huge mouth is about to swallow him, Kaiser suddenly appeared and bit the King of Beasts, knocked him back several meters. The king slapped Kaiser several times with his sharp claws. Then Kaiser was torn apart. The shadow slowly dissipates, and Qing Xiaoyu flashed out of the disappearing shadow, kicked the king on the head with a snap, hit the ground hard. Leonard, who had a lucky escape, looked at Qing Xiaoyu, who suddenly appeared in disbelief. Cheng Yu said to him seriously, please take Thomas to a safe place. The King of Beasts has risen from the dead. At first, he didn't quite believe the cold weather, but now I see the real person. Also carries the power of the Shadow King. How could a human being possess such great power? The designer must have found some way. It seems that I have been working with the Shadow King for a long time. It showed a fierce look. This guy must drop it now, to avoid future troubles. Qing Xiaoyu felt the fierce sexual aura of the King of Beasts. And not only it, there are other powerful breaths. Black things move on the ground, and then slowly turned into a slim and graceful king. Besides, the person who killed President Ko Kinli, King of Cold. 3 powerful forces surrounded Qing Xiaoyu. A powerful breath burst out instantly. The surroundings are illuminated extremely brightly. Powerful power soars into the sky. When you meet the opponent, bully the few with more. Qing Xiaoyu opened the realm of kings. Summon his right-hand man, Yeglet, King Ain, to deal with the Cold King. Xiongda, Sesame, to deal with the King of Beasts. Bel, Insatiable, to deal with the Plague King. The King of Beasts is a bit different. Is this the new Shadow Group? The King of Severe Cold took a deep breath of cold air, puffed up his mouth, spewing out a large amount of ice in front of it. Qing Xiaoyu hurriedly blocked it with his hands. The huge ice instantly froze the shadows. The Plague King looked at Bel, who was frozen inside. No wonder I haven't seen these little guys for a long time. It turned out that they were all taken over by the Shadow Lord. The King of Cold looked at the group of shadows with a stunned look on his face. Actually want to use these inferior creatures to deal with us. Really speechless. Qing Xiaoyu looked at his frozen hands. Shake it and shatter the ice. Then brandished Kamish fury. Pointing at the King of Cold, he said, today is your period. How strong is the Shadow Ju Che? Just a container. 3 kings will be dispatched to join forces to attack. However, Qing Xiaoyu did not panic at all when faced with the siege of the 3 great kings. He looked at the Cold King with an expressionless face and said, you have decided today. Being intimidated by humans like this made Chi-Han look unhappy. It summons its army of ice. The Plague King summons her army of living men. They rush toward Qing Xiaoyu like moths to a flame, but very annoying. As long as they don't they won't disappear. Not to mention you have to watch out for the huge ice giant. He jumps on the ice giant, swipe with a dagger with 1500 attack power, instantly cut off its teeth. But soon other ice giants surrounded them. Qing Xiaoyu gathered strength for a while. With a snap, it went right through the giant's body, flying straight towards the Cold King. This made the King of Cold feel a little happy. It excels at remote consumption. Nearly as he can't beat Xiaoyu. The King of Beasts will not let Qing Xiaoyu get it. It stretched out its sharp claws and rushed towards Qing Xiaoyu. The two of them were interacting with each other at extremely fast speeds. The King of Beasts also laughed at Qing Xiaoyu. You don't think you can hurt me just by taking a broken piece of iron, do you? It's a slap in the face in seconds. For Qing Xiaoyu, who is angry with the Kami piece, it is as easy as cutting iron. What's more, this flesh and blood. Not waiting for Cheng Xiaoyu's, a giant hand came towards him. I saw the Plague King flying in the sky, surrounded by 5 giant green hands, and the hand of the King of Beasts has also recovered. Cheng Xiaoyu sighed. Deal with 3 kings at once. There are so many soldiers. It's really hard. At this time, a click sound. Bell's hand breaks through the ice. Breaking free from the shackles of the ice, he flew towards the king. Just a bunch of bedbugs. How dare you pick on our king? What a courage! The King of Cold and the King of Beasts on the side were stunned. Just a shadow. Level 1 can actually unlock the ice ban, and this guy is actually a shadow of the group leader level. How could a mere human being have such subordinates? Comparing the shock of the other 2 kings, the Plague King looked furious. The ant she carefully cultivated actually called her a bug. It reaches out its giant hand to Bell. I want to teach this guy who has forgotten his ancestors a lesson. Bell tore the giant hand apart with one claw. Get away, you crazy bitch. The Plague King was so angry that veins popped out on his face. Bell kneels before the Shadow King, eyes full of admiration. Facing such a powerful enemy, he was not suppressed. As expected of our king, my admiration for you is like an endless stream of water. The ignorant death broke their beautiful reunion. One person and one ant tore them apart with expressionless hands. Before they can take a breath, Erdeo's giant hand came towards them. One holds Bell. The other one hit Cheng Xiaoyu in the face. With a snap, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He stood up from lying in the ruins. He looked up and saw countless ice spikes flying towards him. Give him a slap and hit him in the position. Cheng Xiaoyu quickly swung his dagger and knocked down the ice spike. Lord Kohan stood on a high place and laughed. Even a mere human wants to withstand the combined attack of our 3 kings. I want to see how long you can last. The next second a dagger pierced its chest. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at it expressionlessly. I said, you have decided today. But the Cold King was not defeated by this blow. Even irritated. How dare a mere human to attack me? Cheng Xiaoyu looked confused. It clearly stabbed that guy in the heart, but not injured. Isn't the heart their fatal point? He flies to the Cold King and free up more processors. The weapon hit the Cold King with a bang, but nothing happened to it. The King of Beasts takes advantage of Cheng Xiaoyu's attention on the severe cold. Flash behind him. Reach behind. Summons a misshapen dagger. A slap hit Cheng Xiaoyu on the back. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Bell wants to go and help, but was stopped by the Plague King who appeared behind him. She said to Bell, I am the Plague King. She is the mother of all insects in the world. Let me hug you. This guy who doesn't even recognize his own mother. Bell's savior eager. I don't want to hear about the Plague King talking about my mother-in-law and my mother-in-law. Damn it, mother, let me go. The King of Beasts put the knife on Cheng Xiaoyu's head and said, it's over. Bell, who couldn't break free, became anxious. Looking at the shadow men, they let out hysterical shouts. Bunch of idiots. What are you all doing? Go and help the king. Insatiable to break free from the shackles of ice. Break out of the ice. The Cold King has a bad premonition. Senior soldiers took action. After Insatiable, Yeglet, King Iron, Fangs, they also broke free from the shackles of the ice. The King of Cold looked at Cheng Xiaoyu who was seriously injured and said to him calmly, it's a pity that you were injured too badly. As long as everything will be over. Cheng Xiaoyu smiled. What kind of international joke are you kidding? In the disbelieving eyes of the kings, Cheng Xiaoyu recovered with full blood. This is a battle with the king. 3 kings versus Shadow King. This battle has attracted global attention. If you can't defeat even the strongest hunter in the world, then no one can save this world anymore. Centered on Cheng Xiaoyu, set off a huge energy storm. Lenang, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. To him, this kind of Z-fight is like watching a science fiction movie. Bai Luhao's face was filled with disbelief. Although he had known that Cheng Xiaoyu was a hunter who could continue to grow, but to become so powerful in such a short period of time, it still makes him feel incredible. After the shadow soldiers broke free from the control of the ice, quickly invested in detachment of troops to contain the king, Bell, who was caught, also became restless. The sound of the scraping cut off the finger of the Plague King, but soon its fingers recovered. Seeing that Bell disowned his relatives, the Plague King suddenly became worried. With the help of Shadow Z's subordinates, only then can Cheng Xiaoyu take action to deal with the Plague King. He swung a dagger with AG strike power of 1500. On a high building somewhere in Z Field, Lin Zige jumps to watch Z scene. Originally, he wanted to hide here and secretly stop the king, but I saw the Z fight on the scene. It seems there is no need for this. 30 minutes ago, Lin Zige arranged elite secret service units throughout the building. As long as he gives the signal to act, companions will simultaneously launch long-distance support shots at D. Maybe it can inflict a fatal blow to the opponent, but this way they will collectively reveal their location. Those who can survive probably don't have much left. When he has made the decision and is ready to come, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Let him cool down next to him. He was so frightened that he drew his bow fiercely and turned around. But I found that the person behind me was not simple. Hunters who gather together to hunt down monsters and avoid N. No one dares to step into this battle easily, because they know that in the past, they just gave it away. Not even a chance to scratch the opponent's itch. I can only stay where I am and pray that the fight will end soon. Cheng Xiaoyu jumped on the King of Plague YY. When the king saw green gas emitting from his body, leaning down towards Cheng Xiaoyu. The system senses a dangerous gas. If the passive is activated by itself, Cancel it. She is the king of all D. I didn't expect that this would be of no use to Qing Xiaoyu. She opened her giant pincers and rushed towards Qing Xiaoyu. I'm going to tear you apart. Qing Xiaoyu turned around and used the power of the ruler, locked her in place, then jump in front of her. Use skills. Random knives. She saw sword energy like a spider web, sweeping across her body. The moment before it disappeared into ashes, she saw such a dazzling darkness. Even though they were born in darkness, I also long for the darkness. What a colorful black this is. System hint. One of the 9 kings has been destroyed. The cold king looked in disbelief. How so? He shouldn't be able to use the full power of Shadow Lord Yu yet, right? The powerful king who once ruled the world. Are you going to bring fear to us again? Wrong. He hasn't fully awakened as a king yet. The real Shadow King. The shadow of his men. Not so weak. How can an incomplete king defeat a real king? He held Belle's hand harder and harder. Belle roared in pain. Qing Xiaoyu felt something was wrong. The connection with Belle is getting weaker and weaker. The shadow soldier sent to Thomas's side probably disappeared in this way. He immediately desummoned Belle's shadow, but the system told him that he could not summon the specified object. He ran to Belle desperately. Seeing this, the king of beasts hurriedly moved away. Although Qing Xiaoyu saved Belle, but the kings also discovered the weakness of Qing Xiaoyu's shadow skills. The cold king mocked Qing Xiaoyu. Humanity, you are overconfident in your unknown power. Although your magic can control these pictures, but once the thread connecting them is broken, it's of no use anymore. It takes a deep breath. Huge ice spikes stretched out around him. A good long-range mage was played to near Z, but in those 3/4, the attack distance was quite far. Very flexible. One of them stabbed Qing Xiaoyu in the shoulder, then he picked him up, hit the ground hard. But Kahan was shocked to find that Qing Xiaoyu had disappeared where he was. Wait until it notices. Qing Xiaoyu has appeared in front of it, and stabbed it with a dagger. It reacted quickly and dodged, then hit him with the handle of the fork, bounced him away. After retreating a few meters, just stood firm. Although the spirit-formed king of cold is much stronger, but the magic is also passing quickly. It must be decided quickly. Get rid of Qing Xiaoyu before the transformation ends. He rushed towards Qing Xiaoyu quickly. With a slap in the face, he slashed towards Qing Xiaoyu. The same is the nearly Z mage. Qing Xiaoyu has an advantage in speed. He could see the cold movements, sight, breathing, muscles, demonic movement. As long as he is faster, Kahan noticed the speed disadvantage. It flicks the W device. Use a magic attack to the surroundings, and Qing Xiaoyu flashed behind him as fast as lightning, and Qing Yu appeared behind him as quickly as he did. Unexpectedly, Kahan turned around and smiled evilly at him. Then Qing Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly dilated. In everyone's shocked eyes, the king of beasts successfully attacked Qing Xiaoyu. 5 sharp claws penetrated his body. The huge trauma left him incapacitated. Is it all over? 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Qing Xiaoyu exposed his flaws under the siege of the 3 kings. The king of beasts behind him took out his heart with a move of the black tiger. The cold king mocked Qing Xiaoyu with a playful look on his face. Aren't you very capable of fighting? Can I still recover as before? Isn't it possible? No matter how strong you are, he's just an incomplete king. Is this the end? In this case, you won't be able to see. We have reached the scene here. By then, your human bodies will pile up into mountains. X flows into a river. The 9 families that gave birth to you and raised you will be turned upside down. I'll let people here suffer pain and torture forever. Let them live in infinite years. Can't give birth? S cannot S. Hate me more in death. I'll be very happy that way. Just when everyone thought Qing Xiaoyu was helpless. Unactivated unknown passive skills. The system prompts the player to have a black heart. It is activated. After house excitement, Qing Xiaoyu opened his eyes suddenly. Sitting up from the hospital bed, he remembers. But he is still alive. What kind of oral thing is this? Look like outside the window. Oneself hospital. At this time the door was opened. 2 Hunters Association personnel came in. Qing Xiaoyu reflexively called out President Wu Junjie. He couldn't wait to ask Wu Junjie. In the end, what happened? Why am I still alive? How are the kings doing? Put Wu Junjie into confusion. Facing Qing Xiaoyu's problem, Wu Junjie gave 3 answers. First, I am not the president, but the chief of the inspection department. About the moving stone statues, I have some questions to ask you. Third, how do you know my name? We didn't know each other before, right? Qing Xiaoyu stayed. He thought calmly again. Familiar ward. Moving stone statue. You're not benefiting, are you too? There is also the unfamiliar section chief Wu Junjie. This is going through a cycle of purchasing. Nothing around has changed. The weird thing is, external education level. There are also items obtained. Even the recently acquired Kamish's Fury is in the equipment slot. His sister came to visit him, but can't recognize him. It's only been a few days since I last saw you. Why have you grown so much taller? He told his sister that he had to go to the Hunters Guild for something. Tell my sister to go back to school quickly and don't skip class. Then he looked at Han Songi who was standing at the door. And you? Don't become a hunter just because you don't want to go to school. Han Songi looked at Xiaoyu doubtfully and asked, how does your brother know my name? Qing Xiaoyu leaving the hospital. Feel incredible. Are you really wearing Y? He came to the Hunters Association building, proficiently obtained the S-Class Hunter license, leaving behind the M-Force tester with an aroused look on his face. He met a cheater, B-level hunter Jiang Haotian, this emotionless executioner. I was thinking about what lie I should tell today to hide it from the people in the association. Qing Xiaoyu sneered from the side. So you hid the fact that you have the invisibility skill? The identity that I hide so deeply. How did it become known? But I found that the 2 vaginas inserted in my waist were missing. Then I discovered that the 2 daggers had been taken away by Qing Xiaoyu at some point. Qing Xiaoyu threatened him with a fierce look. Someone will ask you to avenge his daughter, but if any innocent hunter is harmed because of this, then you decide. My warning is only once. You take care of yourself. Jiang Haotian was so frightened that his face turned livid. Who is this guy I've never seen before? Why do you know him so well? Qing Xiaoyu opened the door, saw the president he was familiar with. It made him suddenly feel like he was home. Directly issued conditions to the president, modified the original regulations. Summons summoned by the hunter are also counted as a member of the attack team. If you agree to this condition, I will kill all the ants on Chizhou Island. The president is angry. I think this young man who just got S rank is too cool. Chizhou Island is not a place that an S-level hunter can handle. But the next second he slapped him in the face. The M power emanating from Qing Xiaoyu make him feel scared. This power even far exceeds that of state-level hunters. What is this guy's background? Qing Xiaoyu once again experienced what happened before. Huang Dongsuk's lizard attack team, the secret of the author Jiang Haotian, the monster in the red portal, Fang Giant Regiment, Mother's Awakening, kill the Ant King of Chizhou Island, conquer Bell. Looking at everything I have ever experienced, Qing Xiaoyu sighed, shouted enough. I know these are all fantasies. Why don't you show up soon? How long do you plan to stay up there? I saw only the place where Qing Xiaoyu was standing. The surroundings turned into darkness. Countless system notifications pop up. Should we start the world over again? They are densely floating around Qing Xiaoyu like garbled characters. Then, from darkness, walking out of a dark place, exuding the smell of death, exuding the breath of the Shadow Lord. This man was killed by the 3 kings, but traveled back to the past. This all seems wonderful. And these are all fantasies for him. See through. The person hiding in the darkness comes out. It is the source of Qing Xiaoyu's power. As long as you are willing to, you can live in this world forever. Your dreams will never be broken again. Qing Xiaoyu looked at it expressionlessly and asked, have you been trapped in the illusion you created? The king told him, not made by me. You made it yourself. I saw the king transformed into people familiar to Qing Xiaoyu. It's your desire. Do you want to make up for the mistakes you made in the past? I just used my strength to help you. This will soon be my domain. This is eternal rest. Die. All the time. I'm looking at you. Longer than you think. You are closer to death than anyone else. You resist death more fiercely than anyone else. I am the past you resisted. Is the mark of your resistance. It's the compensation for your pain. I am death and rest. Also fear. I am you. In my field. Anything can be done. Everything I have. Everything can become yours. You can also absorb my power through them. Pinman's power can only be used within his own domain. But it can create. Even the almighty power to change the world. I've been waiting for this moment to meet you. Is the king of the undead who can use the power of death, possessing power over the deep darkness. Qing Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Why me? Let me tell you, and your beginning. A ray of light poured into Qing Xiaoyu's mind. Him in the real world, frozen by the cold king. The king of beasts can feel that he is no longer breathing. Breathe this battle they won. Thomas just woke up and couldn't feel Qing Xiaoyu's breath. He asked Leonard what happened. Coronath branch. Don't know how to say it. Bai Luhao was dumbfounded. Qing Xiaoyu was killed. Who else can save this world now? Lin Zigui on a tall building. You shouldn't have listened to what that mysterious man said suddenly. No matter how useless their attacks are, I can always give Qing Xiaoyu a little help. Now Qing Xiaoyu is gone. Then there's no point in keeping your strength. He possesses everyone. Be ready to fight when the signal comes out. Concentrate fire on one of the kings. Let's get rid of the king who seems to have weak defense first. But just at this moment, everyone noticed. A powerful darkness emanated from Qing Xiaoyu's body. The Jun's heart hidden in his body is beating thumpingly. The fake king the true king is coming. Never let this happen. They rushed towards Qing Xiaoyu desperately, but was kicked in the head by 1 foot. 2 kings Mars collides with the earth, flying dozens of meters away. I saw Qing Rihan standing in front of Qing Xiaoyu. He said to the king with an expressionless face, from now on, no one is allowed to touch my child. A long time ago, there is light and darkness in the world. The Absolute One created the messenger of God from the radiant fragments, created 8 kings from dark fragments. For 2 days, the camp fell into chaos, experienced a long friendship. The brightest fragments of glory are tired of fighting. He questions the Absolute, the great Absolute Lord. Why don't you help those who are fighting for you? Don't you hear the beaks of the soldiers who fight for you? Please give us the power to destroy Person D. We will swear to protect you. But it saw the Absolute's expressionless face. Didn't respond to his question. Shining Shard got it. For the Absolute. The battle between myself and the kings. It's just a farce for its entertainment. The Absolute do not want the war to end. The inscription read by the designer of the double dungeon. Anhui. It means that everyone must worship the Absolute. Praise God. Everyone must scream for the Absolute One. Prove your faith. It is to let everyone. You must use your X and your life to prove your faith to the Absolute. Everyone follows this rule. Those who violate this rule won't be able to get out of here. However, the number of casualties was far greater than the number of soldiers. Even if the rules are followed, the final outcome is only death. As long as the Absolute exists, the Z war cannot end. In order to end this meaningless fight, the messenger of God made a decision. He points forward. Tell Qing Xiaoyu, that heroic messenger of God is it. He is also the only messenger of God who has not had any chaos. But its number of soldiers is too small. He was quickly defeated by the envoy siege. It was also stabbed several times and fell to the ground. thought everything was over, but when he quietly opened his eyes in the darkness, he found the Absolute has some kind of power hidden within him. Darkness spreads rapidly from its head. It shouted the first slogan of the Shadow King, "Stand up." I saw that its wings were slowly being eroded by darkness. Generate a pair of dark wings. All the W devices inserted into the body were pulled out with the power of darkness. One body is black. The Shadow King, who possesses the power of death, was born. It leads the new team towards the temple of the Absolute. However, when it opens the door to the ruler, found that everything was over. Its king's body has several G's. X flows into a river. It's sitting on the bubbles, left peacefully. After the radiant fragments killed the Absolute, self-proclaimed God, became the dominant one. They used instruments containing the power of the Absolute to attack the kings 9 times. Result: King of Giants. King Taizu Ligia fell into the hands of the dominators. The balance of power is broken, and the kings realized the seriousness of the situation. The Shadow King took the opportunity to show his favor to them. The kings can only choose to join forces with the Shadow King. From that moment on, it is either a radiant fragment, but as the Shadow King, participate in this long battle as the 9 kings. Time is on the side of the Shadow King. The body and soul in the position have all become its warriors. Its I-Team is comparable to the Destruction I-Team led by the King of Light Dragon. Not just a dominator, even the kings who are allies are wary of it. 2 kings who feared the power of Shadow teamed up to attack it. Have too much power. Instead, the Shadow King encountered the backlash of his allies. Its J-Team was also hit hard as a result. The King of Beasts abandoned his soldiers and ran away. The 100 Flame King is trapped in eternal rest. The rulers appear. It is the Absolute who creates everything. Created the Messenger of God and the 8 great kings with the power of destruction. But he was killed by the Messenger of God who was tired of fighting us. Then established himself as a god and became a ruler. But the struggle between the Absolute and the Absolute continues. The most brilliant fragment of light was betrayed and turned into the Shadow King. Its addition instantly allowed the disadvantaged king to reverse the situation. But because it was too powerful, it was banned by the kings, betrayed by allies again. Although he survived in the end, he suffered severe injuries, and at this time, the rulers appear, surrounded it. Then they all knelt down in front of it. As long as they make up their mind, it is completely possible to send the Shadow King back to the void, but they still chose to reconcile. This is what the rulers said to their former companions, to those who once led their regiment to the forefront, tribute to the great Shining Shard. But the Shadow King turned his back on them and was still worried about his own affairs. The ruler told it helplessly, "If you could unify the Z-line with us, rebellious to the Absolute. How did we end up cheating on you, my dearest one?" These words made the king angry. "Hold the ruler's head. Then your fault will be even greater." "Actually want to S master," the ruler said to it. "You should know better than anyone. The moment I carried him on my back. What kind of mood do we feel? But as long as the Absolute does not S, there will be endless strife. We just hope this war can end. Please calm down." The greatest fragment of light. They started a chain reaction. All the pieces are hammered into the chest, paying homage to the greatest fragment of brilliance. At that time, it was very confused inside. No answer. But in order to repay C, it decided to hide it for now. Wait until your body recovers. Take down Baijujin's team again. During the time it is hidden, Z, the kings who suffered huge power losses were finally defeated by the rulers. They hide in the dimensional gap to readjust their B-force. And the Shadow King aimed at the opportunity to appear in front of them. The kings are at a time when their Z power is declining and they need to replenish their Z power. The Dragon Emperor does not want to fight with the Shadow King at this time. He convinced the Shadow King to stay. In order to avoid the sight of the rulers, they, looking for a world that can cultivate Z fighting ability. In the end they chose the Earth. For humans, the power of the king is too powerful. The whole world turned into a sea of fire. And this tragic scene was what Xingyu saw in the demon realm. He thought it was a sign of what would happen in the future. This has happened in the past. If the king exists to destroy the world, then the ruler is to protect the world that has lost the Absolute. When they sense the king's motives, they immediately sent troops over. But it's too late. They see the chaotic world that they failed to grasp. After destroying another world, very angry, to correct mistakes, using an instrument with absolute power, the cup of reincarnation that is regarded as a treasure. It can turn back time 10 years. The rulers are doing everything they can to save the world, but the earth is too fragile. It cannot stand the fight between rulers and kings. An earth without magic. I can't bear such a brutal fight. Ruler or king, this land will turn into a sea of fire. After weighing it again and again, the ruler made the final decision. Since you can't save everyone, then let some people survive. Continue the life of this world. That is the birth of the hunter. In order to create people who can survive the conflict between the two sides. This is what the rulers think of. The only way to protect humanity. This world has experienced countless deaths. The ruler cannot stop the passage of time. You can only continue to use the cup of samsara to correct your mistakes, until the divine object can no longer exert its power. Xingxiu asked in surprise. Is there a limit to the use of the cup of samsara? The king told him, no power is unlimited. Just like the Absolute who created the world will also die. The cup of reincarnation is equivalent to a machine created by it. Repeated use will eventually damage it. Rulers and kings are also the same. They are fighting robots created for two fights. Nature also has the power to defeat her master. The machine malfunctioned and killed its creator. You are inspired by the methods of the dominators. Just like the dominators lend their power to humans in order to strengthen the world. Strengthen the world to cry and let the class kill S World of Warcraft. And the same as spreading magic. Kings also used human bodies. after coming to Earth, before the ruler even thinks of it. Let the team get here early. They want to use the magic spread by the dominators, thereby swallowing up the B powers sent by the ruler to aid mankind, kings with great power. If you want to come to this world, we need to use a container that can withstand their power. But the King of Destruction and the King of Shadows are too powerful. No human being can withstand their power. At this time, one of the king's men, a top magician, approached the Shadow King, promised to help it find the right candidate. The condition is that the king turns it into an immortal body. No living thing can be a container for death. The designer is constantly looking for containers using rules of his own design. You need to find someone with high magic sensitivity, excellent physical fitness. It is not easy to have strong mental power. At this time, a departure from the designer's rules, the unexpectedly chosen son appears in the king's sight. He is not only weak, I often pass by goddess, but you can always escape. And this person is Qing Xiaoyu. Even if the designer repeatedly objects, the king chose him without hesitation. After selecting the target, the designer began to tailor the design for Qing Xiaoyu, developed a player development system, upgrade step by step like playing a game. Step by step, make your body stronger and stronger. And Qing Xiaoyu also naturally walked into its design. Qing Xiaoyu asked puzzledly, then why did you betray the designer? The king was silent for a while. Tell Qing Xiaoyu, the words of the rulers, your betrayal. It has never decided which side it wants to be on. Years of fighting have made it tired. It even hates death. So when it saw Qing Xiaoyu's persistence in survival, it chose Qing Jin-Woo, who is neither a king nor a ruler. I want to see what kind of story will happen to Qing Xiaoyu. Maybe he can create different results. Therefore, it gave the choice to Qing Xiao. He can choose to stay, live forever in the beautiful dream you created. You can also choose to speak to reality, continue the Z fight with the enemy. Qing Xiaoyu is still a little confused. He asked the king, you said you just made a decision. You are either on the side of the dominators. I have no intention of starting a war with the dominators. Why should we escape to other worlds with the kings? The king told him, because that's not the place I should be. And now my answer is the same. This is not the place for me to stay. I want to go back to rest. When you become the Shadow King, you will have an extraordinary body, as death lets you get all my power. The way to go back is, be me. Qing Xiaoyu looks up to the sky, feel the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. This world is so beautiful, and the earth that is about to be destroyed, it's also so beautiful. He will come as the true Shadow King, protect that beautiful planet. Stand up, it is the greatest glorious fragment. He is also the Shadow King who is feared by both the positive and the X factions, but it has killed countless people and is tired of the endless war. In the vast crowd, it chose Qing Xiaoyu and imparted the power of darkness to him, making him the next Dark King. Stand up with one sentence. The real world is roaring. The powerful aura made the King of Cold and the King of Beasts unable to stand still. The Cold King was so anxious that he came to Qing Rihan. Fragments of brilliance. A huge disaster is coming through the body of the human being you want to protect. Are you going to push them into trouble with your own hands? Does even S want to help the Shadow King survive? What do those dominators want to do? The King of Beasts asked King Cold to stop talking nonsense to him. Tiger D does not eat food. Time is running out. Come on, full fire. After hearing the words of the beasts, Kahan concentrated all his strength on the weapon. When Qing Rihan saw this, he also took out his two swords. Take a defensive stance. After they gathered strength for a while, rushing towards the opponent like a bullet. Looking at the two kings coming towards me, Qing Rihan's eyes turned around. The King of Severe Cold pokes out his 40-meter-long force. The King of Beasts stretches out his claws, but it was caught on the Cold's spear. Watch the beasts and the Cold. What Z technique is this? After Qing Rihan figured out Kahan's attack method, move with its gun. This skill can't be mastered even with decades of experience. All the attacks of the King of Beasts were struck by the Cold's spear. Kahan was so angry that he held back his old breath, just wanted to spurt out, but he was kicked in the chin by Qing Rihan, flying directly into the distance with a snap. But he stuck a short knife in his mouth. It was so painful that it screamed. Then he was punched hard in the stomach, knocked back several meters. It is furious. I'll tear you apart if you look at me. But at this moment, a very strong magic force pushed him to the ground. Turn around and look. Qing Xiaoyu, who was frozen, is about to wake up. It was so frightened that it jumped back a long distance. The cold weather is coming out of the ruins, he said to Qing Rihan angrily. I won't be fooled again this time. Again. The King of Beasts shouted at it. The cold is speechless. Ask the beasts, are you crazy? It's already this time and I still have to stop knitting. The King of Beasts told it. Don't you feel it? The surrounding mana is getting higher and higher. The Shadow King is coming. I gotta go. It's extremely cold. Shout at the beasts. Didn't we agree to destroy the Shadow King together? If you run away now, all your efforts will be wasted. The beasts told him. That only applies to him in human form. Now, the real him is coming. I have no obligation to abide by my agreement with you. So what? Are you called the beast and run away with your tail between your legs? You have never seen the true power of the Shadow King. You won't understand. Good luck. The King of Cold looked at the King of Beasts who had escaped from the battle with a shocked expression. And it's not going to run away. Now we can only break the jar and throw it away. It plugs the device into the ground. Released its ultimate move. Blue fields emanate from it. The scope becomes wider and wider. Everything nearby was blown up by the Y-wind. In a huge ice storm, countless ice arrows appeared, all fired in the direction of Qing Xiaoyu, and Qing Rihan SS protected his son. Not over yet. The severe cold continues to gather its strength towards the sky. All I can see is the sky, a huge piece of ice condensed. The Cold King said to Cheng Rihan expressionlessly. Be trapped in the cold forever with the Shadow King. Cheng Rihan has a bad premonition. These ice spikes alone overwhelmed him. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch that huge ice spike. At this time, a black shadow rushed out, crashed into the giant ice at extremely fast speeds. It shattered with a snap. Ygritte stood in front of Cheng Rihan with a long sword. He even complained about the Cold King. Just this ability. It's better to stop calling yourself a king. The real life is only us, the Shadow King. Everyone was dumbfounded in the cold weather. His special skills were broken in this way, and Yeglit's strength has improved a lot. You can all speak now. That is to say, he has spoken. The real Shadow King is coming. This powerful aura. The Cold King was so frightened that he stood there in a cold sweat. Qing Xiaoyu felt that the aura of the King of Beasts disappeared. He smiled coldly. Sober up, it's hunting time. The three kings joined forces to kill the Shadow Lord Che, but they didn't expect coming to this world with a breathtaking magic. The King of Beasts was so scared that he ran away with his tail between his legs. The King of Severe Cold was so frightened that he trembled in place. He can feel the gap between himself and the Shadow King. It's a gap that cannot be crossed no matter what. He also understood why the King of Beasts ran away with his tail between his legs. This is the strength to overwhelm everyone. Qing Xiaoyu was angry because the King of Beasts escaped. A dark purple field spread out on his body. The scope of the field is expanding, overshadowed the entire country even covering the entire earth. Then he found traces of the King of Beasts in a corner of the earth. Qing Xiaoyu sneered, seeing that the Shadow King's attention is not on him at all. Still facing away from yourself. The Cold King feels like he has an opportunity. Only one chance. If you miss this opportunity, there's only one way, and it must be fatal in one move. He put all his power on the three-jointed fork, extending its 40-meter spear. When arriving in front of Qing Xiaoyu calmly picked up his hand. Snap! The whole weapon was distorted by the shock. The Cold King was dumbfounded. How could it happen? This is the true power of the Shadow King. It's so scary. Qing Xiaoyu stared at it expressionlessly and said, You are the last. Before I get that beast back, just stay there and wait for me. In a dense jungle, several sharp claws cut through the air. A small red teleportation port appears. The King of Beasts came out from inside. It had a frightened look on its face. Such a strong smell of death. It is as powerful as the time when I betrayed it before. There is no hope of winning at all. Fortunately, I ran away early. That stupid guy in the cold weather. It's cool now, right? At this point, before the arrival of the Dragon Emperor, I have to hide here for now. But it doesn't know. Behind him, the black shadow appeared. It turned back sharply. Could it be him? This guy is next to me. That breath of death makes me almost breathless. Since you can't beat it, can't escape either, then just join. Animal instinct tells it. The hunter in front of me. You must be obedient to him like a pet. It said to Qing Xiaoyu. The Dragon Emperor will arrive here soon with his troops. My beast army and I are willing to help you. Qing Xiaoyu replied calmly. The King of Beasts smiled. He said yes. It seems that he is not the real Shadow King yet. I betrayed it once before. Now trying to destroy the container it came from. How could the real Shadow King forgive me? I just use human emotions and stupidity to delay time. Just wait for the Dragon Emperor to arrive. Until then, I will eat you up and wipe it clean. Qing Xiaoyu walked up to the King of Beasts and said to him, Before that, let's settle the old scores between us first. The claws pierced my heart and left 5 scars. As long as you can withstand 5 of my attack, I will forgive you. The King of Beasts lives. Then a helpless roar. I am the King of Beasts. You can't play with it. I am S today. It won't leave you safe and sound. Qing Xiaoyu summoned his Kamish dagger. The figure disappeared in a flash. The King of Beasts didn't even see clearly. He was stabbed by Qing Xiaoyu, who appeared again. Qing Xiaoyu looked at it expressionlessly and said, 4 shots left. The situation for Mr. Kahan is not easy either. Not to mention that the most powerful shadow also comes with its own healing. Now he can't even defeat the most powerful shadow. The cold has seen its shadow before. As Death Knight, known as one of the wings of the Shadow Legion, now able to exert its original power, and as long as the power of the Shadow King is not exhausted, it can be reborn continuously. The cold magic power of the spiritual body is almost exhausted. He didn't want to waste his magic power on Ygritte. Instead of wasting it for no reason, it's better to wait for Qing Xiaoyu to come back and then risk his life. And Yeglitte also stopped what he was doing, opened the cloak, let its king make a noble appearance. Qing Xiaoyu walked out. Go up to the ground and Ning has 2 big fangs. The cold king looked in disbelief. It's only been a few minutes. He found the King of Beasts and killed him. Qing Xiaoyu said to him expressionlessly, The King of Plague, the King of Beasts, and the King of Cold. The 3 of you. It's a warning to other kings. Cold rage. It's good that he is also a king, but he is so underestimated. It summons countless ice spikes and prepares to fight, but was interrupted by Qing Xiaoyu's martial arts. It opens its mouth and wants to spurt out ice cream, but Qing Xiaoyu held his mouth down, scratched it with a rinsing sound, then tell it expressionlessly, How long can you last? A huge wound tore open on Kahan's body. Its spiritual transformation was forced to be lifted. Then the body dissipates quickly. After treating Thomas, Bell flew over. Where is the one who protected me just now? Have you left already? He saw the dagger on the ground, in the ruins of a high-rise building. Qing Rihan dragged his scarred body against the wall. Qing Rihan dragged the injured body against the wall. The body is gradually dissipating. After all, the human body cannot withstand the powerful divine power. After all, The human body cannot possess the magical power of magic. That's it. Important people have been saved. A short knife he had used was thrown in front of him. Qing Xiaoyu came over and said to it, "Are you leaving without saying a word again?" Wood in comics, it is the glorious fragment left by the ruler in the world. He also became the father of the Shadow King Qing Xiaoyu. In order for Qing Xiaoyu to successfully awaken, Qing used the glorious power on him. After successfully guarding Qing Xiaoyu, it found a hidden corner and waited for the smoke to disappear. Dad Qing told him what happened during the time he disappeared. The teleportation port that reluctantly appeared in the amusement park 10 years ago. Cheng Rihan, after destroying the ultimate boss of the dungeon, should have escaped from the portal within an hour, but Cheng Rihan failed to escape. Therefore, he was trapped in the dimensional rift. I can only wait desperately. The Dominator found him. Entrust their power to Qing Rihan. Let him stop the king's plans, and the upcoming Shadow King. He has no choice. Instead of staying there and waiting for us, it's better to use this power to protect your family on Earth. When he discovers that the Shadow King's vessel is his son, he disobeyed the orders of the rulers. Although he knew that Qing Xiaoyu had the most terrible difficulty of human beings attached to his body, but can't do anything. You can only monitor him from a distance away from him. That is to say, during this time, the rulers who have been focusing on preventing the coming of the Shadow King. There are differences of opinion, and the most brilliant fragments of the new generation. At this time, he also sent new instructions to Qing Rihan. Also in this fashion quietly spent new instructions to thwart the plans of kings. They realize they need the full power of the Shadow King, those who can reach the earth before the heavenly soldiers and Dragon Emperor. Only the army of shadows. It's unclear whether the Shadow King is a human being, as long as it's still the king's side. This is a huge debate. The Dominator wins this game. The Shadow King chose Qing Xiaoyu from the human camp. Cheng Rihan completed his mission. Before disappearing, he asked Qing Xiaoyu, "Do you hate me?" Qing Xiaoyu told him, "Return, but only occasionally. When I started to be a hunter, when I came back to life and saw my mother and Xiaoya, every time then, I will hate you, and the rest is all about missing you. Where is Dad? Don't you miss us?" Heard this, Cheng Rihan's tears couldn't stop flowing. How much he misses his family. But he is no longer from this world, still carrying a huge mission. "I can only protect my family silently from a distance." He stood up, hugged Qing Yu. Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't stop crying. "It's hard to see my father again, but it's the last time." He holds his fist. Ask father, "Did they abandon you after using you?" Cheng Rihan told him, "They just gave me a choice. There is no doubt about this. I still want to say a lot to you. I want to stay with you longer, but I have to leave. I'm not a good father." Cheng Rihan's body turned into scattered pieces, floating in this land, drinking wine in the sky. Mother told Xiaoya, "It's time to move. It seems like now. It doesn't matter if you leave here." Tears fell from her cheeks. Shout to the sky, "Kings, you will definitely pay the price for what happened today. Kings!" The day the Shadow King's roar shook the world. The real Z war has begun. The city behind Z becomes devastated. The sirens of fire trucks, cars and ambulances are endless. The bodies of the kings also turned into ashes and disappeared into the sky. Cheng Xiaoyu returned home safely. Hunters stayed at the scene to help with the rescue. Qing Xiaoyu's Z fight made them sweat. The world almost came to an end with Qing Xiaoyu's fall. President Wu Junzhi remembered what Qing Xiaoyu said at the ceremony. "I must kill the monster that killed President S with my own hands. I'll accept your thanks again." And Qing Xiaoyu did it. "I gave it to the king of severe cold himself." That huge portal did not disappear with the death of the kings, still shining brightly. Really difficult. It's coming. A dense crowd of hunters gathered near the teleportation port. Not only is Country M's national rights level Thomas present, even Lu Jikong, the 7-star hunter from Country B, is here. Hunters from all over the world gather here. This is the first time in history. I just don't know how many of them will survive. Looking at the huge teleportation port, even Qing Xiaoyu, who is the Shadow King, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The transport port of Suiquan broke with a crack. Everyone held their breath. Be prepared for a fight. Huge team. Densely packed monsters. No one dared to look at it. Cheng Xiao was shocked to find out. These monsters. Looks like his shadow henchmen. Also, the light dragon of the same race as Kamish. From the transmission port, a man carrying a giant sword walked out. Huge shadow. This is the largest teleportation port in history. It is also the largest concentration of hunters in the world. Everyone held their breath waiting for the monster to come out, even if they are mentally prepared. But they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the huge monster. A hunter was the first to break the silence, shouting everyone to prepare to attack. The Z guys showed off their weapons in unison. The magician's hands and mouth make noises, but at this moment, a shout shocked them. Everyone stopped moving. The crowd suddenly started to stir. Next to Qing Xiaoyu, President Wu Junzhi was even more anxious. Asked Qing Xiaoyu what he wants to do, but Qing Xiaoyu just told him calmly, "It's fine, President." He walked towards the army of monsters. Chui Zhongyin has a black question mark on his face. What on earth is Qing Xiaoyu thinking? Did he go up to fight against the monsters alone? See Qing Xiaoyu come out. The most dazzling monster also walked towards Qing Xiaoyu. It came to Qing Xiaoyu, kneeled down on the ground with a thud, and issued loud slogans. Burlian, lead the army of shadows. See King. I saw all the shadow men kneeling in front of the Shadow King. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is this going? All the monsters surrendered at the feet of Qing Xiaoyu. Thomas and Leonard also looked shocked. to know. Just a Kamish shadow dragon. It is enough to threaten the death of human beings. But there are 3 of them at the same time. See this huge army of shadows. Ching Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. This is the real Shadow J group. It is the legacy of the previous Shadow King Asma. His existing Shadow J regiment is nothing compared to this team. The real Z war has officially begun. A few days later, H Country Hunters Association. There was a heated discussion. All kinds of messy things are coming. People all over the world are asking for associations to issue a portal statement. The administration of Country M wants to disclose the location of Ching Xiaoyu's hunter. The city government's disaster relief headquarters asked if evacuated citizens could be recalled. Hunter Channel Jimmy Show would like to invite Hunter Ching for an interview. Lawmakers are distracted by the overwhelming amount of information. Some even complained about Ching Xiaoyu. Why did Ching Yu's hunter summon beast come out of the teleportation port? Even in such a hurry, he didn't come out to explain. The president seemed very calm in the face of complaints from members of parliament. He told everyone, what if what comes out of the teleportation port is not a summoned beast but a warcraft? Most of the people asking will be the family members of the hunters. Can we still just be busy like we are now? I can understand how everyone is panicking because of Hunter Cheng's sudden disappearance. This is not the first time. Everyone should get used to it. If even our Hunter Association cannot understand Ching Xiaoyu's bitter expression, then who else can understand? The president's words instantly calmed the anxious mood of the members present. He sighed, although that's what it says. But he also wanted to know why Ching Xiaoyu was there. On a deserted mountain, Ching Xiaoyu was held up by the fangs, overlooking hundreds of thousands of shadows below. Let them practice fighting. This kind of Z made even the battle-hardened Berlian couldn't help but praise him. Soldiers' combat experience can also be improved without dying. Bell, the leader of the regiment, flew up. I want to challenge Berlian to become the commander-in-chief. Chang Xiaoyu agreed. If Bell wins, it will prove that its strength has grown significantly. It's no loss if you lose. At least I know what level Berlian's strength is. Bale doesn't underestimate the enemy either. When you come up, give Berlian a scream first. Berlian calmly drew out his giant sword. Looks like he's the same type as Ygritte. He's just taller than Ygritte. The sword is much bigger too. Probably not a speed type, but a powerful warrior. If this is the case, Bale may still have a chance of winning. But when Berlian used the giant sword, Ching Xiaoyu was shocked. This is actually a snake belly sword. It can be lengthened as quickly as a whip, still as flexible as a snake. Demonstrated to Bell what a snakeskin move is. It quickly surrounds Bell, wrap it around like a giant. Poor Bale was over before he even appeared. Ching Xiaoyu was shocked. It can knock out Bell's impact in one fell swoop. Have excellent reflex nerve, flexible use of W tools in hand. Each blow is enough to shatter the earth. It is worthy of the strength of the commander-in-chief. But Bell is not a vegetarian either. The biggest advantage of insects is their strong vitality. Bell took advantage of Berlian not paying attention and went up directly to use the black tiger trick to steal the heart. Capital airport of Country Z, Lu Jikong, who had gone to support Country H, came to the country. Many people applaud Hunter Lu Jikong for his brave decision, but there are also a small number of voices questioning. Lu Jikong feels speechless for this kind of thing. If even Qing Jinyu can't handle the teleportation port, then the world is over. Country H is really too close to the country. Once Country H falls, the next one is Country Z. Concentrating our efforts to defend Country H is to defend the world. When he walked out of the airport, he was stunned for a moment. After Country H, a huge teleportation port also appeared in Country Z, dimensional gap space. His subordinates reported the news about the Shadow King to the Dragon Emperor. It smiles evilly. I hope everyone will stop acting rashly. It's up to him to deal with the Shadow King. No more losses. About to start. Unexpected. The thing that came out of the teleportation port was not a World of Warcraft. It is the property left to Ching Xiaoyu by the previous Shadow King Asma. The joining of hundreds of thousands of shadow giants greatly increased Ching Xiaoyu's strength. As the commander-in-chief of the army, Berlian is even more powerful. With one move, he defeated Bell, who came to challenge him. And Bell is not a vegetarian either. Super Berlian accidentally went up and used the black tiger trick to steal the heart. However, the difference in strength is really too big. After a few moves, he was beaten to the ground again. The victory or defeat has long been known, but Bell is still unwilling. It thinks it can fight again. Ching Xiaoyu felt very confused. He asked Bell why he was so determined to be the commander-in-chief. Bell's answer made Qing Jinyu dumbfounded. What bad intentions could Bell have? It just wants to stay with the king. Ching Xiaoyu told it. The commander-in-chief is standing on my right. Why don't you stand on my left side? Bell was stunned. Random tears streaming down my face. He also said the sentence. Wang and Hao Mang. Seeing this, Yeglet also wanted to compete for favor. Ching Xiaoyu was helpless. Let it stand behind. Xiongde and King An also wanted to try it when they saw it. The king was attracted by the shouts in the distance. I saw 3 giant dragons shooting huge flames into the sky. The flames shoot straight into the night sky. Adds a touch of color to the dark sky. That's it. I saw the greedy dream pearl in its hand making a sound. A huge pillar of fire spurted out from the mouth. Flames shoot into the sky, light up the dark night sky. The 3 giant dragons suddenly felt humiliated. The soldiers below roared for fangs. Ching Xiaoyu simply couldn't laugh or cry. Why do these soldiers have such a strong sense of honor? And Fang competed with them with the pearl of greed. It's too foul, right? What are you doing? I saw ants of all sizes carrying wood. Berlian told him that Belle wanted to build a small residence for the king, so that the king can have a good rest here. Berlian asked Junxing puzzledly, why not bring the shadow soldiers back into the shadow world? Why not bring the new name of Shadow Qingbin back to Shadow? You have always been locked in the cracks. Finally came out. I need to let you feel the outside world, he asked Berlian. You will never see the old Shadow Lord Asmu again. Aren't you sad? As the most brilliant fragment in Asmu, it has been by your side to protect it since you fought against the king. It was also when Asmu became the Shadow King. Chapter volunteered to join as his first soldier. So long. Even Borean never doubted Asmu's judgment. They look into the distance, reminiscent of the past. At the beginning, Berlian is also a fruit of the world tree. The sky bee is all on the tree base of the world tree, descended in the form of fruit. That's a huge tree. Its branches are so big that they can cover the entire sky. After listening to the story, Qing Xiaoyu decided to tell everyone the truth. Soon 8 huge Warcraft J teams will arrive on Earth. Everyone's life will be threatened. There's no guarantee that the world will continue to function as it did before. Can't even keep running like a simulation. Qing Xiaoyu saw the unparalleled power of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor and the ruined regiment he led turn everything in front of them into ashes. In the face of Z difficulties, humans are really small. Qing Xiaoyu cooks for them, makes mother very worried. Like father, like son. Cheng Rihan would cook for her every time he went on a dangerous mission. Qing Xiaoyu told her not to worry, it'll be okay. Then someone knocked on the door. Qing Yukai knocked on the door and looked. It's his father, the second-generation rich man. He was very confused about waking up from insomnia. 1 billion people in the world. It happened that he and Qing Xiaoyu's mother woke up. Who believes this? So Lu Minghan immediately thought of Qing Xiaoyu. Why help me? Qing Xiaoyu just told him calmly. Because I think you are a trustworthy person. If you are the kind of person who will do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, I shouldn't risk it for you. Lu Minghan immediately understood the meaning of Qing Xiaoyu's words. Because he didn't use the rich second generation to get the water of life. He is very grateful for everything Qing Xiaoyu has done for his family. I hope I can do something to help Qing Xiaoyu. And Qing Xiaoyu lacks nothing now. If I really want to help. That is, if something happens to him. My mother and sister at home need help taking care of them. Chairman Wu Jinzhe broadcasts the super large teleportation port that appeared in City S of Country Z. And the ear is not only Country Z. A total of 8 portals have appeared around the world. Appeared almost at the same time. He asked Qing Xiaoyu, are these also your J team? Qing Xiaoyu told him categorically, this is the I team of D person. Qing Xiaoyu looked at Wu Jinzhe seriously and asked, do you believe me? Wu Jinzhe blurted out without thinking, I believe. Qing Xiaoyu walked towards Wu Jinzhe. Tell him what he wants to show you next. After speaking, he pointed his finger at his Tianling guy. A huge amount of information poured into Wu Jinzhe's mind. The Absolute, the 8 Kings, Dominator, Cup of Samsara, everything. It all poured into his head in an instant. His body went limp and fell down, a look of shock on his face. But the amount of information he received made him try to escape this fact. He has always believed that Hunter's Awakening. It is a gift given by God to save mankind, but the truth is that they are survivors trained by God to save a few humans. How dare we fight against such a terrifying enemy? He asked Qing Xiaoyu, is there anything I can do to help? Qing Xiaoyu only asked him to help with one thing, bring together representatives from all countries, and then put the picture he saw in his mind, that huge and terrifying group of destruction. Make all the truth known to the public. The world is about to be destroyed. The Dragon Emperor with destructive power will lead its destruction. Super large portals appear from all over the world and come to Earth. Supertypes from all over the world are sent to Earth, bringing together leading figures from all over the world. There is total T and high G, even the president of the Hunting Association. They all attended this meeting. Qing Xiaoyu's public call made everyone realize the seriousness of the matter. They waited with bated breath for Qing Xiaoyu to speak. I hope to hear Qing Xiaoyu say that this raid will end smoothly. But on the contrary, Qing Xiaoyu told them that this would be a difficult time. No one is immune to this battle. Warcraft will appear in front of everyone, destroy everything. The scene exploded when I heard the news. They naively thought there were state rights level hunters out there. At least it won't be too bad. But Qing Xiaoyu broke their illusions. At that time, hundreds of monsters more terrifying than Kamish will appear. National rights level hunters are not worth mentioning at all. No one here believed that this would happen. Deified all the monsters. They asked Qing Xiaoyu to provide evidence. Qing Xiaoyu had long expected that it would be difficult to convince these muggles with just a few words. He picked up his hand. In everyone's shocked eyes, multiple small teleportation ports appeared around Qing Xiaoyu. Is this the teleportation port they are familiar with? 2. Hunter Qing Xiaoyu can summon dozens of them at once. Qing Xiaoyu told everyone expressionlessly. RD people can generate such a transmission port anytime and anywhere. It's just that their team is too large. Only then do we have some time to breathe here. But even so, there are still some ignorant MPs. Cut out the noise and fool around there. He felt that Qing Xiaoyu and those guys were in the same group. Otherwise, How can we explain that from the teleportation port? Those soldiers who came out became his subordinates. Those who come out are always on guard against his men, he asked Qing Xiaoyu, since the situation is already so urgent. Qing Xiaoyu told everyone, be sure to stay away from the transmission port. I hope everyone can run as far as possible. The further away the better. Once the Z fight is started, there will be no grass growing around. Qing Xiaoyu's words caused an uproar. There is a warning that a horde of monsters is about to attack that humans cannot bear. Scare people out of their wits. I tried my best to stay away from the teleportation port. On a deserted island, a splendid castle stands in a corner of the mountain, showed Qingyu. He called Belle over. Ask it what's going on. We agreed to just build a small dormitory. How can you give me the whole main business, where kings rest? At least it has to have this specification. Qing Xiaoyu saw a flag hanging on the castle. That is the masterpiece of Legion Commander Leon. If I die, can you hand over all the Shadow Army to you, the commander-in-chief? And Berlian's answer explains what it means to be loyal. It tells Qing Xiaoyu, we live with the king. If the king is no longer here, we will also return to nothingness. Don't hesitate to sacrifice your life. He only obeys his master's orders. This is the biggest advantage of the Shadow Army, but smart people will take advantage of this. Berlian told Qing Xiaoyu, if we had a head-to-head confrontation with Dragon Emperor's I group, there will be no chance of winning. The difference in strength between the two camps is more than 100 times. That is to say, the other party has at least tens of millions of taxis B. After Qing Xiaoyu issued that warning to the world, most of them are escaping W. There are also a small number of people who are overconfident in their own abilities. J, an S-class hunter from J country, doesn't care about Qing Donghui's management. I even think that Qing Jin-Woo spread the rumor to monopolize the transmission port. And there is more than one such fool. Due to Jay's instigation, there are many hunters gathered around him. Besides, country and several other countries with strong hunter strength. We also began to gather troops to prepare to fight against the teleportation port. Chairman Wu Jinjia asked Qing Xiaoyu what his plans were. Qing Xiaoyu expected that there would always be such a group of people. But if others want to send S, he can't stop them. He wants to go to country Z first. It's impossible to deal with 8 legions with just him. All family members are in country H. Prioritize the teleportation port closest to country H first. Lu Jikong rushed to the scene in person to pick him up, and when he turned around, he saw the huge teleportation back. Lu Jikong also made preparations for this. Hundreds of thousands of elite hunters from country Z are gathered here to wait for the Z battle. The world is about to be destroyed. Demonic beasts with destructive power will emerge from the teleportation port to prepare for the coming disaster. Led by 7-star hunter Lu Jikong, summoned hundreds of thousands of domestic elite hunters to wait in front of the portal, because the distance between country Z and country H is too close. Qing Xiaoyu also came to this portal to help, summons his army of hundreds of thousands of shadows. Seeing such terrifying strength, Lu Jikong was completely stunned. I thought he was strong enough here. After seeing Qing Xiaoyu's shadow, he felt that he was a little dwarfed by a big witch. It's not on the same level at all. Belle scolded and came up to Lu Jikong and yelled, my place is on the left side of the king. How dare you stand next to the king? Qing Xiaoyu pushed it down with a fist. Tell it this is a friendly force. You need to see the form clearly before speaking. At this time a hunter shouted, opened. I saw a loud bang at the teleportation port. Emit a strange light. Everyone held their breath and waited for the monster in the teleportation port. The weird thing is, Commander-in-Chief Berlian felt nothing. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly had a bad feeling. And it's not just the transmission port of country B. Soldiers scattered in other countries also sent messages saying that no enemies were found. This is very strange. Are these portals all a bluff? But soon Qing Xiaoyu discovered the problem. He thought that kings were creating portals all over the world. It is to separate the legions so that they can quickly destroy the earth. But it was actually an empty city plot. Qing Xiaoyu mistakenly thought that a huge army would appear at every portal. In fact, it is necessary to concentrate the troops at the teleportation port farthest from Qing Xiaoyu, a country far away on the other side of the earth. All hunters are fully armed and waiting for the arrival of the monsters. At his instigation, most hunters choose to stay and protect the country. They believe that no matter how powerful the enemy is, they can all beat them. It is only natural for hunters to kill monsters. Click. The portal opened with a deep, dark hole. Everyone thought that millions of troops would come, but only one figure flew out of the teleportation port. He is floating in the sky looking down at everyone. Jay was dumbfounded. Where is this World of Warcraft? He floated over to Jay. Asked Jay in human language, are you the king here? The scene immediately relaxed its vigilance. It turns out that we can communicate. Then everything can be discussed easily. Jay was even more excited. He also made up a set of arguments for himself and successfully convinced himself. It's just that the previous Warcraft never had the will to communicate. And after they realized the power of human beings, learn human language specifically for communication. This is why Qing Xiaoyu was able to turn the first. The reason why the soldiers coming out of the teleportation port are used as one's own. These monsters will ask the first person they see if they are the king, then surrender to this person. Think of this. He showed a confident smile. Tell it, I'm the king, thinking that he will soon be able to command an army of millions like Qing Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Emperor glanced at him lightly and said, you are not. The other side. After some investigation, Chang Xiaoyu. Targeting the farthest teleportation port of Country J, he contacted Adam. I want him to help investigate the situation at the transport port in Country J. I didn't expect others to be there. From the standpoint of Country M, they can't turn a blind eye to Country J's teleportation port. Not just him. There are also many state dignitaries here. Chang Xiaoyu anxiously asked him about the situation of the transmission port over there. Adam told him that there was no so-called army of warcraft at the teleportation port here. Only a strange person came out. Chang Xiaoyu stayed. Only one person. He had a bad feeling. He hurriedly urged Adam to leave the scene quickly. No matter what method. Stay away as soon as possible. The further away the better. And Adam also discovered at this time, J, the self-proclaimed king, was roasted into charcoal. The body gradually dissipates. Human-to-human transmission has also occurred. More and more people's bodies are turning gray. Chang Xiaoyu was very anxious. Before it's too late. Run quickly. Gotta get out of there quickly. And Adam felt like he couldn't run away anymore. Just stay where you are and send information to Chang Xiaoyu. A dragon appears in the sky. There are also other monsters coming out one after another. All kinds of monsters mixed together. Extremely large quantity. Chang Xiaoyu felt that everything was in order. Just running is useless. It can only control the shadow soldiers following it to transfer space. He summoned the shadow orc soldiers, planning to activate skills, but at this moment, Dragon Emperor came over. He looked at it expressionlessly and said, Shadow, where are you going? Adam hadn't had time to say goodbye to Chang Xiaoyu. A wave of heat rushed towards him. Oh, the world is about to face the greatest crisis in history. Huge portals appearing all over the world. The Dragon Emperor will lead his warcraft giants to attack the Earth. For this reason, hunters have rallied the national hunters. Stay in front of the portal and wait for the monsters. What everyone didn't expect was that the Dragon Emperor played a trick on everyone. Concentrate all power on the portal farthest from the Shadow King. His appearance. In an instant, the hunters around him evaporated into the world. Even Chang Jin-Woo was too late to save Adam through his shadow transfer skills. Chang Xiaoyu feels that things are getting more and more difficult. This Dragon Emperor is not only extraordinary in strength, and he's also very cunning. Know the advantages of the Shadow King's skills. Specially concentrate all the troops in one place. It's a good idea. Chang Xiaoyu can deal with it in one go. Even if Chang Xiaoyu rushes over now, it won't help. The Z war has begun. All the plans to buy time were ruined, and the Dragon Emperor on the other side. But it's a very pleasant feeling. The pleasure it brings. It is destruction itself. The screams and cries around it are all beautiful music to it. Destroy everything to your heart's content. This is our only mission. Look at Country J, which is as pleasant as the earth. The director just messed it up. First the Dragon Emperor. Then there are tens of thousands of light dragons. Then there are giants, beasts, insects, walking out of the teleportation port one after another. Each one is comparable to the strength of a top hunter. This is something that humans cannot bear. According to this H extinction speed, we will be able to reach Country M soon. He also understood why Chang Xiaoyu wanted them to stay as far away from the teleportation port as possible. Even top hunters can't withstand a single blow. This is the real world M-Day. Everything is coming to an end. At this time, a dark shadow in the room frightened him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Chang Xiaoyu. But Chang Xiaoyu said nothing. He directly asked for Kamish rune stone. The director habitually refused. This rune stone is the treasure of the Hunter Management Bureau. How could it be so easy? Oh, cover your face and laugh at yourself. This is an occupational disease that deserves to be. The world is about to die. Why do you care about a piece of broken stone? The director unconditionally agreed to Chang Xiaoyu's conditions, but he was very confused as to why Chang Xiaoyu was using it. Chang Xiaoyu told him, use it to fight back against the Dragon Emperor. He took the journey to carve the ground, open the doors, come to the rune stone which is protected by multiple layers. Looking at the rune stones that are constantly emitting magic power, Chang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel that the rulers also take great pains to ensure that humans can continue. This stone is a magical beast that automatically seals its abilities inside it. It is a gift sent by the ruler to make it easier for humans to defeat monsters. Chang Xiaoyu also made another request to the director. Meet the prophet Mrs. Sino. Mrs. Sino was surprised that Chang Yu would come to her, and she can feel it. Chang Xiaoyu is no longer the Chang Xiaoyu he used to be. The darkness from last time was still deep in his heart. Chang Xiaoyu is darkness itself. Chang Xiaoyu told her, I'm still the same person you last saw. It's just that I'm one with the darkness you saw last time. He told Mrs. Sino the purpose of his trip. He heard that Mrs. Sino had the ability to predict the future. I want my wife to help me look into his future. After Mrs. Sino hesitated for a moment, agreed to Chang Xiaoyu's request. Holding Chang Xiaoyu's hand, close your eyes and concentrate. After a while, she left tears. Chang Xiaoyu's hand grabbed Jia harder and harder. Do you really want to be alone? How so? How can you put such a heavy burden on one person? Chang Xiaoyu smiled after hearing what Mrs. Sino said. Can we still go that far? Mrs. Sino was worried about Chang Xiaoyu. She told Chang Xiaoyu, are you sure you want to do this? No one will remember you. That would be a lonely to fight. Chang Xiaoyu did not answer. Say thank you to Mrs. Sino and activate the shadow swap skill. Left the scene and came to a high tower. Feel the beauty brought by the sunset. Then dialed the phone. Called Che Hui. Tell her she's been busy lately. When you have time, ask her to play together. And Cha Hui also understands Chang Xiaoyu's current situation. You must come back to her safely. Chang Xiaoyu agreed to her. Che Hui reluctantly hung up the phone. White Tiger Guild. Hunter I Team represented by Lu Jikong of Country Z. Hunter J Team represented by Reiji Sugimoto of our country. Hunter J Team represented by Leonard from Country D. Hunter J Team represented by Thomas from Country M. M Country Todai. Hunter J Team. African Provisional Union. United States Emergency Response Coalition. Tens of millions of hunters took to the Z field. The Dragon Emperor far away in Country J. Eyes flashing. A wireless brain wave emanates from his body, sent to the sky, like satellite, sent to Qing Xiaoyu's mind. He told Qing Xiaoyu, I'm here. Tens of millions of your companions have lost X lives. How long do you plan to hide until? Qing Xiaoyu replied to him expressionlessly, I'll find you soon. This is the last battle of mankind. They have gathered all the hunters in the world who can fight. Prepare for a showdown with Dragon Emperor, the King of Destruction. The Dragon Emperor stands on the ruins of a high-rise building. It feels boring. This human being doesn't even have a decent opponent. And the Shadow King, whom he declared war on a few days ago, has made no move either. Could it be that you are afraid? But think about it. There are tens of millions of people gathered here. The Shadow King only has 100,000 people coming here. It's just a gift. Hit in the face by a D-bomb. Then countless D-bombs flew towards it. Give it a bomb with a bang. Z fighter plane hovers over the ruins of the building. They didn't expect to hit the target so easily. Even the Dragon Emperor would have a hard time being hit by so many D-bombs. A pillar of fire erupted from the ground, driving and drifting up the window. A huge figure covered the sky. The Dragon Emperor looked at the ants with an expressionless face and said, I saw its huge pupils flashing. Everything turned into ashes. In a castle deep in the mountains, Qing Xiaoyu is sitting on the throne. The two words, King, on the head are particularly conspicuous. He couldn't help but be secretly happy. Although what Belle did is very confusing, but she always thinks about him, and Belle was in tears at the moment. Commander-in-Chief Berlian felt that this trip was too dangerous. Yeglet also felt that there was little chance of winning, but something. I know it's dangerous. He also had to do it. He asked Berlian, if the previous generation of Shadow King encountered this situation, what would he do? If it were him, he will definitely do what he should do. For a moment, it saw the previous generation of Shadow Kings. It's so similar. It seems to have figured it out. No wonder the previous Shadow King chose Qing Xiaoyu. That's all. The three of them hammered the ground with their fists. Kneel solemnly in front of Qing Xiaoyu, once again interpreting the loyalty of being a shadow. No second thoughts. Qing Xiaoyu stood up from the throne, leading his three generals forward slowly. Before leaving, he looked at his phone hesitantly. Berlian asked him if he didn't need to contact his family. Qing Xiaoyu hesitated for a while. He didn't dare to fight. Once you hear their voices, it is very likely that he will choose to stay. Who else will save the world? His hand holding Jia's cell phone became harder and harder. Reminds me of my mother and sister. With a click, the phone exploded. Only determination remains in my eyes. The other side. The city is already devastated. Team J and World of Warcraft J were fighting fiercely. But in the face of the greatest difficulty, human power is too small. They can only hide in hidden corners. Humans are defenseless against them. He who observes secretly. Suddenly I heard someone behind me. He looked back, face turned pale with fright. He saw a huge monster opening its abyss mouth toward him. He jumped out of the way. But not far away there is a charge from a companion queue. Rushed over and picked it up. Lose your money towards World of Warcraft. And output crazy output. But ZD is as useless as hitting it on an iron block. Zid was also beaten until he ran out of ammunition and food. He's at his wit's end. Stay where you are and face your own death. But he waited for a moment, found that I didn't hang up. Open your eyes and take a look. This huge monster was split in half through the body of Warcraft. He fell in love with that savior-like figure. Qing Xiaoyu turned around and told him, go quickly. Before he could react, several more monsters rushed toward Qing Xiaoyu like moths to the flames. Qing Xiaoyu calmly raised the weapon, used the power of the ruler, harvesting monsters as fast as lightning. It's less than time to take a look. Qing Xiaoyu then defeated the invincible group of monsters around him, and the Z war also started. Start from here. Stand up. In the face of difficulties, how small are humans? Top level. Even the chance to take action disappeared. Wherever the Dragon Emperor led his tens of millions of troops, not even a blade of grass grew. Even Qing Xiaoyu, who inherited the power of the previous Shadow King Asma. It also looks very small in front of the huge World of Warcraft. But even so, Qing Xiaoyu still resolutely chose to go straight to Z. News of Qing Xiaoyu's appearance soon reached Dragon Emperor. What makes them feel strange is, there is no aura of the undead in Sung Jin-Woo's shadow. Qing Xiaoyu is fighting alone. The Dragon Emperor was puzzled. What medicine is Xiaoyu selling in this gourd? Could it be that he wanted to avoid a full-blown attack? Will it get better little by little and destroy the big one? What exactly is your goal? Wu Jinzhe, who is far away in country H. I can only watch helplessly as the monsters destroy them wantonly. The strength of the hunter simply cannot compete with it. All hopes are on Qing Xiaoyu. Such a huge J group. Will Hunter Qing go to meet Z? Can you beat it if you go there? Now he can only pray. As Qing Xiaoyu defeated more and more World of Warcraft, his shadow pool is also growing rapidly. He has the power of Asma and the dagger of Kamish. Killing monsters is a breeze. A giant swung a giant hammer towards him. Qing Xiaoyu flashed. La sound. Cut off its legs. Then the shadow light dragon opened its huge mouth. Put it down in one gulp. Dense dragons of light rushed over overwhelmingly. The destruction group has already started taking action. But I haven't found the Dragon Emperor's aura yet. It seems that guy is not planning to take action yet. Anyway, The soldiers came here just to give him a head, since the Dragon Emperor is hesitant. Then give it a reason to act. Stand up. Make many shadows. At this time, a light dragon opened its huge mouth in the sky, sprays intense flames towards the newly created shadow, and he mocked the soldiers. It's just a K-double made with mana. How dare you try to fight against the Dragon Emperor? Let me, who serves the Dragon Emperor, kill you with my own hands. Qing Xiaoyu has already flown in front of it on Kaiser. Make a splash. Just cut them all off. The Dragon Emperor felt that it would not be possible to continue like this. It just makes the power of the Shadow King gradually grow. It allows the Phantom King to stay here to deal with the remaining Shadow group. Go alone to meet Z, the Shadow King. Another place in Z Field. J people are fighting fiercely with Warcraft, but it's of no use. Sub B hits Warcraft like marshmallows. Instead, a soldier gasped for breath. A giant monster pounced on the soldiers unstoppably, but he was deformed by a giant punch. He looked like he was sure of victory. There are just too many of these monsters, not very powerful, and at this time, the King of M people came out. A sneer? Isn't this the Radiant Fragment container that almost fell into the hands of the King of Beasts? Previous Radiant Shard container. I'll kill you with just a quick glance. How? Do you still dare to block the road? Thomas smiled. I saw his shadow growing longer and longer. There are multiple shadow soldiers strung out from it. The Commander-in-Chief, Berlian, even greeted King Y like an acquaintance. It wants to use brain waves to report this matter to the king. Didn't expect. On top of tall buildings in the distance, the fangs are causing interference in this area. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. How could such a small plot be used? This was definitely not the idea of the previous Shadow King Asma. It's the human way. He was furious toward the shadow. You are not qualified to be king. I heard the Demon King talking ill of his own king. Bell walked out with a fierce look. Why the human king is not to be outdone. Transform into its second form, Vajra King, and he cursed at Bell. Even an insect dares to bark in front of me. See if I don't beat you to a pulp. The other side. Shadow King Qing Xiaoyu. They met. They are the two strongest leaders created by the Absolute. One is the greatest glorious fragment born to protect. The gears of fate are turning. Another turn of fate. Only, its old enemy became Qing Xiaoyu. Faced with an old rival he hadn't seen for many years, without saying a word, the Dragon Emperor directly sent a barrage of words. In an instant, the building in front of it was moved to the ground. The earth sizzled as if it was scorched, but it looked up and found. Qing Xiaoyu rode Arthur and fled to the sky. Shout out his shadow. I saw many shadow soldiers pouring down from the sky towards the Dragon Emperor, but the Dragon Emperor just calmly held his fist. 7-star hunter Lu Jikong is struggling to kill giant monsters, compared to the one I killed at sea last time. At this moment, killing huge monsters on land seems to be quite easy, but he knew he was just making a small fuss here. The whole continent is shaking. Warcraft and hundreds of thousands of hunters emerging from all directions are in fierce battle, but compared to their fight, the war between the Shadow King and the Destruction King in the distance is so terrifying. For Lu Jikong, it's like two gods fighting. The Dragon Emperor just clenched his fist slightly. Then he blew up the incoming shadow to pieces. He sneered, mocking Qing Xiaoyu. Are these the only useless soldiers you have? You're looking down on me too much, right? And he found. Qing Xiaoyu opened a teleportation port in the distance and prepared to escape. It followed without saying a word. The moment you get out of the teleportation port, this place is crowded with a dense army of shadows. Among them are the soldiers of the Demon King who have just turned into shadows, and King Kong has been killed by Burly and Bell. The body is gradually dissipating. The Dragon Emperor was worried and realized. Defeat King Kong with the main force first. Let's deal with it together. It's a good tactic, he sneered. Tell Qing Xiaoyu. Do you think I would come here like a stupid dog? How ridiculous. I saw that the King of Illusion also came to the scene at some unknown time. It also summoned countless teleportation ports, blocked the entire sky. The army of Warcraft emerged from the teleportation port. Just like Qing Xiaoyu, the Dragon Emperor is also a mobile legion, can summon its soldiers at will. It feels that Qing Xiaoyu made a miscalculation, plan ruined, and its army will destroy everything, achieve final victory. Unexpectedly, Qing Xiaoyu had expected it. He smiled evilly, unsummoned the shadow. This operation made the Dragon Emperor see it. What is this doing? Are you giving up resistance? Also, seeing such a huge disparity in military strength, everyone will give up. After the sky is filled with dense Warcraft carts, Qing Xiaoyu closed his eyes, then drive hard. From him grow dragon horns and demon light wings. It is the most terrifying skill of the dragons contained in the Kami rune stone. There is no distinction between friend and foe. Make all objects lose their power. The cry of the soul that plunges the opponent into despair. With an angry roar, the deafening magic soars into the sky. The monsters that were shocked by this force stopped moving. Not even the king of the illusion world can withstand this wave of soul-crushing attacks. The Dragon Emperor was still in a state of shock. Qing Xiaoyu grabbed his wrist. Take it somewhere else. Only now did the Dragon Emperor truly know. This was Qing Xiaoyu's purpose from the beginning. A dark shadow covered his body. An uninhabited island in country R. Two figures appeared out of thin air. The Dragon Emperor looked around curiously. He also had a fight with Qing Xiaoyu. What the hell is this place? Qing Xiaoyu told it. This is the place for you. Is that your castle? Qing Xiaoyu nodded in acquiescence and embarrassment. Dragon Emperor told him. The castle of the Shadow King, not big enough. Then his eyes turned sharp. But you are smart. Bring me here alone. It's a wise decision. Have so many soldiers. It would be in your interest to start a war. It will also consume a lot of your magic power. Qing Xiaoyu told it. Don't worry about this. What I have most is magic. Dragon Emperor smiled. Tell Qing Xiaoyu. Then look at this battle between you and me. Can you hold on until the moment my soldiers find this place? I saw its body begin to transform, turned into a seemingly powerful dragon. The world is about to face a huge disaster. Huge and terrifying monsters came out of the portal. Qing Xiaoyu's warning to the world. See, the fight starts from the country. Spread to country M. The director felt a headache. He can only worry but can't do anything here. Warcraft will flatten the earth early in the morning. Mrs. Sino asked him not to panic. There is more than just Warcraft in this world. There are also hunters who protect the earth. Everyone is invested in this sea. E-level hunters are slightly stronger than ordinary people, but different from. They just hold W utensils, standing in a defensive area protected by magic. They know very well. I can't bring much help to 2, but they still chose to go to Z field. The situation for C and D class hunters is not much better. If an E-level hunter could catch a monster, then a D-level hunter can catch 3 heads. There are only 10 C-level hunters. S-class hunters are no exception, although they can drop thousands of monsters, but in the end it will become one of many stars, then fall. They fell down and turned into fruits and stars, leaving a trail in the sky like a shooting star, although very vague, but it allows people to see the future. People also call it hope. H Country Hunters Association. Qing Xiaoyu passed on the trajectory that Dragon Emperor brought to the uninhabited island of Country R to the section chief. Qing Xiaoyu, please go to the section chief with the dragon belt. When the giant's portal is destroyed, a large amount of magic energy gushes out and gathers on an uninhabited building spread over dozens of square kilometers. If it is there, even if I fight with all my strength, and Qing Xiaoyu had planned to transfer Z from the beginning, his subordinates asked him if he needed to send hunters nearby to observe the situation. But domestic hunters are not only S-level hunters. All the top hunters went to Country M. Who else can I send? He decided to send a super hunter there. A capital question mark under my hand. The president told him. Hunter Qing Xiaoyu was also an E-level hunter. Even a super hunter can also be a hero. Country R uninhabited island. Qing Xiaoyu and the King of Destruction are fighting fiercely. With many men, he has an advantage in fighting. The Dragon Emperor wants to spit fire, but he was tied up by Burly with a snake whip. 2 shadow giants rush towards it. Rub it on the ground. Fan uses lightning skills, hitting the Dragon Emperor with a sizzling sound. Bell and Wien flew up, hitting the dragon's head as fast as lightning. Kaiser flew up, released 100,000 to the Dragon Emperor. The whole process went smoothly, but Qing Xiaoyu feels it's not that simple. The Dragon Emperor hasn't used his special skills yet. I saw the Dragon Emperor lying on the ground showing his white teeth. It has never been the only way to suppress people's pleasure. I didn't expect that being suppressed by others would be quite satisfying, especially when I think about the feeling of being suppressed and then turning defeat into victory. The enthusiasm inside it became restless again. I saw it opening its huge mouth and roaring towards the sky. Released the same Dragon Fear skill as Qing Xiaoyu, and this skill seems to be created by it. The power is 1 level higher than that of Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu's soldiers were completely suppressed, without any choice. Qing Xiaoyu had no choice but to summon all the shadows, and the Dragon Emperor is not finished yet. After releasing Dragon Fear, he received another dragon sigh. A sound of rinsing. A huge fire erupted from the mouth. Qing Xiaoyu watched Kaiser's crazy escape, where the flames passed, turn everything into ashes, move mountains to level ground. This is the power of the King of Destruction, the true power of the King of Dragons. It is destruction incarnate, the devil who exists for the sake of Z fighting. This power even made Qing Xiaoyu, the Shadow King, break into a cold sweat. The land here is permeated with the huge magic power emanating from the King of Giants. I actually can't hold it any longer. If you are hit by its dragon breath, even soldiers with different bodies will be destroyed. The Dragon Emperor returned to his human form, came to Qing Xiaoyu. Let Qing Xiaoyu not be too nervous. The 2 of you should sit down and talk calmly. It said to Qing Xiaoyu. When you hold me, I could have dumped it. But, see how you can push me into that situation. I can't help but sigh. I just feel it. Both kings. I want to have a good talk with you. I know you also have the memory of the Shadow King. Then you should know. Our real D people are not here, and above that sky. Dominator J Team. Their only mission is to get rid of the kings born in darkness. Of course, that includes you, the Shadow King. I originally wanted to get rid of you first, but after seeing your strength, I changed my mind. You have abilities different from Asmu. That ability allowed me to see our great victory. If you want to save your family, I promise you. Want to save your country, I promise you too. If you want me to leave here, I will also leave quietly with my taxi beat. You will be the master of this land, not the owner of the little castle on the hillside, but the master of this planet. You have this qualification. You just hold this hand well. As long as we work together to kill the Dominator's soldier, your family, your country, even everyone on this land, can regain peace. How about it? Do you want to join forces with me? Qing Xiaoyu was silent for a while. Then he said to the Dragon Emperor with an expressionless face, "Stop being funny. How could I believe someone who has words written all over his eyes saying he wants to kill me, but don't know how to get a guy? The power of darkness emanates from Qing Xiaoyu." Heard this answer, the Dragon Emperor showed an evil smile. "It seems I can't hide it anymore. It looks like I can't win Hibiki. This is my last mercy. Take it, Shadow King." They are the 2 strongest leaders created by the Absolute, born to protect. For thousands of years they have watched endless wars over and over again. Now fate makes them meet again. 2 irresistible forces collided. Dragon Emperor strikes with his left hand. Instantly the arm turns into a huge dragon. With a snap, the ground was shattered into pieces. Cheng Xiaoyu dodged away with a strong body, summoned Kaiser. Upon seeing this, the Dragon Emperor sprayed huge flames towards Arthur flying in the sky. Cheng Xiaoyu dodges while approaching the king. He jumped up from Cather, scraped the Dragon Emperor like a hot wheel. The dagger scraped against Dragon Scale's body and made a clicking sound. Kaiser flew over to pick up Jia Cheng Xiaoyu. This Dragon Scale defense is too thick. Cheng Xiaoyu's Kamish dagger failed to cause any damage. Not even a scratch left. That thing doesn't make the Dragon Emperor smile. My Dragon Scales are harder than diamonds. Just your little kitchen knife can't do me any harm. In desperation, Cheng Xiaoyu had no choice but to ride Arthur and leave here first, and the Dragon Emperor looked up to the sky and shouted in fear. It directly shocked one person and one dragon to the spot. In desperation, Kaiser wrapped her tail around Cheng Jin-Woo. He was thrown out with a snap, but he stayed where he was. The Dragon Emperor opened his huge mouth and sprayed out huge artillery fire. The Dragon King opened his mouth and smashed Kaiwan, who was spraying in place, and poured down. There was a huge rumbling sound. In an instant, a deep trench formed in the earth. The Dragon Emperor stood there sticky and pleased with himself. Hit by this blow, even the great Luo Immortal can't bear it, right? And at this time, a black shadow flickers on its body. Cheng Xiaoyu stands on the dragon scales. Using the power of the ruler, I grabbed the dragon scales and stood firm. But the surface of the dragon scales, hot feet like lava, bake his leather shoes quickly. He wields a dagger, pierce into the cracks of the dragon scales. But the Dragon Emperor discovered him. He stretched out his dragon claws towards him. Sweep it all over your body like you are swatting mosquitoes. Cheng Xiaoyu jumped up, summoned the shadow again. Several shadow dragons slightly smaller than the Dragon Emperor came out in response, just biting the Dragon Emperor's neck, shooting cannons at the Dragon Emperor. But even so, didn't do any harm to it. This is the monster with the strongest defense and attack power that Cheng Xiaoyu has ever encountered. Previous opponents couldn't compare with it. You can't defeat the Dragon Emperor with the previous method. Must have stronger power. If you were similar in size to it, it might be easier to fight. Speaking of body shape, Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly had a bold idea. I saw magic swirling around him. The shadow dragon summoned by Cheng Xiaoyu was quickly destroyed by the Dragon Emperor. It doesn't feel like the thrill of fighting, to actually send such a low-level thing to fight it. But soon it discovered, I don't know what this guy Cheng Xiaoyu is doing. A huge magic power swirled around his body. It also exudes a strong breath of death. What a trick after a while, forming a giant shadow armor giant. How can this be? It was actually surrounded by the power of darkness and formed an iron armor. Even the previous Shadow King couldn't transform into this form, and he is just a human being. You can actually use Susanoo. Could it be? This is the true power of the Shadow King. The power of death that is more terrifying than all powers. And Cheng Xiaoyu, he also looked at himself in disbelief. Originally I just wanted to try it out. I didn't expect it to be successful. Is this the power of the protagonist? Is it the real smell of death? The previous Shadow King actually left such power to him from this huge body. It is constantly exuding endless power, and the Dragon Emperor seemed to understand. Why did the Shadow Master choose Cheng Xiaoyu, a person who often deals with death, a will to survive stronger than anyone else? Before this human being gained power, I've always been with death. That's why he is qualified to possess such a powerful power of death. Gotta fuck him. This guy is too dangerous. A cannon containing destructive power spurted out from the Dragon King's mouth, and the Shadow King stretched out his hand to release the death lightning. With a click, the flame was split in half. Lightning is unstoppable. After breaking through the flames, it hit the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor is disappointed. Just changed. Can actually resist its dragon breath. After they looked at each other, the armor-stealing Shadow King takes steps forward. The Dragon Emperor also took steps. Two kings driving Gundam collided. Unexpected. The Shadow King also hides such power. Gundams hundreds of meters high can be opened at a moment's notice. Turn a good double Z into a Mecha Z. Cheng Xiaoyu, who originally had nothing to do against the Dragon Emperor, after putting on the armor, you will have the strength to compete with the Dragon Emperor. The dragon melon stretched out by the Dragon Emperor before was unstoppable. Now Cheng Xiaoyu reaches out directly to pick it up and gave it a punch with the other hand. It feels good and I want to give it another punch. The Dragon Emperor was angry. Open huge mouth. Bite the Shadow King's waist. And the Shadow armor is comparable to the Dragon Emperor's dragon scales. Even the Dragon Emperor couldn't bite it through. Simply pick it up. Throw it out. It hit the ground with a loud thud. Lying on the ground gasping for air, the flames swept everything. He killed the Shadow King's right arm. Cheng Xiaoyu picked up the weapon and ran towards the Dragon Emperor quickly. The Dragon Emperor continued to attack him. Cheng Xiaoyu blocked the flames with his weapon. For a time, the two forces were at loggerheads. Not giving in, the Dragon Emperor wagged his tail. He threw it on Cheng Xiaoyu with a snap. Cheng Xiaoyu was knocked several dozen meters away by this blow. Hit the ground hard. The Dragon Emperor flapped his wings and flew up. Multiple flame mouths were generated around it. Multiple pillars of fire hit the ground in unison. Suddenly it stirred. A black cloud-piercing arrow emerged from the flames, directly penetrated the Dragon Emperor's right wing. I only saw him next to the Shadow King, surrounded by many sharp black arrows. Strange roars were emitted from it. The Dragon Emperor hurriedly opened his huge mouth and sprayed out flames to resist. Two forces intertwined. Don't let anyone. In an instant the whole earth was trembling. After the smoke clears, leaving behind the melting dark armor, revealing the driver inside. and the Dragon Emperor's armor is intact. Qing Xiaoyu jumped off the armor, straddling the ground and gasping for air. Just maintain strong power. It takes a lot of energy. The Dragon Emperor removed his armor, walked towards Qing Xiaoyu. I'll give you one last chance. Are you really not going to join forces with me? Qing Xiaoyu covered his body with the power of darkness. Generates a small armor, said to the Dragon Emperor with an expressionless face. You have this mentality, right? I have no plans to join forces with monsters. Seeing that Qing Xiaoyu can't make enough money, the Dragon Emperor is too lazy to BB anymore. Draw a giant sword from its body. The two looked at each other. Two eyes. The two figures flash, struggle together. In an instant, the sword flashes and sparks fly. The sound of clinking instruments is endless. Dragon Emperor's face was filled with joy. He couldn't wait to eat Qing Jin-Woo. Then he turns everything he protects into ashes. It bounced Qing Xiaoyu's weapon away. Then he stabbed Qing Jin-Woo's belly with a knife. Qing Xiaoyu stretched out his long legs and hit it. Stepped back a few meters. Not buffered yet. The Dragon Emperor's long knife has been placed on his neck. But villains always slander more than they talk. Before cutting it off, the Dragon Emperor did not forget BB. You have lost. Regret your choice. And his BB skills left Qing Xiaoyu time to fight back. The dagger that was deflected was quietly approaching the Dragon Emperor. It hit the Dragon Emperor on the head with a loud bang. But it only hit the invisible defense of the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor smiled. You actually want to use a short sword made of dragon teeth against me as the Dragon Emperor. How ridiculous. But the result of the Z fight is already obvious. It's almost dawn. Light is coming. The darkness is about to dissipate. About to become a speck of dust under the light. Qing Xiaoyu said nothing. He rushed straight up. The Dragon Emperor drew out his sword and vowed to kill Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu suddenly smiled evilly on the way. I only saw it from Qing Xiaoyu. All his elite soldiers came out. Grasp every corner of Dragon Emperor's body. It just feels like the form is not good, but I haven't shouted out yet. Qing Xiaoyu's hand sizzled. This blow. For himself. For his dad. For the Shadow King. In order to end this war. Ended. Light dispels darkness, but it makes the shadow become darker. This arrogant and ruined king never thought of it. It was actually injured by a human being. What's even more outrageous is that he actually calculated it. Accompanying Qing Xiaoyu's hand, the knife rises and falls. Countless Dominator taxis flew out from inside. The Dragon Emperor looked at Man Tian Tian with a look of disbelief. When it first arrived here, it clearly didn't find any teleportation port. It takes tremendous power to connect two worlds. Qing Xiaoyu, who is the Shadow Lord, cannot possibly do it. But why did the Dominator's Team J appear here? Soon it figured it out. It thought, Qing Xiaoyu brought him here, just to prevent this war from destroying the earth. Qing Xiaoyu's purpose from the beginning was to be here. Use a massive clash of forces to tear fear apart, so that we can summon the friendly forces over there. But there's one thing it still can't figure out. How did Qing Xiaoyu get in touch with the Dominator? Qing Xiaoyu told it. Dominator's container. That is, the fragments of Guan Hui left behind by the Dominator in the human world. That is, the chosen fragment of light. The Dragon Emperor was delighted and enlightened. Looking at the dense sky bee, he knew he was doomed. Qing Xiaoyu chose one even though he lost. How to win the battle. And the Dragon Emperor, who has been paying attention to this sea fight, lost from the beginning. Qing Xiaoyu looked at Dragon Emperor and asked, Is that you? The person who instigated King Baiyan and King Fang to attack the King of Shadows? Dragon Emperor asked in shock. Was it the guy from King Baiyan who said that? At the moment when King Baiyan was about to be killed by King of Shadows, King Baiyan revealed the truth to King Shadow. Baiyanjun discovered the truth, although the Shadow King is their ally. But its power is too powerful. It ordered King Baiyan to wipe out King Shadow after using him. But it still underestimated the strength of the Shadow King. Even though its vitality was severely damaged, it still defeated Baiyan King, and the army of King Fang were destroyed. Asked Qing Xiaoyu to bring greetings to Dragon Emperor, a friendly international gesture. He dragged his injured body and slashed at Qing Xiaoyu with his giant sword. But he hasn't swung the sword yet. The ruler pierced the body with a spear, steals someone's head. The moment he looked up, he saw the brightest fragment of brilliance is looking directly at it. Its body is gradually dissipating. He said to Qing Xiaoyu just before disappearing, Not in the false rest you created. Until then, let's fight again. Qing Xiaoyu said to him expressionlessly, Don't worry, we will meet again soon. Then the body of the Dragon Emperor was reduced to ashes. The brightest fragments of light flew down from the sky. Say to Qing Xiaoyu, It was you who ended the war between us. How can we thank you? Qing Xiaoyu did not ask for any report, but please do one thing, something only a ruler can do, and the ruler generously agreed. Say to Qing Xiaoyu, As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Can again use the cup of reincarnation? Hearing this request, the ruler was forced. It doesn't understand. The Z war finally ended. Why start it again? Once you use God's tool to turn back time, the consciousness of kings will also be preserved, live again with the current memories. Are you sure you want to do this? Qing Xiaoyu suited. I will deal with the kings and their legions in the cracks of time. We will not let a monster set foot on the earth. The ruler still doesn't understand. It asked Qing Xiaoyu, Do you want to bear this fight alone? Why do this? Although we have used the cup of samsara several times, but I have never gotten such good results as now. Qing Xiaoyu told him, Because of this sea fight, I lost a lot of people. I want to get them back. The ruler told him, The lifespan of the cup of samsara is running out. It's very possible that we won't be able to turn back time. Now you are the hero of this world. Live forever in people's praise. No one will remember you. There is no one who can congratulate you. There is no one to support you either. The earth will cease to exist. Ching Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then smile and close your eyes. Thinking of my mother and sister. Thinking about my beloved woman, Che Hui, the honest and silly Fudai. Wu Jinzhe who works hard for the country. Hunters who have always guarded the country. He showed firm eyes. Say to the dominator, I think. The ruler was shocked by his taste. Does such a person really exist in the world? Want to save the whole world by myself. This will to carry everything alone. Really looks like the former Shadow King Asma. He agreed to Ching Xiaoyu's request. He agreed to the request. What will happen to my soldiers? The ruler told him. In the past timeline, the existence that overlaps with the past self will disappear. Ching Xiaoyu showed a bright smile. Tell the dominant, I'm ready. The dominator summoned the cup of reincarnation. I hope your courage can save your world. Then a bright light emanated from the cup of samsara. Then a powerful light emitted, twinkling on the earth. How much courage does this take? Let him become a world hero. Give up this noble honor. Start the cup of samsara again. Bright light shines into all corners of the earth. Photo into Xiaoya Guild's office. Photographed into the room of Qing Jinyu's mother and sister, and 7-star hunter Lu Qikang. State rights grade Thomas. By Lu Hao and Shui Zhongning. Besides, his one-day lover Che Hui. The light gradually dims. It's just that he turned into a child. Still the same impatient sister, as always. Mother who is not yet sick. The aroma comes from the pot. The sound of chopping vegetables on the chopping board, as well as his father whom he has not seen for many years. I feel like I've had a long dream. Everything in front of me is too beautiful, but the dream has to end. There is a young sister here, a healthy mother and a father who has been missing for many years. This is his last chance to save everything. Can't miss it. He wants to take control of his future with his own hands. Rewrite history. Far before. Immerse yourself in the warmth of family. Immerse yourself in the laughter of campus. Let's have a fun 5-day trip to the internet cafe with some gay friends. Although he knows the kings who eye this land, preparing to set up a huge teleportation port. Even if it's just a brief moment, he also wants to enjoy this wonderful time. Think of it as a reward for yourself. He left a small note on the desk. Tell family, wait until you finish what you need to do. I'll be back. Then, he came. Come to the dimensional rift where the kings are hiding, facing millions of people alone. Also coming with him was the head of the regiment, Bell. The two of them do not overlap with the timeline of the past world. Retained. In this dark and boundless world of nothingness with Ching Xiaoyu, engaged in endless sea fight, he met the king of illusion, knocking this disgusting old man down effortlessly. It also wiped out its J-team. The only remaining people are the Dragon Emperor and his directly affiliated troops. The final showdown is about to begin. He couldn't bear to miss his family a little bit. The passage of time in the dimensional rift is different from outside. 27 years have passed here, and only 2 years have passed outside. I don't know how worried my family is. If I had known earlier, I would have better explained it before coming here. At this time, Berlian came over. Tell Ching Xiaoyu that everything is ready. It's finally starting. He has won once before and will not lose this time either. He stands on a high place. Shouted that loud slogan. Stand up. A sound of rinsing. In a place filled with flying dragons, the Dragon Emperor sits on the throne. I heard that the King of Illusion was killed. Shadow BG upcoming news. The Shadow is dying. Even extremely excited. Can't wait to fight again. It also admires Ching Xiaoyu's courage. He actually used the cup of samsara to turn back time. We were supposed to meet at the end of rest and fall into each other. Now we are alive to see each other again. And here, Shaoding can only exist as one king. Note macro can store mushrooms. I am the cave-destroying King Antalis. And you? Ching is him. I am the Shadow King Ching Xiaoyu. Dragon Emperor smiled. Say to Ching Xiaoyu, very good. I will remember your name. Then he jumped up from the throne. Ching Xiaoyu also rushed towards it. Two places, struggled together again. Shadow passed and the Legion of Destruction also responded. Z of two kings, in one fell swoop. This is a world without magic. No randomly generated portals. There is no monster that threatens human life. There are no hunters to protect the safety of the masses. Words from a fortune teller, putting the entire M country into panic. Shortly after, God will come to this land. If it is normal, this prophecy won't cause any wave. But it was Mrs. Sino who made this prophecy. That's a big deal. God General S led many dead soldiers to come here. Just like we can't avoid death. The reason why her words are so convincing, it's because 2 years ago, she suddenly opened her eyes, predicted the death of the leader of country X, K terrorists holding a passenger plane, as well as many events such as the collapse caused by one price collapse. As the prophecy comes true, she is also a character that comes true topic by topic. Such a person suddenly leaves a message suggesting the destruction of the world. Naturally, everyone was terrified. The day after her prophecy, a huge teleportation port suddenly appeared in the sky above S city in country H. There is a huge teleportation port in the sky above S city in country H. Mrs. Senor's prophecy made new headlines around the world. People stood under the portal and watched. Then there was a loud noise from Carbazine. A deep hole opened in the teleportation port. Just when everyone thought God S was about to arrive. They didn't see anything, but they don't know. As God has passed by them, he left the crowd alone. But what he didn't expect was that someone came to pick him up with flowers. Messengers sent by the rulers. He didn't expect that Ching Xiaoyu would really defeat the J group on his own and return safely. And every step Ching Xiaoyu takes now, they all carry the weight of tens of millions of soldiers. As long as he wants, it's not a problem problem to start a fight with the dominator. He told Qing Xiaoyu that the ruler had something to convey. They came to an ice cream shop. Qing Xiaoyu ordered several large buckets and drank too much. After all, there is nothing good to eat in the 27 years of the void world. He asked the messenger what the ruler wanted to say. The messenger conveyed the ruler's respect and gratitude to Qing Xiaoyu. They want to discuss something with Qing Xiaoyu. It will affect this planet that has been protected with great difficulty. The earth without magic cannot withstand Qing Jin-Woo's power. They want to move Qing Xiaoyu to a place that can withstand his power. Qing Xiaoyu said to the messenger expressionlessly, "Don't be so troublesome. You can just seal me directly, right? Take what he says, of course." Then he discovered, from Qing, an extremely powerful force of death filled his body. He looked at the messenger expressionlessly and said, "I'm no longer of use. So you plan to get rid of me?" Hurriedly explained. He also took out his mobile phone. Above is the news about the coming of God predicted by Mrs. Sino. At first, Mrs. Sino was not such a powerful diviner. After a chance connection with the world of God, her life has undergone tremendous changes. And this phenomenon, it was Qing Xiaoyu who appeared on this planet after his first reincarnation 2 years ago. Qing Xiaoyu didn't know what to say for a moment. He asked the envoy to go back first. The messenger bowed respectfully to him and left. Cheng Yu hesitated. As savior, he prevented the king's strategy, and he possesses the power to destroy sex. It seems incompatible with this planet without magic. An idea popped up in his mind. There is no value here anymore. There is no reason to stay. Sudden, a figure passed by outside the window. He ran out in a hurry, saw that familiar figure, and this figure. I also felt a familiar smell. There must be a reason to stay here. That is, there is someone he loves here, and those who once loved him. The person he respects the most. People who fought side by side. Besides, his favorite woman. This is him. Reasons to stay. The story ends here. Qing Xiaoyu has done so much for this planet, but there are no flowers or applause. But this is Qing Xiaoyu's choice as a king. Love your own honor in exchange for a world where no one is hurt. Tribute to the great author W. Wonderful work by the person who respects my husband. Give us wonderful works of glaze. He just reincarnated into another world to be the savior. Thank you also to all readers and friends for your support over the past few months. Thank you all for your continued tolerance and love. This work also taught me a lot of things.